Naruto God Level System, Chapter 561 to 580. Chapter 561 Sand Crocodile is a hard bone. Salin. The sand crocodile used the sand fruit to set off a super sandstorm, and then its body turned into sand and fled from the ground to the distance. This guy is still the king of Chihuahua. Does he just run away? Sha Tang said with a pouted lip. However, when facing Chen, Sand Crocodile really could only escape, and he still knew himself very well. Knowing that he is not Hyuga-chan's opponent, he hastily fled into the distance. This guy is very self-aware. After the sandstorm subsided, Khalifa put away the barrier blocking the sandstorm. Just let him escape so easily? Alvia asked. Of course he can't escape easily, he hasn't handed over Cobra. Chen looked at the fast-flowing quicksand in the distance. Well, if you want to find my father, you can go to the king's city. Now my father is still in the king's city, Wei Wei said. Chen shook his head gently. Cobra in the royal city was no longer the real Cobra, and the real Cobra was definitely imprisoned by the sand crocodile. No matter how fast you run, you can't escape gravity, Bansho Tenon, universal pull. A gravitational force like a black hole erupted in Chen's hand, and the gravitational force directly locked the sand crocodile that escaped in the distance. In the face of this strong gravity, the sand crocodile could not even resist, and was pulled back by gravity again. K-Rockdoll, my patience is limited, don't force me to search your memory. Chen looked at K-Rockdoll lightly. In Chen's eyes, Sand Crocodile felt an unprecedented crisis, but it was impossible for him to hand over Cobra. Cobra is the guardian of Pluto, and the only person who may know the whereabouts of Pluto. How can he hand it over? Sand Crocodile is still trying to pry open Cobra's mouth. Then get Pluto, rely on Pluto's destructive power to defeat Hyuga Chen and the four emperors, and he will become the pirate king. Ambition is something that cannot be easily given up, so it is absolutely impossible to hand over Cobra. I bet on my dignity and I will fight with you. Sand Crocodile's eyes slammed. He once challenged Whitebeard. Who was he afraid of? Desert Sunflower. The sand underfoot was turned into quicksand by sand crocodiles. However, the quicksand had no effect at all. Monet's ice and snow froze the underground water veins, and the quicksand stopped immediately. It seems that you are going to resist to the end, but you have no dignity in front of me, and you don't need to bet on it. The conqueror's haki on Chen's body suddenly pressed against him. Sand Crocodile's pupils shrank, as if the whole world was pressing towards him. At this moment he was the enemy of the whole world. The strong pressure oppressed his body and destroyed his spirit. Just persisting for a moment, the sand crocodile lay on the sand with blank eyes. He shouldn't be dead. Sugar walked over and kicked the sand crocodile on the ground. Facing Sugar's heavy kick, Sand Crocodile didn't respond at all, staring at the front with wide eyes. If it wasn't for the faint sound of breathing, he might have really thought he was dead. I can't just fall down like this. After a long time, the Sand Crocodile finally moved and stood up. Ah, the corpse is cheating. Chen, kill him quickly. Sha Tang jumped on Chen's body in fright, and looked at the Sand Crocodile with a frightened face. Although Sugar is not weak, and has pervert's childlike fruit, Sugar is very courageous. Without cheating the corpse, he wouldn't have died. Chen pulled the Sugar holding his head off his body. Although Sha Tang looks like 15 years old now, Sha Tang's figure is still very petite, and of course it is definitely bigger than the 10-year-old appearance in the original book. Then why didn't you kill him? I'm ashamed, Sugar Tsunere snorted softly. Desert Treasure Sword. The arm turned into a huge sand blade, and they slashed towards Chen and the others. The powerful sand blade could cut the earth in half. However, such a powerful sand blade was easily blocked by Khalifa using the barrier, without causing any damage to the barrier. Even the slash of the four emperors Yuhi, Shanks, was blocked by Khalifa, not to mention the attack of the sand crocodile. Compared with Shanks, the difference between sand crocodile is not a star. The barrier fruit is really almighty. Aim looked at Khalifa and said, of course, her regression fruit is also not weak, and it is also a very powerful fruit. Sand crocodile's self-esteem can't stand it. If Chen shot to block it, Sand Crocodile would have absolutely nothing to say, but Sand Crocodile couldn't accept the repeated attack by a woman. Arrows Samsara. In embarrassment, Sand Crocodile used his strongest trick, which was also the one he was most proud of. This is a large-scale move of the sand fruit. After it touches the ground, it can absorb water and cause large-scale desertification. Even creatures standing on the desert can be sucked up. After the water is sucked dry, there is only one way to go. However, even this move was still blocked by the barrier. The barrier appeared on the ground, and Chen and all the girls were standing on the barrier. Shasha Fruit's move could not sand the barrier at all. This time, the sand crocodile was so annoyed that he would die of anger. How could there be such a fruit, which was more than a tortoise shell, and he couldn't move at all? Desert King Kong Sword. This is an enhanced version of the Desert Treasure Sword, but it is still ineffective against the barrier fruit and is easily blocked. Hateful. Sand Crocodile clenched his fist angrily and was blocked again. Stop struggling, hand over Cobra obediently, and I can let you live, or I will turn you into sand, believe it or not. Chen suddenly appeared in front of him, and the huge Susano's arm pinched it. Sand Crocodile. Susano wrapped armament hockey so Sand Crocodile didn't even think about using elementalization to leave. My Sand Crocodile will never compromise, said the pinched Sand Crocodile. Chen did not expect that the Sand Crocodile is still a hard bone. But since this is the case, Chen is not polite to him, and directly uses Tensegan to read his memory. After reading Sand Crocodile's memory, Chen threw him out, while Sand Crocodile's eyes were dull. Forcibly reading the memory will cause a lot of damage to the soul, especially if Chen is more rude. Even if Sand Crocodile can't become a fool now, he will suffer from headaches every day. Maybe it's better to die. Let's go. Chen took the girls away, ignoring the sluggish Sand Crocodile. But before leaving, Chen took out his rustling fruit and took it away. Don't you want rustling fruit? Taotu looked at Chen in surprise. In the past, Chen also extracted Shasha fruit, but later ate it for Shasha Crocodile. Who said I don't want it? This is something that can be sold for money, can I not? Chen put away the Shasha fruit. The money he said was not Bailey, but an exchange point. Chapter 562 Get Hades. In a dark underground prison, Chen brought Wei Wei in. Wei Wei was excited, but she didn't expect her father to be locked up. There is no one else in this dungeon, only Cobra is imprisoned, and besides the Sand Crocodile, no one knows Akatsuki at all. Hearing the voice, Cobra raised his head inside, and through the faint light, Cobra saw his own daughter, Vivi. Vivi, why are you here? Could it be that you were also caught by K. Rockdale? Cobra stood up and looked at Vivi with bloodshot eyes. No, I wasn't caught in, it was General Hyuga who brought me in. Vivi said to Cobra. Admiral Hyuga. Cobra looked at Hyuga Chen at this time, with excitement in his eyes. Could it be that the Navy found something wrong and came to save him? Don't be so excited, I came to you with a purpose. Chen said lightly, standing in front of Cobra. I don't know what General Hyuga needs. Cobra felt a little wary in his heart. Pluto, let me tell you the truth, I also came for Pluto, so you should be clear and tell us about Pluto's whereabouts. Chen did not detour with Cobra, but directly stated his purpose. Hearing that Chen's purpose was also Hades, Cobra's eyes turned cold, but it was also for Hades. What was the difference between that and Sand Crocodile? I'm sorry, I don't know what Pluto is. Cobra lowered his head and remained silent. Father, tell me about Pluto. General Hyuga is a good person. If it wasn't for General Hyuga, our kingdom would be over. Vivi persuaded. Vivi, don't talk about Pluto again, or don't blame me for not recognizing your daughter. Cobra raised his head suddenly and said. It seems that he is still stubborn and must use some special means. Chen and Cobra looked at each other. Eyes turned into three tomo, completely controlled by demonic illusion. Ah, General Hyuga, What's wrong with my father? Don't you hurt my father. Seeing Cobra's dull expression, Vivi tugged Chen's arm anxiously. Don't worry, I just used demonic illusion to control him. After I know what I want to know, I will release demonic illusion for him. Chen said softly. Hearing what Chen said, Wei Wei felt at ease, as long as her father was fine. Compared to the treatment of Bisha Crocodile, Cobra, who was controlled by demonic illusion, should be considered the most peaceful treatment. Under demonic illusion's control, Cobra told everything he had learned about Hades. Pluto is indeed here, and it is just below this desert. Cobra is not very clear about where it is. They, the Neferutari family, did not move to the Holy Land Mary Joa, but also to protect Pluto, the king of the underworld. I didn't expect the real Hades to really exist here. Chen had a smile on his face. Unlike Pluto's design, this is a completed Pluto. The Pluto design is completely worthless to the system, but Pluto is definitely valuable. For the core of a heavenly king, 300,000 exchange points are recovered. Although the core is the most valuable, if it is a complete heavenly king, how can it cost 500,000 exchange points? And Pluto may not be as good as heavenly king, but the value is not too far behind. There must be 300,000 exchange points. Akatsuki's desire to know, Chen unlocks Cobra's demonic illusion. Cobra recovered, looked up at Chen, and asked angrily, what did you do to me before? It wasn't that Cobra didn't have any feelings just now. He felt what Chen had done to him, but he didn't know the specifics. Chen ignored him, a laser smashed the door of the prison, and then walked outside. Now that you are free, think about how to suppress the domestic rebels. Chen said as he walked. Wei Wei stood there and bit Kiba, then chased after Chen. Why are you catching up? Chen asked, looking at Wei Wei who was catching up. I said at the beginning that if General Hyuga saves the kingdom of Alabasta, I will promise. Vivi Yuhi said with a face. I didn't save your kingdom, the sand crocodile didn't die, and the rebel army in your country didn't get wiped out. Chen said lightly. Although the sand crocodile is not dead, he should not dare to stay here. Without the deployment of the sand crocodile, the father of the rebel army can also handle them. Since you like it, follow along. Don't drive away the beauties who came to your door, stay on the boat to keep your eyes peeled. Walking out of the dungeon, the girls outside were waiting for Chen. When Cobra walked out of the dungeon, Chen and the others had already left. Cobra's face was gloomy. He didn't know what Hyuga Chen had done to him, but he must have gotten the news of Hades from his mouth. And not only that, but he actually abducted his daughter, and Cobra was very angry. But put these aside for now, Cobra hurried back to the royal city first. He wanted to see how the kingdom was now. 10 days have passed. Shasha Crocodile has not turned into a fool, but every day has constant headaches and lost the most dependent Shasha fruit. Knowing that Hyuga-chan was still here, Sand Crocodile didn't want to stay and seek death, so he left the kingdom of Alabasta with Ba Rock Works. Hades could only give up. With Hyuga-chan's intervention, Sand Crocodile knew that the chance to get Hades was gone. Moreover, he still has a headache that is cured, and he suffers so much every day that Sand Crocodile even wants to commit suicide. The rebel army was just a group of rabble. Under the suppression of the royal army, coupled with Cobra's soft-hearted policy, the rebel army was completely disbanded. After 10 days of searching, Chen finally found Pluto, the king of the underworld. Looking at this super battleship, Chen felt that it was really not easy. In order to find this battleship, they almost traveled all over the desert. It's been 800 years, and I don't know if it can still be used. Hancock looked at the battleship on it. It's been put away for so long, and it hasn't decayed with the passage of time. It really deserves to be an ancient weapon with the title of God. Tautu was also very surprised when he looked at this super large warship. This battleship is very huge. Even if it is not comparable to Moonlight Moria's terrifying 3-masted sailboat, it will definitely not be worse. But comparing the power, it is not the same. There are countless muzzles above, The largest cannon is oversized, and there are special cannonballs on it. One cannon can really destroy the island. This ship is really big, but it's pitch black, and it doesn't look like I like it. Sha Tang looked at the battleship with disgust. If Sand Crocodile knew that Sugar had disliked Pluto, I wonder if he would die of anger, and what he had always wanted was actually disliked. After a while on the super battleship Pluto, I visited the famous Pluto, and then Chen moved this ship, which is comparable in size to an island, into the system space. Chapter 563 Recycle to System. Pluto has also got it, and we should leave. Throwing Pluto into the system space, Chen said to the girls. The girls did not have any opinion. The kingdom of Alabasta is indeed a little bad. This is a desert area. It is enough to see this kind of unchanging sand. Well, can you let me say goodbye to my father? Wei Wei asked embarrassedly. Yes, we can go to Wangcheng to have a look. Wouldn't it be a pity if we came here and didn't go to Wangcheng? Sha Li said. We'd love to see that famous oasis too. Seeing that all the girls wanted to visit the royal city, Chen did not object, and came to the royal city with the girls, which is the largest oasis in the kingdom of Alabasta. However, because there is no rainfall all the year round, the place is also relatively run down, which makes the girls who came here a little disappointed. Cobra learned that Hyuga Chen and the others were here, and came to greet him in person. Of course, the main thing was to ask about Pluto, the king of the underworld. General Hyuga, have you found Hades? After entering the kingdom's palace, Cobra hesitated before asking. I found it. I didn't expect Hades to hide it so well, it's really hard to find. Chen said directly, and didn't hide anything. Even if Cobra knew that he had found Pluto, he couldn't do anything. Could it be that he has the ability to bring Pluto back from Chen? Hearing that Chen had found Hades, Cobra fell silent and said nothing. When Pluto is in the hands of Hyuga-chan, he can no longer ask for it. I just hope that he will not use the destructive Pluto to do excessive things. After staying in the palace for a few days, Chen and the others were about to leave. Wei Wei said goodbye to her father, feeling a little reluctant to part. General Hyuga, please take good care of Vivi. If there is anything wrong with her, please take care of her. Cobra asked. Don't worry, I'll take care of her. After talking with Cobra for a few words, Chen and the others left, and Cobra looked at their backs and couldn't help sighing. Pluto, who has been guarding for generations, is gone now, but Cobra doesn't think about it anymore, and it's useless to think too much. Besides, there are still many things in the kingdom of Alabasta that he needs to deal with, and he is not in the mood to think too much. Still on the original warship, and did not mean to let the super warship Pluto out for a stroll. Pluto is just a weapon, and the weapons on the battleship are very powerful, but when it comes to comfort, it is greatly inadequate. And Chen has already planned to recycle this super battleship to the system. Entering the system space, and seeing Chen coming in, Hanabi shouted, and jumped on Chen excitedly. Chen, you big rascal, you haven't come in to see us for a long time. Hanabi, don't be so rude. Hanada pulled Hanabi off Chen's body. Does it matter? It's not an outsider, Hanabi muttered softly. You brought in this huge ship. Tsunade pointed to the huge battleship below. To be honest, this is the biggest ship I've ever seen. Are all the ships in the outside world this big? Kushina asked. Makoto, Konan, Terumi Mei, Samui and other women also looked at Chen with doubts in their eyes. The size of this ship is a bit exaggerated. Hokage is the largest cargo ship in the world, and it cannot be compared with this ship. Not all of them are this big. This is rather special. This is not an ordinary ship. This is a battleship that can destroy an island with one shot, Chen explained to them. We know that. Makoto smiled and looked at Kushina. The shells of this warship are indeed very powerful. Kushina tried it a few days ago, and one shot can indeed flatten an island. I have tested the power, and it is indeed very powerful. If I drive this ship on the sea, it must be very majestic. Kushina said yearningly. Pity that they can't leave here at all now, which makes Kushina a little depressed. Teacher, how many women did you find outside? Yuhi suddenly raised his head and asked. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Watching the eyes of the girls staring at him tightly, Chen now especially wants to give Yuhi a special and unforgettable lesson. I haven't come to see us for a long time. Needless to say, there are many women. Ino pouted. Cough cough tilde actually, I know he has. Shui Heim. Chen glanced at Shui Heim, feeling the strong threat in Chen's eyes. Shui Heim immediately retreated. Seeing all the girls looking at her, Shui Heim pointed at Zichen, and then shrugged helplessly. With Makoto, Kushina, Tsunade, Snowheim and other women, Chen returned Hades to the system. After getting 400,000 exchange points, Chen is also very satisfied. Maybe the value of Hades is very high, but the price recovered by the system is very low. It is not bad to have these. He left the system space and appeared in his own room on the ship, while Hancock, Alvia and others were all in Chen's room. Seeing Chen who suddenly appeared, the girls couldn't help but ask, where have you been before, Chen, why did you suddenly disappear? If they didn't believe that Chen's strength would not be in danger, they should be worried. Go to a mysterious place. Chen picked up the juice next to him and took a sip. Where did these things come from? Chen pointed to the jewels and devil fruits in Nami's hands. Not long ago, I encountered a pirate ship and was robbed by Nami. These are the items that Nami robbed. Alvia said. 2 devil fruits, but these 2 devil fruits are animal devil fruits, which are very general. But even animal-type devil fruits have a very high value, at least 80 million Baileys on the black market, and at least 100 million Baileys if they get the auction. Nami did a good job. I will accept the 2 devil fruits, and the rest is yours. Chen reached out and took the 2 devil fruits away. Why, it's all mine, and I'm going to auction off these 2 devil fruits. Nami pouted. Of course, she said that. In fact, she didn't want to sell the devil fruit at all. That's what she planned to give to Chen. I don't understand why you want so much Bailey. Chen shook his head. If in the original book, she only loved money so much to save the village, then she has no reason at all now. But Chen feels that Nami now loves money more than in the original book. Nami's head was stunned. She didn't know what to do with so many Baileys, but she liked Bailey anyway. There's another devil fruit here, I'll give it to you too. Nami picked up the box containing the jewelry, and then picked up another devil fruit, but she didn't expect that there was a devil fruit hidden inside. Nami knew that Chen liked to collect devil fruits, so she threw them directly to Chen. Chen caught the devil fruit, put it away, and kissed Nami on the face. You give me 3 devil fruits, and I'll give you a reward with a kiss. Who needs your reward? Nami faced Yuhi. Yuhi said. Baby 5 feet's eyes lit up. Should she find a way to get some devil fruit for Lord Chen? Chapter 564 Princess Mononoke Perona. This is the magic triangle. It seems to be Moria's territory. After walking out of the room, Chen looked around. Why did you bring the boat here? Chen asked strangely. You're not on the boat, and we don't know where to go, so we randomly chose a direction and drove here. Nami said, standing beside him. Let's go. Go to Moria's boat and see. Since he came here, Chen didn't mind visiting here. That's a boat. Isn't that an island? Shirahoshi looked at the eerie island, his body tightened, and he felt a little scared. That's the ship. Mariah's ship should be the biggest ship in the world. Soon Chen's warship approached this huge ship like an island, and then Chen took the girls on this huge terrifying 3-masted sailing ship. This fiery place is really eerie and scary, Tautu said softly. It is covered with mist all year round, and there are eerie and terrifying barks that look really scary. What is that, so scary? 18 inches Shirahoshi looked at the thing with Yuhi light in the distance, and immediately hid behind Chen in fright. It should be something unique here, zombies. Chen comforted the timid Shirahoshi. And the zombie left immediately and ran towards the distance. Chen didn't care about the zombie. It was estimated that it was a tip-off. What? Hyuga Chen came to me. Moria clapped the table and stood up, her face changing. Mariah was very upset when he heard the news. But this is not necessarily an opportunity. If I can get Hyuga-chen's shadow, then I will be invincible in the world. Moria seemed to think of something and was overjoyed. It's not that he is bold, but Moria is a little sure, and he has Perona, the ghost fruit ability. Her negative ghost is very powerful, even Hyuga-chen may not be able to stop it, not to mention that even if he fails, he can push everything on Perona's head. So Mariah began to calculate, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Whether it was success or failure, it was not harmful to him, so why not do it? Go and inform Perona and tell her to let her clean up the people who broke into the boat. Moria ordered. After ordering to go down, Moria let out an unpleasant laugh. If he can get Hyuga-chen's shadow, then there are so many guys, he is not his opponent at all, he can take revenge in the future. Mariah, who was thinking about the future, didn't think about the consequences at all. He can indeed put everything on Perona, but Hyuga-chen is not a reasonable person, so it is useless to find a scapegoat. With a pink double ponytail, a crown, a goth dress, and a small Yuhi umbrella, couldn't help laughing when she got the order. But no one dared to come here for a long time, and Perona was too moldy, and this time she could finally go out and play. Haley, let's go. Perona set off with scary zombies and animal zombies. ... This gloomy place, the concubine still feels like a fire. Hancock said, frowning as he looked around. The environment here is really bad, and the gloomy atmosphere makes Hancock very disliked. It's not just that Hancock doesn't like it, the girls basically don't like it here, and no one likes the gloomy atmosphere. Are you the ones who broke into here? Perona brought scary zombies and animal zombies, and finally found Hyuga-chen and them in a forest. When Bai Xing heard the movement, he immediately grabbed Chen's arm with his hand, his body trembled slightly, and his eyes were tightly closed. Perona looked at Hyuga-chen and the others, all handsome and beauties, her eyes suddenly lit up, especially when she looked at Chen, her eyes were very bright. If only you could turn that handsome guy into a zombie and take it with you, Perona said, holding her face. Are you from Moria? Moria asked you to come here. Chen asked, looking at Princess Mononoke Perona. That's right, Moria asked me to arrest you, Perona said with her hands on her hips. Take me to see Mariah. You, why do you order me? Perona asked uncomfortably. Just because my fist is bigger than yours, is this okay? Chen clenched his fist. Joke, watch how I catch you all, negative ghosts. A few cute little ghosts flew towards Chen and the others. Khalifa looked at the flying ghosts and immediately used the barrier fruit. However, the negative ghost is the avatar of the spiritual body released by Perona. It is only a spiritual body, and it is not a barrier at all. Khalifa's face showed surprise. Perona was the first to break through her barrier. It's useless, no one can stop my negative ghost, you just surrender to me obediently. Perona said proudly. But her smug laughter came to an abrupt end. Because she saw the avatar of her spirit body that could penetrate any object, she was pinched by Chen's hand. What's wrong? Are you dumbfounded? Chen jokingly looked at Perona, who was choked. Don't be complacent, I still have a super powerful army behind me. Perona felt relieved when she saw the zombies behind her. Click. Boom. The thunder that suddenly appeared, blasted all the zombies into coke at once, and Robin retracted his outstretched hand. The corners of Perona's mouth twitched. The negative specter who was in no way unfavorable suddenly failed this time, and the group of trash behind him was also killed by a woman with a thunderbolt. Now the situation is not good. Well, I suddenly remembered that my mother wants to come home to 113 for dinner. I'm leaving now, Perona said embarrassingly. Then he crept away trying to sneak away. Stop. Perona stopped immediately, then raised her hand, and chose to surrender very unscrupulously. Now that all the cards are gone, and she can't beat it anyway, Perona has surrendered very unscrupulously. In her opinion, surrender is not shameful. Sorry, we don't accept surrender. Baby 5 feet's black muzzle aimed at Perona. Perona sat on the ground in fright and said pitifully, "Can you kill the lovely and beautiful me with all your heart?" "Hey, we only kill those cute and beautiful ones, and obviously you are among them." Sugar held a knife and gestured in front of Perona. Perona felt a daze in her head, and there was only one thought in her mind, and that was the end. Dying. Looking at the knife that flashed cold light, and then passed out gloriously. A fruit knife will actually scare you into a daze. You are so brave and dare to come out and become a pirate. In these days, everyone dares to come out and become a pirate. Sha Tang said old-fashioned. What should she do now? Kill her directly. Sha Tang gestured with a knife in front of Perona, and Perona, who had just opened her eyes, fainted again gloriously after seeing the knife so close at hand. Chapter 565 Mariah who was brought down by his own men. You're awake. Chen and the others looked at Perona who opened her eyes. Perona sat up from the ground, and then touched her face first, and the temperature, is she not dead yet? Your courage is really small, you were actually scared by a fruit knife, even Bai Xing can't compare. Sugar sneered at Perona. What did you say? Perona stood up angrily, but she was instantly discouraged when she saw the knife that Sugar was gesturing at her. Since you're awake, take us to see Moria. Otherwise, we'll kill you. Chen put the knife on Perona's neck. No problem, I'll take you to see Moria now. Moria asked me to arrest you. Don't kill me, Perona said with her hands up. Before the crisis of life and death, Perona sold Moria without hesitation. So Perona led the way, Chen and the others followed. I saw Moria soon. Moria looked at Perona who was walking in front, and Hyuga Chen who followed behind them with a puzzled expression. Now in this scene, did Perona capture Hyuga Chen? But looking at Perona's expression, it doesn't seem like it. Isn't this General Hyuga? It's an honored guest. I don't know what you mean by visiting me here. If you have something to do, feel free to instruct me. Moria said with a strong smile. Moria, you are so courageous, you actually dare to instruct your subordinates to attack me. Are you impatient and want to taste the taste of death? Chen asked lightly. No, I didn't instruct me. Moria's heart trembled, and sure enough, Perona failed. This should be her own opinion. How dare I attack General Hyuga? I didn't even know that you came to my ship, otherwise I would have gone to meet you long ago. Moria pushed everything on Perona's head. In his opinion, sacrificing a Perona to save himself is too wise. Perona looked angry. It was this guy who informed her and asked her to deal with the person who stepped into the terrifying three-masted sailboat. But Perona said, this is what you instructed him to do, how do you explain it? Chen asked lightly. General Hyuga, don't listen to this little girl's nonsense. She often lies, and I want to drive her away. Moria looked at Perona sternly, with murderous intent in her eyes, and the ferocity in her eyes was clearly visible. Big man, you actually cheated on me, Perona. Perona was so angry that she waved her hand, and several negative ghosts passed through Moria's body. Moria has nothing at all, and the negative ghost is indeed very powerful, but it is ineffective for people with a negative heart, and Moria is a person with a very negative heart. He likes to rely on others to do things, and he wants others to do everything for him, so Perona's negative ghost has no effect on him. Perona, you dare to attack me, are you going to rebel? Moria asked angrily. HMPH, you big man dare to pit me, watch me kill you, repent of the ghost. Perona said angrily. Mariah, who was hit by the ghost of repentance this time, fell to his knees on the ground, with tears in his eyes. I repent, I asked Perona to do all this. I made Perona take the blame. I am guilty, I am so guilty, I should die. Looking at Mariah, who was constantly in close contact with the earth with her head, Chen couldn't help feeling the power of the ghost fruit. Perona's ghost fruit is ineffective against Tatsu, that's because his soul is strong, and both Tensegan and Zanpakuto are strengthening his soul. And Moria is not so powerful. Although he ignored the negative ghost, he fell under Perona's repentance ghost. In addition to the ghost of repentance, Perona and the Ghost of Fear have not been used, but Mariah is now kneeling. This Mariah is really a rookie, and was actually settled by his own men. Monet and the others were stunned. Perona did not expect that she would defeat Moria so easily. Isn't he Chihuahua? Why is he so weak? Did he buy it with money? Perona couldn't help but complain. Baby 5 raises the gun, points it behind Perona, and pulls the trigger. Wrapped around armament hockey flew towards Perona. Perona turned around and looked at the flying bullets. With a big mouth, why did she kill me? However, the bullet did not hit Perona, but Absalom, who was stealthy and wanted to attack Perona. Absalom has the ability of transparent fruit, which can make himself transparent, but the development of Absalom fruit is not enough, and it is easily discovered by observation hockey of Baby 5. Then a shot hit him in the heart. Looking at Absalom, who was showing his figure because he was about to die, Perona looked at Baby 5 with gratitude in her eyes. If it wasn't for a shot from Baby 5, it would be her who fell to the ground now. So Perona is very grateful to Baby 5. Chen looked at Moria lying on the ground, and felt that he was really pitiful. Being brought down by his own men was a shame. You heard it too, everything was instigated by him, and it has nothing to do with me. If you want to find it, then settle the account with him. Perona pointed to Moria and said. Don't worry, I'm not interested in killing a woman like you. Chen waved to the timid Perona. Perona heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this, then pointed to Moria lying on the ground and asked, what should I do with this guy? Looking at Moria, who was kneeling and crying, Chen felt that killing him would be a shame. Let's throw this waste guy here. Stay here, for Luffy is an experienced monster. However, his superhuman shadow fruit, Chen accepted it very rudely. In fact, the shadow fruit is not weak, but Mariah is really a vegetable, so it seems that the shadow fruit is also weak. After Chen extracted the shadow fruit, all the shadows plundered by Moria disappeared, and not only the shadows, but also all the zombies died. Could he always be like this? Chen asked, pointing to Mariah, who had been kneeling on the ground. It won't be like this forever, but it will last at least 3 days. Perona said with her fist clenched. Chen gave him a sympathetic look, and then took the girls away from this ghost place. What have you been following us? Sugar turned her head and said to Perona, who was sneaking up behind her. I'm not following you, where am I going now? Perona, holding the little Yuhi umbrella, spread her hands and said aggrieved. Now she has nowhere to go. Anyway, she can't stay here any longer, so Perona can only keep up with Chen and the others. I'm going back to the Navy headquarters, do you still want to follow? Chen turned around and asked. Perona thought for a while. Although she was a pirate, she didn't do anything bad. There seemed to be nothing to be afraid of following him to the Navy headquarters. Chapter 566 Blackbeard defected. After leaving the Terror Triangle, the warship sailed to the Navy headquarters. Speaking of which, he hadn't returned to the Navy headquarters for a long time. After Hyuga Chen came back, Sengoku also felt very strange, but Sengoku hoped that Hyuga Chen would not make any fools at the Navy headquarters. Boy Chen, I heard that you had a conflict with Charlotte Lingling, one of the 4 emperors. Carp asked Chen. Not only with Ant 4 emperors, but also the world's largest swordsman, Eagle Eye. The matter of Chen Xiao's defeating Eagle Eye with swordsmanship has now spread throughout the Great Waterway, and now you are truly the world's #1 swordsman. Quote. It's nothing, just a mere 4 emperors. I didn't kill her because she was too ugly, I'm afraid of getting my hands dirty. Chen Hun said indifferently. Garp felt very speechless. The 4 emperor pirates did not have a weak one. Even if Garp wanted to take down one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Lingling, it was very difficult. Then why didn't you catch her? Akainu was very dissatisfied. He was just dissatisfied with Hyuga Chen. He clearly has the strength to defeat the 4 emperors, but it allows those 4 emperor pirates to act recklessly on the sea. If Akainu has such a powerful strength as Hyuga Chen, he will definitely arrest all the pirates. You can catch her yourself. If you want to marry her as a wife, I don't mind helping you catch her back. Chen said with a smile. Chen finished talking about 887, Carp couldn't help laughing. Just like Charlotte Lingling, marrying back as a wife is too scary. Akainu's face darkened, and now he has the heart to kill Hyuga Chen, just like Charlotte Lingling, who would dare to ask her. There's something big happening at sea right now, do you know that? Carp asked. I don't know the big thing, but I know that your grandson has become a pirate, and this is his reward. Hyuga Chen took out Luffy's reward. Because Colonel Mouse died, although Luffy was also rewarded, but not so much, only 15 million Baileys. Looking at the bounty list, Garp's face darkened, and he had long known that Luffy had gone out to sea to become a pirate. At that time, Sengoku even talked to him on purpose. But this is Luffy's choice, and Garp has nothing to do. Both grandchildren have gone to sea to become pirates, and one of them has become a crew member of Whitebeard. Garp is also very helpless. Actually, it's my fault. If I take him to the Navy headquarters, maybe he won't be a pirate. Carp said with a sigh. What I'm going to tell you about is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Carp changed the subject. He didn't want to talk about his grandson becoming a pirate either. Although he knew that such a day would come, he was quite shocked when he actually heard that Luffy became a pirate. You want to say that Blackbeard killed the crew and then escaped from the Whitebeard Pirates? As soon as Chen heard Blackbeard, he knew what was going on. This is indeed a major event. We all know that Whitebeard values his family. Now that this kind of thing happens, everyone's eyes are on it. Looks like you know. Titch, a member of the 2nd Division, killed the captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, as if to snatch a devil fruit. I don't know what kind of devil fruit this is. Entering it makes him do the most intolerable thing of the Whitebeard Pirates. Kizaru couldn't understand what Blackbeard was thinking. In his opinion, Blackbeard was courting death. With Whitebeard's attention to his family, how could he let go of this Blackbeard who killed his companion? Nature is a dark fruit, do you think it's worth it? Chen chuckled. Hearing that, Kizaru and the others looked at Chen in astonishment. If it is really the most vicious fruit of the dark fruit, then you can indeed take the risk. Qingzi nodded. However, he was very disgusted by Blackbeard's behavior. Betrayal of his father, who values him most, is just for a devil fruit. Aokiji doesn't like people like Blackbeard who do everything for profit. How long has Blackbeard defected to the Whitebeard Pirates? Chen asked curiously. It didn't take long, just a few days. Now he is escaping from Whitebeard's pursuit, but he is also very powerful, and he has not been caught yet. Kizaru said. If it is the captain of the squad, they will not be surprised, but a small player can still escape the pursuit. Blackbeard is not easy. Do you know who caused the 3 scars on Yuhi's eyes? It's Blackbeard. This time, even Carp was taken aback. Needless to say, Yuhi's strength was one of the 4 emperors, and Blackbeard could actually hurt Yuhifa. It seems that Blackbeard is hiding his strength. It's a big picture on the Whitebeard Pirates. Aokiji took the photo of Blackbeard. I won't talk to you anymore. Chen stood up and went home. After Chen went back, he saw that the girls were cleaning, and they were not at home all the year round. The dust in the house was definitely a finger thick. Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard's face is gloomy. He did not expect such a thing to happen. Everyone on the boat is his most important family member, and now this kind of family cannibalism is happening. Dad, it's all my fault. I'm sorry. Ace said reproachfully. Ace, it's not your fault, it's because I don't know anyone. Titch has been on the ship for 20 years, but I didn't see his true nature. Although Whitebeard said this, Ace still blamed himself, and Blackbeard Titch was his teammate. When such a thing happens, Ace, as the captain of the 2nd Division, is also responsible. Dad, I will catch Titch back. Ace said simply. Tiki can kill Sage. It shows that his strength is not simple. Let's leave it to Dad to solve it. Go to Sage's funeral first. Whitebeard shook his head at Ace. Having lost a child, Whitebeard didn't want Ace to have anything to do with it. After the funeral for Thatch, Ace sneaked away in a small boat at night. He must catch that bastard Titchback and let him confess to his father in person. Whitebeard looked at the boat that was gradually sailing into the distance, and sighed. Although Ace's movements were secretive, he couldn't hide it from him. Originally, Whitebeard wanted to stop him, but he also understood that Sachi's death was also a knot in Ace's heart, and finally chose to acquiesce. "Dad, can Ace go by himself?" Marco said. "Goo la la la, I believe in my son," Whitebeard said with a big laugh. "Hope it. I don't know why, I always have a bad feeling." Marco looked at the disappearing ship, and his heart suddenly jumped. "You know Ace's strength. I believe he can capture that traitor Titch. I'm here waiting for the good news of Ace." Whitebeard stepped back. Marco thought about it too. If we talk about strength, Ace is the strongest in the entire Whitebeard pirates, except for Dad and him, so there shouldn't be a problem. Even though he thought so, there was still a haze in his heart. Chapter 567. Shanks interviews Whitebeard. "Head, do you really want to go to Whitebeard's ship?" Reikulu looked at Yuhifa with a hesitant expression, and went to Whitebeard's pirate ship alone. "This is a very dangerous thing." "Don't worry, Whitebeard is not Hyuga-chen, I'm sure I will retreat." Yuhi Shanks waved his hand and said. "Let Reikulu stay on the boat." Shanks got on the Moby Dick with a Whitebeard. "Yuhi Shanks, what are you doing here?" Marco looked at Shanks, who came uninvited, and immediately became vigilant. The relationship between the four emperors is already hostile. Although the Yuhi pirates have never had a conflict with them, they have to be guarded. "Gu la la la. Roger pirates, you dare to come to my boat, aren't you afraid that I will kill you and annex your power?" Whitebeard picked up a barrel of wine and sipped it. Although it looks like a big barrel, for the body of Whitebeard, it is no different from a glass of wine for ordinary people. Yuhi let out a chuckle from Shanks. He understood that Whitebeard had no ambitions, which was why he dared to board Whitebeard's pirate ship alone. "I'm here to see you this time and discuss something with you, by the way. This is the fine wine from my hometown that I brought." Shanks put down the wine. "Fine wine, then I'll have a good taste." Whitebeard glanced at the wine Shanks brought. Marco frowned, then took the wine and said, "Let me taste it for Dad first." Marco poured himself a glass of wine and took a sip. In fact, this is because Marco is afraid that the wine Shanks brought is poisonous, so he will test it for Dad first. Not seeing anything wrong, Marco nodded and said, "This wine tastes very good, Dad, try it out." Marco doesn't need to be so cautious, he doesn't have the courage to assassinate me, Whitebeard said to Marco. Whitebeard believes that Shanks will never do anything to assassinate him on his own ship, unless Shanks is really tired of living. "You can still drink." Whitebeard nodded. "Tell me, what's the matter with me? You won't come here just to drink with Lao Su?" Whitebeard asked, staring at Shanks. "I'm here to tell you about Blackbeard." Yuhi made Shanks talk about Blackbeard. Whitebeard's face immediately turned ugly, thinking that Shanks was deliberately mocking him. "Yuhi-haired brat, what do you mean?" The Conqueror's hockey on Whitebeard's body was released, pressing on Yuhi-haired Shanks' body. Shanks' eyes widened, and the same Conqueror's hockey was released from his body, which shattered Whitebeard's hull, and all the crew members on the ship, except the squad leader, fell down. Foil Beasta, Diamond Yoja and Marco all looked at Shanks badly. The tenacity of the sword is terrifying. Whitebeard waved his hand and took back the Conqueror's hockey, while Shanks also scattered his Conqueror's hockey. "What do you mean by coming here? If you are here to mock me, Whitebeard, I won't let you go with the naginata in my hand." Whitebeard held the naginata next to him. "I didn't mean to mock you, I just wanted you to call Fire Fist Ace back and stop him from chasing Blackbeard," Yuhi Shanks said solemnly. "This is something on Lao Su's ship, and you are too lenient, Yuhi-haired brat," Whitebeard said with anger in his heart and arrogantly. "I really advise you, if you don't want Ace to have an accident, let him come back quickly. Don't be shameless. In my eyes, you're just a brat, and you don't have the right to take care of Lao Tzu's business. Whitebeard looked at Yuhi's hair with disdain. When does Lao Tzu still need you to remind me? The current Whitebeard is a stubborn old man. Yuhi's words don't work at all, but they will offend Whitebeard. I know Blackbeard's strength very well. Do you see my 3 scars? These are what Blackbeard left behind. Yuhi pointed to the scars on his eyes. Whitebeard glanced at him, and then ignored it too much. He believed in his son and ace. Seeing that Whitebeard was stubbornly unmoved, Yuhi Fashanks was also very helpless. This time, he was really kind to dissuade him, but Whitebeard actually ignored him. I know Ace is strong, but he is definitely not Blackbeard's opponent. I hope you can bring Ace back, Shanks said again. In fact, if it wasn't for Ace who was chasing Blackbeard this time, and the son of their captain, Shanks wouldn't be talking nonsense. He is not a person of the Virgin, and the Virgin cannot become the 4 emperors on the sea. Enough said. Get the hell out of here. Whitebeard ordered Shanks to evict him. Whitebeard, I'm serious. This time, Whitebeard didn't say a word. He held the naginata and chopped down at Shanks. Shanks' eyes tightened, and then he pulled out the western sword from his waist and fought with Whitebeard. The clouds in the sky were torn apart because of the fight between the two of them, and Whitebeard looked at Shanks coldly. Now you are going by yourself, or I shall send you away. The knife just now was just a warning. If he did it again, Whitebeard would be serious. Dad doesn't need you to take action, we can help you get rid of him. Marco and the others looked at Shanks coldly. Now their father's body is getting worse day by day, and he can do as little as he can. Hey, Whitebeard, I hope you won't regret it in the future. Shanks put away the western sword and left silently. I don't need you, a kid, to teach you a lesson. Whitebeard put down the naginata in his hand. Yuhi sent back to the boat, and Jesus put away the sniper rifle, and he had been watching what was happening on the Moby Dick. Just when the sword was drawn, Jesus was taken aback. If there was a real fight, the captains of each division would add a Whitebeard. Even if Jesus Cloth is very confident in Yuhi Fashanks, this lineup is too strong, and it will be there if you are not careful. Head, how's it going? Alas, Whitebeard doesn't listen to advice at all. Shanks shook his head. Don't worry about it so much, let's think of a way to save Beckman. Lajaloo said. Now Ben Beckman is still locked in Advance City, and Yuhi finds that they haven't been able to save him. As one of the 4 emperors, he was destined to be monitored by the Navy, and a slight disturbance would attract the attention of the Navy. Therefore, it is really difficult for them to go to the city to save Beckman. If they go there rashly, they will only be wiped out. When the time comes, go in and be with Beckman. I will definitely save Beckman, let's go. We can't control things here too much. If we intervene again, we might offend Whitebeard. Shanks shook his head and said. He has already understood the character of Whitebeard, and he will not listen to his words if he is stubborn, and he will not do such thankless things. Chapter 568 Meeting to Discuss. Sengoku, why did you call me for a meeting early in the morning? You can do it yourself, so why call me? Chen said angrily. Sengoku glanced at Chen. You are not in the naval headquarters, of course I will not ask you for a meeting, but now you are in the naval headquarters, of course I can't ignore you. What is the important thing in Sengoku? It has to come to the meeting early in the morning, which affects my rest. Carp wore a dog-headed hat, and he looked equally upset. You take off this dog hat for me. Sengoku squeezed a tic-tac-toe on his forehead. This is a serious occasion. Usually, you can wear a dog-head hat. Now you are wearing a dog-head hat at a meeting. Are you deliberately making trouble? What's the matter? It's not in the way. Carp picked his nose. Sengoku's head was full of black lines, so he simply didn't look at him, just out of sight and out of mind. I always feel that with Carp, he might lose 10 years of his life due to his anger. He clapped the table, and then Sengoku started to get to the point. If there is no important thing, he will not call the generals for a meeting early. This time I want to say something important. About the four emperors. Sengoku said solemnly. Hearing that it was about the four emperors, Garp, who didn't care now, also became serious, and only Chen was lying on the table with a look of indifference. What do the four emperors care about, whether they can beat their own women or two things? I received information that Yuhi, one of the four emperors, sent Shanks to talk for a long time on the ship of the four emperors, Whitebeard. Chen raised his head. He thought it was a big deal, but he didn't expect it to be this kind of shit. Sengoku, the two of them are chatting, and you're making such a fuss. You really don't fit to be a naval marshal, Chen said speechlessly. It's not as simple as chatting. Do you think the four emperors sitting together will say some useless nonsense? Who knows, maybe they're talking nonsense. Sengoku shook his head. Hyuga Chen could ignore it, but he couldn't ignore it. If the four emperors are together, if they discuss the alliance, it will be a great shock to their navy. This is an issue that cannot be ignored at all. It's really important to take this seriously. Whitebeard and Yuhi-haired Shanks come together. Aokiji frowned slightly. The navy headquarters of the four emperors alone is capable of suppressing them, but if the four emperors join forces, the navy headquarters can still suppress them. Navy add up. Even if Hyuga Chen is removed, it is also a super powerful force at sea. Unless all the four emperors join forces, they will not be able to shake the navy at all. However, there are many bastards in the navy. Kizaru is a top bastard, Aokiji is a half bastard, Garp is an old fritter, and Sengoku is a marshal and won't make it easy. Therefore, in the entire navy, only Akainu is really responsible. But Akainu is too extreme. Although he is a practical person, he is also thankless for his efforts. Could it be that Yuhi sent Shanks to Whitebeard and wanted Whitebeard to help him save Beckman? Kizaru guessed. It's not impossible. What we have to do now is to keep an eye on these two pirates, and we must not let them do anything. Sengoku looked at Akainu, Aokiji, and Kyabu. If you want to keep an eye on them, you can only let the generals come forward. Hyuga Chen can't count on them, so he can only look at Akainu and the others. Today, Sakazuki, Pulsalino, and Kuzan, the three of you will go to the New World, and watch the Whitebeard pirates and Yuhifa pirates closely, Sengoku ordered. The three nodded. Marshal, don't you think we're very passive now? Can't we just use one of the four emperors? Akainu asked with a frown. Now he has been cautiously vigilant against the four emperors, which makes Akainu very uncomfortable. Sakazuki, it's not that simple. The four emperors move the whole body with one hair. Everyone understands the truth. Sengoku shook his head helplessly. Do you really think he doesn't want to deal with the four emperors? But there is no way to deal with it. Even if the four emperors are in conflict with each other, if they really attack one of the four emperors, the other four emperors will not stand by. Unless it was Hyuga Chen who shot. Sengoku glanced at Hyuga Chen, but quickly shook his head. Hyuga Chen is not expected at all. There is one more thing, and that is about Blackbeard. Today, Blackbeard has been catching pirates with high bounties and giving them to us, wanting the position of Shichibukai. Sengoku said. If you want the position of Chiwahai, isn't Chiwahai already full? Chen asked suspiciously. Sand Crocodile Rockdar is dead, and now there is a vacancy in Shichibukai, Sengoku said. Chen looked surprised. Sand Crocodile died. When is this a thing? Just a few days ago, the Sand Crocodile was defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates, Straw Hat Luffy, and then committed suicide. Sengoku also gave Garp a special look. Garp laughed awkwardly, but is his grandson Luffy so good? Can actually beat the Sand Crocodile? Hyuga-chan was also very surprised. He didn't expect that Sand Crocodile was still defeated by Luffy, and he even killed himself. In fact, Sand Crocodile's suicide has nothing to do with being defeated by Luffy, but has something to do with Hyuga-chan. Although the Shasha Crocodile lost the Shasha fruit, his strength is still not weak, but when Chen forcibly checked his memory, he severely damaged his soul. It caused him to have a headache all day long, and his combat power was greatly weakened, and he was finally easily defeated by Luffy. And K. Rockdoll couldn't bear the headache anymore, and finally chose to commit suicide. Murderer who made K. Rockdoll commit suicide was Hyuga Chen. What do you guys think about Blackbeard joining the Shichibukai? Sengoku asked. Blackbeard is a treacherous villain, and this kind of person should not let him become Chiwahai. Kuzan said. I think so too. Akainu said. This time his opinion was surprisingly consistent with Aokiji's. But if you can use him, it would be good to catch more pirates. Akainu said suddenly. If Blackbeard can catch more pirates, then let him become Shichibukai. Sengoku nodded. He thought so too, and wanted to use Blackbeard to catch more pirates. And it's not bad for Blackbeard to become Shichibukai. After all, the hostile relationship between Blackbeard and Whitebeard is irreversible. Then give him a promise. If he can catch more pirates with a higher reward, he doesn't mind making him Chiwahai. Marshal, this may offend Whitebeard. Aokiji said with a frown. Joke, are our navy still afraid of offending pirates? Akainu looked at Aokiji with a very bad look. It's like they're afraid of Whitebeard by saying that. Chapter 569 Ace was arrested. Chen sat there, watching their discussion, but didn't say anything. Anyway, whether Blackbeard became Chiwahai or not has nothing to do with him. If Blackbeard really becomes Kibukai, I don't know if Sengoku will regret it in the future. Sengoku wants to use Blackbeard now, and Blackbeard also uses the navy. It's just a relationship of mutual use, and the other Chiwahai are also using each other. Time passed slowly, and a few months had passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few months, a lot of big things happened. The first is the protagonist Straw Hat Luffy. All kinds of troubles continue. Not long ago, there was a lot of trouble on the Judiciary Island, and the entire Judiciary Island was destroyed by the Slaughtering Order. After this happened, Carp left the naval headquarters for the first time. He wanted to avoid Sengoku, otherwise Sengoku would definitely be scolded for catching him. Marshal D. Titch successfully caught a lot of pirates, and also stared at Straw Hat Luffy. In the process of chasing Luffy, Blackbeard met Fire Fist Ace who came to hunt him down, and the two met on Banero Island. Looking at Ace who came to hunt him down, Blackbeard burst out laughing, and then extended an invitation to Ace. 19 and Blackbeard also spoke out about his transactions with the Navy and the world government, catching pirates with a bounty of more than 100 million Baileys, and then handing them over to the world government to become the plan of Kibukai. He also told Ace that he was going to hunt down Straw Hat Luffy. This made Ace annoyed all of a sudden. The account of killing the captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, has not yet been settled. Now he still wants to arrest his younger brother Luffy. Van Oka and Zisha's bashes on the Blackbeard ship took the lead in attacking Ace, completely igniting Ace's anger. The unrepentant guy, give me to go to my father to repent. Ace's arm turned into flames, and then he stretched out a flaming punch, knocking Blackbeard, who was caught off guard, into the air. The dark fruit has a disadvantage, that is, it cannot be elementalized, but it can directly absorb damage, but the pain is doubled. It hurts to death. Since you are courting death, don't blame me for being rude. Blackbeard got up and cried out in pain, staring fiercely at Ace. He admired Ace's strength, so he invited him to be a crew member, but he didn't expect this guy to be ignorant of praise. Dark water. Gravity explodes in Blackbeard's hand. Similar to Bansho Tenon, universal pull, the dark fruit is to manipulate gravity, and temporarily invalidate the enemy's fruit ability. As long as you touch the enemy, you can temporarily disable the opponent's fruit ability, which is why the dark fruit is the nemesis of other devil fruits. Stabilizing his body, Ace used the Fire Fist again, and the Fire Fist hit Blackbeard. However, before he touched Blackbeard, he was swallowed by the darkness created by the dark fruit. This is the power of the dark fruit. You can't beat me, Jia 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 Jia. Blackbeard said with a big laugh. Shen Fire Shiranui. His hands turned into flame spears, stabbing towards Blackbeard by gravity, and the scorching temperature sprayed on Blackbeard's body. It's useless, under the dark fruit, everything is restrained. The flame spear was also absorbed by gravity. Great flame ring, Emperor Yan. But Blackbeard couldn't help it. Ace used the strongest move, which was the strongest move he had developed, an ultra-wide-range attack. The created circles of flames finally merged into a super large fireball, and then smashed towards Blackbeard. Dark Cave. The darkness is released to the ground, and the person or thing touched by the darkness will be sucked in and sink, and then compressed and shattered. Even Ace's flame is no exception. Ace broke free with all his strength, and then stepped back. He didn't expect Blackbeard to be so powerful after eating the dark fruit. Ace's strongest move was also sucked into it by Blackbeard's dark gravity. Ace, you are too reliant on devil fruit. Blackbeard is not small, but his movements are very fast. He came to Ace in an instant, and then pressed his palm on Ace's body, causing Ace to temporarily lose the ability to burn the fruit. Gia, without the devil fruit, how can you fight me? I'll ask you again, do you want to join my pirate group? Ace's face was ugly, and the power of the devil fruit seemed to be sealed. However, Blackbeard wants him to join his pirate group, which is impossible. Even if Ace dies, he will not join his pirate group. You give up. I will never join your pirate group. Ace punched heavily, hitting Blackbeard's stomach. No toast, no penalty. Ace, you rely too much on burning fruit. Blackbeard easily grabbed Ace's fist. After removing the fruit ability, Ace's strength is too far from Blackbeard's. One punch knocked Ace out, and Ace fell to the ground, bruised all over his body. And Blackbeard still didn't let him go. Since he didn't join his pirate group, he would be the enemy. He had always been cruel to the enemy Blackbeard. Not using the dark fruit ability, Blackbeard is only using physical techniques, but Ace, who is still abusive, doesn't want it. Blackbeard can compete with Yuhi Shanks, but Ace is a little far behind. Maybe give Ace a few more years, and he can compete with Blackbeard, but now he doesn't have those years. Falling to the ground, Ace looked at Blackbeard feebly, his eyes glaring at him fiercely. This is simply a shame. He came to arrest Blackbeard with full confidence, but he was abused and he didn't want it. Ace felt sorry for his father. I-447s, don't blame me for being cruel. Blackbeard looked at Ace and smiled, a very sinister smile. He knows a secret. Ace is the son of Roger, the Pirate King. Isn't it easy to catch him now in exchange for the position of Chiwahai? What are you laughing at? Ace looked at Blackbeard angrily. His smile made Ace very uneasy. I gave you to the Navy, what do you think the Navy will do with you? Blackbeard grabbed him, and then asked his subordinates to put Shanghai stone handcuffs on him. Now we're off to the Navy headquarters. I wonder how Sengoku sees this gift. Blackbeard said with a big laugh. Captain, we are pirates, won't it be okay to go to the naval headquarters? Just go. Blackbeard interrupted the crew with a wave. Life is a big gamble, and Blackbeard is a gambler's character, otherwise he wouldn't spend 20 years looking for dark fruits on the Whitebeard pirates. This time Blackbeard just bet that Sengoku won't do anything to him, and he will become Shichibukai instead. Blackbeard's pirate ship sailed towards the Navy headquarters. Blackbeard standing on the bow was in high spirits. Sooner or later, he wanted Kun to go to the whole sea and become the Pirate King. Looking at the powerless Ace, now Ace is his bargaining chip. After becoming Chiwahai, he can plan more things. The peace of Ace is very important to him. Chapter 570. I just see that you are upset. Naval headquarters, Sengoku called the admiral to gather again. What's the matter this time? Chen asked, looking at Sengoku. I received a message from Blackbeard that he had captured the posthumous son of One Piece Gall D. Roger. Sengoku said after a moment of silence. When Carp heard this, his face immediately turned ugly. Isn't Roger's posthumous son his grandson Ace? I also got news that Ace was going to hunt down Blackbeard before. Is Ace being caught by Blackbeard now? But how did Blackbeard know that Ace was Roger's posthumous son? Roger will have a posthumous child. Aokiji's eyes were strange. Didn't he already investigate it clearly? Why did Roger suddenly have a posthumous child? I don't know about that either, but I believe Blackbeard wouldn't dare to talk nonsense. He can't afford the price. Sengoku's eyes shone brightly. Blackbeard is daring, and he doesn't dare to deceive the Navy at such a time and offend Whitebeard. If he offends the Navy again, there is really no way for him to survive in the sea. Soon a pirate ship came slowly. Blackbeard stood on the bow and laughed arrogantly, and beside him was Ace, who was tied by him. Sengoku looked at Fire Fist Ace and raised his brows. Of course, Sengoku knew who Ace was. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates had a bounty of 550 million Baileys. After seeing Ace, Garp's heart sank completely. It really is Ace. Has his identity been discovered? This guy's laughter is really unpleasant. He is so arrogant in the naval headquarters. Don't you have nothing to say about Akainu? Chen turned his head to look at Akainu. Big Spitfire. Watching the huge lava fist hit Blackbeard's ship, Sengoku didn't have much opinion. He also wanted to know about Blackbeard's strength. Blackbeard's laughter stopped, and he used the ability of the dark fruit with all his strength to defuse Akainu's attack with dark gravity. Humph! Akainu snorted coldly and did not continue to do anything. You better be honest with me here, or I don't mind letting you die in the sea. Akainu threatened Blackbeard. Why, is this how your Navy treats distinguished guests? Blackbeard still had an arrogant expression. Blackbeard has a rough appearance, and has the incomplete Kiba teeth that Yuhi sent out, and it looks black and ugly. Although the appearance is rough, Blackbeard is very delicate at heart. Except for some shortcomings of conceit and rashness, other characters can be called heroic. Didn't you say you grabbed Roger's posthumous son? Don't tell me it's Ace. Sengoku asked with a frown. In fact, Blackbeard caught Ace, and Sengoku was already very happy. Whitebeard is the one who values his family the most, so he can take advantage of this weakness to deal with Whitebeard. Yes, Ace is Roger's posthumous son, with the blood of sin. Blackbeard grabbed Ace with a smile and threw him in front of Sengoku. Looking at Ace's tragic appearance, Garp clenched his fists tightly, his body exuded an astonishing suffocation, and Aokiji, who was standing beside Garp, couldn't help but stay away. Looking at Garp's terrifying appearance, Aokiji didn't know which guy was provoking this old man. Sengoku glanced at Garp. Of course he knew why Garp was angry, and Sengoku also knew that Ace was Garp's grandson, and it wasn't a big secret. I'm not Roger's son, I'm Whitebeard's son. Ace raised his head, Yuhi in his eyes. How do you prove it? Sengoku looked at Blackbeard after taking a look at Ace. This is what he once said to Whitebeard, can I still hear it wrong? Blackbeard said with a smile. When Ace revealed that he was Roger's son, he happened to be overheard by Blackbeard. It is precisely because of this that Blackbeard knows that Ace is the son of the pirate king Roger. Sengoku glanced at Garp's incomparably dark face and knew that it was probably true, that Ace was really the son of Roger, the pirate king. Okay, this time you have made a contribution to catching Roger's posthumous son, and the position of Shichibukai can be given to you. Sengoku said lightly. Hearing this, Blackbeard laughed. But Aokiji frowned. Don't you need to investigate, just directly identify Ace as Roger's son, this seems a bit inappropriate. But Sengoku has his own ideas, not to mention that he is 80% sure that Ace is Roger's posthumous son. Even if Ace is not Roger's posthumous son, for the sake of his white-bearded son, he can still give the position of the Blackbeard Chiwahai. In that case, thank you Marshal Sengoku, Jia 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 Jia. A huge armored arm suddenly fell from the sky and pressed Blackbeard to the ground. Blackbeard, who was caught off guard, ate a mouthful of mud. Do you know that your laughter is ugly? You need to clean up, right? Chen said angrily. Whitebeard will not be so arrogant in front of me. Who are you showing your arrogance now? General Hyuga, what do you mean? Don't forget that I am Shichibukai now. Blackbeard raised his head, his eyes a little dreadful. What about Chiwahai? You are Chiwu Customs, what's the matter with me? I just want to take care of you because you are upset. What can you do? Chen directly expressed his attitude, just to see that you were upset. Marshal Sengoku. Blackbeard looked at Sengoku, but Sengoku didn't even look at him, which made Blackbeard's face extremely dark. Captain. Van Oka picked up the gun and aimed it at Hyuga Chen. Chen turned his head and glanced at him, then raised his hand. A Thunderlight Jinchuriki column hit him with a bang, and together with the entire Blackbeard pirate ship, turned into fly ash. Seeing that the crew members he had found so hard had all died in Chen's hands, Blackbeard's eyes immediately turned to Yuhi. Hyuga-chan, how on earth did I offend you? Blackbeard shouted while biting Kiba's teeth, which were already mutilated, were almost crushed by him. You didn't offend me, I just saw that you were upset, nothing else. Chen said lightly. Because of your unhappiness, you can kill my crew, what's the reason? Blackbeard roared angrily. Reason? It's ridiculous, did I mention the reason for this? Do you need to give the ant a reason to kill an ant? Chen smiled and looked at Blackbeard. Blackbeard clenched his fists, anger filled his heart, and he felt that Hyuga Chen was more unreasonable than a pirate. Susanoo's arm lifted. Chen didn't kill Blackbeard. While I'm in a good mood now, let's run away. Otherwise, there won't be anyone to collect your corpse for a while. Chen waved his hand and said. Blackbeard got up, with anger, hatred, and fear flashing in his eyes, but Chen completely ignored him. A mere Blackbeard, not even qualified to let him face it. If he didn't want to see what else Blackbeard could do in the future, Blackbeard is dead now. Blackbeard stepped on the seawater and left the Navy headquarters without looking back. Chapter 571 Provoke 4 emperors at a time. Sengoku and the others didn't look at Blackbeard fleeing in embarrassment, but looked at Chen strangely. They didn't understand why Chen suddenly shot at Blackbeard. Look at what I'm doing, I really don't feel good about that guy. I feel like that guy is worse than Kizaru. Chen glanced at Kizaru. The wretched old face of Huang Yuan really deserves to be beaten, and it is fortunate that he is strong enough, otherwise he would have been beaten to death long ago. Kizaru laid down his gun innocently. It seems that he will stay away from Hyuga Chen next time, otherwise what if he beats him unreasonably? Kizaru is very self-aware. He knows that he is far from Hyuga Chen's opponent. The most important thing is that with Hyuga Chen's speed, if he wants to beat him, he can't escape. What are you looking at? Let's beat you together. Chen glanced at Ace, who fell to the ground and looked at him. Sengoku took out the phone bug, and then told the world government about Ace. His eyes twinkled. At this time Sengoku was planning what to do with Ace. When Ace was caught this time, Sengoku planned to use Whitebeard to attack. The 4 Emperor's pirates were getting stronger and stronger, and Sengoku could not let them grow bigger and stronger. Now Whitebeard is old, and according to the information they got, now that Whitebeard is suffering from injuries, it is time to take action against him. But these have to be discussed from a long-term perspective. Although Whitebeard is old and still injured, it does not mean that Whitebeard is weak. Even now, the strongest among the 4 emperors is still Whitebeard, so to deal with Whitebeard, there must be a lot of plans and perfect strategies. Garp looked down at Ace. Ace didn't look up, and now he didn't dare to look at Garp's face. Although he is not Garp's grandson, Garp treats him and Luffy equally. Garp also wanted Ace to become a navy. If Ace became a navy, even if Ace's identity was discovered in the future, the world government would not do anything to him. But Ace became a pirate without saying a word, not even informing Garp. Sengoku glanced at Garp and sighed, sorry for Garp this time. Aoki, Akainu, you two are responsible for escorting Ace into the Push City, don't make any mistakes. Sengoku instructed the 2 of them. The 2 nodded when they heard the words, and then took Ace to the warship. Ace, who was escorted to the warship, suddenly turned his head with difficulty and looked at Garp. I'm sorry, Grandpa, I failed your expectations. After saying that, there were tears in Ace's eyes. Garp looked at Ace with tears in his eyes. Now he really wanted to let Ace go, but Sengoku wouldn't allow it, and he was embarrassed himself. On the one hand, Ace is his grandson, on the other hand, he is the Navy, on the one hand, family affection, on the other hand, principle. If it is Chen, it must be a good choice. In his eyes, his own talents are the most important. But Carp is not Hyuga Chen. In his eyes, the Navy is the object he has served for most of his life. The Navy is as important as his family. Cap, I know you're sad, but if you do anything, don't blame me for disregarding years of love. Sengoku patted Carp on the shoulder. If Garp really wanted to save Ace, Sengoku would never allow it. If it really gets to that point, he will unite the three generals and imprison Garp first. Although Sengoku and Garp are old comrades in arms for many years, in principle, he will never give in. I see. Carp's old figure walked silently into the distance. Within a few days, the news of Ace's arrest had spread all over the sea. Now the news that Ace is Roger's posthumous son has also been confirmed by the Navy, but it has not been announced. Dad, Ace has been caught, and the Navy said it will be publicly executed. What should I do? Marco was holding the newspaper. His face was very ugly. Whitebeard clenched his fists, then took the newspaper and read the news about Ace's execution. This time, it was not just Ace who was executed, but also Ben Beckman. Lao Su's son. Not everyone can handle it. Whitebeard stood up and looked into the distance firmly. Call all the fleets. I will go to the Navy headquarters to make a scene and rescue Ace. Dad, Yuhi sent it. Foilbeast looked at the pirate ship Yuhi sent in the distance. He's here, probably for Ben Beckman's business. Whitebeard clearly knew the purpose of Yuhi's hair. Because of the announcement by the Navy, the execution of Ace and Ben Beckman, the pirate in the sea, never thought that the Navy would provoke 2 emperors at once. That's right, this time Sengoku is ready to attack the 2 emperors. Whitebeard, let's unite. This was the first sentence Shanks said after stepping on Whitebeard's pirate ship. Ben Beckman was the one he had to save, and Shanks couldn't let Beckman be executed by the Navy. No need. Whitebeard refused directly. He didn't want to unite with others. You think you can rescue Ace with the Whitebeard pirates? Don't forget Hyuga Chen. Shanks looked at Whitebeard seriously. Whitebeard was silent for a while, looked at the sons behind him, and finally nodded. Don't wait for the public execution. We will now assemble the fleet and directly attack the undersea prison propulsion city to rescue Ace and Beckman. Shanks said. If they waited for the public execution, they would have faced too many enemies at that time. Now, attacking the underwater prison should be the best method. Give it up. I know about Sengoku, and now the news has been released. When we arrive at the advanced city, what will be waiting for us is the net of heaven and earth. At that time, maybe Ace and the others will no longer advance the city. Whitebeard shook his head and said. With Sengoku for many years, and Whitebeard knew him very well. What's more, it takes a lot of time for them to go to the advanced city. Sengoku will not put Ace in the advanced city and give them so much time. Therefore, it is impossible to rescue Ace by directly attacking the advanced city. Shanks also thought about it. Sengoku would never give them this chance, so the prison plan probably won't work. Then we can only wait for the execution time. Shanks said silently. Guy Duo, one of the 4 emperors, and the aunt of the 4 emperors are also paying attention to this scene. The Navy is going to fight with Whitebeard and Shanks, which is a good thing for them. No matter who wins or loses in the end, it is their fishermen who will benefit in the end. As for whether there will be a war, no one doubts this. Whitebeard is the person who values his son the most and will definitely save Ace, and Shanks is also the person who values his companions very much. What's more, this companion is still his deputy captain. Now that Ben Beckman is executed, Yuhi Shanks will never sit idly by and will definitely rescue Beckman. So this war is inevitable. Because of this news, the whole ocean has completely stirred up the situation, especially in the New World. The forces of Whitebeard and Shanks are gathering, and the storm is about to come. Chapter 572 The more thirsty, the more salt. The big underwater prison. Luffy sneaked here. He came here to save his brother Ace. In the Chambord Islands, Luffy still beat the Tianlong people, and then was besieged by the pacifists Tilda and Kyabu. In the end, he was bombed by the bear and still landed on Daughter Island. Originally, Boya Sandasonia and Boya Marijalud wanted to kill Luffy, the guy who broke into Daughter Island. However, Luffy has some strength and is not an opponent. In the end, he asked Hancock, who was in the naval headquarters, and then under Chen's order, he let Luffy go. After Luffy got the news of Ace's arrest, he couldn't sit still, and asked Marigold to send him away from Daughter Island, and then went to Advance City alone. Luffy is worthy of being the protagonist. After breaking into the Advance City, he made a lot of trouble under the eyes of Magellan, the director of General Strength. It's a pity that Luffy came late, and now Ace has been escorted away and is no longer in the Push City, so he can only escape from here and find another way. Blackbeard, who has become Chiwahai, used the convenience of Chiwahai to come to the Advance City. He came here to find a powerful crew. Because the crew that was finally found was killed, now Blackbeard is the only one left in the Blackbeard Pirates. After gathering a lot of crew members and leaving the Advance City, he was caught up by Magellan. Magellan killed all the Blackbeard pirates with a powerful poisonous fruit. If it wasn't for the betrayal of Shiryu the Rain and the antidote to Blackbeard, Blackbeard might have died at the hands of Magellan. And Magellan, who had just been so beautiful and almost sent the Blackbeard pirates to annihilation, was tragically besieged by powerful criminals who escaped from the 6th floor, and was seriously injured and dying. Sengoku looked at Moonlight Mariah, Hawkeye, and Doflamingo, his brows furrowed. He called Shichibukai. Why hasn't Blackbeard come yet? It's normal that Jinbei didn't show up, because in the past, because he refused Sengoku's forced summons, he was deprived of the title of Shichibukai, and then imprisoned in the underwater prison. Sengoku still doesn't know that Jinbei has been released by Luffy, and is now discussing to save Ace. Empress Boya Hancock is here or not, anyway, Sengoku knows that she is in the Navy headquarters now. It's normal for the bear not to appear. Now that the bear has been pulled and transformed, it won't appear here either. But if Blackbeard doesn't appear, it's very abnormal. Sengoku's heart skipped a beat, and he always felt something was wrong. Wah 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 young. It seems that the newly appointed king, Shichibukai, doesn't seem to obey the command of Marshal Sengoku. Doflamingo said with a smile. Sengoku gave Doflamingo a warning look. If this guy dares to talk again, Sengoku doesn't mind giving him a shock wave to let him know how powerful he is. Doflamingo kept his mouth shut. It's okay to be arrogant, but now that Sengoku is angry, don't offend Sengoku at this time. Report to Marshal. Straw Hat Luffy and Blackbeard have invaded the undersea prison and released the prisoners. A Navy soldier walked in and said hastily. Doflamingo raised his brows with a smile on his face, but did not laugh out loud. Sengoku, who is dissatisfied with him, will definitely attack. What did you say? Sengoku stood up suddenly. Did something happen to the underwater prison? There are a lot of criminals in there, and they are all vicious criminals. If they are allowed to escape, Sengoku will have a headache. Normally, Sengoku wouldn't have such a headache, but now it's different. Now is the time to execute Ace and Beckman. Now the Navy is fully preparing for war, preparing to fight the 4 emperors, Whitebeard and Shanks. Now that bastard with Blackbeard has done so many things for him, Hyuga-chan didn't beat that bastard to death that day. This is really the more thirsty you give salt. Where's Magellan? What does the director do? How did Straw Hat Luffy and Blackbeard get in? Sengoku angrily smashed the table into pieces. Looking at Doflamingo, Moonlight Moria and others, Sengoku felt even more embarrassed, and the Navy's face was embarrassed. Marshal, Director Magellan was severely injured and is now dying, the soldier whispered. I see, you go out first. Sengoku sat on the chair with a sigh and looked at the rest of Kibukai with vigilance in his eyes. It seems that we will have to be more guarded against these people in the future. It was because he took care of Blackbeard relatively loosely, which caused Blackbeard to sneak into the Advanced City and release the criminals inside. You guys leave first. Sengoku told Shichibukai to leave. At this time, Sengoku summoned Shichibukai to deal with Whitebeard and Yuhifa, and now Sengoku has no time to manage the matter of the underwater prison. Compared with those criminals, dealing with the 4 emperors is the most important thing now, and after the 4 emperors are dealt with, we will deal with those criminals. The execution is going to be carried out today, so there is definitely no time to control them, and those guys with Blackbeard really know how to pick the time. Get up and go out. At this time, Ace and Beckman have been escorted to the execution platform. I didn't expect that I would be executed here with you. Beckman chuckled. Beckman has been imprisoned in the underwater prison for 7 or 8 years. It is better to die than to stay in the underwater prison all the time. But Beckman is very clear that he knows that the Navy has a conspiracy to target the Whitebeard pirates and the Yuhi pirates. Now Beckman only expects Shanks not to come. Since the Navy dares to face the 4 emperors, it must be sure to win. Ace didn't speak, and glanced at Garp in the distance, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. The video phone bug has broadcast the pictures here all over the world, and people all over the world can see the execution pictures. Pirates all over the world are excitedly watching the upcoming war. Of course, in their hearts, they hope that the 4 emperors representing the pirates will win. You said that the Navy is such a big battle, will Whitebeard and the others go? A pirate said in confusion in the Chambord Islands. I will definitely go. Father Whitebeard attaches the most importance to his family. My dream is to join the Whitebeard pirates. A pirate next to him said frantically. Pluto Rayleigh, watching the broadcast at this time, looked at Ace's face, and drank suffocating wine in silence. After hesitating for a long time, Rayleigh put down the glass and said to Aunt Xiao, I'll leave for a while. Aunt Xiao froze for a moment, but she didn't stop Rayleigh who was leaving. She knew that after Rayleigh made up his mind, he would never change. You have already retired, do you still think about wading in the muddy water this time? It's really annoying, Aunt Xiao said as she packed her wine glass. Rayleigh was driving a small boat to the Navy headquarters. He didn't want to be involved, but he finally decided to check it out. If there is a chance to rescue Ace, he will also do it. After all, Ace is Roger's posthumous son. Chapter 573 Top War. Sitting behind the execution platform, Hancock sat beside Chen and fed him intimately with the snacks next to him. Looking at the two, a black line appeared on Sengoku's forehead. General Hyuga, I will need your help later, don't forget. Sengoku solemnly reminded. This time, there were 4 emperors. Sengoku was also ruthless this time. Looking at Kasaragi, who was doing nothing, Sengoku said, if you don't let out the water again this time, don't blame me for being rude to you. Kazaru still looks like it doesn't matter. For him, it's enough to play Chan Oil. Why do you work so hard? It was Akainu's expression of fighting intent, and he would definitely do his best to deal with Whitebeard and Yuhifa without Sengoku's orders. Sengoku walked to the front, glanced at the 2 behind him, and started his speech. Everyone knows that this time the execution is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the vice-captain of the Yuhifa Pirates, but you don't know that Ace still has an identity. The people who are watching the live broadcast through the video phone bug and the pirates are all puzzled. Did they have an identity? What identity? Ace looked at Sengoku and bit Kiba angrily, wishing he could rush to kill Sengoku now. Ace is actually the son of Roger, the Pirate King, and now our Navy has confirmed it. Sengoku's words caused an uproar, the son of One Piece Roger. No wonder the Navy would come up with such a big battle this time. This time, we will completely end the sinful son of Ace, and kill the remnant left by Roger, the Pirate King. Sengoku shouted loudly. The people who were watching the live broadcast shouted and shouted excitedly after hearing it. In fact, basically any pirates were not welcome. I wonder which place has never been attacked by pirates, so there are many people who hate pirates. Sengoku's face was solemn, and he looked at the many navies below, preparing for the upcoming battle. In addition to executing Ace this time, Sengoku wanted to take the opportunity to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates and the Uhifa pirates in one fell swoop. Squinting, looking at the distance without any ships, did Whitebeard give up on Ace, and Uhifa gave up on Beckman? No, it shouldn't be possible, as he understands, neither Whitebeard nor Uhifa are like that. Be careful with me, Sengoku ordered. The pirate group brought by Whitebeard and Uhifa. Sengoku was also surprised. He didn't expect them to pass through the coating and come from the bottom of the sea, which made Sengoku a little unexpected. Ace, Daddy is here to save you, Gulala. Ace on the execution platform suddenly raised his head, watching the white-bearded Ace standing on the Moby Dick shed tears. I'm sorry, Dad, if I didn't insist on chasing and killing Blackbeard, I wouldn't have been caught. I'm the one who got you involved. Ace lowered his head. Whitebeard shook his head. Ace, you don't need to blame yourself. I acquiesced in letting you go after Tiki, and now Dad has rescued you. Brother Ace, I'll save you. Little Oz roared and rushed towards Ace on the execution platform. Little Oz is a demon, and his huge size is daunting, but in this world, it is not necessarily stronger if he is bigger. It's up to you now. Sengoku stood in front of the execution stand, looking at Shichibukai Doflamingo, Moonlight Mariah, and Kuro-kun Bear. Now it's time for Chiwahai to do some work, otherwise, will they keep letting them eat idle meals? Moonlight Moria looked at Little Oz. If he still had the shadow fruit, maybe he could make Little Oz a powerful zombie, but now the shadow fruit was taken away by Chen. Thinking of this, Moonlight Moria looked at Hyuga Chen in the distance with hatred in her eyes. Storm-kun Bear looked at Oz's huge body and appeared behind Oz like a teleportation, then slapped it down with a palm and sent out a shock wave. The current Storm-kun Bear has been completely transformed, completely unconscious, and turned into a machine that only knows how to obey orders. Little Oz was punched with a big hole by the shock wave. Doflamingo watched this scene, laughed sinisterly, and then used a sharp silk thread to cut off the soles of Little Oz's feet. Moonlight Moria rushed up and attacked Little Oz desperately. Under the siege of the three Chiwahai, Little Oz completely fell. Little Oz. Looking at Little Oz who fell to the ground, Ace's eyes showed painful tears. Haikwan. Seeing the fall of Little Oz, Whitebeard's eyes showed anger. The sea continued to shake, and under the horrified eyes of countless navies, huge waves rose up. The huge waves hit Marine Fando, the headquarters of the Navy. Countless naval soldiers watched the huge waves and thought of running away. This kind of scene, like a natural disaster, is simply not something that ordinary people like them can contend with. Aokiji. Sengoku looked at Aokiji, and only Aokiji could solve this big wave. Aokiji nodded, and then with the most powerful trick of frozen fruit, the Ice Age froze all the waves of the ocean. Meteor Volcano. Akainu punched out a fiery lava fist, and the fist was like a meteorite, smashing down towards the white-bearded Moby Dick. Uhifa was also within Akainu's attack range, and Akainu wanted to annihilate them with one move. However, this is a bit whimsical. The big knife in Whitebeard's hand can easily block the falling magma fist. The other squad leaders are not vegetarians. Akainu's meteor volcano did not have any effect at all. All this scene was broadcast by the video phone bug. Conqueror's Haki. Shock. Yuhi sent Conqueror's Haki, stunning all the navies. Battle started completely. Yuhi started to clean up the ordinary navy, and Sengoku looked at the fainted navy with an angry look in his eyes. Buddha's impact. Transformed into a huge golden Buddha statue, and sent a shock wave towards Yuhi. The powerful shock wave made Yuhi not dare to take it hard, so he could only avoid it with the crew at 2.3, and watched the ship be smashed into pieces. Sengoku's golden body is amazing. I don't know if it's real gold, Chen said, looking at Sengoku, who had turned into a huge golden Buddha. If it is really gold, then Sengoku is really rich. If one day he runs out of money, it will be money if he cuts off a finger. Carp sat there, watching this scene and didn't shoot, and Sengoku didn't have any intention of letting him shoot. His grandson was executed, and if he still stopped the rescuers, he didn't deserve to be a grandfather. At the same time, Guy also acted. He didn't come here to swim in muddy water, but attacked Whitebeard's territory. Now that Whitebeard and Yuhi have left, Guy is more prepared to occupy their territory first. Guy Duo's actions are a bit inauthentic, but Guy Duo is not afraid of their revenge in the future, because they have to talk about it in the future. Chapter 574 Taoist 5 Old Stars Appear. Whitebeard and Yuhifa didn't know about Guy's raids on their territory, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to control that much. The Moby Dick dashed through the Navy's interception net, and Whitebeard jumped off the boat first and ran towards the execution platform. I can't let you go there, otherwise I won't be able to explain it to Sengoku. Kizaru stood in front of Whitebeard. Kizaru is already tall, but compared to Whitebeard, his height is not enough to look at. Kazuki kid, get out of the way. Whitebeard swung his Naginata sword and chopped it down towards Kizaru's neck. Tiankong Cloud Sword. Kizaru blocked Whitebeard's attack with a sword of light, and was knocked back dozens of meters by Whitebeard's blow. This kind of power is really a monster. Kizaru felt his arms go numb, and the power of Whitebeard was simply inhuman. General Yellow Monkey, let me come. The giant lieutenant general smashed his fist at Whitebeard. Their giant clan is the strongest in terms of strength. In terms of strength, they think they are not inferior to anyone else. Humph. Compared with Lao Tzu's fist, let Cyborg Kong and Garp come. Whitebeard knocked out the giant lieutenant general with one punch, and then beheaded the giant lieutenant general with one knife. 19 Chen, who was sitting in the chair, raised his eyebrows when he saw that Whitebeard had killed a giant lieutenant general, and Whitebeard finally killed someone. In the original work, although the Whitebeard on the top of the war is very awesome, but in the end he was beaten badly, so I won't say it. The key is that no one was killed. Although he beat this and that, but one was not beaten to death, it was a bit embarrassing. Hyuga Chen, you haven't shot yet. Sengoku punched Yuhi's hair and shouted loudly. Now Aokiji is besieged by the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu and Kyabu fight against Whitebeard, and they are beaten and retreated, and the situation is very bad. What Sengoku thought was to let Hyuga Chen deal with Whitebeard, and he would definitely win, and then he would deal with Yuhifa, and the three generals and the vice admiral would deal with the captains of the Whitebeard pirates and the officers of the Yuhifa pirates. However, she thought well, but Hyuga Chen sat there drinking tea, and didn't move at all. Sorry Sengoku, I seem to have eaten a bad stomach. Now my stomach hurts a little bit, so I shouldn't fight now. Chen spread his hands and said. Sengoku's nose was crooked when he heard the words. Hyuga-chan doesn't make a move now, what should I do with the fierce Whitebeard? Unless the three generals take action together, Whitebeard can be taken down, but now Aokiji is under siege, and it is impossible for him to protect himself. Although Marco, Leikulu and others are not as good as Aokiji, they are not far behind. It is also very miserable to be besieged by so many people now. Foilbeasta found Hawkeye and had a sword fight with Hawkeye. The hot scene was a little out of control. Mainly Yuhi's Conqueror's Haki, which puts the Navy soldiers on the ground, otherwise they wouldn't be so passive. A sword chi slashed towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. He opened Kizaru and Akainu, and then blocked the sword chi. His body couldn't help but take a few steps back. Whitebeard looked at the person who emitted the sword energy. He was wearing a Taoist robe and had a big bald head. He looked a bit vicious, and behind him was the previous marshal, Steel Skeleton Kong. It turned out to be the 5 old stars. Whitebeard tightened his grip on the Naginata. There was a 5 old stars, and together with the Steel Skeleton Kong, the situation was not good. Whitebeard, you stay here this time. The Taoist 5 old stars said while holding the knife, looking at Whitebeard indifferently, with murderous intent in their eyes. Gu la la la. The lackeys of the Tianlong people also want to kill me, Whitebeard. The Whitebeard's broadsword was shrouded in white light, which was his ability to activate the shaking fruit. Wu Laoxing is here too. It seems that he is determined to let Whitebeard die. Looking at the Taoist Wu Laoxing who suddenly appeared here, Chen was a little surprised. Garp looked at Wu Laoxing and Cyborg Kong, and there was a bit of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. Originally, Garp expected Whitebeard to save Ace, but now it seems that it is really impossible. Baldhead, it's been a long time. Chen smiled and greeted the Taoist 5 old stars. Glancing at Hyuga Chen, Daopao Wu Laoxing had anger in his eyes, and after a long time, he hid the hatred in his eyes in his heart. His first-generation Onishi, just like his life, was taken away by Hyuga Chen, and he also ate the weak fruit for him, which made him realize what real weak is. Later, it was he who worked so hard to get 50 devil fruits from the Tianlong people, so Hyuga Chen gave him the weak fruits and took them out. But maybe it was broken and then stood up. Now his swordsmanship is even better. Among the 5 old stars, he should be the strongest now. With such an achievement, he should thank Chen Kai. Heart, I really want to settle accounts with Hyuga Chen, but Wu Laoxing also knows that he is not an opponent at all, so bear with it for the time being. Now he's here to deal with Whitebeard, let's deal with Whitebeard first and then talk about other things. Whitebeard has lived long enough, and now it is time to fall asleep completely. Cyborg Sora looked at the current scene, and then went to help Aokiji, and was besieged by Diamond Yoja, Marco, and Lakelu. Now Aokiji is really bad. Akaji, Kayabu, go and deal with the others. Leave the Whitebeard to me. Daopao Wu Laoxing commanded lightly, with an unquestionable tone in his tone. Kizaru has no objection, he has to fight with Whitebeard. Whitebeard's strength is too strong, he might as well find someone else to play Chan Oil. Akainu frowned, finally nodded, glanced at Whitebeard, and then went to besiege Yuhifa with Sengoku. You are alone, do you want to defeat this old man? Whitebeard saw that this guy dared to single out against him, and cut him down with a knife. Boom! The ground of Malinfando was torn apart, the body of the 5 old stars in the Taoist robe smashed into the air, and there was a trace of blood on the corner of 740 feet's mouth. Whitebeard groaned and took a few steps back. Just now, Whitebeard used all his strength, plus the shaking fruit, which caused the old injury. Daopao Wu Laoxing's face was ugly. He originally came out to pretend to be forced, but he didn't expect to be fucked if he pretended to be forced. Although the Daopao 5 old stars have increased a lot in strength, there is still a gap between them and Whitebeard. The most important thing is that Whitebeard has not been slashed by skewered now. Yes, it seems that you still have some strength now. The Taoist 5 old stars stood up and wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths. Although the body was tattered and looked very embarrassed, in fact, the 5 old stars of the Taoist robe were not seriously injured. Humph, I'll behead you today. Whitebeard snorted coldly, releasing Conqueror's Haki from his body. And the 5 old stars in Taoist robes also release Conqueror's Haki, and the white-bearded Conqueror's Haki is only aimed at the 5 old stars in Taoist robes. The 5 old stars in Taoist robes are different. Conqueror's Haki, the pirates are all shrouded in, and those weak pirates are all stunned. Yuhi frowned, his face hard to look at. Before, he avoided the pirates and released Conqueror's Haki to the navy, just to take advantage of the number of people, but now the advantage is gone. Moreover, with the addition of the Taoist 5 old stars and the steel skeleton Kong, the scale of victory has already tilted towards the navy. Chapter 575 Carp releases water. I didn't expect the 5 old stars to appear here, and the commander-in-chief of the entire army, Cyborg Kong, also came, and there was Hyuga Chen who didn't shoot. It seems that this time we are dead. Beckman said. I'm not afraid of death, but this time I may have to implicate my father and other brothers. Looking at the fighting Whitebeard and the brothers on board, Ace burst into tears again. Now Ace regrets it. If he hadn't acted impulsively and grabbed Blackbeard back, this scene would not have happened. After all, it's all because of him. Luffy, it's no use worrying now, Brother Ace will be fine, don't worry. Jinbei patted Luffy on the shoulder. Yes, calm down. I heard that the Whitebeard pirates and the Yuhifa pirates have already fought with the navy. Ace will be fine now, said the Shemale King Ivankov. Now they are rushing to Marine Vando, the naval headquarters, to rescue Ace. Thank you, Ivankov. Luffy thanked Ivankov. He didn't expect Ivan to accompany him to the dangerous naval headquarters. It's nothing. Ivan shook his head, joking, this is the son of their boss, can he help? When Luffy and the others arrived, the battle was still going on hotly. The battle between Whitebeard and the Taoist Five Old Stars destroyed Marine Vando. Fortunately, Sengoku had already transferred the civilians of Marine Vando in advance, otherwise I don't know how many people would have died. Chen, our house collapsed. The girls who stayed at home came here to look for Chen. Sugar was bulging with anger on his face, and the house was shaken by Whitebeard's shaking fruit. It's okay, I have to change places anyway. After this battle, it is estimated that Marine Vando will disappear completely. Chen touched Sha Tang's head and said, looking at the current battle, after the battle is over, will Marine Vando still be worth rebuilding? It would be good if it didn't sink to the bottom of the sea. The current battle, because of the addition of Uhifa, the addition of the Five Old Stars and the cyborg Kong, the battle is more intense than in the original work. Maybe Marine Vando will really be sunk. Ace, I'm here to save you. Luffy came here, looked at Ace on the execution platform, and shouted loudly. After Ace heard the sound, he raised his head and looked at Luffy who was approaching in the distance, his brows furrowed sharply. Why did you come here, Luffy? Hurry up and leave. Ace understood very well that the current Luffy did not have the strength to participate in this battle. Garp, who had kept his head down, also stood up abruptly, looking at Luffy who was running towards the execution platform, his fists clenched all at once. Luffy is here, Garp, you haven't shot yet. If someone else faces Luffy, they won't show mercy. Chen, who was sitting beside him, reminded. Garp stood up and jumped, blocking Luffy's path. Grandpa. Luffy stopped when he looked at Garp who was standing in front of him. Grandpa, get out of the way, I'm going to save Ace. Luffy shouted loudly. Garp shook his head and said to Luffy, Luffy, Grandpa is a Navy now, can you understand? I won't let you pass unless you defeat me. Luffy clenched his fists. Okay, then I'll beat you. Just when Luffy was about to start, Jinbei stretched out his hand to hold Luffy's shoulder and shook his head at him. Luffy, go save Ace, and I'll block the naval hero Garp. Jinbei said to Luffy. Shawa Jungchen. Fatty Lan punched Garp seriously. Garp was expressionless, and clenched his fists and punched hard. Bang! Jinbei was kicked out and fell on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. In the Chihuahai, Jinbei was quite strong, and was instantly killed by Garp with one punch. The gap is really too big, Jinbei can't even take a punch from Garp, and it's impossible to block Garp as he said. Jinbei. Looking at Jinbei who was knocked flying, Luffy shouted, looking at his grandfather Garp angrily. Luffy, hurry up and leave, I don't need you to save me. Ace shouted. No, you are my brother, I am your brother, I must rescue you today. Luffy said firmly. Luffy is a person who accepts death. As long as he believes that things must be done, he must rescue Ace today. Tears of emotion flowed from Ace's eyes. He clearly knew how dangerous this place was, and now Luffy still came to save him without hesitation. This is my brother. If you want to save Ace, come and beat me. Garp took out a bunch of keys and said, this is the key to the handcuffs, as long as you can beat me, the key will be given to you. Okay, I will definitely beat you. Luffy punched Garp firmly. Rubber bazooka. Luffy's fist hit Garp in the face, knocking Garp out with a punch, leaving the key in his hand beside him. Looking at his grandfather who was knocked away by a punch, Luffy was stunned for a while, then he was overjoyed, he knew that it was his grandfather who released water. Luffy picked up the key and rushed towards the execution platform. Stop him for me, a lieutenant general shouted, and at the same time prepared to take action himself and stop Luffy. Stop, where do you want to go? Jesus Bupin raised his gun and aimed it at the lieutenant general. The dark muzzle was particularly deterrent. The lieutenant general didn't dare to move for a moment. He felt a fatal crisis. If he dared to move, perhaps death was waiting for him. Sengoku glanced at Garp who was lying on the ground, then looked at Luffy who was running towards the execution platform, and finally clenched his fist and punched Shanks, ignoring what was going on there. Although I know that Garp will release water, the water is too obvious, and the acting skills are not enough. Chen said speechlessly. How strong is Luffy? Now Luffy's strength is not strong, and Garp just punched and flew very flat, and he was overturned by Luffy. It can't be fake anymore. Many people saw Garp release water, but no one said anything. Garp's reputation in the Navy made many people ignore this scene. Wah young, a naval hero can't stop a little pirate, is he old? A sharp silk thread flew out of Brother Doflamingo's hand. Looking at Doflamingo thinking about Luffy's attack, Garp's eyes showed a cold light. Doflamingo's silk thread was suddenly cut by an invisible air blade, and the air blade turned a corner, making a cut on Doflamingo's face. Doflamingo touched the wound on his face, and was frightened. He glanced around. Doflamingo put his eyes on Hyuga-chen, who was doing nothing. The people here, who can hurt him silently, only Hyuga-chen can do. Doflamingo's heart is tight, and he doesn't dare to continue to fight Luffy. If he doesn't say anything to Luffy, he will offend Garp, and he may offend Hyuga-chen. This kind of thankless thing should not be done. In fact, Doflamingo didn't intend to kill Luffy, but just wanted to teach him a lesson and let Garp suffer a dumb loss. After all, it is very fulfilling to let the naval hero suffer. Chapter 576 Akainu's Raiders. Luffy took the key and successfully stepped on the execution platform under the cover of the officials of the Whitebeard Pirates. Luffy. Ace looked at Luffy moved. Luffy didn't talk nonsense, and hurriedly released Ace's bondage and rescued Ace. Hey, can you save me too? Beckman, who was sitting beside him, couldn't help but said. But I don't have a key. Luffy held the key, only one, and there was no key to open Beckman's chain at all. Let me do it. Ace burned Yuhi's chain with flames in his hands, then yanked the chain away. You don't want to run for me. The huge lava fist blocked their escape path, and Akainu slowly walked over. Where are you two prisoners and the Straw Hat Kid going? Akainu's tall figure stopped them. Join us to deal with him. Beckman glanced at Ace. The two of them were not in good shape, and they needed to work together to block Akainu. Ace nodded, and then let Luffy back. Now Luffy has no qualifications to intervene in this battle. He is too weak. Luffy, hurry up and find a way to retreat. Ace said seriously to Luffy, there are countless strong people here, and a lieutenant general in 667 can basically settle the current Luffy easily. I'm not going, I want to go together. Luffy clenched his fists and looked at Akainu. Now you are not Akainu's opponent. You are a rubber fruit person. It is very disadvantageous to play against Akainu. Leave here first. Now is not the time for you to reminisce. Do you regard me as heir? Akainu said coldly. In front of him, he actually dared to have a short conversation with his parents. Really didn't take him as a general in his eyes. Did he think his Akainu was made of mud? Beckman blocked Akainu's fist and was blasted out by Akainu. Beckman, who was in good condition, would not be Akainu's opponent, let alone Beckman who was in poor condition and was dying. The current Beckman is not as good as Ace. Ace is in prison, at least there is a Garp to take care of him, but Beckman does not. Fire Fist. The huge flaming fist can sink the fists of 5 ships, hit Akainu, and can't even make Akainu take a step back. It's useless, your burning fruit is the inferior of the rock fruit, and it can't hurt me at all. Akainu said lightly. Akainu is right, the burning fruit is indeed the lower level of the rock fruit, although the temperature of the fire can be stronger than the magma, but the burning fruit is mainly burning, it is not the burning fruit. Ace frowned, just like Blackbeard's evaluation of him, Ace relied too much on the fruit ability. Now the strongest fruit ability has no effect, and it is even more impossible to compare with Akainu by relying on taijutsu. Ace, let's go. Whitebeard jumped to Ace, punched Akainu in the face, and blasted Akainu out. There is a huge scar on Whitebeard's abdomen, which was left by the 5 old stars of the Taoist robe, but the 5 old stars of the Taoist robe were not too bad, and he was almost killed by the Whitebeard. Dad, I'm here to help you. Ace, now that you have been rescued, the next battle is meaningless, tell the others to retreat. Whitebeard shouted. Whitebeard glanced at Hyuga-chen, who was sitting there eating melons. Now that Hyuga-chen didn't make a move, he wanted to run and run quickly. If he didn't run, it would be too late if Hyuga-chen made a move. Yuhi-haired kid, take them back. Whitebeard shouted at Yuhi-haired Shanks. Yuhi, who started a fight with Sengoku, complained in his heart that Sengoku's strength is also a strong pervert. After all, he was also a man who was the enemy of Whitebeard in his prime, so there is no way he is not strong. Deal with Sengoku, and if they were to cover their retreat, this Yuhifa really couldn't do it. Kazuna, give me a hand, or I'll fire you. Sengoku looked at the Taichi with a squad leader, and was angry. There was no other way, the Taichi playing Kizaru had to do all he could, and it was only 2 moves that could solve the 7th Division Captain Lakyo. Looking at Lakyo lying on the ground, Kizaru looked at the others. 8 feet Joan Tomo. Countless penetrating light bombs hit the pirates who were starting to retreat. Because of Kayabu's interception, they couldn't run away even if they wanted to. Damn Kiba. Shanks looked at this scene and bit Kiba. Yuhifa, where do you want to go? Sengoku covered armament Haki's fist and punched Shanks in the head. Helpless Shanks turned around to defend, resisted Sengoku's fist, and fell into an anxious battle with Sengoku again. Looking at this scene, Whitebeard's heart tightened, and regardless of his physical injuries, he used the shaking fruit with all his strength. Shaking the air, it shook the chasing navy away, and then ignoring Akainu's attack, he slashed at Kizaru. The powerful sword light ripped through the air, and facing Whitebeard's full-strength blow, Kizaru didn't dare to take it hard, and immediately avoided Whitebeard's attack. However, Whitebeard's abdomen was burned through a large hole by Akainu's magma. Dad, seeing that Whitebeard was injured, the crew member of the Whitebeard pirates had eyes on Yuhi, and immediately seemed to run over to rescue him. If you still recognize me as an old man, retreat for me. Whitebeard blasted Akainu with a punch, and then shouted loudly. Whitebeard, die for me. The Taoist 5 old stars slashed at Whitebeard's back, and when he was about to slash at Whitebeard's back, Whitebeard suddenly turned around. Looking at the Whitebeard who reacted, Dao Pao Wu Lao Xing was startled, and then saw the huge fist enlarge in front of him. Using the ability to shake the fruit, this punch hit the face of the 5 old stars in the robe, and the Whitebeard also suffered the knife. Whitebeard never thought of avoiding it. He wanted to exchange injuries with Dao Pao Wu Lao Xing. Obviously, Dao Pao Wu Lao Xing who was punched in the face was more seriously injured. Watching the 5 old stars in Taoism who flew upside down for thousands of meters and landed on the ground without movement, Chen crossed his legs and said, this bald head won't be killed by a punch, right? Akainu, you go after Ace. You must kill Ace, I'll deal with Whitebeard. Cyborg Kong said to Akainu who got up. Akainu nodded, then chased after the retreating Whitebeard pirates. Are the people of the Whitebeard pirates a bunch of cowards? Akainu shouted while chasing. The people of the Whitebeard pirates clenched their fists tightly when they heard the words. Don't fall for his obvious aggressive tactics, let's retreat quickly, this is the opportunity that Dad gave us to fight for, don't let Dad down. HMPH. In the end, Whitebeard is just a loser of the previous era. Akainu said dismissively. Ace, who was running, slowed down and finally stopped, with flames burning in his fist. Whitebeard is Ace's most respected person, how could he allow others to speak ill of Whitebeard? Therefore, although Akainu's aggressive tactics are obvious, Ace, who has a more impulsive personality, got indirectly. Chapter 577 Ace is dead. Carp is angry. Ace, why did you stop? Hurry up. Luffy stopped and looked at Ace who had stopped with anxiety on his face. The Admiral was chasing after him, and Ace stopped, isn't he trying to send someone off? Take back what you just said. Ace looked at Akainu coldly, his eyes filled with angry flames. Wow, he actually stopped. He's so stupid. Tang pointed at Ace. Seeing that he was about to run away, he actually stopped at the most critical moment. Can't he hear that this is the trick? Maybe it's time for him to die today. Chen said softly. No one could stop anyone who wanted to die. If Ace can escape, Whitebeard will die in battle today, which is meaningful. If Ace dies here, then Whitebeard will send the white-haired man to the black-haired man. To be honest, in Chen's eyes, Ace's behavior is quite stupid, knowing that he is not Akainu's opponent, and knowing that this is Akainu's aggressive tactics, he actually turned back. Maybe he wants to restore Whitebeard's dignity, Alvia said, shaking her head. Although Ace is irrational to stop now, it is understandable. After all, Akainu said that his most respected Whitebeard was a loser, and he would definitely be angry. Dignity is not restored in this way. If he can defeat Akainu, he will naturally be able to restore his dignity. If not, then it's another matter. Chen said lightly. My concubine also feels that this guy is stupid, which is obviously beyond his own power. Hancock gave Ace a disdainful look. Those who make big things don't stick to trifles, not to mention Akainu didn't point to the nose and call the white beard rubbish. It's a good thing to be bloody, but it would be stupid if you were hot-blooded all day long. Although Luffy was also hot-blooded, he was not comparable to Ace. Luffy was the protagonist, and it wasn't that easy to die. If Chen doesn't intervene, no accident, Ace will definitely die this time. But Chen will never intervene. This guy deserves to die, the path is chosen by himself, and he is not worthy of sympathy when he dies. Seeing Ace turning back, Akainu smiled. If Ace really ran away, it would be a disgrace to the entire Navy. The Navy publicly executed him. If Ace was rescued, where would the Navy's face be? So today, if you don't kill Whitebeard, you must kill Ace. Take that back. Ha 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 ha, did I say something wrong? Whitebeard is a loser. It was your father Roger who conquered the Great Waterway, not Whitebeard. After Roger's death, the era of the Great Pirate started, and compared with that, what about Whitebeard? Akainu continued to add fuel to the fire. Ace clenched his fists tightly, his body was burning with flames, and looked at Akainu with angry eyes. Ace, let's go. Daddy is using his life to save you. Don't disappoint Daddy, don't disappoint us, let him say it. As long as we understand Daddy, it's okay, Daddy can't let everyone respect. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates on the side came back to raise. What are you talking about? Didn't you hear that guy insulting Dad? Ace said angrily. I will never allow anyone to insult Dad. Ace, in anger, shook off his hand and charged towards Akainu. Garp, who was lying on the ground, saw this scene and clenched his fists angrily. Seeing that a happy scene for him was about to happen, he was screwed up by Akainu's few words. Ace, this boy, is still so impulsive. Garp smashed the ground angrily, covering his eyes with his hands. In the heyday of Ace, it was impossible to be the opponent of Akainu. How can he win if he is restrained by Akainu when he is in a bad state? The magma can absorb the flames, and Ace and Akainu were embarrassed to fight, and they were beaten and flew out after just a few moves. Akainu looked at Straw Hat Luffy and punched Luffy. In order to save Luffy, Ace blocked Akainu's fist with his body, and his body was pierced by Akainu's magma fist. Akainu was also very surprised. Originally, he just wanted to kill the Straw Hat Boy who was in trouble first, but unexpectedly, he pierced Icy by accident. Ace is not as resistant to beatings as Whitebeard, and the pierced Ace's internal organs were burned. Luffy stared at Ace with wide eyes, and at Ace who blocked Akainu's attack with his back, tears streaming down his face. When Akainu was about to continue to attack Luffy, Ivankov came out to block the attack for Luffy. Luffy, let's retreat first. Ivankov looked at Luffy and said. Looking at Ace lying in his arms, Luffy shook his head, bit Kiba and said angrily, I want to avenge Ace, I want to kill him. In the past, no matter facing any enemy, Luffy just said to beat him up, this is the first time he said he wants to kill. Watching Ace gradually lose his breath completely, Akainu smiled disdainfully. Is it dead? Don't worry, I'll send your dad to the dough party with you in a while. You take Luffy away. Rayleigh looked at Ace, who fell to the ground and sighed. He was still a step too late. If he had come a little earlier, he might have been able to leave with Ace. Pluto. Rayleigh, you also want to court death? Akainu looked at Rayleigh with a cold glow in his eyes. Rayleigh did not speak, and looked at Akainu with serious eyes. Let go of me, I'm not going. You let me go, I'm going to kill him to avenge Ace. Luffy struggled desperately, but Ivankov couldn't do anything about him. Rayleigh glanced at Luffy, then knocked him unconscious, and then gestured to Ivankov and Jinbe with his eyes to take Luffy away. It was quiet now, and the Whitebeard pirates left with Ace's body in tears. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates who were fighting saw Ace died, and their momentum dropped a lot. Marco, who was fighting Kaiabu, was kicked out because he was dazed. Now that Ace is dead, what's the point of them? They came to save Ace, but Ace died, which was a big blow to the momentum of the Whitebeard pirates. The white-bearded old man burst into tears and looked at Akainu with hatred. Garp, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes, clenched his fists tightly, stood up and stepped on the ground. His body instantly appeared beside Akainu, and he kicked Rayleigh, who was fighting against Akainu, flying out. Get out of the way, Akainu, I'm going to kill you. Garp, who kicked away Rayleigh, stretched out his hand to grab Akainu's neck, with the dark armament hockey wrapped around his fist, punching him one by one. Dog face. Riley, who was kicked out with a mouthful of blood, was so depressed that he knew you hated Akainu, but what did you kick me for? Rayleigh was a disaster. What are you doing, Garp? Sengoku looked at Garp, who was beating Akainu, and was very anxious. How powerful is Garp's fist? Doesn't Sengoku know yet? If you continue to be beaten by Garp, Akainu is likely to be beaten to death by Garp. Chapter 578 Chen Shot. Seeing the Akainu, who was madly beaten to the ground, both the Navy soldier and the pirate were stunned. What is the situation now? Naval hero Garp, beat up Admiral Akainu. What are you still doing? Don't stop him now. Sengoku roared. If it wasn't for Sengoku being entangled by Yuhi Shanks now, he would have to stop Garp himself. If Garp killed Akainu, the consequences would be disastrous. Also, quickly turn off all of the videophone bugs for me. Sengoku remembered that the videophone bugs haven't been shut down yet, which means the broadcast is still going on. If this scene is spread out, it will have a very bad impact on the Navy. However, this scene has already been spread. Looking at the beaten Akainu, the pirates from all over the world expressed their happiness. Because Akainu is very ruthless, he treats his own people very ruthlessly, not to mention the pirates he hates, so many pirates want Akainu to be killed. Some lieutenant generals in the Navy, such as Doberman, a loyal follower of Akainu, hurried over to stop Garp. However, this group of people was kicked out by Garp with one punch and one kick, and Rayleigh suffered a disaster, let alone them. Their intervention allowed Akainu to escape from being violently beaten by Garp, and quickly took a few steps back despite being dizzy. I didn't expect the old man Garp to be so fierce, and he could beat Akainu. Tautu was stunned. Although he had always known that Garp was very strong, this was the first time Tautu saw him show it. And this time, it's not a big deal for the time being. I'm afraid that Akainu was not hit with a concussion, right? However, the disaster of Akainu is not over yet. He just got rid of Garp's attack, and he has not recovered yet. At this time, Whitebeard kicked the steel bone out and rushed towards Akainu, but now no one dared to block Whitebeard's path. Doflamingo, who was originally standing between Whitebeard and Akainu, immediately gave way to Whitebeard. Looking at Whitebeard's red-eyed Yuhi, it seemed like he was going to kill someone. If he dared to block Whitebeard's path, he might be hacked to death by the furious Whitebeard. Now the angry Whitebeard, people who don't have two brushes can't dare to mess with them. Cyborg Kong gasped. He was older than Whitebeard, his body was no longer good, and he couldn't stop Whitebeard at all. After gasping for a breath, Gangji Yukong chased after Whitebeard. If Whitebeard was allowed to pass, Akainu, who was now stunned, would surely die. It was impossible for Cyborg Kong to watch Akainu die. Hyuga Chen, who was sitting there leisurely watching the play, and suddenly became angry. Hyuga Chen, there is a big battle now, are you here to watch? Taopao Wu Lao Xing roared angrily. You're not dead yet. Vitality is indeed very tenacious. Chen looked at the Taoist 5 old stars who got up, and now his nose was broken and one eye was blind. In comparison, it seems that the red dog is more durable than the 5 old stars in the robe. He was punched twice by the white beard, and was punched a few times by Carp, and now he can still stand. Hyuga Chen with a gloomy face. I know you're annoyed, but don't send it to me if you're angry, go to the person who hit you and send it. Hyuga Chen, you are also an admiral in the Navy, so I'm afraid it's inappropriate to look at it like this. Taopao Wu Laoxing said again, holding the knife. Although Kizaru uses Chan oil, it is also good to use Chan oil. And Hyuga Chen just sits still, doesn't even hit a Chan oil, sits there like a melon-eating crowd, so how can the 5 old stars in Taoist robes not get angry? Mainly because of being beaten, there is a fire in my heart that has nowhere to go. Okay, then I'll move my muscles a bit. Chen stood up helplessly. I think you're the only one who has nothing to do on the battlefield, why don't you come and be my opponent? Chen looked at the Taoist 5 old stars indifferently. You, holding the knife in his hand tightly, the Taoist 5 old stars were filled with anger. Holding the knife and looking at Chen, the 5 old stars in Taoist robes still admit it, and the person who knows the current affairs is Junji. He is not an impulsive person like Ace. Knowing that he is not Hyuga-chen's opponent, if he is a strong player, he will be the one who will find him ugly in the end. Looking at the 5 old stars who were out of the way, Chenmo walked towards Beckman. You should hate me, right? Just practice with me. Chen looked at Beckman. Shanks looked at Hyuga Chen, who had found Beckman, and secretly thought that he wanted to get rid of Sengoku and help Beckman. But Sengoku is so easy to get rid of, whether it is domineering or fruit ability, Sengoku is very strong, and Yuhi's ability to remain unbeaten is not bad. Brother Chen, come on. Bai Xing shouted with his fist raised. Chen smiled, looked back at Bai Xing, and then focused on Beckman. Beckman, you go. Lackey Road and Jesus Cloth walked to Beckman's side and asked Beckman to leave. They struggled to unite with Whitebeard, and of course they didn't want to see Beckman die. I can't escape. Beckman shook his head bitterly. In Hyuga-chen's hands, he couldn't escape at all. Now his target is me, you should go. Don't die for me, in fact, you shouldn't come to save me this time. This time we will die together. Jesus Cloth pointed his gun at Chen. Last time, they let Beckman stay to stop Hyuga Chen in order to leave with Yuhifa, and this time they will never leave. It's another group of idiots. You know they're not your opponents, so you have to rush up. Do you think they'll sympathize with you? Chen looked at the 3 of them indifferently. We don't need the sympathy of the enemy. Reikulu said with a big laugh. Beckman looked at Lajalu and Jesus, and was very moved. With these brothers, even if they died, they would not regret it in this life. I won't talk nonsense with you. I hope you can stick to it for a while. The longer you stick to it, the safer others will be. 2 Rasengans appeared on Chen's hands. Taste a Genin. Chen threw the 2 Rasengans out. Rasengans that flew out all hit Lajalu's body, who made him so big and unable to escape. 2 Rasengans made 2 big holes in his abdomen, and the blood 5.1 liquid flowed rapidly like the water of the yellow river pouring out. Reikulu's face turned pale. Beckman immediately went over to stop the bleeding, looked at the 2 blood holes on his body, and asked anxiously, Reikulu, how are you now? It's okay, I can't die yet. Reikulu said with a pale face. Damn, give me death. Jesus Cloth fired 5 bullets in a row. Chen just stretched out his hand and grabbed the 5 bullets in his hand. I'll return this to you. Chen threw the 5 bullets back, and the bullets in the air rubbed into flames. Jesus' cloth stood there. 5 blood holes appeared on his limbs and forehead, and Jesus' cloth did not respond until he died. Because the speed of the bullet was so fast, he couldn't see the trajectory of the bullet at all, and he died without even feeling the pain. Chapter 579 Super Resistant Red Dog. Bastard, this guy killed Jesus bu, I'm going to kill him. Lajalu roared with a ghastly face as he watched Jesus fall down. You have already planned to die, but I don't understand why you are still angry. Chen shook his head and pointed his finger at Lajalu. The dazzling thunder light Jinchuriki column slammed into Lajalu, opening a hole in him again. However, Lajalu was not dead, and Chen was a little surprised when he saw that he was still standing. This anti-strike ability should be comparable to that of Akainu and Whitebeard. Give me death. Beckman appeared behind Chen like a ghost, and then kicked Chen's head. But what puzzled Beckman was that Hyuga Chen didn't seem to notice, neither counterattack nor evade, so he took his kick. Looking at Chen who was kicked away, Beckman's eyes flashed with excitement. Anyway, he also hit Hyuga Chen, it's better than not even touching the figure. You seem very excited when you hit a clone. Chen's voice sounded behind him. 19. Beckman was startled, and quickly turned to look at Hyuga Chen behind him. His face turned ugly. At the same time, I also felt very embarrassed. The original excitement disappeared in an instant, and when I hit a clone, I was still complacent, which was very embarrassing. Would you like me to make some more clones for you to call you? Hyuga Chen appeared beside Beckman, which shocked everyone on the battlefield. They don't know what devil fruit Hyuga Chen ate to have so many abilities. Shadow clone technique Chen is using now is regarded by them as the ability of the devil fruit. There is no such magical technique in the world of pirates, and it is generally the devil fruit ability that can have such a peculiar effect. 1,000 clones were beating Beckman and Reikalu for 3 minutes, and these two people had already been beaten to death by the clones. Vulnerable. Chen dismissed Shadow Clone. On the other side, Akainu fought Whitebeard. After recovering from his daze, Whitebeard rushed in front of him, so Akainu didn't care about getting angry with Garp, so he confronted Whitebeard. When Garp wanted to continue beating Akainu, he was held down by Cyborg Sora who came over. It is already very difficult for Akainu to fight against Whitebeard alone. If Garp is allowed to shoot again, then Akainu will really have no way to survive. Cap, calm down for me, if you kill Akainu, you won't have a good time. Cyborg Sora said while pressing Garp. Although Garp is a naval hero, if he really kills the Admiral, Cyborg Kong can't keep him. Because of Cyborg Sora's persuasion, Garp calmed down temporarily. Marshal Kong, you'd better hold me down, or I will definitely kill Akainu. Garp glared at Yuhi. Although Ace's death means courting death, if it wasn't for Akainu's mockery of Whitebeard, Ace would not be courting death. Garp certainly wouldn't blame his grandson. Under the attack of Whitebeard, Akainu struggled to defend. Whitebeard's power was so terrifying that even the giants couldn't stop his fists, and one punch could smash the warship. Akainu was hit by Whitebeard's fist. Because Whitebeard's fist was wrapped around armament hockey, Akainu did not dare to use elementalization, and could only use armament hockey for defense. Chong. The fist hit the red dog, making the sound of steel collision. The red dog spit out a mouthful of blood, and the body flew out, rubbing frantically on the ground, and the ground was rubbed in a trajectory by him. After hitting the red dog, the white-bearded Naginata slashed towards the red dog. If this slash really fell, the red dog, who was attacked and unable to move, would really be cut off by a single sword. Chen looked at the fierce Whitebeard and shook his head. Now he feels that the Whitebeard is more powerful than the original plot. Although Akainu can't beat Whitebeard in the original book, it won't be so miserable when facing Whitebeard. Didn't you plan to fight against Whitebeard? Chen looked at the Taoist 5 old stars not far away with contempt in his eyes. Previously, the Taoist 5 old stars told Kizaru and Akainu to leave and face Whitebeard alone, but they were beaten like a bear. The reality tells us that if you don't have the strength, don't pretend to be arrogant. The Taoist 5 old stars ignored Hyuga Chen's ridicule, held their breath in their hearts, and rushed out instantly. He can't let Akainu die in the hands of Whitebeard. Akainu is the person who is more optimistic about the 5 old stars, and the 5 old stars also want Akainu to be the next admiral. The 5 old stars of the Taoist robe came to Akainu in an instant, and then held the knife in both hands to block the Whitebeard's big knife. Although it blocked Whitebeard's big sword, it was not easy to pick up. The place where the 5 old stars of the Taoist robe stood, cracked one after another, and half knelt on the ground, snorted and spurted a mouthful of blood. It would be nice if he could block Whitebeard's attack in a hurry. The knife in his hand seems to be very powerful. Chen glanced at Dao Pao Wu Laoxing's knife, and he could actually fight against Whitebeard's big knife. Whitebeard's naginata is not an ordinary knife. Cutting iron like mud is a trivial matter, and the new knife obtained by the Taoist 5 old stars is not weaker than Whitebeard's big knife at all, and it must be one of the most powerful knives. I think I can borrow it and play, Chen thought while pinching his chin. The 5 old stars in Taoist robes couldn't imagine that Hyuga Chen, the god-killing fellow, had taken a fancy to his sword again. But this time, if Hyuga-chan dared to grab his knife again, he would fight with Hyuga-chan. Get in the way, get out of the way. Whitebeard kicked the bald head of the 5 old stars in the Taoist robe. The poor Dao Pao Wu Laoxing was knocked to the ground again with one foot. In fact, the Dao Pao Wu Laoxing 910 feet's strength was not much worse than the Whitebeard. But it has been pampered for too many years, perhaps the strength has not retreated, and it is still online, but the combat effectiveness it exerts is not as good as before. It is precisely because of this that the 5 old stars in Taoist robes were beaten by Whitebeard. Ming Dog. The white-bearded sword was in front of him, blocking Akainu's sneak attack. Little devil, you're still a long way off. Whitebeard swung the knife with his right hand to block Akainu's sneak attack, clenched his left hand tightly, and shot down the white mask. A punch hit Akainu in the face, knocking him to the ground. The entire Marinfando vibrated, and the ground cracked. Akainu was punched to the ground by Whitebeard, and Chendu saw his distorted face when he was hit hard. If Akainu is still alive after being punched, this anti-strike ability is really invincible. Chen looked at Akainu, who was pressed and rubbed on the ground. When Whitebeard retracted his fist, Akainu didn't move for a long time. Just when Whitebeard also thought that Akainu was dead, Akainu suddenly moved, and then got up from the big pit. The face was deformed by the fist of Whitebeard, and the whole face was covered with blood. He stood staggeringly, but he was able to stand successfully. At this moment, all navies admire Akainu very much. Even they sentenced Akainu to death just now, but he didn't expect Akainu to die. Chapter 580 Shanks, Rayleigh vs. Chen. Little devil, I didn't expect you to get up, it really surprised me. Whitebeard looked at Akainu in surprise. Under the attack of his fist and the ability to shake the fruit, Malinfando was cracked, and the red dog was not exploded. This Akainu's face is too thick. Such a powerful fist can be defended, Nami said with wide eyes. Nami's words made the girls laugh, but it made sense when she thought about it. The fist that ripped apart the island hit her in the face, and her face was only slightly deformed. The defensive power of this face can be imagined. Anyway, the city wall can't describe Akainu's face now, and it doesn't even match Akainu's face. Akainu stood swayingly, looking at the Whitebeard in front of him, only to feel the figure of the Whitebeard everywhere. The moment Akainu was hit just now, he used iron blocks and armament hockey to block Whitebeard's fist and not die. Magma Kid, you're done here too, go and bury Ace with him. Whitebeard looked at the dazed Akainu and slashed mercilessly. Cap, please hold me back and don't move, or I won't be able to spare you. Cyborg Sora commanded, and then went to rescue Akainu. Akainu is the highest combat power of the Navy and is a great deterrent. Akainu cannot be killed. When Akainu was about to be beheaded, Gangji Yukong finally came over and blocked the attack for Akainu, but this time Gangji Yukong was finished. Due to his age, Steel Skeleton Kong didn't have a good life for a few years, and he went through several battles today. In the face of Whitebeard's full-strength attack, although Gangji Yukong blocked it, he sacrificed his life. Looking at the commander-in-chief of the entire army, the previous admiral fell to the ground, the navy's movements stagnated, and the pirates cheered. "Anyone who stands in front of me will die," Whitebeard shouted loudly, ignoring Cyborg Kong's corpse, and continued to slash towards Akainu. However, the knife was blocked again, and it was blocked by Sengoku. When he saw that the steel frame was empty, Sengoku dropped Yuhi's hair and rushed over. Whitebeard is furious. There is no end to this. One by one to stop him from killing Akainu. How much face does Akainu have? At this moment, Akainu is like the protagonist. As long as he is about to be killed, someone will jump out to save him. The current Whitebeard should be very depressed, and every time he is about to behead Akainu, he is blocked. Hyuga Chen, give me death. Without Sengoku's entanglement, Yuhi Fa Shanks did not leave, but killed Chen. It is said that running away now is the best choice. Ace and Beckman are already dead, and the pirate side has actually failed. At this time, retreating is the most correct choice, but Shanks did not choose to retreat. This time Shanks never thought about leaving alive, he just wanted to avenge Beckman and the others. All his companions were dead, what's the point of him just withdrawing? When Shanks' sword was still an inch away from Chen, the strong repulsive force knocked Shanks flying. Shanks vomited blood in the air, fell to the ground and looked at Hyuga Chen with difficulty. He felt that his 5 internal organs were displaced. "Shanks, leave with me now." Riley galloped over and grabbed Shanks' arm. Shanks shook his head. "Captain Rayleigh, let's go. This time I have to fight Hyuga Chen to the death. If he doesn't die, I will die." Listening to Shanks' firm words, Riley let go of Shanks' arm. Riley knew Shanks' character very well. As long as it is something he decides, no one can pull him back. "Okay, then let me help you." Rayleigh picked up the sword next to him and covered armament hockey. "Captain Rayleigh, you don't need to help me." Shanks didn't want Rayleigh to help him, because Shanks knew that he was already dead. The face of the powerful Hyuga Chen, he didn't survive at all, so Shanks didn't want to hurt Rayleigh because of his own reasons. "This is my own choice. You have no right to interfere. I also want to see the strength of the strongest man in the world," Rayleigh said with a smile. "Old man Rayleigh, you have to think about it. You have to pay a price for fighting with me." Chen looked at Rayleigh, who pointed his sword at him. "I've already thought about it. Come on." Lei stepped on the ground with force, and his body disappeared like a teleportation. Rayleigh's speed was not inferior to that of the Admiral using a shave. In the blink of an eye, Rayleigh appeared behind Chen. "Let me see your strength." Rayleigh appeared behind Chen, and then the sword in his hand slashed towards Chen's neck. "I'm sorry, I'm not afraid of physical attacks," Chen said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Rayleigh's sword stopped in front of Chen, and he couldn't move forward 1 ounce. The vector operation could rebound any physical attack. Not only was Rayleigh unable to move forward, but he felt the force of the rebound, shocking his wrist. Rayleigh took a few steps back, his wrist trembled slightly. This time, Rayleigh's wrist was seriously injured, and he couldn't exert 50% of his original strength. "Come on, just use you to pass the boring time." Chen took out the first-generation Goosh and looked at the two of them lightly. Rayleigh and Shanks looked at each other, and then shot at Chen very tacitly, and attacked Chen one after another. Half Moon Slash. Chen cut out a kiba-shaped sword chi for a month, and the sword chi flew towards Rayleigh, then flicked his wrist and stabbed him behind him. Shanks, who had just appeared behind Chen and was about to make a surprise attack, was stabbed in the abdomen by the first-generation Onishi, who suddenly stabbed behind him. The Senrao ghost carried by the first generation of ghosts, slowly infiltrated into Shanks' body. Shanks' body froze, his body became cold, and he felt that something was absorbing his vitality. This is the special effect of the first generation of ghosts. The ghosts wrapped around the knife are not for watching. Shanks endured the pain and immediately stepped back. The wound on his abdomen had formed frost, and his body was stiff and cold, like a dead person. Shanks, are you alright? Rayleigh, who barely escaped the kiba-shaped sword energy of the moon, asked quickly when he saw that Shanks was in a wrong state. Don't care about others now, I think you should worry about yourself first. The first generation ghost in Chen's hands was incomparably dark, but it had an amazing chill. Raise the knife, then cut it down at Rayleigh. In Rayleigh's view, the slash was very ordinary, but it gave Rayleigh a sense of unavoidable, and now he seems to be locked. The knife swung down with one hand slashed on Rayleigh's knife without even a moment's block. Rayleigh's knife was cut off, leaving a long wound in front of him. Rayleigh threw his body out, smashed to the ground, and fell to the ground in embarrassment, clutching his wound in pain. The wound seemed to be eroded by some force, which made Rayleigh very happy. You two are too weak, Chen said rudely. It was a fact in his eyes, they were indeed a little weak to Hyuga Chen. Naruto God Level System, Chapter 581-600. Chapter 581 Jin Wheel Reincarnation Blast Cut Yuhi Hair. The two of them are beyond their own power, and they dare to shoot at Husband Kun. It's really asking for a dead end. Hancock looked at the embarrassed Shanks and Rayleigh, and said with a snort of disdain. It's really a bit over the top. Do you think Chen will kill them? Robin asked. Who knows, can you guess Chen's character? Taotu shook his head. With Chen's character, it is possible to kill them or let them go. Maybe 1 second to kill them, the next second may let them go. In the face of Chen's attack, Shanks and Rayleigh stood together and defended very reluctantly. In this short period of time, he didn't know how many wounds were left on his body. And the wounds are still increasing. The most important thing is that the wounds left by the first generation Geto are difficult to deal with, which will have a great impact on their combat effectiveness. Rayleigh's complexion was pale. Compared with before the battle, Rayleigh looked older. His originally bright white hair was now dry white, and the wrinkles on his face were more obvious. Shanks' original Yuhi hair has now turned white as if it has faded, and his movements are a bit stiff, and he is very reluctant to resist attacks. Shanks, his knife can absorb our vitality. Rayleigh stepped back to Shanks and said solemnly. Not only will it devour our vitality, but it will also erode our body. Shanks said, feeling the rigid body. If they continue to fight, the two of them can say goodbye to Xiaoming completely. Captain Rayleigh, you go first. This has nothing to do with you. Shanks said to Rayleigh. If Captain Rayleigh died because of his involvement, Shanks would blame himself even if he died. Go, you think you can go if you want to. Do you treat me like air? Chen was unhappy listening to their words. I won't let you go, do you think you can go? It really doesn't take me seriously, it seems that they are going to show them another wave of strength. Chen, who originally had a playful nature, showed a bit of seriousness, swinging his sword twice as fast as before. Shanks and Rayleigh, who couldn't stand up before, were like a small boat in the storm, crumbling under Chen's slashing like a storm. Shanks and Rayleigh watched Tatsu speed up the attack, and then used Conqueror's Haki together, trying to interfere with Hyuga Tatsu with Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki can indeed play a weak role in the duel between the masters, but the effect is not really big. Besides, Chen's Conqueror's Haki is much stronger than them. Conqueror's Haki they released, Chen just felt a small wind blowing, which was completely useless. Dare to use Conqueror's Haki on me, I invite you to taste my Conqueror's Haki too. Chen's body rose with a domineering aura. Conqueror's Haki released by Shanks and Rayleigh, it still caused the rest of Marin Vando's actions to stagnate. Even Whitebeard and Sengoku stagnated for a while Shanks and Rayleigh only felt that the whole world was crushing towards them. Thunderclouds surging in the sky, the thunder continued to swim in the clouds, and the downpour fell like a pouring downpour. Take Conqueror's Haki, which directly affects the weather. Shanks and Rayleigh spit blood, then fell to the ground, looking at Chen with cloudy eyes, barely not fainting. This kind of powerful Conqueror's Haki should not be released by humans at all. The Taoist 5 old stars held the knife in their hands. Conqueror's Haki of Amam, the leader of the dragon people, but compared with Hyuga Chen's, it was nothing compared to that. How do you feel now? Chen smiled and looked at Shanks and Rayleigh, but the two of them couldn't open their mouths at all, so they could only barely hold on to not faint. Chen, hurry up and restrain Conqueror's Haki, it's so depressing. Sha Tang shouted loudly. Conqueror's Haki released by Rayleigh and Shanks, the imposing aura that was invisible still made people feel very depressing. Hearing Sugar's shout, Chen restrained Conqueror's Haki. Chen took back the Conqueror's Haki, the entire Marin Fando group breathed a sigh of relief, and the depression in their hearts disappeared. The dark clouds in the sky also dissipated, and the pouring rain stopped suddenly. Shanks and Rayleigh, their eyes are still dull now, and it took a while before they recovered. Haha Tilda, I thought I was going to die just now, but I didn't expect that I'm still alive now. Rayleigh gave a wry smile, looking at the clear sky. Hyuga Chen released Conqueror's Haki just now. He felt that he was left alone in the whole world, and he was fighting against heaven and earth, as if the weight of the whole world was all on him. Shanks is also similar to Rayleigh. If it wasn't for the strong willpower of the two of them, they would have lost consciousness and turned into a vegetative state. I didn't die just now, and now we can't escape, Shanks said silently. It is difficult to stand up now, let alone escape. What, did you give up your resistance? Chen slowly walked over with the first-generation Goosh. Give up resistance? How is this possible? Shanks stood up suddenly, blood dripping from his mouth, but still stood up straight. I have never given up on these two words in Shanks' life. Rayleigh looked at Shanks, shook his head and closed his eyes. He couldn't stand up now, he was still old, not as good as before. Looking at Shanks, whose legs were trembling but stood strong, there was a hint of admiration in Chen's eyes. Then let me put an end to your career. The golden wheel is reborn. Gudodama truth-seeking ball appeared behind Chen. Gudodama truth-seeking ball flew into Chen's hand, and then formed a huge lightsaber. Shanks, who was standing with his sword on his body, suddenly slashed down. This was the first time Chen came to the pirate world to use the golden wheel to reincarnate. Facing the golden lightsaber that penetrated the sky, Shanks did not evade, nor did he have the ability to dodge. The golden lightsaber slashed, Marin Fando was slashed, and the sea was also slashed. No one knew how far the lightsaber spread, because they couldn't see the end of the lightsaber at all. Marin Fando's pirates and the navy all fell silent. Is this kind of power really human power? That incomparably intimidating golden lightsaber, what can't be cut off? Shanks died under the golden wheel, and was killed by the golden wheel. Perhaps this was an honor. Rayleigh opened his eyes, although he was not far from Shanks, but Rayleigh was not dead, because Chen's goal was not aimed at him. A few minutes later, the seawater separated by the golden wheel reincarnation began to slowly heal, and the shocked pirates and navy reacted. This should be an attack from God. I don't know who made such a sigh. This is also what everyone thinks. This kind of powerful power should not belong to people, right? Chapter 582 All Whitebeard Pirates Retreat. Why are you all looking at me? Keep going. Chen shrugged when he saw that everyone was focusing on him. Hu-kun, you were really amazing just now. Hancock ran over and jumped on Chen's body, looking at him obsessively. Husband Kun is more powerful than this, you should have experienced other aspects. Chen showed a deep, meaning smile to Hancock. Hancock's face is Yuhi. She has already guessed which aspect Chen is referring to, and yes, it makes her want to die. Can it be amazing? But to actually tell her this, husband Kun is really bad. Chen and Hancock flirted, and the recovered pirates and the navy continued to fight, but the navy's momentum suddenly rose, and the pirates' momentum plummeted. With Hyuga Chen, the godlike general, they rushed towards the pirates without fear. Pirate's side hesitated that Yuhi sent Shanks dead, and seeing the powerful power of Hyuga Chen, his aura suddenly dropped to the extreme. Especially the pirates brought by Yuhi Shanks. After Yuhi Shanks died, they were like flies with no heads, and they didn't know where to fly. General Hyuga, long time no see. Aunt Xiao suddenly appeared and greeted Chen. When Rayleigh heard the familiar voice, he suddenly opened his eyes and frowned when he saw Aunt Xiao, who suddenly appeared here. How did you get here? Riley asked hastily. If I don't come here, maybe I won't even see you for the last time. Shut up, stinky old man. Aunt Xiao roared unhappily. Rayleigh closed his mouth angrily. You are not younger than me at all, why call me an old man? Since I invited General Hyuga to drink, would you like me to take Rayleigh away? Aunt Xiao looked at Hyuga Chen, and she was ready to fight. Okay, take this old man and leave. Chen waved at her. Aunt Xiao's expression couldn't help but stay for a while. She just said casually, she didn't believe that Hyuga Chen could easily let her leave with Rayleigh, but in the end she really let her go. Aunt Xiao didn't talk nonsense, grabbed Rayleigh's clothes, and then dragged Rayleigh away. There were several Navy who blocked her, and they were not her opponents. Why let them go? Hancock asked in confusion. I didn't plan to kill Rayleigh at first, let him go and let him go. Do I need any more reason? Chen returned to the girls with Hancock in his arms. Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, has already been dealt with, and Chen also doesn't want to take action anymore. Now the pirates are also supporting the scene with Whitebeard. If so many of them can't deal with Whitebeard, they can only be called waste. Corner of the Whitebeard's eyes, Hyuga Chen walked back. There was no sign of making another move, and he was relieved. Wasn't that Whitebeard was afraid that Hyuga Chen would attack him. He had never been afraid of anyone, he was just afraid that Hyuga Chen would attack his sons. Now that Ace is dead, Whitebeard doesn't want to see other sons killed or injured. Marco, let's go to the rescue of Papa, cried Diamond Yoja. Seeing that Whitebeard was besieged by Sengoku, the 5 old stars in the Taoist robe, and a seriously injured Akainu, Diamond Jors immediately became anxious. You should still worry about yourself now. Qingzi flew out with a violent pheasant's mouth. Diamond Jors was hit by the violent pheasant's mouth with a powerful impact, and was knocked away by the impact, but because of the strong defense, Diamond Jors was not injured. However, in the previous battle, Diamond Jors had lost an arm due to distraction, and now he can only fight with Aokiji with one arm. On the other side, Marco's situation is also quite bad. He was entangled by the yellow monkey. If it wasn't for the phoenix fruit, he could quickly recover from the injury, and he would have been defeated by the yellow monkey long ago. Damn, this guy's speed is too fast. Marco's face was ugly, and he was beaten passively all the time, and he couldn't catch the yellow monkey at all. At this time, Marco could only watch the Whitebeard besieged in the distance and anxious. Foil Beasta, who is also fighting Hawkeye, can't help Whitebeard now. Whitebeard knocked Sengoku back with a knife, and shouted, Marco, you also retreat for me, this is my father's order. Marco and the others who were fighting were stagnant, looking in the direction of Whitebeard, with tears in the corners of their eyes. Especially Marco, in fact, he knows the current situation of his father the most. After such a battle, plus the old injury that was suppressed, I am afraid this is the last time of my father. After biting Kiba, Marco shouted, let me retreat, this is the order that Dad gave us. Marco retreated in tears, he knew that Dad didn't want to see anything wrong with them. If they really stayed here, Dad would be the most distressed. Whitebeard pirates retreated, and the pirates under Yuhifa also retreated with the Whitebeard pirates, while the Navy pursued frantically from behind. Don't let them go, stop them for me and blow up the boat, Sengoku growled. Akainu looked at the Moby Dick in the distance, and hit the Moby Dick with a big blow of fire, and the huge fist destroyed the Moby Dick. Looking at the destroyed Moby Dick, there was a tear in Whitebeard's eyes. The Moby Dick was his home, and now that it's gone, I just hope his sons are safe and sound. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, looking at so many pirate ships, shouted, give me a cannon and blast all those pirate ships into the sea. Thousands of cannonballs fell like rain, and the pirate ships were all hit by the cannonballs and smashed into the seabed. These bastards' Navy. Diamond Yoja was at the back, responsible for resisting the shells and bullets that the Navy shot at them. If you can't escape, you'd better capture it. Qingzi chased after him unhurriedly. Huang Yuan was the most perfunctory, and started his own water release journey, otherwise it would not be trivial to intercept them at his speed. Whitebeard looked at the countless cannons and slashed towards it, destroying the cannonballs there, and the ghost spider commanding there was seriously injured. Akainu gave a wicked smile, and when Whitebeard attacked the cannon, the ghost dog hit Whitebeard in the face. Whitebeard's face was melted by Akainu's lava, and half of his cheeks had disappeared. "You should be dead this time," Akainu said viciously. Half of his face was knocked off. If he didn't die, he would walk with his head on his head, but Whitebeard really didn't die, and he slashed the red dog flying with one knife. This time, the tenacious Akainu was lying on the ground and couldn't get up. His injuries were too severe. Whitebeard is really a monster. The girls couldn't help but be surprised when they looked at Whitebeard. His face was melted by the magma, and his body was covered with countless knife wounds and wounds from cannonballs, as well as several large blood holes caused by Akainu's magma. If this kind of injury is changed to other people, it will definitely die. But even if Whitebeard is still alive, it is unimaginable to be able to slash the red dog flying with one knife. Chapter 583 Miserable Molia. Dad. The members of the Whitebeard pirates also saw that Whitebeard was beaten half of the face, and tears flowed from everyone's faces. Although Whitebeard looks like he is still alive now, in fact, everyone knows that Whitebeard is definitely dead. Now it is equivalent to returning to the light, and returning to the light, maybe it will be unbearable for a while. "Don't stop, run for me," Marco shouted. Now is not the time to be sad, can't live up to Dad's expectations. Dad wants them to escape, so they must escape. When they came to the beach, all the pirate ships in the sea had been blown up, but Marco and the others were not in a hurry. The sea suddenly shook, and a coated ship suddenly rushed out from the bottom of the sea. This was also the backhand of the Whitebeard pirates. After they originally planned to rescue Ace, they let Ace leave in this boat, but unfortunately, no matter how much they calculated, they never expected Ace to die. But now it has come in handy, becoming their only way to survive. "Jump up for me." Marco took the members of the Whitebeard pirates and the Uhifa pirates and jumped on the big boat. "Don't try to run away, Ice Age." The sea was frozen by the green pheasants, and the ship that was going to sail into the distance suddenly stopped, and the faces of Marco and others froze suddenly. "We shattered the ice and stopped Aokiji and Kizaru," said Marco and Diamond Yoja. The latest Filu Tianbang Popular Books plus full group files plus 10,000 online disc resources plus 800 new books per month. And the Hedgehog Cat book. This book is only for communication and learning, and the copyright belongs to the original author and publisher. If you like it, please support the genuine version. At this time, do you think we should make a move? Brother Doflamming looked at the Whitebeard pirates with a cold light in his eyes. In the end, Doflamingo didn't shoot. He was a smart guy who knew it wouldn't do him any good. Now against the Whitebeard pirates, in addition to making the Whitebeard pirates hold grudges, what else can they get? Navy appreciation. I'm sorry that the Navy has always looked down on them. Even if he tried hard to stop the Whitebeard pirates, he wouldn't get anything. Although the Whitebeard pirates have almost disappeared, there are still many strong men on board. Although Doflamingo is not afraid, he does not want to make trouble. Doflamingo glanced at Moonlight Moria, who was standing beside him, and suddenly shot at him. For unsuspecting reasons, Moonlight Moria was cut off by Doflamingo's super whiplash, and this was Moonlight Moria's reaction to avoid the key. Otherwise, it would be his entire body that was cut off. At the same time, the pacifist troops also surrounded Moonlight Moria. "What are you doing? Brother Doflamingo, you openly attacked me, aren't you afraid that Sengoku will punish you?" Moonlight Moria roared angrily. "Sengoku's sanction. I'm sorry, the world government has removed you from your name. Now you are no longer one of the 7 seas. I am now fighting pirates. Why did Sengoku punish me?" Doflamingo let out a wicked laugh. "Remove me. Why remove me?" Moonlight Moria asked with a very ugly face. "Because you are too weak. the world government thinks that you are not qualified to be the king under the 7 Wuhai. Doflamingo said cruelly. Moonlight Moria didn't perform well in this battle. No matter if he was releasing water or was really weak, the Navy would not let him go. Of course, Moonlight Moria is really weak, especially now that the shadow fruit has been snatched by Chen, and now it is pitifully weak. The bastard Moonlight Moria seems to be besieged, he really deserves it. Perona saw Moria being besieged at a glance. Because Moonlight Moria cheated on her last time and used her to take the blame for him, Perona hated him very much, thinking that it was still cheap for him to let him go so easily. Originally, Perona wanted to find another opportunity to teach Moria a lesson, but she did not expect that someone would teach Moria a lesson for her. This Moria is also a shame. He was expelled from the world government because of his weak strength. If you say this, it will be a shame for a lifetime. Chen said with a smile. It's kind of funny to think about being removed for being too weak. Moria will be nailed to the disgraceful Jinchuriki column forever. This time, the transparent fruit person will not come to save Moria, because the transparent man has been shot dead by Baby 5. So it's no surprise that Moria is dead. Damn Doflamingo, hateful world government, when I escape, I must make you look good, you wait for me. Moria roared angrily. Get out, do you think you can get out? Doflamingo felt a little amused. Under the siege of him and many pacifists, what qualifications does Moria have to say escape? Under the lasers of many pacifists, several small holes were punched in Moria's body. Although these small holes were not fatal for the time being, they affected his combat effectiveness. Pacifist PX0, which is the bear's body, slapped Moria with a bear paw, and Moria was slapped with blood. Damn, Moria, who fell to the ground, looked ugly, and he shouldn't have listened to the call of the Navy. I didn't expect the Navy to be such a bad thing, and he did a good job anyway. Even if there is no credit, there must be hard work, right? But the Navy and the world government actually want to remove him because of his weak strength. What kind of bullshit is this? Come on, Moria, it's because you are too weak. Brother Doflamingo said, looking at Moria who fell to the ground. The battered Moria wanted to get up, but the pacifist PX0 slapped the ground again with another bear paw. Moria fell to the ground with a miserable look on his face. Now that he has accepted his fate, he doesn't even have the strength to stand up. What can he do if he refuses to accept his fate? When I think about my life, I have had a really miserable life. When I was young, when I was ambitious and full of energy, I was beaten into a doom by Guy. If it weren't for the number of guys, perhaps Moria wouldn't be so weak, but there are no ifs in this world, only results. Now Moria's result is death, being cut off by Doflamingo's neck with thread fruit 3.0. Looking at Moria's body, Doflamingo laughed twice. Are you so happy to kill Moria? Doflamingo. Doflamingo turned his head, glanced at Hawkeye Mahawk, and said indifferently, for me, Moria is my competitor. Of course I'm happy to kill the competitor. It's you, your friend Yuhi Shanks, who has been killed by that man, aren't you sad? Fu yi yi yi. Hearing Doflamingo's laughter, Hawkeye frowned and said coldly, Doflamingo, your laughter is very annoying to me, it's best to put it away in front of me, otherwise don't blame me. Killed you with one knife. Doflamingo looked disdainful. Although Hawkeye's strength was strong, Doflamingo, who has now awakened from the devil fruit, was not afraid at all. Killing him with one knife was just a joke. Chapter 584 Blackbeard arrives. Between Doflamingo and Hawkeye, an invisible aura rose up. If Hawkeye's aura was fierce, Doflamingo's aura was suppressed. The two Chihuahua have a great attitude to do it. Humph. Hawkeye snorted coldly, then left. Doflamingo sneered. There are people he is afraid of, but Hawkeye is no longer among them. If there is a real life and death battle, Doflamingo thinks that he is not weaker than Hawkeye. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly meet Hawkeye, because there's no need to provoke the enemy casually. But this time Liangzi is settled. If Hawkeye encounters a crisis, Brother Doflamingo doesn't mind falling into trouble. The war on the top was also coming to an end. Although Whitebeard was not dead, he was panting. Whitebeard was originally injured countless times, but now the old injury and the new injury can hold up to death, which shows how tenacious the vitality of Whitebeard is. We've been fighting for so many years, and now you're finally going to fall here. 19. Sengoku said lightly, looking at the lingering Whitebeard. Between Sengoku and Whitebeard, just like Garp and Roger, it can be said that they fought all their lives. For the first half of his life, Sengoku fought against Whitebeard on the sea. Now the battle between the two is finally coming to an end, and Whitebeard will surely die now. Whitebeard didn't speak, but looked at the suns in the distance. Now Marco and the others are still fighting with Aokiji and Kyabu. The frozen sea of the green pheasants has not yet broken open, and they can't escape even if they want to escape. Let me give my sons a ride. A white air pressure cover appeared on the naginata in Whitebeard's hand, and bursts of cracking sounded. This kind of sound was the sound of shattering the air, and the Whitebeard slashed into the distance. The earth seemed to be torn apart by a terrifying giant beast, and then spread all the way to the ice surface, and the solid ice was immediately shattered into pieces. Sengoku looked at the Whitebeard who showed his back in front of him, clenched his fists, and finally didn't attack. He and Whitebeard can be considered sympathetic to each other. This time let him do a trick. Sengoku is not afraid that the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates can escape. As long as the Aokiji cannot be defeated, even if the ice cubes are broken, the Aokiji can freeze the sea again. Beasta, hurry up and take them away. Shine crash. Diamond Yoja shouted, the diamond arm-covered armament haki, and then rammed towards Aokiji. Diamond Yoja must not let Aokiji freeze the sea again. This is a hard-won opportunity. Aokiji vomited blood by this blow, and was knocked out by Diamond Yoja. Marco threw off Kizaru and jumped into the boat, which began to sail into the distance. Ice Age. The ship just sailed not far. The sea surface was frozen again by the Ice Age of Aokiji, and Diamond Yoja was also kicked out by Aokiji. Jose, are you all right? Marco asked quickly. Diamond Yoja shook his head. His diamond defense was very strong and he was not injured, but it might be difficult to escape. Now you come to break the ice, and Beasta and I are here to intercept Kizaru and Aokiji. Marco said. Only the powerful destructive power of Diamond Yoja can easily break the ice. Seeing that his sons were blocked again, Whitebeard wanted to shoot again, but this time Sengoku wouldn't be watching. He really regarded his Sengoku as heir. Whitebeard, now your opponent is me, you're about to die, don't mind their business. Sengoku punched Whitebeard's abdomen. Get out of the way. Whitebeard roared angrily, stabbed the naginata on the ground, his fists remembered the sound of shattering. Listening to this sound, he knew that Whitebeard was using the shock fruit. Sengoku did not dare to be careless. He was very clear about the power of Whitebeard's shaking fruit, which was hailed by Sengoku as having the power to destroy the world. Although there is an element of exaggeration in it, destroying the island is really easy. Sengoku turned into a golden Buddha, and then used the shock wave to hit Whitebeard, colliding with Whitebeard's fists. Sengoku was kicked out and turned back into a human again, with blood spurting out of his mouth without money. This time Whitebeard broke out. Before, because his sons were all on the island, Whitebeard was somewhat restrained. Now the power of the shaking fruit has fully erupted. Khalifa used the barrier fruit to create a barrier that blocked all the attacks of the shock fruit. Malin Fando was completely torn apart, and the navy on the island was shaken into a cloud of blood by the shaking fruit. 100,000 naval soldiers were completely wiped out by Whitebeard's explosive move, and the ice on the sea shattered. Kizaru and Aokiji were also within the attack, but they were elementalized and were not injured at all. Marco and Beasta were also sent flying by the shaking force and landed on the boat. Marco and Beasta spurted blood from their mouths, and their injuries were not light, but Whitebeard had calculated that although they would be injured, they would definitely not kill them. And they just happened to be sent to the ship. After these two punches, Whitebeard stumbled and almost fell to the ground, standing with only a will, looking at the ship in the distance. Now Whitebeard only expects his crew to escape. Gia ha 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 ha. It seems that we came just in time. Listening to the laughter, Whitebeard turned around abruptly, and saw Blackbeard walking towards him, as well as the crew he had summoned at the undersea prison. Dear Dad, your 713 son Blackbeard is here to see you off, happy or not, Gia ha 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 ha. Blackbeard came over with a big laugh. Sengoku got up and looked at the tragic appearance of Marin Fando, and the Navy soldiers who were beaten to blood by the shock fruit. Sengoku was angry. In the Navy now, except for those with a little strength, the other soldiers at the bottom of the Navy are basically all killed. Whitebeard, I will kill you. Sengoku growled angrily. Marshal Sengoku seems to be very angry, so let me kill the relatives righteously and get rid of the wicked Whitebeard. Blackbeard walked towards Whitebeard. He could see that the current Whitebeard was basically at the end of his force, and he was not afraid of him at all. Titch, I didn't expect you to come here to die. Whitebeard said extremely angrily. None of this would have happened if it weren't for Titch, the bastard. Ace wouldn't die, and his crew sons wouldn't have sacrificed. Blackbeard shot quickly and touched Whitebeard, making Whitebeard's shock fruit temporarily unavailable. After all this was done, Blackbeard was completely relieved. Now standing in front of Whitebeard, he was even more confident. He didn't believe that Whitebeard could not handle it without the shocking fruit. Whitebeard looked at Blackbeard's movements and didn't know what he was doing, but no matter what he did, he couldn't change Whitebeard's intention to kill him. Today, he must kill Blackbeard, the culprit. Chapter 585 The End of Whitebeard. Gia ha 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 ha. Feeling Whitebeard's murderous gaze, Blackbeard let out an indifferent, very arrogant laugh. Father, your era is over. Now is the era of young people. You are already old. Let me, my dear son who loves you, come and give you a ride. Compared with Whitebeard, Blackbeard does belong to young people. Yo yo yo, Blackbeard versus Whitebeard, it's really scary. Kizaru said with a beating expression on his face. If you didn't know that his tone of voice and expression were like this, you would definitely think that he was deliberately mocking. I wonder if Whitebeard and Blackbeard will let go of their grievances and join forces to beat the yellow monkey. Chen looked at the yellow monkey and wanted to beat him. With a face full of ridicule, coupled with that slow tone of speech, it would be uncomfortable not to beat him. If it weren't for the good relationship with Huang Yuan, Chen would definitely beat him up. Just because of his wretched appearance, he didn't need any other reason. You said that the lazy Kiwi is so strong now. Could it be that he was often beaten when he was a child, so he trained harder? Chen asked the girls. It should be. This guy is very bad. I want to slash him in the face. Taotu said viciously looking at Kizaru's face. However, at this time, Whitebeard and Blackbeard all ignored the needy Kizaru. In Whitebeard's eyes, no matter how badly the Kiwi was beaten, it was not as important as killing the culprit Blackbeard. In the eyes of Blackbeard, there is no need to do such extravagant things, not to mention that they didn't look at the face of the yellow monkey at all. Dad, you can feel it. Is the Junjun fruit unusable? Gia ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Whitebeard frowned and looked at his hand. Sure enough, the shock fruit could not be used. Blackbeard looked at Whitebeard's surprised look and laughed even more. You are so badly injured now, let me give you a ride and end your pain. The imposing Blackbeard looked at the missing half of Whitebeard's face, and was also very horrified. He really didn't know how tenacious the vitality of this monster was. Kula lala, you don't think I can't educate my son if I don't have the Junjun fruit. Whitebeard held the big knife, and then slashed at Blackbeard's body. Blackbeard's eyes widened and he didn't react at all. It wasn't until the severe pain passed to his body that Blackbeard fully reacted and couldn't help screaming. Although the dark fruit absorbed the damage, Blackbeard had to suffer twice the pain. You are still too immature now. Arrogance and arrogance are your weaknesses. Whitebeard said while holding Blackbeard's head. Seeing that he was seriously injured, do you think he is a tiger without Kiba? With the current Whitebeard, it is very easy to hang and beat the Blackbeard. Dad, you don't really want to kill me, I'm your son. Blackbeard showed fear on his face. Whitebeard looked at Titch and finally hesitated, but it was this hesitation that made him lose the opportunity to kill Blackbeard. Originally, he still had a little energy left, but now the injury has completely erupted, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Blackbeard wiped the blood on his face, feeling the strength of Whitebeard getting weaker and weaker, taking advantage of it to launch a fatal attack on Whitebeard. The crew behind Blackbeard also attacked. Whitebeard, who was already dying, completely lost the power to fight back this time, and the Whitebeard who had only one breath left, looking at Blackbeard's cruel smile, suddenly regretted it. At that time, with his strength, he could crush Blackbeard to death, but because he thought of him on his own ship for 20 years, his heart softened for a while. Dad, the importance of treating your family as your weakness. What else can you say now? Blackbeard stood up and looked at Whitebeard. In fact, Blackbeard also respects Whitebeard very much, but this respect is different from Whitebeard's other sons. What he respects is Whitebeard's powerful power. Now he appeared, also to deprive Whitebeard of the power. With the Junjun fruit and the dark fruit, he will be invincible in the world, and Hyuga-chen will not have to be afraid at that time. Thinking of the shame Hyuga-chen gave him, Blackbeard's face turned hideous, and he vowed to take revenge. Tiki, with your character, even if you have enough strength, you can't become the Pirate King. Is these your last words? Then you will die for me. When Blackbeard heard that Whitebeard said he couldn't become One Piece, Blackbeard's face turned hideous. Then give Whitebeard the final blow. Whitebeard eventually died in the hands of Blackbeard, and Sengoku, who clenched his fist, looked at Whitebeard's body, not knowing whether to be excited or sad. However, even though Whitebeard died, his body still stood up straight. Yo, the Whitebeard that traverses the sea, has it come to an end now? Kizaru is still the same wretched face of Eternal. Kazuna, why don't you go after Whitebeard's crew? Sengoku asked Kayaburu, who was watching the play. Now the people of the Whitebeard pirates have gone far, and I can't catch up. Kizaru pointed to the ship that was gradually disappearing on the sea in the distance. Sengoku glared at Kizaru. Everything was an excuse for not being able to catch up. With the speed of Kizaru's glittering fruit, could he not be able to catch up with them? The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates saw through the telescope that Whitebeard was killed by Blackbeard, and they were angry to death. It's Blackbeard again, I must kill him. Diamond Yoja roared angrily. If it wasn't for Blackbeard, Ace wouldn't die, Dad wouldn't die, and the others who came to rescue Ace wouldn't die either. Recuperate first, and after the recuperation, we will seek revenge from Blackbeard. Marco said while holding down the angry Joes. What are you going to do now? Marco looked at the people on board the Yuhi pirates. Those who escaped from the Yuhifa pirates were very confused. In the end, some of them chose to join Marco and the other part chose to go into hiding. Because of this tragic battle, some of them are also tired of life on the sea, tired of fighting and killing, and choose to retreat, which is also a good choice. After Whitebeard's death, Blackbeard took out a black curtain and shrouded him and Whitebeard together. When Blackbeard got out of it, he didn't know what method he used. At this time, he had obtained the ability to shake the fruit. Jia ha 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 ha, is this the shock fruit of the strongest superhuman fruit? Blackbeard made a cracking sound in his hand. Listening to the sound of the shattering air, Sengoku and the Taoist 5 old stars all looked at Blackbeard in shock. How did Blackbeard get Whitebeard's shaking fruit? Even the 5 old stars in Taoist robes, who have lived for more than 800 years, are very shocked by this. Afterwards, the 5 old stars in the robe looked at Hyuga-chen. It is known that Hyuga-chen also has many devil fruit abilities. Could it be the same as Blackbeard, who plundered other people's fruits to get it? Chapter 586 The Trade of 50 Devil Fruits. Blackbeard, I ask you, did you do what happened in the great underwater prison? Sengoku asked Blackbeard. Unlike in the original book, Sengoku only learned about it later, and now Sengoku knew it before the war, but at that time he couldn't pay attention to Blackbeard or the escaped prisoners. I did it, Jia ha 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 ha. Blackbeard admitted with a big laugh. Now that he has obtained the Junjun fruit, he already has the power to be invincible in the world, and naturally he is not afraid, not to mention that he is a very arrogant person. I'm going to completely sink Marin Fando today, Blackbeard said arrogantly. Who do you think you are? Do you think you are Whitebeard when you get Whitebeard's shaking fruit? Sengoku said angrily. In front of him, he said that he would sink Marin Fando, even if Whitebeard didn't say it. This was trampling on the dignity of the Navy. Shockwave. Sengoku burst out in anger, transformed into a big Buddha and then used a shockwave, which hit all Blackbeard with full force. Blackbeard vomited blood when he was beaten, and his crew was also spitting blood with one stroke. Blackbeard looked at Sengoku in horror. He didn't expect Sengoku to be so powerful after the outbreak. Blackbeard got up and stepped back a few 6-7 steps. One evil wolf, who has the title of a huge battleship, was knocked over by the shock wave of Sengoku and rolled in the sea a few times. San Juan Evil Wolf should be the largest giant in the pirate world. His size is comparable to that of the naval headquarters, and he can show his head when standing in the sea. With this size, Chen needs to use 6 Paths Susano to compare his size with San Juan Bad Wolf. I'll arrest you all today, none of you can escape. Sengoku looked at the crew of the Blackbeard pirates. All of them were criminals, especially San Juan Bad Wolf, a criminal who committed a heinous crime enough to be eliminated from history. Just based on his size comparable to an island, he knows his destructive power, and there are not a few islands that have been destroyed by him. Humph, if I want to catch us, I won't play with you this time. I will come back and take revenge myself. Blackbeard glanced at Hyuga-chan. Because he was injured by Sengoku's blow, Blackbeard is not so arrogant now. Originally, he wanted to provoke Hyuga-chan and then take revenge. Give up this idea now, keep a low profile first, and find a chance to take revenge later. You guys want to leave, but it's not that easy. Taopao Wu Lao Xing said lightly. Now he is ready to get rid of the Blackbeard, and seeing the Blackbeard plundering the shock fruit of the Whitebeard, the 5 old stars in the robe have murderous intentions. Because he was afraid that Blackbeard would eventually get out of control and eventually become the same troublesome existence as Hyuga-chen. Hyuga-chen is okay, he doesn't show any ambition, but Blackbeard is different. With Blackbeard's character, if he has the power as Hyuga-chen, he will definitely overthrow the world government. Therefore, the 5 old stars of Taoism are ready to eliminate this potential threat today. Hyuga-chen, I will give out 50 devil fruits. Please get rid of the Blackbeard, what do you think? The Taoist 5 old stars bit Kiba and looked at Hyuga-chen. 50 devil fruits, this is a massive hemorrhage. Hyuga-chen has already given 100 devil fruits before and after. If he takes out another 50 devil fruits, it will basically wipe out the Tianlong people's bottom. However, if the threat of Blackbeard can be killed, the Taoist 5 old stars will also feel that it is worth it. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the 5 old stars of the Taoist robe were not too badly injured, there was no need to ask Hyuga-chen to take action. He, Sengoku and the Navy General would definitely be able to leave a Blackbeard. But now he and Sengoku are badly injured, Akainu is in a coma now, Kizaru is a douchebag, this guy can't be counted on, and Aokiji is not in a good state. As for Carp, the now negative Carp can't count on it even more. Deal, remember to send me the devil fruit. Hyuga-chen agreed directly. The value of 50 devil fruits was greater than ancient weapons in Chen's eyes. Looking at Blackbeard now, Chen's eyes lit up. Now Blackbeard is the exchange point for walking, and he will be sorry if he doesn't kill him. Blackbeard, you also heard the big bald head's offer, so I can only aggrieve you and offer your head. Chen stood up and looked at Blackbeard and said. Blackbeard's face was dark, and his skin was already very dark, but now it is even darker. 50 devil fruits, it's unimaginable. Brother Doflamming looked at the 5 old stars in the Taoist robe. This old guy took 50 devil fruits and asked Hyuga-chen to shoot. He was really generous. But Doflamingo knew that Blackbeard, who was the Oriole behind his back and who was going to be the final winner of this battle, was now finished. Hyuga-chen shot, Blackbeard is absolutely finished. Even if he has the strength of Whitebeard, it is useless, not to mention that Blackbeard is not comparable to the strength of Whitebeard now. Even if Blackbeard has Whitebeard's shocking fruit, no one thinks that his strength can be compared to Whitebeard. Just now, Whitebeard had a big residual blood. After losing the ability to shake the fruit, he could still chop Blackbeard down to the ground. If it wasn't for Blackbeard's final begging for mercy, Whitebeard's heart softened, and now Blackbeard is dead. Who is this guy? Evil King Ibaro Pizarro frowned at Hyuga-chen. He was imprisoned in the underwater prison for many years, and he didn't know Hyuga-chen at all. I think this little white face looks good. Why don't you grab it and warm the bed for me? Carter Rinadipin said with a smile. You are courting death. The words of this ugly woman directly angered the girls. Captive arrow. Dull light. Negative ghost. Thunder break. ... The fruit attack of the girls, coupled with the swordsmanship slash, before Carter Rinadipin had time to say the second sentence, all the scum left by the attack was left. Ugly women overestimate themselves, Hancock said disdainfully. You killed her before I even shot. Nami looked depressed, her wind blade had just condensed, and she hadn't been shot yet. As a result, the woman was killed. Blackbeard looked at the ashes cat Rinadipin, and secretly swallowed. If this attack hit him, he wouldn't be much better. This was because someone didn't have time to shoot, and Carter Rinadipin was killed, otherwise it would only be worse. The rest of the Blackbeard pirates became solemn, and Carter Rinadipin was imprisoned with them for many years. Therefore, they still have some understanding of her strength. Even they can't say that they can win her, and the people who can be detained on the 6th floor of the great undersea prison are not ordinary people. But even her strength was still turned to ashes by a round of attacks. If it were them, they would definitely not be stronger than Katrina Dipin. Captain, I think we'd better find a way to get back, said Big Barrel Basque Chote. It's too cruel, and they will die if they stay here. Chapter 587 The End of the Blackbeard Pirates. Blackbeard, are you surrendering obediently now, or let me do it myself? Chen asked lightly looking at Blackbeard. For the sake of 50 devil fruits, Blackbeard is dead this time, and after Blackbeard's death, he can still get dark fruit and shock fruit. The dark fruit does not matter, he can also control the gravity, so the ability of the dark fruit is not rare at all. Jen is quite interested in the devil fruit with huge destructive power. When facing Chen, although Blackbeard's face was ugly, how could it be possible to make him surrender? Having obtained the Junjun fruit of Whitebeard, the hope of becoming the Pirate King is just around the corner, how could he give up? What's more, there is no doubt that you will die if you surrender. If you don't surrender, you may not have a chance to live. In this case, doesn't Blackbeard still know how to choose? San Juan, what are you still doing? Hurry up and attack me. Blackbeard shouted at San Juan Evil Wolf. Now I can only think of relying on the huge size of San Juan to escape. However, although this guy is known as a heinous criminal, he seems to be very timid when driving, and has been hiding in the back, blinding this huge body. Oh! San Juan raised his huge arm and slapped it towards Chen, and the huge slap covered Blackbeard and the others. This wasn't his intention either, his size is here. As long as it is an attack, it is basically an indiscriminate attack. The crew members of Blackbeard and the Blackbeard pirates watched the huge slap and couldn't help scolding. If this slap was taken, wouldn't they be able to shoot them to the bottom of the sea together? But this was an order from Blackbeard himself, and he couldn't say anything. 6 Paths Susano. The huge Susano made Marin Vando collapse, and the 6 Paths Susano used by Chen was much bigger than 10 Tails. Compared with San Juan, it is bigger. What the hell is this monster? Blackbeard stood on an island fragment. Sengoku's face sank. The current Marin Vando is probably going to sink. If it really sinks, it cannot be rebuilt. Of course, if you really want to rebuild, you can, but the cost is too high, and the world government does not want to bear such a high price. Perhaps in the future, Marin Vando will completely become history. Susano pulled out the dagger at his waist and slashed at San Juan, who was cut in half with one sword. The blood that flowed out dyed the sea water a fresh yuhi color, and the waves set off to drown Malinfando. Aokiji, freeze the waves for me, Sengoku yelled. Sengoku felt that the current Malinfando might be able to be rescued a little more. Malinfando is the headquarters of the Navy and the facade of the Navy. Aokiji nodded, and then used Ice Age to freeze the bloody waves with all his strength. Aokiji made all his efforts, but managed to freeze the big waves, and Chen also released the 6 paths Susano, which made Sengoku completely relieved. Blackbeard's face was very ugly. San Juan Evil Wolf was beheaded by Hyuga Chen, which made Blackbeard not know what to do. Originally, he wanted to rely on San Juan's huge size and take them to swim away from Marinvando. Now that San Juan Evil Wolf was beheaded with a knife, Blackbeard's idea of naturally wasted. Don't think about running away, you can't escape in my hands. Chen appeared in front of Blackbeard, dispelling the idea of Blackbeard running away. Everyone, it's impossible to escape now. We will do our best to kill him. Only by killing him can we save our lives. Blackbeard said to the crew behind him. Carter Rinadipin was killed by the girls, San Juan Evil Wolf was beheaded by Chen using 6 paths Susano, and now the crew of Blackbeard is only the King of Evil, the Big Barrel Basque, and the Hope of Rain. 3 remain. I'm afraid I'm going to get killed this time, but if I can fight against the world's strongest Hyuga Chen, even if I die, it may not be the best destination. Shiryu of Rain said with a cigar in his mouth. Humph. I don't want to die, but I want to see if he is just pretending. The Evil King snorted coldly and hit Chen with both hands. Laser. A flash of light ran through his head. Hyuga Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with him at all, and he killed the Evil King in one move. A big hole was pierced through his head, and the Evil King still breathed a sigh of relief. He reached out and touched the big hole in his head, and then fell to the ground unwillingly. The death of the Evil King made Blackbeard's heart sink again. Those who can be on the 6th floor of the great undersea prison are all outstanding, and the King of Bad Politics is even more outstanding among the outstanding. Blackbeard would not choose waste to join his pirate ship. After fighting on the 6th floor, only those who survived could join his pirate ship. And the King of Bad Politics and the prisoners on the 6th floor of the underwater prison fought and finally survived, which already shows his strength. But when facing Hyuga Chen, he failed to make a move. Blackbeard believes that his strength is already very strong now, and it is impossible to kill the King of Evil in one move, but Hyuga Chen easily kills the King of Evil. This is the gap. Why, Blackbeard, aren't you afraid? Shiryu of Rain looked at Blackbeard and asked. Fear. Of course I'm afraid. I don't want to die. I still have my own ambitions that have not been realized. Blackbeard did not hide the fear in his heart. He was really afraid of death in his heart. He still had the dream of becoming the Pirate King. He also wanted to dominate the whole world. He didn't want to die just like that. Who's your turn next? Chen looked at the 3 of them lightly, and finally fixed his eyes on the Big Barrel Basque. Choose you now. But don't worry, they'll go down to accompany you soon. Chen's fingers flashed a dazzling light again, and a dazzling yellow flash pierced the head of Basque in the Big Barrel. The guy with the alcohol smell and a big sausage nose fell to the ground, his pupils dimmed. The attack speed was too fast, and Blackbeard could only barely react, not to mention the Big Barrel Basque. Seeing another crew member fall, Blackbeard's face was extremely ugly, and now he and Shiryu of the Rain were left. Looking at Shiryu of the Rain, although his swordsmanship is good, his strength is also very impressive, and he can compete with the general for a while, but Blackbeard does not count on him. In the end, he still has to rely on himself, and no one can count on him. Which of you 2 will die first? Chen asked lightly. It's not necessarily us who died, it may be you. Shiryu of the Rain bit his cigar with a cruel look on his face. This guy is a bloodthirsty person, and he was imprisoned because he murdered criminals indiscriminately. However, his strength is very strong. He can be as famous as Magellan, and he is also known as the 2 trump cards of the advancing city. How can his strength be weak? Chapter 588 Send Blackbeard to Heaven. Shiryu the Rain pulled out his saber and appeared on Chen's left like a ghost, but he did not use the sword, and the figure disappeared again. After the figure appeared behind Chen, there was still no knife. Chen looked at this guy lightly. What is this doing? Show a wave of operations. Chen raised his foot, and kicked Yu Zisho's face with his shining golden light. Yu Zixi stayed on the ground and rubbed frantically, and half of his body fell into the sea. I'll give you the chance to shoot. If you don't cherish it, then don't blame me. Chen took out the first generation of ghosts and stabbed Shiryu of the Rain in the heart. Your last crew member also died. Now it's finally your turn. Chen kicked Shiryu of Rain's body out. Damn, Blackbeard couldn't help scolding when he saw Chen's unscathed solution to Shiryu of Rain. Shiryu of the Rain is the strongest member of the Blackbeard pirates, and he has not been able to do any damage to Hyuga Chen. Death to me, Blackbeard roared. His fist was wrapped with a white air pressure mask, and cracks appeared around him. Damn Blackbeard. Sengoku looked annoyed at the shaking marine Fando. Malin Fanduo has already sunk in half, and he can't stand the toss. Blackbeard's use of the shock fruit will probably make the other half sink too. Of course, Blackbeard won't worry so much. This is the Navy's place and not his place. It's better to sink. I see how much strength you have after getting Whitebeard's shaking fruit. Chen clenched his fist, which was covered with armament hockey. Bang! Chen's fist and Blackbeard's fist collided, and the resulting wave tore the ground apart, and a powerful airflow blew the debris on the ground. Click! The sound of shattering bones sounded, and Blackbeard flew out and lay on the ground, looking at the twisted right hand, and let out a scream like killing a pig. The shrill cry made everyone feel that he was miserable. In fact, the current Blackbeard was indeed miserable. His right hand was twisted out of shape, and he could no longer have it. Moreover, the dark fruit of Blackbeard will make him suffer double the pain, bear double the pain, and the damage has not been absorbed, and Blackbeard wants to die. Look at how painful you are, otherwise I will end your pain. Chen slowly walked over with the first generation ghost. I still have my ambitions that have not been realized, how can I die easily? Blackbeard stood up with pain. He still had his ambitions. He wanted to become the pirate king, and even the king of the world. If you don't have enough strength, what's the use of having ambition? It's much more ambitious than you, and you're still going to die. Blackbeard looked at Hyuga Chen who suddenly appeared in front of him. His pupils shrank suddenly, and then he saw the light of the knife slashing towards him. Blackbeard was slashed and flew out, and the figure in midair looked like a rag doll, looking extremely miserable. The body fell to the ground, and the blood flowed out uncontrollably. Damn, I can't detect his speed at all. Blackbeard didn't care about the wound or the pain. His ability to endure was extraordinary, and he was absolutely incomparable. Being able to stay on Whitebeard's boat for 20 years is just for an ethereal dark fruit. This kind of endurance is not something ordinary people can do. Blackbeard, do you believe that I can kill you with my next knife? Chen asked while looking at Blackbeard. Blackbeard got up and remained silent, although he didn't want to believe it, but with Hyuga Chen's speed so fast that he couldn't react, there was absolutely no problem in killing him with one knife. Think about it. Blackbeard knelt on the ground with his legs bent. Please let me go. 50 devil fruits, I can also get them together for you. Blackbeard knelt on the ground and said. He is a hero, able to bend and stretch. If he dies, he really has nothing, but he has infinite possibilities in life. Now Blackbeard doesn't want to die, he wants to live. He got the coveted dark fruit, and the most coveted superhuman type of the strongest shock fruit. How can he be willing to die like this? Oh, can you take out 50 devil fruits? Chen asked lightly. Although I can't take it out now, I will be able to get it together soon, and I can go to the sea to grab it. Blackbeard raised his head, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The world government gave out 60 devil fruits. As long as General Hyuga you can kill him. The Taoist 5 old stars said. Blackbeard's face became ugly, and he stared at the Taoist 5 old stars angrily. If it wasn't for this bastard old man, Hyuga Chen wouldn't have shot. If he was alive today, Blackbeard swore that he would kill this old man in the future. Dao Pao Wu Laoxing saw Blackbeard's resentful eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, and this time he couldn't let Blackbeard leave. The strength that Blackbeard shows now, and his ability to plunder other people's fruits, even if he can't become a tricky character like Hyuga Chen in the future, he will definitely not be weaker than Whitebeard. Being stared at by such a potential person, Dao Pao 5 Old Stars will of course kill him. In fact, the Dao Pao 5 Old Stars have a high opinion of Blackbeard. Even if he has the ability to double fruit, it is unknown whether he can reach the strength of Whitebeard in the future. There's nothing you can do about it. It seems that your head is destined to fail today, Chen Tan said with a hand. I can give you 70 and 100 devil fruits. Blackbeard shouted in a panic. It's useless for you to give me 10,000. What you said are empty promises. Do you think I'm stupid? Chen pouted in disdain. Hand over your 2 devil fruits. Devour God. Chen opened his hand, and 2 devil fruits flew out of Blackbeard's body. How is this possible? My devil fruit ability. Blackbeard stretched out his hand. Whether it was the dark fruit or the shocking fruit, all of them could not be activated now. Give you a better way to die. 6 Paths Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. This is the strongest sealing technique in the Hokage world, and it is simply overkill to deal with Blackbeard now. 6 Paths Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, is different from Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, is destructible, while 6 Paths Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, using the sealed person as the source of gravity. Once activated, it will not be able to break free. Blackbeard's power has been deprived, and now it is like a 5.2 ordinary person. The fragments of the island, and the sea water are all pouring towards Blackbeard. Soon a huge water ball was formed. This water ball was bigger than 10 Marin Vandos. Fortunately, Chen controlled gravity, otherwise Sengoku and Akainu would be attracted by gravity and become part of this water polo. Of course, Chen controlled gravity not for them, but to prevent gravity from affecting the girls. Become a star. The giant water polo turned into an ice puck and flew into the sky. Soon the ice ball broke through the atmosphere and flew into space. Although the friction through the atmosphere became smaller, it was considered a large meteorite in space, and it was still an ice meteorite. As for the Blackbeard that was sealed inside, he might have been squeezed to death, and even if he didn't die now, he wouldn't be able to live for a few days. Blackbeard is not Kagaya. He can't be immortal, he can starve to death. Chapter 589 Post-War. After the Blackbeard pirates were terminated by Chen, the war on the top was completely over, and Sengoku looked at the ruins with an ugly expression on his face. Now that Malinfando could sink into the sea at any time, the Taoist 5 Old Stars silently looked at Hyuga Chen. Hyuga Chen killed Blackbeard just now. The super-exaggerated ice ball that was created, which was bigger than most meteorites, made Tao Pao 5 Old Stars even more afraid. In fact, he doesn't know, it's still small. If the girls weren't here, Hyuga Chen could have created a small planet 100 times bigger than before. Looking at Malinfando, who was in ruins, Chen said to the Taoist 5 Old Stars, "Don't forget the 60 devil fruits. Don't let me go to the Holy Land Marijoa to get them in person." Dao Pao Wu Laoxing nodded, feeling distressed in his heart. 60 devil fruits seem to be really troublesome, and the CP organization should go out to collect them. Chen took the girls to leave Malinfando in his warship, and the Taoist 5 Old Stars also waved their hands and returned to the Holy Land Marijoa. Only Sengoku was left, looking at the current C-19 with an embarrassed face. The scum of 100,000 Navy soldiers, all dead now, is not left. There are also naval generals. There are quite a few naval generals who died in this battle, especially the army commander-in-chief Kong Ji-yu. Looking at the 5 Old Stars of Taoism who left, Sengoku couldn't help scolding in his heart, "Throwing this mess to me, you slap your ass." It was a neat walk. Go and see if there are any survivors. and report the casualties to me. Sengoku instructed them. After Sengoku was ready to deal with this mess, he went to resign. This time the Navy sacrificed too much, and he didn't have the face to be the Admiral of the Navy. Now Marin Fando can no longer be used, and it can no longer be used as a naval headquarters, but this Sengoku does not matter. Leave all these matters to the next marshal. The results of this war have now been circulated. The most unexpected thing is the old part of the Whitebeard pirates. They are all sharpening their knives and preparing to take revenge against Blackbeard. But to their disappointment, Blackbeard was so unsatisfactory that he was actually killed. This made the old part of the Whitebeard pirates lose their target all of a sudden, and at this time, they learned that their territory in the New World was shaved by Guy and Ant. Hateful, these two bastards actually took advantage of others' danger. Diamond Yoja roared angrily. I didn't expect Guy and Charlotte Lingling to be so bastards, that such a dangerous thing could be done. Let's go back to the New World now, seek revenge for them, and take back the territory. Foil Beasta wiped the knife and said. Beasta, we are not what we used to be. It's useless to grab the territory. Without Dad, we can't keep the territory at all. Marco held down the impulsive Beasta. Now the Whitebeard pirates, after the death of Whitebeard, has already existed in name only. Without the powerful deterrent of Whitebeard, how would they compete with Guy for more territory? Marco knew very well of Guy's strength, because Guy had more than one war with them. Even if he teamed up with Beasta and Joes, he was not an opponent of one more Guy, not to mention Guy and his beast pirates. At this time, the Guy has changed a lot. It is not the Guy who likes to be singled out and likes to charge into battle alone. Guys who are like monsters, with their current strength, they will die if they go. Then what should we do? Are we going to hand over the land that Dad knocked down? There is no way to be reconciled. Let's build up our strength first. After we are strong enough, we will settle accounts with these fellas. Marco said helplessly. Now let's go to Doflamingo first. Marco's eyes flashed with cold light, and the anger in his heart could not be suppressed. When others heard Doflamingo, they all showed their eyes to kill. Originally the person they hated the most was Blackbeard, but now that Blackbeard is dead, the person they hated the most became Doflamingo. This time Doflamingo really messed with them. They resented Doflamingo not because Doflamingo prevented them from rescuing Ace when the war was over. It was Doflamingo, the bastard, who took Whitebeard's body and made a deal with them. This bastard came to make a deal with the corpse of their dearest dad. This time, Doflamingo completely angered the crew of the Whitebeard pirates. Brother Doflamingo would also kill himself, take away Whitebeard's body in the chaos, and then dare to notify the people of the Whitebeard pirates to make a deal. In fact, Brother Doflamingo took a fancy to the wealth accumulated by the Whitebeard pirates, and now he has the trump card of Whitebeard's body, so he is not afraid that they will not give in. Although doing so would offend the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, Doflamingo was originally a person who wanted profit. What's more, the Whitebeard pirates who have lost the Whitebeard can no longer be feared by him, and he has more than one ally of the four emperors, Guy. Guy needs a lot of artificial devil fruits. So as long as he doesn't make excessive demands, Guy will basically agree. Guy didn't deal with the Whitebeard pirates in the first place, and asked him to help kill Marco and the others. Guy probably wouldn't refuse. That's why Doflamingo was able to provoke the Whitebeard pirates. Little monkey, are you awake? Aunt Xiao looked at Luffy 893 who opened his eyes. Where is this place? Is Ace already? Luffy recalled his previous memory when he saw Ace fall in front of him with his own eyes. Yes, Ace is dead, and his body has been brought out. Aunt Xiao pointed to Ace's body not far away. Looking at Ace's body, Luffy burst into tears of pain. How about Shanks and others? Luffy asked quickly. Looking at Luffy, Aunt Xiao sighed, and this sigh gave Luffy a bad premonition. Shanks is dead, and so is Whitebeard on the battlefield. Luffy's eyes were dull, he didn't expect Shanks to die too. Who killed Shanks? Luffy asked angrily after a long time. Don't think about revenge. It was Admiral Hyuga Chen who killed Shanks. You are not an opponent. It's Big Brother Hyuga Chen. How could it be? How could Big Brother Hyuga Chen kill Shanks? Although Luffy and Chen are not very acquainted, and have only met a few times, Luffy thinks Chen is a good person, but he did not expect him to kill Shanks. Don't think about it too much, just take a rest. I'll ask Jinbei to take care of you, and I'll go see Rayleigh first. Luffy's eyes were dull. This time the blow to him was really big. Ace was dead, Shanks was dead, and now his companions were not around. Luffy felt alone and extremely helpless. Chapter 590 Doflamingo. Chen's warship slowly sailed towards Nine Snake Island. Now that Marin Fando was destroyed, Chen was going to settle down on Nine Snake Island. I haven't been back to Nine Snake Island for a long time. Hancock stood on the bow and looked at the island in the distance. Since leaving Chen to go to the Navy headquarters, Hancock has not returned to Nine Snake Island. However, Hancock is very clear about the situation on Nine Snake Island. Her two younger sisters often report the situation on Nine Snake Island to her. I haven't been to Nine Snake Island yet, Alvia said with a smile. When Alvia was looking for the historical text, he had been to many places, but Juhei Island had never been there. The main reason is that Nine Snake Island is located in a windless zone, making it difficult to get in. This is Daughter Island. The island is full of women. Someone is going to be happy. Taotu glanced at Chen and said. Chen silently glanced at Taotu. Daughter Island is indeed all women, but the real beauties on the island are Hancock and Margaret. Now both of them are on the boat, and some women from Daughter Island are also very hot-eyed, such as Hancock's two younger sisters. There are no ugly women in the second dimension. This sentence does not hold in the world of pirates. There are a lot of ugly women in this world. Wu tilde Chen, they bullied me. Sha Tang ran to the front deck with tears in her eyes, and threw herself on Chen's body with a look of grievance. Who bullied you again? Who dares to bully you? Chen asked helplessly, looking at the clothes soaked in tears. That's them. Sugar pointed to Monet, Kurla, and Ain behind him. If you can't afford to lose in poker, you just say we bullied you and we'll never play with you again, Kurla couldn't help saying. Chen comforted the weeping Sugar. Obviously after the 15 years of Sugar, the childlike fruit that Chen gave her to eat, how could she still have the same personality as a child, crying at every turn? Chen, hurry up and teach them a lesson and avenge me. Monet was furious when he looked at the Sugar, and even my sister and I had to teach her a lesson. This little Byakugan wolf will make her look good in a while. I think you should be more peaceful. Even if I teach them a lesson for you, they will take revenge on you in a while. Chen pressed down the fist that Sha Tang was waving. No, I want you to teach them a lesson. Sha Tang shook Chen's arm vigorously. Look at Bai Sheng, you have nothing to do with you all day long. Believe it or not, I will teach you a lesson now. Hearing that he was going to teach her a lesson, Sugar calmed down. Soon the ship docked, and Hancock's two sisters were already there to greet him. Sir, you are finally back. Hancock, you still know how to come back. Do you still remember that you were the Emperor of Daughter Island? Granny looked at Hancock and turned on the education mode. Stinky old woman, you just kept babbling on me when I came back. Get out of here. Hancock kicked the mother-in-law away. The mother-in-law turned into a meteor and disappeared. Others saw this scene, and it was not surprising that they had seen this scene for the first time. Chen took the daughters to temporarily live in the palace on Daughter Island. Doflamingo, where is Dad's body? Give me Dad's body. Marco looked at Doflamingo with a dark face. What are you doing in such a hurry? Let's drink a few glasses of wine first, and then talk slowly. Doflamingo said with a smile. Marco looked blankly at Doflamingo. His Doflamingo's wine, did they dare to drink it? Who knows if this sinister guy will poison it? I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Hand over Dad's body, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Marco finally couldn't hold it any longer, with an angry look on his face. Marco, don't talk to him so much, just cut him off. Vista looked at Doflamingo coldly. Foo, it doesn't matter if you want to do it, but your father may not even be able to save the body. Brother Doflamingo said Kiba with a smile. Brother Doflamingo's hateful look, this wicked expression is particularly puzzling, but Marco didn't dare to do it. Dad's body is still in his hands, and if they can't get Dad's body, they won't dare to turn against Doflamingo. To be honest, Doflamingo is also bad. Whitebeard is dead, and he is still making a fuss with Whitebeard's corpse. If you want Whitebeard's body, then hand over the treasures you have collected over the years. Doflamingo directly stated his conditions. Okay, I can give you the treasure, but you have to let us see Dad's body first. Marco agreed without thinking. Money or something is not as important as Dad's body. So happy. Doflamingo looked at Marco in amazement. He didn't expect Whitebeard to have such a high status in their hearts. Since you are so happy, I will let you take a look at Whitebeard's body. Brother Doflamingo clapped his hands, and Whitebeard's tall body was lifted out. I stole this corpse from the Navy's nose. It's normal to ask you for a little reward. I also took a big risk. Seeing Dad's body, Vista and Diamond Yoja couldn't help but make a move. You don't move, or your beloved father will turn into a pool of blood. Doflamingo said with a smile. Doflamingo, do you want to die? Foil Vista pulled out his knife and roared angrily. How this corpse fell into the hands of the Navy, it will definitely go to Vegapunk's research lab. I am helping you to rescue Whitebeard's corpse. Don't you appreciate me? Give me the treasure you have collected first, and Whitebeard's body is yours. Now we have no treasure in our hands, the treasure is all hidden in the new world, and now our territory has been occupied by Guy. Marco took a deep breath and said. They really don't have a dime right now. Doflamingo frowned, and then said, then you guys find a way to get it for me. If I don't have the money, I'll throw Whitebeard's body into the sea to feed the fish, and move it to the laboratory to study it alive. Dare you? Marco clenched his fists, the veins on his neck bursting out. Why don't I dare? If you want to keep your father's body, just bring me the treasure, otherwise I can do anything. Brother Doflamingo threatened sternly. Facing the threat of Doflamingo, Marco and others could only compromise. They can't bet on their father's body, Doflamingo, who can do anything. I promise you, we'll bring the treasure over, but if there's any damage to Dad's body, I'll never let you go. Don't worry, Doflamingo, is also a reputable person. As long as your money is in place, I will definitely give you Whitebeard's body. Doflamingo laughed. Marco took a deep look at Doflamingo, and then left with the people. Dad's body was in his hands, and they had no way to take Doflamingo. Chapter 591 New World Situation. Bastard Doflamingo, I really want to kill him all at once. Diamond Yoja said angrily. Don't be so angry, Dad's body is still in his hands, even if he wants to kill him. Marco said with a sigh. Back then, when their father Whitebeard was still around, who would dare to provoke them? Now a little Doflamingo will ride on their heads. Marco, what do you think we should do now? Are we really going to get the treasure back? Vista asked, looking at Marco. Now that Whitebeard is dead, the decision rests with the captain of the first team, Marco, and Marco is also qualified to convince the crowd. I can only go now. For the sake of Dad's body, we can't let Dad rest in peace after he dies. After Marco decided to beat the horse, he looked at the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and said, if any of you are unwilling to go, I will not force it. Marco, you look down on us, don't you? Do you think that only your dad is the most important thing? The crew on board looked at Marco unhappily. That's right, let's go too, even if it's a sea of swords and fires, we're going to make a foray too. Our Whitebeard pirates have never seen anything before. Marco looked at everyone and felt very relieved. Now their sight was occupied by Guy, and now they were going to break into Guy's sight. This is basically a near-death experience, but no one flinched, which made Marco feel relieved for his father, Whitebeard. Then let's go. Dad's body, we must bring it here. Marco took the people and set off to the original site, where their treasures were hidden, and only hoped that Guy would not find more. When they came here, they did not go on a rampage, but cautiously went to the treasure. Now it's not as good as before, and they don't have the glory they used to be. Although they feel unhappy, they can only live with their tails between their tails without the strength. The 4 emperors of the New World died, Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling, who directly annexed the territory of Whitebeard and Yuhifa. Such a move has caused dissatisfaction among those who want to become the 4th emperor. There are many people who want to become the 4th emperor. Looking at the posture of Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling, it seems that there will be no 4 emperors in the future. They want 2 emperors. Occupy the New World. Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling, who have too much appetite, have caused public anger, and the 2 of them are too ugly to eat. So countless pirates joined forces to put pressure on Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling, and Guy Duo and the 2 of them also began to suppress these pirates. The New World is surging, and those countries in the New World are really suffering this time. I want to ask the world government for help, but the Navy has lost too much right now and can't manage it at all, so the world government doesn't care about those countries at all. It is precisely because of this that the revolutionary army's eyes lit up, and they took action to protect those countries, bribed the hearts of the people, and made those countries return to the revolutionary army. When the world government found out, it was furious and regretful. This is also the follow-up incident caused by this top war. The Navy side seems to have won, but in fact it is only a loser. If it is in the original book, the most profitable one is Blackbeard, and in the end it was Blackbeard who took advantage of it. But now Blackbeard is killed by Chen, and the most profitable ones are Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling. Also because of the chaos in the New World, now Marco and the others have arrived at the location where they hid the treasure very smoothly. Move these things up, and then we leave quickly, before Guy can't take care of it now, we must leave early. Marco ordered. Others also understood that they quickly moved all these gold-silver jewelry onto the boat. After so many years in the sea, the treasures they have accumulated are amazing, otherwise Doflamingo would not have taken the risk of attacking these treasures. After loading the treasure onto the boat, Marco left immediately with the people. I didn't expect it to go so well this time, I can't believe it. Diamond Yoja said with a smile. Jose, don't be careless, if we are found, someone will definitely come after us. Beasta reminded. I don't know if it was Beasta's crow's mouth. Not long after he finished speaking, he heard a loud roar. Oops, someone is chasing it. Marco immediately came to the stern, looked at the shells that came over, and immediately shot the shells away. Beasta pulled out 2 swords and slashed towards the chasing ship, with a cross-shaped sword energy slashing towards the chasing ship. It turned out to be you, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Drought Jack blocked the sword energy that was slashing over. Since you dare to come to our site, then leave it for me. Jack roared, and the shells hit Beasta and the others. Fortunately, it's not that there are too many guys, otherwise it would be difficult for us to leave today. Marco looked at Jack, but heaved a sigh of relief. If it's Guy Duo, they will be in trouble, but it's just the Drought Jack of the 3 major disasters under Guy Duo, so they don't have to be afraid. Would you like to kill this reckless man? Diamond Yoja asked, looking at Marco. Forget it, sink his ship. Marco thought about it, and finally shook his head. It's not that he doesn't want to, but that he doesn't have the time. If you stay too long and draw Guy out too much, that's not good. They didn't know that Guy was far away now, otherwise he would definitely turn around and kill Jack. Under the attack of many captains, Jack's ship was soon sunk. Jack looked at Marco and the others who were getting further and further away, and shouted angrily. You don't want to run for me. Jack suddenly turned into a mammoth. He ate the devil fruit in the form of fauna, ancient species, elephant fruit and mammoth, and he could turn into a huge mammoth. The mammoth has super destructive power, and many countries have been destroyed by him. With his tall body, he can show his head when standing in the sea, but the side effect of devil fruit comes, and he will be weak when he touches the seawater. Now Jack is very weak, he can only barely stand, and he can barely wave his big nose. When Marco and the others saw this scene, they were stunned for a moment, then turned around and went back. Since the enemy is so brainless, if they don't kill him, it won't give him face. As a devil fruit, you dare to jump into the sea, I'm really worried about your IQ. Marco said looking at Jack with a huge body. Hurry up and kill him, then leave. Beasta used 2 swords to slash on Jack's body. Jack, with a huge body and strong defense, was difficult to kill. In the end, it was Diamond Yoja, who had the strongest attack, and broke Jack's head. Jack, whose head was broken, was of course dead, his body changed back to human form, and then he was buried in the sea. Jack's strength is not weak, but he has no brains, otherwise he would not be easily killed. This time, it can be said that he died in his own hands. It is really scary to have no brains. Chapter 592 Sengoku abdicates. After killing Jack, they left in a hurry, and they could all imagine how angry Guy would be when he knew that Jack was dead. Dare to seize our territory, this time can be regarded as revenge. Sooner or later, I will have to settle more accounts with Guy. Diamond Yoja was a little happy after killing Jack. Marco looked at Joe's with bitterness in the corners of his mouth. Their strength has not grown for a long time. It is an extravagant hope for them to seek revenge from Guy now. Among them, the most powerful are Marco, Diamond Yoja and Foil Beasta, but the 3 of them together may not be the opponents of many guys. Don't think about it so much, get Dad's body back first. Marco looked at Dressrosa in front of him with a cold light in his eyes. This guy, Doflamingo, took his father's body as a trade, and he must not let this guy go. After arriving in Dressrosa, Doflamingo smiled to welcome Marco and the others. I wonder if the treasure can be brought here. Doflamingo asked with a grin. Humph. Marco snorted coldly, and let people take care of all the treasures. Doflamingo laughed loudly when he looked at so many treasures, and sure enough, the Whitebeard pirates had deep pockets. Doflamingo, is also a trustworthy person. The body of Whitebeard is well preserved and handed over to you. Brother Doflamingo handed over Whitebeard's body. Marco looked at Doflamingo and couldn't help but want to do it. What, do you want to shoot at me? Doflamingo smiled sinisterly. Let's go. With the body of Whitebeard, Marco left. He really wanted to do something to Doflamingo, but who knows what means Doflamingo has. Dressrosa was Doflamingo's territory, he couldn't help but guard against them, and Marco didn't dare to make a rash shot in the end. After leaving, Beasta was very unwilling. Marco, is it so easy to let Doflamingo go? This is Doflamingo's territory, it's better not to act rashly. When you are ready in the future, you will find Doflamingo to settle the account. Now we have to complete the funeral of my father. On a small island, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates held a funeral for Whitebeard and buried Whitebeard. Guys in the New World, and when they received the news of Jack's death, they were furious. Right now is when there is a shortage of manpower, and the General Jack actually died. This idiot was actually killed by the broken Whitebeard pirates. It's really embarrassing for me. Guy roared furiously. Marco, I won't let you go. Of course, Guy is losing his temper now, and it is impossible for him to hunt down Marco and the others, because now the pirates in the New World are all united to deal with him together. Although he is the Emperor of the Sea and the Overlord of the New World, none of those pirates in the New World are weak, and they should not be underestimated when they unite. Fortunately, they are also intriguing with each other, otherwise Guy would really have a headache. After Marco and the others held a funeral for Whitebeard, they found a small place and began to develop with peace of mind, preparing to find Doflamingo and Guy to settle accounts in the future. Sengoku held a meeting. Is he going to abdicate? Chen said secretly after hanging up the phone bug. Fu-kun, are you going? Hancock asked. Go, of course, this meeting is likely to be very exciting. Chen had a smile on his face. If Sengoku is really going to abdicate, then there is really a good show to watch. After Sengoku abdicated, the position of admiral was vacant, and those who wanted to be admiral should also stand up. For example, Akainu, he will definitely not give up the position of admiral. Another example is Aokiji, he also wants to become admiral. The most important thing is that Akainu and Aokiji are incompatible with each other. They have different concepts of justice, and they don't like each other. Do you want to go with me? Chen asked while looking at the girls. The girls shook their heads. They felt that the meeting was very boring. Then I'll go by myself. Chen Yi didn't take a boat, but directly used space teleportation to come to the Holy Land Marijoa. Because Marin Fando was so tattered, now the meeting can only be held in the Holy Land Marijoa. After Chen arrived, Sengoku was already sitting there, and Garp was also sitting in the chair. With his head down, his face was a little bad, and it seemed that he had not recovered from the previous blow. After a while, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru also came, and the other lieutenants did not come here. Now that they're all here, I'll start. Sengoku glanced at them, then began to speak. Sengoku was a little heavy at this time, with a tired look on his face. These days, he has been dealing with the Navy's affairs without sleep, and almost exhausted him to death. Now the Navy has suffered heavy losses, and conscription must be carried out. This war will hurt both sides. We have now lost control of the New World. Now there are pirates who dare to openly attack our naval base in the New World. Sengoku slapped the table and stood up, said angrily. Sengoku, just talk when you talk, why are you so excited? Chen said dissatisfiedly. The water in the cup was spilled because Sengoku slapped the table. What's going on in the Navy now? You don't know, you know you'll be excited in the future, Sengoku growled. Chen pouted, took a sip from the cup, and let Sengoku continue. Sengoku started talking. Let's put it down first. I asked you to come today, not to say how much the loss is now, but I have a major decision. Chen glanced at Sengoku and knew that he was coming. Sengoku was about to abdicate. Just before, I submitted a resignation application with the 5 old stars, and I am going to abdicate. Sengoku said heavily. Over the years, he has also been really tired and old, and now he just wants to spend his old age in peace. Hearing that Sengoku was about to abdicate, Aokiji raised his brows, and Akainu's serious face suddenly flashed a hint of joy. Akainu has wanted to be a marshal for a long time, and he also believes that only he can carry out justice with the Navy. Marshal, don't you think about it again? Aokiji looked at Sengoku and said. I've already thought about it. This war has left Sengoku exhausted, and now he just wants to live a peaceful life. When he submitted an application for abdication before, the 5 old stars asked him to become the commander-in-chief of the army, but he did not agree. Because he doesn't want to work anymore, Sengoku is going to retire to take a break and educate the next generation of the Navy when he has time. Kazuna glanced at Sengoku, but didn't say anything. Kazuna had no ambitions for the position of marshal, and whether or not Sengoku retire, Kazuna didn't care either. To Kizaru, although he is an admiral, he is basically the same as going to work. Chapter 593 Battle of the Marshals. Sengoku, I'm going to retire too, Garp said. Sengoku looked at Garp, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. Garp was too old, and this time it hit him hard, and he understood Garp. What's more, Garp made a lot of mistakes in the war on the top this time. It's okay if he let the water out. No one will say anything about this. But the key is that he beat Admiral Akainu. Akainu was beaten hard by Garp. If Garp wasn't a naval hero and had made countless contributions, he would probably be imprisoned in the great underwater prison. I called you to a meeting this time to discuss the matter of the admiral. After I abdicate, who will take over the position of the marshal? Sengoku looked at Chen and said. General Hyuga, what do you think? Sengoku looked at Chen. Seeing Sengoku go to ask Hyuga-chen, Akainu's fist clenched. If Hyuga-chen is going to be the marshal, he has no competitive advantage at all. Opinion. I don't have any opinion. I'm not interested in the position of admiral. You don't need to look at me. Chen said with his arms crossed. Hearing that Hyuga Chen said he was not interested in the admiral, Akainu breathed a sigh of relief. Except for Hyuga Chen, he was confident that he could compete with others. Sengoku looked at Chen and sighed. In fact, he wanted Chen to be a marshal. Maybe Hyuga-chan becomes a naval marshal and can be more serious about the navy, so with Hyuga-chan's strength, he will definitely be able to take the navy farther, and even destroying all the pirates is not a dream. However, Chen's rejection of the position of admiral was not beyond Sengoku's expectations. He had long known that with Hyuga Chen's character, it was basically impossible to become admiral. Sengoku looked at the three generals including Kizaru. Looking at these three people, Sengoku hesitated. All three of them have the strength to become marshals. I'm also not interested in the admiral, Kizaru said listlessly. Kizaru will never become a marshal, and he doesn't think it's good to be a marshal. Sengoku looked at Aokiji and Akainu, and finally turned his attention to Aokiji. He thought Aokiji was the most suitable for becoming a naval marshal. Although Akainu is good, his personality is too extreme. If the navy is handed over to Akainu, Sengoku will not be relieved. Of course, Sengoku can't decide who becomes the admiral of the navy. It still depends on the meaning of the 5 old stars above. However, the position of the admiral of the navy is now basically born between Akainu and Aokiji. Marshal Sengoku, I request to take over the position of admiral. I believe that under my leadership, all the pirates will be destroyed. Akainu stood up and said. Marshal, I don't agree with Akainu becoming a marshal. Aokiji stood up and objected. The conflict between the two people is not a day or two. Aokiji believes that Akainu is too cruel, and a ruthless person cannot become a naval marshal. And Akainu also finds it ridiculous for Aokiji's unhurried justice. It's not up to me to decide which of you will become the admiral. Sengoku was silent for a while before speaking. Previously, Sengoku and the 5 old stars proposed to make Aokiji the admiral of the navy, but the 5 old stars rejected it. Wu Laoxing believes that Akainu is more suitable for becoming a naval marshal than Aochi. Aochi's personality is too laid back, and it is not suitable for suppressing the current situation on the sea. At this time, due to the heavy losses of the navy, the form of the sea has been completely out of control, and the Revolutionary Army has also begun to show Kiba. At this time, there must be a tough person to stand up, and Akainu has no intention of being tough enough. Seeing the sparks in the eyes of the two of them, Chen added fuel to the flames and said, just let the two of you fight. The victor becomes the marshal, and the victor has been king since ancient times. I think it's pretty good. Akainu nodded. He didn't think he was not Aokiji's opponent. Aokiji raised his brows and felt that this method was also correct. Anyway, he would never allow Akainu to become a naval marshal. In fact, Aokiji doesn't care about the position of marshal. In his opinion, it doesn't matter whether he becomes a marshal or not, but Akainu is not a marshal. Akainu does things too radically, and some things are too extreme. Aokiji thinks that he is insulting the word justice, and he is a demon dressed in justice. Looking at the two people who were about to fight, Sengoku frowned. The current state of the navy is not optimistic. If we let them fight again, it would be a joke for the pirates. Let's wait for the people above to arrange this. Sengoku interrupted the conversation. We think there is no problem in selecting the admiral through a duel. 5 old stars pushed open the door of the conference room and walked in. Although the 5 old stars are more optimistic about Akainu, but if Aokiji can defeat Akainu, they don't mind making Aokiji the admiral of the navy. For them, it means that the capable person is in the upper position, and the stronger person can become a naval marshal. After Wu Laoxing said this, the sparks in the eyes of Akainu and Aokiji became heavier. The entire conference room was extremely cold on one side and extremely hot on the other. Wu Laoxing frowned and said dissatisfiedly, "This is the Holy Land Marijoa, not the place where you fight." The two regained their momentum, and the battle between them was unavoidable. Aokiji would never allow Akainu to become the marshal. If Akainu really becomes a marshal, then he will withdraw from the navy, and the conflict between ideas is the most serious. Akainu also disliked Aokiji, not only Aokiji, but also Hyuga-chen and Kyabu. Akainu thinks that these three people are all bastards. Take this top war as an example, although Hyuga-chen killed Yuhi Fashanks, he is still a bastard. If he shot earlier, the navy would not have suffered such a heavy loss. Whitebeard had been dealt with long ago. With such a strong strength, he just didn't do the right thing. Akainu is very angry. He has never seen Hyuga-chen practice. Why is he so strong? God is unfair. My Akainu worked so hard, and was beaten to death by Whitebeard. Not to mention Huang Yuan, the 4.8 bastards among the bastards. If not for his strong enough strength, he would have been deprived of the position of general by the above. Aokiji didn't say anything. They had been disliked by each other for more than 20 years. From the time when he was still a lieutenant general, Akainu was disliked by Akainu. Sengoku looked at the 5 old stars, hesitating. If he could, he didn't want Akainu and Aokiji to fight. If two people make a full effort, neither of them will seek benefits, and there will even be casualties. At this critical moment, if the naval admiral is killed or injured, it will be a huge loss for the navy. Sengoku wanted to stand up and say something, but was dragged by Carp, and in this situation, Sengoku couldn't stop it at all. Even if Sengoku and Wu Laoxing disagree, because of the current conflict between Aokiji and Akainu, they will find a place to fight. This Garp sees it very clearly. Chapter 594 Battle of Akainu and Aokiji. Punk Hazard, Akainu and Aokiji face each other, and this is where they choose to fight. Aokiji, with your personality, you are not suitable to be a marshal at all. For the sake of your colleagues, you should give up the battle for the position of naval marshal. Akainu looked at Aokiji and said. Akainu knew that once the duel between the two of them started, they would be divided between life and death. Even if they didn't deal with them for decades, Akainu didn't want to kill Aokiji. In fact, the main reason is that the navy cannot sacrifice this highest combat power, otherwise it will be detrimental to the navy. Although Akainu has an extreme personality, he will also think of the navy. Aokiji looked at Akainu with a blank expression. With Akainu's character, he was the last person who should not be a naval marshal. He is very egoistic. 5 old stars, if the two of them fight, there will definitely be casualties. At this time, the naval admiral is absolutely not allowed to be killed or injured, otherwise the form at sea will be completely out of balance. Sengoku said seriously. Sengoku, just watch it with peace of mind, you don't need to worry about it so much, don't forget that you are now retired. The blonde 5 old stars said lightly. Only the victor can lead the navy. As long as our 5 old guys don't die, no one can threaten the world government. The 5 old stars with a flat hat said confidently. Really? Chen looked at the 5 of them with questioning eyes. Wu Laoxing's face froze, and then he remained silent. When we were talking here, the fight between Akainu and Aokiji had already begun. Since Akainu didn't listen to his advice, Akainu was no longer polite to him, not to mention the relationship between them was not very good. The magma of Akainu collided with the ice of Aokiji, the ice was melted by the magma, and the magma was cooled. Akainu and Aokiji, in fact, can't say who restrains the other, it should be said that they restrain each other. Ice cubes, pheasant mouth. An ice bird flew towards Akainu, and everything it passed was frozen, making Akainu's eyes serious. Ming dog. The molten claws spurted out and collided with the ice bird, and the ice bird was directly melted away. Freezing time. Aokiji appeared behind Akainu and froze Akainu. But in just a moment, the ice cubes melted away, and Akainu kicked behind him. In the face of Akainu's kick, Aokiji also greeted him without showing weakness. After the collision between the two, they both took a dozen steps backward. Who do you think will win in the end between the two of them? Asked the Taoist 5 old stars. The strength of Akainu and Aokiji is basically between equals, which is really difficult to distinguish. It's definitely Akainu that can win, and Akainu is much more ruthless than Aokiji. Chen said lightly. If two people of the same strength fight, the one who strikes hard will definitely win, this is a sure thing. Compared with Akainu's attack is still not decisive enough, and in terms of strength, Akainu's strength is slightly stronger than Akainu's. This may not be apparent now, but it will be fully revealed as the battle gets longer and longer. Big fire! Akainu roared, and the huge lava fist hit Aokiji. Ice cubes, pheasant mouth. The ice bird went towards the huge lava fist, and then evaporated in an instant. The lava fist was bigger than the ice bird. Aokiji frowned, and then quickly avoided his body. When facing Akainu, Aokiji's elementalization had no effect. Because magma can melt ice cubes, even if he enters the elemental state, he will be attacked, which is the mutual restraint of attributes. In the same way, Aokiji can also condense ice knives to hurt Akainu, so the ability of elementalization has been removed from the battle between the two of them. The lava fist exploded and turned into countless volcanic bombs, hitting Aokiji. Facing the attack of the volcanic bomb, Aokiji easily avoided all the volcanic bombs with observation haki, condensed an ice blade in his hand, and rushed towards Akainu. The dog bites Yuhi Lotus. Arm turned into a Yuhi-colored lava dog, and called towards Aokiji who was charging. Aokiji stopped, and armament haki covered the ice blade, blocking Akainu's dog bite Yuhilion, and was knocked several dozen meters away. Aokiji let out a breath of cold air, which instantly condensed into ice, and looked at Akainu seriously. Looking at the appearance of the two of them, it won't be possible to decide the winner in half an hour. Chen sat down and looked at the two people who were fighting. The two of them are full of stamina. This stamina is really terrifying. Without an overwhelming advantage, it is impossible to decide the winner in a short time. Ice Age. The cold air from the whole body was released, and all the places it passed turned into solid ice. This was a move that could freeze the sea. The reason why the waves caused by Whitebeard's sea earthquake did not find any damage to Marin Fando was because Aokiji froze the waves in the Ice Age. In the face of Aokiji's trick, Akainu did not dare to underestimate it, and once again hit a lava fist. However, the lava fist could not stop the spread of the cold air at all. Meteor volcano. Countless huge lava fists were smashed into the sky, and then fell down. The magma fists like meteorites turned the earth into a sea of magma and fire. This time, Punk Hazard suffered, and was ravaged by the moves of Akainu and Aokiji, and the climate changed. Aokiji stood on top of the iceberg, Akainu stood in the magma, and the war in their hearts was rising. Aoki, you give up. You are not my opponent at all. Akainu did not forget to let go. Aokiji was very calm, directly ignoring Akainu's mouth, and trying to reach him through word shadow 217, Akainu really couldn't. Ice cubes, pheasant mouth. This is the ice bird released by Aokiji with all its strength. Its power is different from the previous one. This size is similar to the big fire breath used by Akainu. Since you are obsessed, don't blame me for being merciless and not thinking about the feelings of my colleagues. Akainu said. This Akainu's face is really thick, no wonder the Whitebeard can't get through. When did he show mercy? And there really is a colleague relationship between him and Aokiji. Chen said speechlessly. Akainu has been doing his best just now, but Chen didn't see any mercy from him anyway. Icebird and Akainu released the big flames that perished together. Akainu wrapped armament haki in his hands and rushed towards Aokiji. In addition to the fruit ability, Akainu also has powerful physical and sword skills, but Akainu has never shown his sword skills. Aokiji's physical skills are not bad at all. It is estimated that among the three generals, the worst physical skills should be the yellow monkey or the yellow monkey. Of course, this physical skill is poor, compared with Aokiji and Akainu. Ordinary people are not the opponents of Kyabu. What's more, even if his physical skills are poor, his speed is fast. With this speed, he can be invincible against Aokiji and Akainu. However, it is basically impossible for him to win against Akainu and the others. not to mention that with the character of the yellow monkey, even if he is idle, he will not fight against them. Chapter 595 End. Aokiji Defeat. Akainu smashed the ice blade in Aokiji's hand with one punch, then ignoring Aokiji's kicked foot, he punched Aokiji's head. Akainu was also kicked out by Akainu, but Akainu, who was punched on the head, was more seriously injured than Akainu. Injury for injury, this is really Akainu's style. Sengoku sighed while watching this scene. Akainu is not a fool. He will only trade injuries when he takes advantage. If nothing else, Akainu is definitely not a match for Akainu. Garp shook his head. Of course he hoped that Aokiji would win, and Garp still remembers Akainu killing his grandson Ace. But a rational analysis, Aokiji is basically impossible to win. Akainu is more suitable to be a naval marshal than Aokiji. Aokiji's character is too conservative. The current form of the sea does not allow the navy to be too conservative. The long-haired 5 old stars said. Because of the war, the navy suffered heavy casualties, and there was a shortage of both admirals and sailors. Therefore, the pirates are very arrogant now. At this time, a tough person is needed to suppress them, which is why they are optimistic about Akainu. Looking at the green pheasant lying on the ground, Akainu stepped on the head of the green pheasant, and the foot he stepped on had turned into lava. If you really step on the head of the green pheasant, it goes without saying that the head of the green pheasant will definitely be melted by the magma. Bastard, this bastard Akainu is too ruthless, Sengoku said, clenching his fists. Chingzi was the person he was optimistic about, and of course Sengoku was furious when he saw this scene. If the green pheasant was killed so easily, it would prove to be a waste. If a waste dies, it will die, Wu Laoxing said coldly. Hearing Wu Laoxing's cold words, Sengoku felt a burst of sadness. Aokiji also made great contributions to the navy and the world government. Now Wu Laoxing actually said this sentence. In fact, Aokiji couldn't be trampled to death so easily. Avoiding Akainu's foot, Aokiji stood up and punched Akainu. Ice Cube 2 Spears. The ice spear was thrown at Akainu, aiming at the vital parts of Akainu, and it seemed that Aokiji was also angry. Akainu opened the ice spear and fought with Aokiji again, lava and ice cubes flying in the sky. This battle lasted for 10 days and 10 nights, and the entire punk hazard completely changed the terrain, half turned into icebergs, and the other half turned into volcanoes. This is the power of the natural devil fruit, which can permanently change the terrain of a place. Akainu and Aokiji were out of breath and fought for 10 days and 10 nights. This was a great test for their physical strength. Even if they were called monsters, they couldn't hold on any longer. Looking at the burns on Aokiji's body and the leg that was destroyed by the lava, Sengoku frowned. The current state of Aokiji, the combat power is definitely not as good as before. This battle is basically a lose-lose situation. Of course, Akainu on the other side was not having a good time. There was a large area of frostbite on his body. This frostbite would follow him for the rest of his life, and he would never get rid of it. Are you satisfied with the situation now? Sengoku looked at the 5 old stars coldly. The 2 people were injured so badly. The key point is that they were not injured by fighting pirates, but by their own internal fighting. Sengoku, you'd better pay attention to your attitude. Taopao Wu Laoxing's eyes flashed coldly. Tilda, Sengoku smiled sarcastically. It's been too long, I'm bored watching it. Chen held the bottom and looked at Akainu and Aokiji with no interest. At the beginning of the battle, Chen was still interested, but after 10 days of fighting, he was a little tired of watching it. If it wasn't for the fact that their moves were all killer moves, Chen would have thought they were paddling. Aokiji, fall for me. Akainu clenched his fists and rushed towards Aokiji, and now Aokiji has not completely fallen. How can it be considered a win? A punch hit Aokiji's face. Aokiji's body flew out, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and Akainu knocked out one of Kiba's teeth. With a punch, Akainu was out of breath, his stamina was basically exhausted, and it was not easy to punch Chingzi now. Aokiji, Now I have won. Akainu looked at Aokiji and couldn't help but smile, and he was determined to be the admiral of the navy. No, I haven't lost completely. Shinzi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then struggled to get up. Yo, I didn't expect the green pheasant to get up. Kizaru looked at the green pheasant and grinned. Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu don't have deep feelings, they're just colleagues, so seeing how miserable the two of them are, Kizaru doesn't have much to say. Do you really want to court death? Akainu looked at Aokiji who got up, with a cold expression on his face. Aokiji looked at Akainu and didn't speak. Now in the navy, there can only be one of him and Akainu. Okay, then I'll do it for you. Akainu dragged his tired body and slammed towards Aokiji. At this time, Aokiji's physical strength has been completely exhausted, and he can't fight back at all, and can only be beaten passively. Enough Akainu, give me enough time. Sengoku yelled. Akainu's fist stagnated for a while, and then moved again. Sengoku looked furious, but couldn't do anything, because the 5 old stars stopped him. Under the attack of Akainu, Aokiji fell completely, and this time he really couldn't get up. Looking at Aokiji who was still breathing, Akainu clenched his fists and wanted to kill, but in the end he hesitated and did not kill Aokiji. Now that he has won, there is no need to kill Aokiji anymore, it will not benefit him at all. Aokiji's reputation in the navy is definitely higher than Akainu's. If Akainu really kills Aokiji, it would be a problem for him to become a marshal. If the admirals boycott him en masse, even making him a marshal is useless. Out of this consideration, Akainu let go of Aokiji, otherwise, with Akainu's ruthless character, how could Akainu would have let go of Aokiji? Seeing that Akainu didn't kill him, Sengoku was completely relieved. If Akainu really wanted to kill him, he would save Aokiji even if he offended the 5 old stars. Aokiji looked at Akainu, a little disheartened. Akainu became the admiral of the navy, so where did he go in the navy? Not to mention this battle, he has completely offended Akainu. Just talking about Akainu's idea, Aokiji couldn't accept it. Aokiji couldn't accept the navy led by Akainu. You won this battle. I hope you can suppress the rampant pirates as soon as possible. Wu Laoxing looked at Akainu without raising his eyelids. This attitude made Akainu unhappy, and the 5 old stars really didn't give him face, and didn't even say congratulations. After the battle, the 5 old stars said these words and left here. Sengoku gave Akainu a cold look, then went over to check on Aokiji's situation. Chapter 596 State of the Navy. Although Akainu won this time and became the new admiral of the navy, no one gave him a good look. Akainu's face was ugly, the 5 old stars didn't give him face, Sengoku didn't give him face, and Garp didn't give him any respect. As for Hyuga-chen, Akainu never counted on him to give him face, and only Kasaragi smiled at him perfunctorily. But the perfunctory smile can be seen at a glance, and the extremely wretched smile is better not to smile. Akainu, do you know why you are so annoying? Chen asked, looking at the ugly Akainu. Akainu looked at Chen puzzled. In the navy, except for those who truly admired him, everyone else was not very friendly to him. Because you don't know how to be a human being, you should learn how to deal with people first. Chen said lightly. Although the 5 old stars made Akainu become the admiral of the navy, it did not mean that they would like to see Akainu. Since your battle is over and a new admiral has been elected, then I'll leave. Don't call me in the future, let alone call me if you have anything. After Chen finished speaking, he left. After the play is over, what are you doing here? Do you continue to look at Kizaru's extremely wretched face? Akainu's face was blue and purple, listening to Hyuga Chen's words, he couldn't count on him in the future. Looking at Kizaru, who was standing beside him, looking around, Akainu felt a little tired. He had just become a naval marshal, and he was tired before he took office. Among the navy, Hyuga-chen can't be counted on. He knows Kizaru's character too well. If he can be lazy, he will be lazy. As long as no one is watching, he will cheat and play tricks. This kind of person can still count on him for trivial matters. If it is an important matter, Kizaru should forget it. Aokiji had a leg broken by him, and he will definitely not deal with him in the future, so in the entire navy, there is no one who can be used. This admiral, being very aggrieved, let it go. Sengoku saw Akainu became the admiral and threw the mess directly to him. This is really a mess. Now the lost soldiers of the navy, the issue of sympathy, and the issue of conscription, the reconstruction of the navy headquarters, all fall on Akainu. After seeing so many things, Kizaru secretly smiled secretly, and it was right not to be a naval marshal. How can a naval marshal be leisurely? The marshal has to manage all kinds of things, and the general is basically idle, and will only act when there is some task. Generally, there is nothing major, and there is no need for an admiral, so the position of admiral is very leisurely. Although Kizaru was snickering, he was still seen by Akainu. His face became extremely dark, and Kizaru put away his smile when he saw it. He also doesn't want to offend Akainu. If he offends Akainu, he will give himself a task desperately, and then there will be no leisure. Husband-kun, you are back. Why is it so long? Does it take so long for the meeting? Hancock asked with his arms around Chen. Damn, she moved so fast, and she was ahead of her again. Tautu looked at Hancock, who threw himself on Chen's body, with a depressed look on his face. Sengoku has abdicated, and it has taken so long to decide the new marshal of the navy. Chen pinched Hancock's tender cheeks. Sengoku abdicated. Admiral. Alvia was very surprised, but when she thought about the loss of the war navy, it was normal for Sengoku to abdicate. Then who has become the new admiral? Charlie asked curiously. Akainu. Aokiji and Akainu fought a battle, and the winner became a naval marshal. It took them 10 days and 10 nights to decide the winner. It turned out to be Akainu to become the admiral of the navy. Robin frowned. Actually, in the current form on the sea, it is indeed suitable for Akainu to become the admiral of the navy, and the 5 old stars also want Akainu to become the admiral of the admiralty. Chen suddenly laughed. I don't know if 5 old stars will regret it in the future. Akainu is not an obedient person. Akainu believes in absolute justice and does not allow a trace of evil to exist. If the 5 old stars explain that Akainu violates the justice in his heart, Akainu will definitely not kill them. Akainu is very tough, and it is not as easy to control as Aokiji, and it is not impossible to become an enemy of the 5 old stars in the future. A few days later, the news about Akainu becoming the admiral and Sengoku's abdication spread all over the sea. The pirates frowned when they heard that Akainu became a naval marshal. They knew that their good days were coming to an end. Those pirates also know about Akainu's toughness and cold blood, so they are all restrained, for fear of being targeted by Akainu now. As the so-called 3 fires when new officials take office, they don't want the fire to burn on them. A few days after Akainu became the marshal, Aokiji's withdrawal from the navy also detonated the entire sea. The admiral of the navy headquarters, one of the highest combat powers, actually quit the navy, which is a good thing for the pirates. Aokiji and Akainu were at odds with each other, and the conflict was too great. He felt that the current navy was slowly deviating from his inner justice, so he chose to withdraw from the navy. After leaving the navy, Aokiji disappeared, and Akainu didn't send anyone to find Aoki, the highest combat power. In his opinion, it was better for Aoki to leave. Although Aokiji is a high-level combat power, but he is disobedient, Akainu is not willing to use a disobedient person. Even if Aokiji didn't leave the navy on his own initiative, Akainu would find a way to drive him away. In fact, Aokiji left the navy because of Akainu's exclusion of him, otherwise Aokiji would not leave the navy easily. It was precisely because he couldn't stand the run on Akainu that Aokiji left in anger. Aokiji left the navy, Kizaru didn't do anything, Sengoku and Garp went to old age, and the crane staff was in semi-retirement. Akainu had to deal with things as a marshal. Now the navy is really weak. The navy papers were thrown aside. Suddenly found that I am quite sympathetic to this guy Akainu. Alvia took a look at the newspaper and said. At this time, the Navy, that is, Akainu supported alone, and the top combat power was left alone. There are quite a few vice admirals, but vice admirals cannot suppress many pirates in the New World. The lieutenant general's strength is also good, but it cannot form a deterrent, especially for the lawless pirates in the New World. The deterrent is insufficient. It is estimated that the world government will start the recruitment plan soon, otherwise the Navy will exist in name only. Chen said, catching the sugar that rushed towards him. What are you rushing over to do? Did you cause something else? Chen looked down at Sugar. This little girl rushed towards him. Absolutely nothing good, because countless times have verified it. You actually look at me like that. I'm ignoring you. Shatang jumped off Chen's body angrily. This time she really didn't cause trouble. Could it be that in Chen's eyes, she was a troublemaker? If Shatang really asked Chen, Chen could definitely answer her yes, Shatang is a troublemaker. And every time I make trouble, I will come to him as an umbrella, because I have been taught a lot by the girls for making trouble, but Sugar doesn't have a long memory at all. Chapter 597. 2 years later. Sugar, come here, I have to clean you up today. Monet came over angrily, staring at the Sugar ferociously with his eyes. Seeing Monet coming over, Shatang immediately shrank behind Chen. Sure enough, I knew that you ran over to find me, you must have caused something. Chen said with a glance at the Sugar behind him. Sugar, tell me what's going on with this dress. How did it become like this? Monet said in embarrassment as he took out a piece of clothing. Originally good clothes were cut with big holes, and the cutting position was a bit wrong, and good clothes became sexy clothes. I didn't do it, Sugar said, biting her finger. Monet was angry and laughed. I saw it with my own eyes. You still say that you didn't cut it. Do you think I'm blind? Monet's face was dark, and today she will teach the naughty sister, Shatang, to let her know that it is wrong to be naughty. Seeing her sister's face as black as ink, Sugar was shivering. It was really terrible. I hope Chen can protect her. Otherwise, looking at Monet's current appearance, it will definitely teach her a bad lesson. Isn't it just a piece of clothes? What's the big deal? I'll pay you for one. Shatang whispered. I didn't expect Shatang to have this talent. Do you want him to cut more clothes in the future? Chen thought to himself when he looked at the particularly revealing clothes. Sugar, you still don't know how to repent. Come here. Monet grabbed Sugar's ear. It hurts. Chen, hurry up and save me. Shatang looked at Chen pitifully. Cough cough tilde Monet, I don't think the Sugar was intentional either, so just let her go this time. Chen said. Seeing Chen speak for her, Shatang looked grateful, but she didn't know that Chen had taken a fancy to her talent and asked her to cut a few more pieces. No, you must teach her a lesson, otherwise she will be lawless. Monet looked at Sugar angrily. Monet wouldn't be so angry if she just cut the clothes off. The key is that she cut the clothes like this, which made Monet so angry. Monet, Sugar is still young, she is not sensible. Listening to Alvia's words, Monet is embarrassed. Is Sugar still small now? She is 20 years old this year. This kind of bear child doesn't need to give us face, just kill it. Alvia said with a smile. Sugar's face changed, and she looked at Alvia angrily. Yes, I also think it's better to kill him directly. Sure enough, I still like a good boy like Bai Sheng. Hancock nodded. In the end, despite Chen's persuasion, Shatang was still severely taught a lesson. Among the Kibukai, Moonlight Moria died, and the Sand Crocodile Rock Doll also died, so the Navy found 2 new Kibukai. Bucky the Joker and Whitebeard too. The clown Bucky didn't appear in the top war, and I don't know how he became the king's Chihuahua this time. This Chen is also very curious, and he is indeed a lucky and domineering person. The clown Bucky doesn't matter, but Whitebeard too became Chihuahua, which directly annoyed Zephyr. Zephyr's arm was cut off by Whitebeard too. Now the murderer who cut off his own arm and killed his student turned out to be Chihuahua, which made Zephyr completely frustrated with the Navy. An angry Zephyr left the navy and set up the Neo Navy, with the goal of annihilating pirates all over the world. Except for the older generation, other people didn't pay attention to Zephyr's departure. Originally, Akainu wanted to chase and kill Zephyr, but was stopped by Sengoku. Although Sengoku is no longer a marshal, Akainu still wants to give Sengoku a face and let Zephyr go. Now Akainu is still busy with conscription matters, and has no time to pay attention to Zephyr. Because the loss of the war was too great, the world conscription was carried out. In this world conscription, two strong men stood out and became admirals directly. They were Fujitora Izumi and Green Bull. Both of them have the strength of generals, and it is not easy to recruit such strong men through the world's conscription. With two generals, Akainu moved the naval headquarters to the island where the original G1 branch of the New World was located. The reason for moving to the New World was to suppress the increasingly rampant pirates in the New World. Marin Vando has been abandoned. At this time, Marin Vando is unstable and may sink to the bottom of the sea at any time. However, the move of the naval headquarters to the New World had a great impact on the first half of the Great Passage, especially the Chambord Islands. The Chambord Archipelago, which was originally very chaotic, became more chaotic because it did not have the deterrent force of the Navy headquarters, and it was called the darkest place. After Akainu came to power, although he was very tough, he seemed to have nothing to do with those rampant pirates for the time being. The newly recruited Navy soldiers must be trained to adapt to the battle at sea. Although there are two more generals in combat power, Akainu still has to examine them. Akainu couldn't trust the people who were recruited through the world's military conscription from the beginning. They had to pass the survey data first, and then make plans after the survey. The movements of the Revolutionary Army are also very frequent now. Compared with the Revolutionary Army, the pirates are not so important. At least in the eyes of the world government, they pay more attention to the Revolutionary Army. The pirates are just a piece of sand, and the Revolutionary Army is aimed at the world government. So even if Akainu wanted to concentrate on dealing with the pirates, the 5 old stars would not let him, and let him target the Revolutionary Army. There is an order from above, and Akainu is quite helpless. If he doesn't listen to the 5 old stars, he is very likely to be kicked down because he is not welcome in the Navy. Time passes slowly, spring and winter come, and 2 years have passed in a blink of an eye. In the past 2 years, he has basically stayed in Daughter Island, and rarely goes out to be an otaku in Daughter Island. Not much has changed in 2 years. In the New World, there are still 2 emperors, Gai Duo and Charlotte Lingling. The title of the 4 emperors has become a thing of the past. The 2 of them had a hard time in the New World. Akainu often fought with them. As a naval marshal, Akainu personally went into battle several times. Luffy has been practicing with Rayleigh for the past 2 years. Now that he is almost done, he is ready to find his partner and go to the New World. After the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates were killed by Whitebeard II, they disappeared completely. After 2 years of development, the Revolutionary Army has completely grown in strength, and it has the ability to wrestle with the world government. Drago is indeed capable. It took more than 20 years to go from nothing to competing with the world government. If it is only in terms of ability, Dorag is definitely stronger than Whitebeard, even stronger than Roger, the Pirate King, and can compete with the world government, which is not something anyone can do. Chapter 598 Drago's Test. There is news that Guy and Auntie seem to be joining forces now. I don't know if this is true. Alvia put down the newspaper in her hand. Jointing is also normal. Akainu often surrounds and suppresses them. If they don't unite, they will only be eaten by Akainu one by one. Chen was not surprised. Not Sengoku. After he stared at the pirates, he was like a mad dog, and he went into battle in person. With the 3 generals and his marshal, neither Guy nor Auntie are opponents, especially now that Auntie has no soul fruit. Her strength is not only weaker. Without the soul fruit, Auntie's position as the Emperor of the Sea is already unsteady, and with Akainu's targeting, it is very uncomfortable. So at this time, Only when they unite can a kainu dare not act rashly on them, not to mention they already know each other. King, Drago is visiting. Margaret walked in and said. Dorag, what is he doing here? Chen stood up and walked outside. Dorag came to find his purpose, but Chen was very curious. On a boat outside Daughter Island, Dorag sat on the bow and closed his eyes. Chief, did you say that Hyuga Chen will come to see us? The soldier of the Revolutionary Army asked. Drago shook his head. He didn't know this either, but this time he really had to come to Hyuga Chen. Now that the Revolutionary Army is full of wings and is about to launch an attack on the world government, he will come to hear what Hyuga Chen has to say. If Hyuga Chen was on the side of the world government, then they would be in trouble, and Drago was not at peace at this time. Soon Hyuga Chen appeared on the beach, looking at Drago's boat, and instantly appeared on his boat. Hyuga Chen who suddenly appeared on the boat, the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army were extremely vigilant, and Drago waved his hands to let them put down the swords and guns they were holding. Dorag, you're a big boss now, don't know what to do with a little guy like me. Chen pulled the chair beside him and sat down. Drago glanced at Chen and said lightly, you are not a small person, as long as you stamp your feet, the whole world will shake. Let's get straight to the point. What are you doing here? Chen also didn't want to talk nonsense with Dorag. His dead face looked uncomfortable and affected his mood. The Revolutionary Army is about to attack the world government. Drago took off his kabuto hat and stared at Chen, wanting to see how he reacted. But Drago was destined to be disappointed, because Chen didn't react at all. It was very dull, so that Drago couldn't figure out what Hyuga Chen was thinking. What are you going to tell me about this? I want to know, which side are you on? The corrupt world government or our righteous revolutionary army? Wait, you can stop. You don't need to belittle the world government, and you don't need to put money on your face. Even if you overthrow the world government, it won't be long before you will be the next world government. Chenpai said with a wave of his hand. In Chen's view, none of them are good things, and they are ultimately for their own interests. I promise that the Revolutionary Army will never become a decadent world government. Dorag said firmly. Hey Tilda, don't be so sure, even if you won't let the Revolutionary Army rot, but what if you died? Not to mention that after your death, even now, many innocent people have died at the hands of your Revolutionary Army. Although you are the leader, you cannot represent everyone in the Revolutionary Army. Drago was silent for a while. I won't stand on either side of you, even if either side of you provokes me, I will kill you. Chen said lightly. Drago breathed a sigh of relief, as long as Hyuga Chen didn't stand on the side of the world government. Now Chen also understands the purpose of Drago's visit, that is, he came to explore his tone, fearing that he would stand on the side of the world government. Actually, I'm on the side of interests. If you can give me enough interests, I don't mind helping you fight the world government. Of course, if the world government gives me enough benefits, I don't mind taking action against you. Chen is going to talk to them about something realistic. It doesn't matter to me who you fight, what I value is interests. I understand, farewell. Drago stood up and said to Chen. Chen, who was standing on the sea, watched them leave and return to Daughter Island. Now Chen is curious, why did Drago dare to go to war with the world government? Although the strength of the Revolutionary Army is good, the background of the world government is not vegetarian. What did Dorag do for you? Alvia asked Chen, who had returned. The Revolutionary Army is going to go to war with the world government, wait for the show. Chen said with a smile. Since Drago is looking for him now, it means that it won't be long before the war begins. Although the Revolutionary Army is powerful now, is it really qualified to fight the world government? Hancock asked inexplicably. The world government has existed for more than 800 years. In these 800 years, it is not that there has been no one who wants to overthrow the world government, but they have all failed. Where did Dorag get his courage and self-confidence? Is Drago looking for death? To be able to develop and grow the Revolutionary Army, Dorag is obviously not a fool, and it is impossible to go to death. Maybe he has a certainty of winning now, who knows? He won't foolishly tell me his cards. Chen shook his head and said. However, if the Revolutionary Army and the world government really go to war, then maybe you can go and make a fortune to see if the world government has any stock left. Especially those Tianlong people, everyone is very rich, and they must have private collections. If they don't search for them, how can they be worthy of themselves? Now sit back and wait for the Revolutionary Army to go to war with the world government. It has nothing to do with us. Don't worry about it, let's do something we love. Chen reached out and stopped Hancock's waist. Hancock's face turned Yuhi, and he looked at Chen obediently. Naturally, what happened next could only be imagined in his mind. Of course, Hancock alone couldn't hold on, so the other girls also joined in, and Chen was naturally relieved. It has been half a month since Drago came to look for Chen, but in the past half month, there has been no movement from the Revolutionary Army. That guy Dorag, shouldn't 5.9 come to fool me? Chen looked at the newspaper, and there was nothing about the Revolutionary Army. There used to be news about the Revolutionary Army basically every day, but now the Revolutionary Army seems to have disappeared. It should be prepared. The calmer it is now, the stronger the movements of the Revolutionary Army. It seems that the Revolutionary Army is really going to go to war with the world government this time, Alvia said. Husband Kun, no matter what those do, their war doesn't seem to have anything to do with us. Hancock snuggled into Chen's arms. It doesn't matter, your husband Kun is still thinking of picking up bargains. Robin said, putting down the book. Robin, am I not your husband, Kun? Chen reached out and took Robin in his arms and asked with his head down. Robin looked at Chen who was about to touch her face, but he didn't have Yuhi's face. Instead, he adjusted his position in his arms and lay comfortably in Chen's arms. Chapter 599th Revolutionary Army and Pirates Unite. Chen is in the Daughter's Island, and the beautiful flowers are under the moon, and on an uninhabited island that few people know about Akatsuki, three giants meet. If the Navy knew that these three giants met, then both the world government and the Revolutionary Army would be vigilant. Are you ready now? Drago looked at Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling opposite. That's right, now the Revolutionary Army and the pirates have met, and they have also cooperated. This is also where Drago's confidence lies in preparing to go to war with the world government now. The beast pirates with many guys, coupled with the huge force of Charlotte Lingling, are absolutely incomparably powerful. The Revolutionary Army unites with them. As long as Hyuga Chen does not intervene, Drago is confident that the world government can be overthrown. It's ready, but I also hope that your Revolutionary Army will not use any tricks and let us be cannon fodder. Guy looked at Drago and said. Drago invited Guy and Charlotte Lingling to overthrow the world government before. Guy and Charlotte Lingling agreed after thinking. Mainly because the current Navy 19 is too much, and they come to crusade every 3 days, Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling can't stand it anymore. Of course, in addition to this reason, they also have their own calculations to overthrow the world government and dominate the entire world, which is more tempting than One Piece. So Guy and Charlotte Lingling didn't really want to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army, they also wanted to replace the Revolutionary Army master of the whole world. Drago also understands their thoughts, but they are using each other, so Drago doesn't care what they think. They want to calculate Drago and want to replace him, and Drago also wants to use their power to fight against the world government. The news that the two of us will join forces has now been released. At this time, the attention of the Navy and the world government has been focused on us, and you can act as soon as possible. This is what they negotiated. Let Guy draw their attention first, and then Drago's action as soon as possible. They don't want to be completely undiscovered by the world government, but they also want to delay it for a while. They want to take the lead. Well, I'll go and inform them. After Dorag finished speaking, he left the island. Dorag, do you think they can be trusted? Ivankov looked at Drago and asked. Most of the pirates are not trustworthy. If they end up cheating on them, the Revolutionary Army will be stunned even if they don't die. As long as they don't want to be wiped out by the Navy, they can only overthrow the world government with us. Drago said calmly. Now the Navy's attention has been on the Revolutionary Army, and it still makes them miserable. If the Revolutionary Army is destroyed, the two of them will not be able to escape the end of being wiped out. The world government and the Navy are their common enemies, and they will not be ignorant of the truth. Of course, this is also a gamble. If Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling don't play cards according to the routine, they will definitely lose a lot. Heavy losses are good, and it is not impossible for the entire army to be wiped out. But now, he can only take a gamble, otherwise he may not be able to overthrow the world government in this life. Go back and prepare. I don't know what the final result will be, but you must do your best. Success or failure can only be determined by the will of God. By the way, have you collected the devil fruits and famous knives I asked you to collect? Drago asked Ivankov. It's collected. Who are you going to let those devil fruits eat? No, keep them all, don't move any of them, maybe this is our hope. Drago said with a wave of his hand. Drago left the island, but Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling did not leave the island. The two watched Drago's ship slowly disappearing into the sea. Dorag is not a fool. He is not good at calculating. If he is not careful, he will capsize in the gutter. Charlotte Lingling said. Doing anything is risky, aren't you afraid? Guy asked, looking more at Charlotte Lingling. Will Hyuga Chen shoot, if Hyuga Chen shoots? Charlotte Lingling didn't say anything later, but Guy knew very well that even though Guy was very confident in his own strength, he was still full of fear for Hyuga Chen. Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling have a grudge against Hyuga Chen. Among them, Guy Duo has been humiliated by Chen several times, and Guy Duo has always regarded him as a shame. And Charlotte Lingling, her soul fruit was stolen by Chen, so she hated Chen very much. Sometimes, hating is useless. Even if they hate Chen, they can't do anything about him, and they are even very afraid of Chen. Didn't Drago say that he will solve this matter? Leave it to Drago, Guy said solemnly. In fact, it would be better if he could seek revenge from Hyuga Chen, but unfortunately Guy knew very well that he was not Hyuga Chen's opponent. Guy has fought against Yuhifa Shanks many times and understood Yuhifa's strength, but Yuhifa was easily killed by Hyuga Chen. The golden lightsaber that penetrated the sky, even if Guy didn't go to Marinfando, he saw that lightsaber. Across the Yuhi soil continent, most guys in the New World can see lightsabers, and you can imagine how big the lightsaber is. Guy thinks he can't handle such a powerful attack. Now that a decision has been made, don't hesitate any longer, said Guy Duo. After that, Guy left. Since he has made up his mind to overthrow the world government, he will go all out, and this is also for himself. Charlotte Lingling is also leaving 893. She wants to convene ministers, convene all the forces under her banner, and go to war with the world government. In the Navy headquarters, Akainu was arguing with the 5 old stars. Akainu, you're just a dog of the world government. Believe it or not, we'll let you get out. 5 old stars said coldly. You 5 old people are nothing more than the lackeys of the Tianlong people. Akainu rudely returned. Wu Laoxing's complexion was ashen. Now you give me away from targeting the pirates and pay attention to the movements of the Revolutionary Army. The 5 old stars with a flat hat said coldly. Because Wu Laoxing asked Akainu to deal with the Revolutionary Army, but Akainu felt that it was more important to kill the pirates, and directly rejected Wu Laoxing. The other Wu Laoxing was very angry. Akainu, don't forget where your admiral came from. Without our support, would you be able to become admiral? I hit it with my fist. Stop talking nonsense. Guy has joined forces with Charlotte Lingling. I want to take a look at the situation. I don't have time to chat with you. The Revolutionary Army will leave it to you to deal with it. Go. Akainu hung up the phone bug. We need the Navy for the pirates, and let the Navy go for the Revolutionary Army. What do you think of the Navy? Akainu looked dissatisfied. The Navy is not the only force under the world government, but every time they do something, They ask the Navy to come forward and use them as dogs, and Akainu has long been dissatisfied. Chapter 600 A New World. This bastard, Akagi, shouldn't have made him a naval marshal in the first place, yet he dares to defy us openly. The Taoist 5 old stars angrily held the knife, their faces terrifying. I think he will just remove his marshal position and let him know who is the master. The bald-headed 5 old star said. Akainu's position in the Navy is now deeply ingrained. If his position is removed, the impact will be great, and his position as marshal will be removed. Who will be the next marshal? Long-haired Wu Laoxing shook his head and said. It is also true that there is indeed no one who is suitable to replace Akainu to become the marshal. The 5 old stars do not consider the person like Kizaru, and the 2 people, Fujitora and Lu Niu, cannot be trusted by the 5 old stars. I want to step on our head now, why are we keeping him? The bald-headed 5 old stars were very irritable, with ruthlessness in their eyes. Let's not talk about Akainu first. Let's talk about the Revolutionary Army first. The 5 old stars with a flat hat led the topic to the Revolutionary Army. Now there is no way to directly deal with Akainu. Talking about Akainu can only make you feel stuffy. Let's talk about something practical. The Revolutionary Army is calm now, and it's very problematic. According to the information from the spies we planted, they are secretly gathering, and I don't know what the hell they are doing. The 5 old stars with a flat hat said with a frown. Maybe which country it is. The Revolutionary Army has always been a big problem for our confidence. The blonde 5 old stars said solemnly. They never thought that the goal of the Revolutionary Army was the Holy Land Mary Joa, because it was impossible. The Revolutionary Army did not have the strength to do anything to the Holy Land Mary Joa. Bastard Akainu, let him deal with the Revolutionary Army, he has to deal with some pirates. The bald 5 old star patted the table. Pirates are equally important now. If Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling really join forces, the consequences will be unimaginable. Long-haired 5 old stars said. Lord Yimu, it looks like you're going to shoot Hyuga Chen. The 5 old stars with a flat hat suddenly said. If you shoot Hyuga Chen, of course it's good. The Taopao Wu Laoxing held the handle of the knife, and his body exuded an aura like an abyss. Last time, in order to let Hyuga Chen kill Blackbeard, the Taoist 5 Laoxing added 60 devil fruits, all of which were torn apart by the Tianlong people before they got 60 devil fruits. In addition to the previous things, the 5 old stars in the robe are the people who hate Chen the most. Hyuga Chen's strength has always been unknown. Is it really okay to rashly attack him? The blonde 5 old star frowned. As far as the strength Hyuga Chen showed when he killed Yuhifa, they should be scared. Since it was Lord Yimu's decision, then Mr. Yimu must have an absolute certainty, we just need to wait. Said the bald-headed 5 old stars. That's right, I am Sama's aura is like an abyss, so it's not like he can't solve Hyuga Chen. Chen didn't know that Imam, the leader of the Tianlong people, was going to shoot him, and now he received a call from Akainu. Akainu, you want me to deal with Zephyr? That's right, Zephyr wants to destroy the world. Guy has joined forces with Charlotte Lingling. I can't get away from it now, so I can only ask you to go. Akainu endured his dissatisfaction and said. Akainu had long been dissatisfied with Chen who did nothing. But every time he went to propose to the 5 old stars to revoke Hyuga Chen's position as a general, he was dismissed. Forget it. I'm not interested in this, you let Kizaru go. He and Zephyr are not on good terms, and they will definitely try their best to solve Zephyr. After finishing speaking, Chen hung up the phone. Akainu on the other side, after Hyuga Chen hung up the phone bug, pinched the phone bug to death angrily, and the poor phone bug just hung up. Bastard. Akainu lost his temper in the office. Akainu loses his temper, and no one dares to come in to check. They know Akainu very well. After losing his temper for a while, Akainu regained his anger, and in desperation, he could only find Kizaru. Kazuna, Zephyr took Dyna Rock and wants to destroy the world with Dyna Rock, you stop him. Akainu looked at Kizaru and said. This time he took Fujitora and Green Bull to deter Gaido and Charlotte Lingling. In fact, if it wasn't for the feud between Kizaru and Zephyr, Akainu would not have let Kizaru go, but it's something that everyone knows about the rift between Kizaru and Zephyr teacher. Therefore, when facing Zephyr, Kizaru will definitely do his best. Kizaru's originally indifferent face suddenly became serious. Since he was dealing with Zephyr, don't blame him for being rude. Although Zephyr was Kizaru's teacher, when they were in school, Kizaru had a conflict with Zephyr until the conflict between the two sides became bigger and bigger. Kizaru nodded, then turned to leave. If it is to deal with Zephyr, he will not be merciful, and he must go all out. This time he is no longer Chan Oil. Kizaru left to deal with Zephyr, and Akainu had great confidence in him. The current Zephyr is no longer the original General Zephyr. He is old, not only old, but also unable to keep up with his combat experience. Whitebeard too can cut off one of Zephyr's arms, not to mention the yellow monkey, he can definitely kill Zephyr. Although Zephyr used to be his teacher, Akainu is ruthless, and all those who betray the Navy will die. Since Zephyr betrayed the Navy, he would naturally die, and Akainu didn't care about the teacher's identity. After Kasaragi left, Akainu took Fujitora and Green Bull to the island where Gaido and Charlotte Lingling negotiated the alliance. This time Akainu is breaking the alliance between the two of them. Let's go, let's also go to sea and see the new world. Chen took the girls onto the boat. I have been living in Daughter's Island for more than 2 years, it is time to go out and have a look. Chen controlled the ship to fly in the sky and flew towards the new world. The flight in the sky was very fast. In just 10 minutes, he came to the new world. As soon as I came to the new world, I saw that the two pirate groups were fighting each other. This is something that is often staged in the new world. It's no wonder that the Navy lost so much at the beginning, and now it has only been 2 years, and it can still suppress the pirates, mainly because the infighting among the pirates is too serious. Pirates are on their own, and it is normal to beat the Navy. What happened to the warship that flew over? Could it be the Piao Piao fruit ability? Don't be stupid, isn't the fluffy fruit in the hands of Doflamingo? He regards the fluffy fruit and the burning fruit as prizes in the bullfighting arena. Their words came clearly into Chen's ears. The boat landed next to them, Chen looked at them lightly, and behind them stood a group of beautiful women. When the pirates saw the beauty behind Chen, they couldn't help but suffocate. Then, after seeing Hyuga Chen, they immediately lowered their heads, and cold sweat broke out from their foreheads and backs. To meet Admiral Hyuga Chen, the person most pirates want to meet, their luck is really bad. The two warring pirates stopped tacitly, and no one dared to make a sound, for fear of being killed by Hyuga Chen. Naruto God Level System, Chapter 601 to 620. Chapter 601 Interesting Doflamingo. The atmosphere was silent, but the captains of the two pirates were sweating more now, and the invisible pressure was oppressing them. If it takes a while, maybe they can't stand the pressure and choose to commit suicide. Admiral Hyuga, I don't know why you are here, so what are you doing? One of the captains said with difficulty. If we don't like our fight, we'll get out of here immediately, said another captain. I want to ask you a question, what's the matter with the burning fruit and the fluttering fruit? Chen asked both of them indifferently. Don't General Hyuga know? This matter has spread throughout the New World. Ace's burning fruit and Golden Lion's fluttering fruit were obtained by Doflamingo, and now Doflamingo is going to take it to be the prize in the bullfighting arena. Brother Doflamingo is very generous with these two fruits as prizes. Chen chuckled, and then the ship flew up and disappeared into the sky. Seeing Hyuga Chen leave, the captains of the two pirates finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was a life saved. We'll fight another day. Okay, let's fight another day. The captains of the two pirate groups now need to calm down their feelings of escaping from the dead, and they are not interested in continuing to fight. Husband Kun, Doflamingo will actually come up with two such powerful devil fruits as a prize. His head 197 is not broken, right? Hancock couldn't help but said. The burning fruit is a natural devil fruit, and its preciousness can be imagined, but it is incredible that Doflamingo actually used it as a prize. And the fluttering fruit is the devil fruit of the golden lion. Although the golden lion has a humiliating history of being killed by Chen Yijian, no one can deny his strength. What's more, the piao piao fruit is really powerful. This kind of fruit is not kept by himself, but is used as a prize. I really don't know what Doflamingo thinks. I think Doflamingo has another hole in his head. Ain couldn't help saying. 100% of the heads have pits. These two devil fruits, I don't know how many Baileys they can sell, but they are actually regarded as prizes by him. Nami had endless contempt for brother Doflamingo. Nami, you have a hole in your head too. How can you sell such a precious devil fruit? Robin said while holding his forehead. Nami, this little girl, really got into the eyes of money, and it was really hopeless. Of course, money is important. After eating this thing, it's gone. I believe how much Bailey I ate. I feel distressed when I think about it, isn't it Shirahoshi? Nami asked Shirahoshi. Nami, Shirahoshi is not as crazy as you are. Sugar gave Nami a look of contempt. I don't think Bailey really matters, Shirahoshi said, biting his fingers. HMPH. You don't even know the benefits of Bailey. Go to Dressrosa and grab these two fruits. Nami said from the bow of the boat. I don't need you to tell me, I'll go too. Chen pulled down the sugar that was standing on the bow of the boat like Nami. Nami has wind and wind fruit and can fly, but if the sugar accidentally falls, Chen has to work hard to lift her up. I'll leave the sugar to you, give me good discipline. Chen threw the sugar to the baby five and the others behind him. After a while, I heard the screams of Sugar, and Khalifa, Tina, and Kurla went into battle together, and the screams of Sugar's lesson were repeated, and Shirahoshi couldn't help but watch the fun. Damn, my Sugar will one day take revenge. You wait for me, wait for me. Sugar shouted. However, his clamor made the girls not to let her go. This little girl has been doing things all the time, making the public angry, and finally she can only be relieved by resigning. Chen, I hate you, eat my king's 8 fists. Sha Tang yelled, and his small fist swung towards Chen. Wang Baquan is a very effective fist in street fights, and there is absolutely no way to beat it. Sha Tang, let Chen know what it means to punch your chest with a small fist. He grabbed Sha Tang, then slapped his ass. Sha Tang looked at Chen with tears in his eyes, and didn't dare to shout. He was completely honest. Sure enough, a beat is fine. When I came to Dressrosa, there were a lot of ships parked here, all attracted by Doflamingo's reward, and even the navy was attracted. Who was originally going to destroy the alliance between Guido and Charlotte Lingling, sent Fujitora to check it out and see what the hell Doflamingo was up to. Akainu wanted to move Doflamingo for a long time, but Doflamingo is Chihuahai and Tianlong. If you don't get hold of him, it will be difficult to touch him. This time Akainu was going to find an excuse to arrest Doflamingo. Not good, Dover. Hyuga Chen has come to Dressrosa. Torapal said with a bad expression. Doflamingo's face sank. Hyuga Chen came to Dressrosa. Is it because of these two devil fruits? Doflamingo really guessed right. Yuanyuanchan came to the New World without any goals, but I heard that Doflamingo regarded the burning fruit and fluttering fruit as prizes, so he came to Doflamingo Mings. Chen is here for these two devil fruits. Dover, what now? Asked Torapal. Bring the burning fruit and the fluttering fruit. I will deliver it to Hyuga Chen myself. Brother Doflamingo, whose face was uncertain, finally decided. But if you give these burning fruits and fluttering fruits to Hyuga Chen, what about the competition rewards in the bullfighting arena? The news has now been released, and the people who come now are all here for these two devil fruits. If the devil fruit was given to Hyuga Chen, it would surely cause resentment among those who came for the devil fruit. Which one do you think is more important? Doflamingo glanced at Torapal. Torapal was silent. Indeed, if you offend Hyuga Chen, it would be even more harm than good. Doflamingo took two devil fruits, and then, under the notification of his subordinates, learned of Chen's trace, and then went to him personally with the devil fruits. Looking at Brother Doflamingo standing in front of him, Chen was not surprised. He had long known that Brother Doflamingo would appear in front of him. Doflamingo is a smart man, he knows the purpose of his coming here, and he also understands how to choose. Mr. Hyuga will come here. As the host, it's really a shame to welcome them. These two devil fruits should be regarded as an apology. Brother Doflaming handed the burning fruit and the fluttering fruit to Chen. Anyway, it's already something that is going to be used as a prize, so I don't feel bad about handing it over to Brother Doflamingo. However, those who come to participate in the bullfighting arena may have a hard time getting rid of them. They originally came for the prizes, but now the prizes are gone, which is a bit difficult to handle. I'll come up with a solution after this, but now I'll deal with Hyuga Chen. Chen took the two devil fruits and gave Doflamingo a satisfied look. After getting two devil fruits without any effort, Chen asked Doflamingo to leave. Doflamingo was very angry when he watched Hyuga Chen push people, but the difference in strength made him have to endure his anger and leave. Chapter 602 I said no. Chen, it really didn't exceed your expectations. Brother Doflaming really sent over the devil fruits. Alvia looked at the two devil fruits and said, "Humph, would he dare to send it over?" Hancock snorted and said arrogantly, "If Doflamingo dare not send it, it will definitely make him look good." Brother Doflaming is a smart man. He knows what to do, but he just doesn't know how he should deal with those pirates who come for the fruit. Robin chuckled lightly. "We don't care how he deals with the pirates. Anyway, we have got what we want." Chen put away the two devil fruits. He plans to recycle the two devil fruits to the system, mainly because they are useless in his hands. Fruit Chen doesn't like it. He has a Zanpakuto like Ryujin Jaka, how can he see burning fruit? Although the Piao fruit is very strong, what the Piao fruit can do, Chen can also do it with Tensagan. The dark fruit that was obtained before was also sold to the system by Chen, but the Gen fruit remained. Moreover, the Junjun fruit has been absorbed by Chen's use of Devouring God, and now Chen also has the ability to shake the fruit. Although the ability of the Junjun fruit is more, it is better than nothing to Chen, but Chen really likes the ability of the Junjun fruit, and the destructive power is indeed huge. Let's go. Let's take a walk in this Dressrosa. Doflamingo's business here is not bad. Chen led the girls on the street. On the other side, after Doflamingo went back, he kicked over the table with an angry kick. He was really angry. He humbly went to deliver the fruit, but Hyuga Chen didn't even look at him, and after taking the devil fruit, he let him get out, really pissed him off. Dover, some anger must be endured. Torapal discouraged. His Hyuga Chen is too deceiving. I'm afraid I'm not as good as a dog in his eyes. Doflamingo exuded a gloomy aura. Alas, in this world, strength is respected after all. Hyuga Chen's strength is strong. Even if he looks down on us, what can we do? Torapal sighed. If you want others to respect you, you must have the corresponding strength, otherwise no one will look down on you, especially in this world where class is very important. Guy asked me to make me bigger. Hold this competition, I don't know what the hell is going on. Doflamingo sat on the chair and thought. This time, he took out the two prizes of burning fruit and fluttering fruit. In fact, Guy ordered him to make some big events to attract the attention of the Navy. Although Doflamingo was upset, he was still a little afraid of Guy Duo, so he could only agree with dissatisfaction. Dover, do you think there will be a game now? Torapal asked, looking at Doflamingo. Now there are no prizes, and those people are not fools. The game is over. You secretly passed on the news, saying that Hyuga Chen took the prize and made the game impossible. Doflamingo's sunglasses flashed a light. He was so humiliated, he couldn't just let it go, at least he had to give Hyuga Chen some trouble and some hatred. Young master, it doesn't seem like it's a good thing to do. What if Hyuga Chen finds out? Torapal said with a frown. You just do what you do, at least divert their attention, otherwise we will bear the anger. Doflamingo waved. Okay. Torapal sighed, not knowing whether it was right or wrong to do so. He always had a bad premonition. Soon, the news about Hyuga Chen snatching the reward spread throughout Dressrosa. Those pirates all came for the prizes, and now that the prizes were taken away by Hyuga Chen, they came for nothing. The arrival is full of expectations, but it is this result. How can this make them not disappointed? But now the prize was taken away by Hyuga Chen. Although they have resentment, they dare not go to Hyuga Chen. Damn, my burning fruit and fluttering fruit, damn it. What's the use of complaining here? If you have the ability, go to Hyuga Chen and grab it back. The thing I despise the most is a waste like you. What did you say? Who are you, bastard? You said it so powerfully. You go to Hyuga Chen to get it back. What are you pretending to be in front of me? I like to pretend to be forceful. If you are not convinced, hit me. You brought it on yourself, die for me. The two people who came to participate in the competition just started fighting like this, and there was fire in their hearts and nowhere to go, so they were a little irritable. And such a scene is not uncommon, and many people are fighting each other without a word. This group of rubbish. Doflamingo stood on a high place and looked at everyone who was venting their anger, and couldn't help clenching his fists. Originally, I wanted to make some trouble for Hyuga Chen, and I wanted to disgust him, but I didn't expect this group of people to be so unsatisfactory. What a shame. Dover, I'm afraid we're in trouble, Torapal said bitterly. I gave him 2 precious devil fruits, and I don't believe he touched me for this little thing. You are gambling. Torapal shook his head. It must have been spread by Doflamingo. This guy is really disgusting. That's right, he was the one who brought the devil fruit to the door, but it's really hateful to say that we robbed it. Let's kill him, Sha Tang suggested. Let's go. He said that I robbed me. If I didn't grab something, it would be a loss. Chen walked towards Brother Doflamingo's residence. I didn't expect Doflamingo to play this game with him. This courage is really fat. Bringing the girls to Doflamingo's residence, Doflamingo looked at Hyuga Chen, and his heart burst. Torapal was even more shocked, and the bad feeling in his heart became stronger. Doflamingo forced a smile, and then asked, I don't know what General Hyuga came to the door in person. What's the matter? What about the burning fruit and the fluttering fruit? Hand over these 2 devil fruits, or you will be at your own risk. Chen looked at Brother Doflaming lightly. Brother Doflaming was taken aback. Didn't I give you these 2 devil fruits? You are asking me now, what does this mean? Devil fruits, haven't they been given to you? Give me, what to me? I obviously grabbed the devil fruit. I haven't started grabbing it yet. How could the devil fruit be in my hands? I haven't grabbed it yet, do you understand? Chen said with a sneer. Doflamingo's heart sank. Hand over the burning fruit and fluttering fruit now, or you can prepare for your own funeral. General Hyuga, I have given you the devil fruit. Doflamingo said in a deep voice. No, if I say no, there is no, hand over the devil fruit, otherwise there will only be a dead end. Chen said unreasonably. Doflamingo could see that, Hyuga Chen simply wanted his life. Chapter 603 Doflamingo is dead. Doflamingo tightened his body, looking at Chen with vigilance and fear in his eyes. General Hyuga, what are you trying to do? Doflamingo asked with an ugly face. Originally, Doflamingo thought that for the sake of the 2 devil fruits, Hyuga Chen would not care about him, but the truth was that Doflamingo took it for granted. Does Hyuga Chen really not care about him? That's impossible. What Chen hates most is the people behind the surface. So this time Doflamingo is dead, and he will definitely die. Don't you already know? The purpose of my visit is to kill you. Chen's hands shone with golden light. Doflamingo's face is gloomy. Is this a momentary anger? A momentary impulse pushed him to a dead end. Thinking about Doflamingo's heart, he couldn't do it if he waited to die. Even if the person opposite was Hyuga Chen, he would have to give it a shot. Dover, leave quickly, and I'll buy you some time, cried Torapal. As soon as Torapal finished shouting, he was hit by a thunderbolt and instantly disappeared into coke. You look so disgusting, so don't get in the way here. Chen's hands jumped with arcs. Torapal, as long as he sees it, there is basically no one who will not be disgusted. It is really hot eyes. Sticky fruit. Chen didn't want it either. This kind of fruit. Chen felt dirty when you touched it. Looking at Torapal, who was instantly killed by Chen, Doflamingo's face was extremely gloomy, and the steps he wanted to escape stopped. Doflamingo didn't plan to escape, because he knew that he couldn't escape at all. Doflamingo, some of the deaths are done by yourself, and you are doing it now. Chen actually had no interest in paying attention to Brother Doflamingo at all, but the devil fruit was obviously sent by this guy, but he said he stole it and gave him hatred, which made Chen feel uncomfortable. Brother Doflamingo, this bug-like thing, actually dares to plot against him. If he doesn't solve him, then does everyone want to provoke him? Super Whip. Brother Doflamingo didn't talk nonsense, and wanted to take a surprise. This Super Whip is very powerful. It can cut through a tall building, and the thread produced by the thread fruit is sharp and tough. In fact, the string fruit is not a particularly anti-sky fruit. If Doflamingo can develop to this level, you can see his talent. Conqueror's Haki can be awakened since childhood. Doflamingo's talent is very strong, and although he is in his 40s, he still has a lot of room for improvement. If Doflamingo is given time to grow up, he may not be able to become a figure comparable to generals and 4 emperors in the future. But forget it now, Doflamingo has no future. Tautu looked at the transparent silk thread, pulled out the knife at his waist, and then cut off the silk thread of the thread fruit with the light of the knife flying. Brother Doflamingo had no accident. He didn't expect this move to be successful, and if there was no accident, he would be dead today. This Doflamingo knew it in his heart. Even if he is clear in his heart, Doflamingo will continue to struggle, in case he really finds a way to survive. Brother Doflamingo has a lot to do. He has not yet become the Pirate King, and he has not yet sought revenge from those Tianlong people. How could he be willing to die by himself? Bounce. Chen stretched out his hand and squeezed the silk thread that was shot, and looked at Brother Doflamingo indifferently. His cold eyes made him fall into an ice cellar. Doflamingo felt stiff, and even his movements seemed to be restricted. Damn, I can't even bear the look in his eyes. Brother Doflamingo resented. Resent why Hyuga Chen is so strong and why I am so weak. I know you like to collect devil fruits and famous knives. As long as you let me go, I will give you all the devil fruits you have collected over the years. Doflamingo said silently. Tilde, as long as I kill you, isn't that all mine? So I don't need you to give it to me at all. Chen sneered twice. Didn't you say I stole it? I will rob you today, not only rob, but also kill you. Doflamingo said with an ugly face. If you kill me, you will never get those things. You don't need to care about this, you should still be concerned about how you die. Chen raised his hand. A golden light pierced through Doflamingo's body, and the glittering fruit had a strong penetrating power. Even if Doflamingo used armament Haki in time, it was useless. Let you see the awakening of the superhuman devil fruit. Brother Doflamingo looked at the hole in his shoulder, his face could not help stern. Since the other party is really going to kill him, Doflamingo no longer keeps it, and takes out his strongest trump card, the awakening of the devil fruit. The surrounding buildings become silk threads, and after the superhuman devil fruit awakens, it will affect things other than itself. Originally, Doflamingo could only make silk threads from his own hands, but now Doflamingo can assimilate other things into silk threads. Wah Young, are you surprised to see this scene? Doflamingo asked with a big smile. It's just the awakening of the devil fruit, it's not that I haven't seen it before. Do you really think this is something unique? Chen pouted his lips in disdain. Baby 5 completed the awakening of the devil fruit a long time ago. Not only Baby 5, but Khalifa also completed the awakening of the barrier fruit. Shinra Bansho, all creation. All ashes. Ryujin Jaka. Chen took out the Ryujin Jaka that had not been used for a long time, and the powerful flame melted all the transparent threads. It's so hot. The girls behind her had their cheeks flush with yuhi. Sure enough, Ryujin Jaka is better not to use it. Seeing that the girls couldn't take it anymore, Chen put away Ryujin Jaka. The influence of Ryujin Jaka is too great, it is best not to use it. Chen put Ryujin Jaka away, and Doflamingo was relieved. Just now he felt like his body was about to melt. This is definitely stronger than a Kainu's rock berry, and it's not even a little bit stronger. Forget it, give you a treat. Chen came to Brother Doflaming in an instant, and then stabbed his heart with a knife. 4.1. Brother Doflamingo's eyes widened. He didn't see how Chen came to him at all, but the pain in his heart let him know that he was about to die. It's not a loss for you to be killed by Ryujin Jaka. Maybe you can still be a warrior for me in the future. Chen said lightly as he looked at Brother Doflaming, who had lost his breath. Ryujin Jaka Benkai Zenka no Tachi has a move, that is, the Great Burial of Fire and Fire. With the high temperature of Zanpakugo, wake up the ashes of the dead who were killed by Ryujin Jaka, and turn them into a scorched army of skeletons, beheading the enemy endlessly. It's just that this move has never been used at all. If you have time, you must use it to show the power of this move. In fact, this move is not very strong. Those skeleton legions have no strength in their lifetime, so it may be very useful to deal with small soldiers. Chapter 604 The Cunning and Cunning Yellow Monkey. Doflamingo is dead now, how are you going to find his treasure? Nami leaned over and asked. Doflamingo has a great reputation and is the biggest dark intermediary in the dark world. His treasures are definitely not few, and Nami gets excited just thinking about it. The moment before his death, I had already extracted his memory, so don't worry about this at all, but Brother Doflaming is really a rich man. Chen couldn't help sighing. Renchen can be called a millionaire, which shows how rich Doflamingo is. Doflamingo can be described as rich in rivalry. No, this can't describe Doflamingo. He was originally the king of Dressrosa, and he was originally a kingdom. It should be described as wealthy comparable to world governments. With all the girls, they came to Doflamingo's treasure trove, and Jin Shanhuang's eyes could not be opened. This is too exaggerated. The world government is just like that, right? Ain couldn't help but said, looking at the pile of gold mountains and the jewels next to them. Mine, all mine. Nami charged towards Jin Shan excitedly. Not only was Nami excited, but even her adoptive mother, Belmer, rushed over, probably because of Nami Ying 19, and she also became particularly fond of money. Nuo Chigao looked at the two of them with a helpless expression on her face. She didn't care about these gold and silver things at all. I didn't expect Doflamingo, the dark intermediary, to make so much money, but now it's all husband Kun's. Hancock was also stunned when he looked at these treasures. Although she doesn't care about treasure at all, compared to the treasury of Amazon Lily, even 1/1000th of the treasure here is not enough, so Hancock is surprised. I don't know how many grapes these treasures can be exchanged for. Sugar bit her fingers and fell into a fantasy. She didn't know what the fantasy was. Chen didn't look at Jin Silver Bailey, but went to the storage room of devil fruits, which contained only a dozen devil fruits. However, these dozen or so devil fruits are all superhuman devil fruits. Chen took it and looked at it. The fruits were very ordinary, and they were directly collected into the system space, ready to be sold to the system. Then pick up the famous knife next to it and put it in the system space, ready to trade it to the system in the future. Those gold-silver jewelry and Bailey, but at Nami's insistence, they were also included in the system space. It's really a big profit this time, let's find other people to rob. For example, the old witch Charlotte Lingling, and the idiot guy duo. Nami said, breaking her fingers. She had to figure out which one was the most worthy of robbery. After thinking for a while, Nami suggested, let's go rob the world government and the Tianlong people. The Tianlong people and the world government are definitely the richest, especially the Tianlong people. The world government still has expenses, and also supplies the navy and other soldiers. And the Tianlong people are completely their own private small treasury. Every year, the state pays tribute to them. I really don't know how much this money will be. But Nami knew very well that there would be no less, and she began to think of Tianlongren in her heart. If it was an ordinary person, he would definitely not dare to attack the Tianlong people's idea, and even this thought would not arise, but Nami trusts Chen very much. In front of Chen, the Tianlong people and the world government are just chickens. Vulnerable. Wait for the revolutionary army and the world government to go to war. Then we will go to the Holy Land Marijoa to fight the autumn wind. Chen said after thinking about it. Nami's proposal is also good, and Chen is also very jealous of Tianlongren's collection. Although he has squeezed it several times, Chen believes that the real good things are still in their hands. Chen also hit the idea of the Tianlong people, and he had the idea of the Tianlong people a long time ago, but he never did it. Now Doflamingo's treasure has fallen into our hands, let's leave now. Chen took the girls away from Dressrosa. The other pirates in Dressrosa, as well as Doflamingo's subordinates, did not pay much attention to Chen. Now that Fujitora has come to Dressrosa, perhaps it is the best choice for those pirates to escape now. After leaving, Chen controlled the ship to fly in the sky, flying in the sky of the New World, and encountered several empty islands. Are you all ready? Drago asked, looking at Ivankov and Sabo. Everything is ready, as long as you call the shots now, the revolutionary army of the world will flock to the Holy Marijoa. Okay, then attack the Holy Land Marijoa. We have been preparing for this day for 20 years. Drago said with a deep breath. After Drago's order, the revolutionary army of the Four Seas, the first half of the Great Waterway, and the New World's second half of the Great Waterway attacked the Holy Land Marijoa. As the umbrella of the world government, the navy was hit immediately. Because Akainu was always on guard against pirates and didn't pay attention to the movements of the revolutionary army, the navy side was caught off guard this time. Who was going to destroy Guido and Charlotte Lingling's alliance, almost destroyed the warship in anger. How dare they be so bold in the revolutionary army? Akainu clenched his fists angrily. Akainu didn't care about Guido and Charlotte Lingling anymore. He took Green Bull and started back on defense. By the way, he told Fujitora to return to the Navy headquarters immediately, and then supported the Holy Land Marijoa to suppress the revolutionary army. Kazuna, what's the situation now? Have you resolved Zephyr? Akainu called Kizaru. What's wrong? Is there something urgent? Huang Yuan took the phone bug and looked at Zephyr's body, then asked. The revolutionary army launched an attack on the Holy Land Marijoa, and several naval branches have been destroyed. 513, come back quickly. The yellow monkey rolled his eyes and said, but I haven't solved Zephyr yet. He is going to destroy the world, which is very dangerous. Kizaru's ability to open his eyes and talk nonsense is good. Anyway, Akainu didn't hear it. Then you quickly solve Zephyr. Akainu ordered. Okay, then I'll hang up first. Huang Yuan hung up the phone bug. Looking at Zephyr's body again, Kizaru sat down and began to think. The revolutionary army is now completely torn apart with the world government. It seems that the revolutionary army has the confidence to confront the world government. Kizaru is ready to wait and see. If the revolutionary army is not an opponent of the world government, he will take another shot against the revolutionary army. If the revolutionary army is stronger than the world government, then Kizaru is not ready to show up, and the big deal is that he will quit as a naval admiral. In the eyes of Kazuna, the navy and the world government are not important, and the most important thing is to protect themselves. Kazuna is so cunning and cunning. With Kizaru's character, it may be difficult to seize the opportunity to gain benefits, but he will not put himself in danger. I was going to leave, but now it seems that I have to accompany you for a while, Mr. Zephyr. Huang Yuan looked at Zephyr's body, and finally dug a pit and buried him. Although there was a conflict between the two of them, Zephyr was already dead. Chapter 605 Bewitched by Akainu. After learning of Drago's action, Guy and Charlotte Lingling exchanged glances, and then began to act. And the BIGMOM pirates joined forces to attack the Holy Land Marioa. At this time, pay attention to Akainu and the world government of the Revolutionary Army, and did not pay attention to the actions of the two pirate groups at all. Until Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling brought the pirates to Yuhi Land. The Navy and the world government, which were originally dealing with the endless Revolutionary Army, suddenly became anxious. Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling, two bastards, were actually in trouble at this time. Damn, I seem to have been tricked by them. The Revolutionary Army and Guy Duo must have joined forces early in the morning. Akainu said angrily. Looking at Fujitora who had returned, Akainu took the Navy to the Holy Land Marioa. The Navy is still a force under the world government, and the 5 old stars issued a death order for Akainu to guard the Holy Land Marijoa, and Akainu could not refuse. Where's Kizaru? Have you contacted him? Has he not resolved it yet? Akainu asked Doberman. No connection, no signal. Doberman shook his head. Damn, every time this guy comes to the critical moment, he will drop the chain for me. Did he do it on purpose this time? Akainu roared angrily. He knew that this guy was completely unreliable. Call Hyuga Chen now. Akainu took out the phone bug. The situation was too sudden, and it was already urgent. Even the world government did not expect that the Revolutionary Army would be so decisive and attack them directly. In fact, the world government knew that the mobilization of the Revolutionary Army was not right, but they did not pay the greatest attention to it. The world has been informed for 800 years, and the 5 old stars are a little more comfortable. Now the Revolutionary Army directly gave them a huge gift, but I don't know if they still accept this gift. Hey, Akainu, you have something to say, don't talk nonsense with me. Chen said after connecting the phone. Took a deep breath and said, the Revolutionary Army is on the move, come quickly to the Holy Land Marijoa. The Revolutionary Army has started. It's only now, but it's finally done. Hearing this, Akainu's brows furrowed. What does Hyuga Chen mean? Did he already know that the Revolutionary Army would make a move? Hyuga Chen, did you already know something? Akainu asked. Yes, I do know that Dorag went to me personally half a month ago. He went to you. Why didn't you tell me? Do you also want to betray the world government and the Navy? Akainu was furious at this moment. Akainu, don't be so angry, this is a good thing for you. Chen said with a light smile. Akainu, who rushed to the Holy Land Marijoa, turned blue. What is this good thing? More than half of the naval branches all over the world were taken away in an instant, and they even said that this was a good thing. Chen asked Akainu, I don't think you want to be stepped on by the 5 old things of the 5 old stars, right? You also hate those useless Tianlong people. Akainu frowned. That's right, he really hates Tianlong people. Those guys are scumbags, but as a navy, they have to protect them. You wait for the Revolutionary Army to destroy the world government, and then you destroy the Revolutionary Army. Wouldn't that be the world of the Navy? No one will order you at that time, you can just do whatever you think is right. Chen bewitched. The girls couldn't help covering their mouths and smiling as they watched Chen bewitch Akainu. If Akainu was really bewitched by Chen, then the fun would be great. At this moment, Akainu was really moved. If he were to control the world, would he be able to put an end to all evil in this world? Akainu didn't answer, and kept silent. Chen knew that he was moved. Akainu, hesitation is not your character. Chen said again. What if the Revolutionary Army did not destroy the world government, but was destroyed instead? Akainu asked after hesitating for a long time. This is indeed a question. If the world government is not destroyed, but the Revolutionary Army is destroyed, where will he put himself in his actions? Even if the Revolutionary Army is wiped out, do you think the Revolutionary Army will be weak? How much will it cost the world government to wipe out the Revolutionary Army? I think you should know why the fisherman does not do things that benefit from it. Chen's remarks said that Akainu was very excited, and it was too tempting to control the world. And the 5 old stars have been showing Akainu's face, and Akainu has long been unhappy. That's all I have to say, you can think about the rest. Chen hung up the phone bug. Why do you want to bewitch Akainu to betray? Alvia asked curiously. I just think it's funny. If Akainu really turns traitor, I don't know how Wu Laoxing's face will turn into a pig's liver color. Chen haha said with a big laugh. Husband Kun, how are you? But the concubine likes it. Hancock put his arms around Chen's neck, with the same smile on his face. I think it's good too, very interesting. Charlie's eyes shone with a little light. You are all too bad, Shirahoshi, don't learn from them. Robin said to Shirahoshi. Is there? I think you sisters are very good. Bai Xing said softly. Let's go to the Holy Land Mary Joa to see their battle. I also really want to know what cards the Revolutionary Army has to go to war with the world government. Chen controlled the boat to turn around and flew towards the Holy Land Mary Joa. It was precisely because they were flying in the air that Akainu called and Chen knew that the Revolutionary Army had moved. In fact, all the forces on the sea now knew that the Revolutionary Army and the world government were at war. Joa, some of them are Guido and Charlotte Lingling's forces. There are also some pirates who are forces developed by the Revolutionary Army. Akainu looked at the sea in the distance, not knowing what he was thinking, he was hesitating in his heart. To do what Hyuga Chen said, if he did, he would have no way back. At this time, the phone bug, Bulu Bulu, rang. This phone bug was the phone bug that Wu Laoxing used to contact him. Akainu thought for a while and answered the phone bug. Akainu, don't you want to do it? Now that the Revolutionary Army and Guy are almost at the Holy Land Mary Joa, what are you doing now? As soon as it was connected, I heard the angry questioning of the 5 old stars. I'm restricting you to come to the Holy Land Mary Joa immediately. If you don't come here in 10 minutes, then don't be a naval marshal, and replace it with someone else. The bald-headed 5 old star gave Akainu a death order. After Akainu heard it, his face distorted. These bastards only knew how to order him, and did not consider his situation at all. With pirates harassing and obstructing them, how could he arrive at the Holy Land Mary Joa in 10 minutes? Because of Wu Laoxing's call, Akainu had already decided in his heart that he would sit and wait for the Revolutionary Army and the world government to share life and death. Akainu has completely rebelled against the world government in his heart. Chapter 606 Sengoku and Carp's Conversation. Marshal, should we hurry up to the Holy Land Mary Joa? The Navy soldier looked at Akainu and asked. Akainu glanced at the Navy soldier with a gloomy face, and then said lightly, Don't worry, we'll just walk slowly. The originally fast-moving naval warship suddenly slowed down, which puzzled the pirates who prevented Akainu from going to the Holy Land Marioa. Akainu also has a temper. He is not a dog raised by the world government. Now the orders of the 5 old stars are an egg, and the old man will not serve them. Half an hour passed, and the 5 old stars sat there silently. For half an hour, the Akainu hadn't come over, and the soldiers of the Holy Land Marioa could no longer resist. This bastard, Akainu, is it possible that he has defected now? The bald-headed 5 old star finally couldn't help but speak out of the anger in his heart. It's very possible, otherwise it's impossible to arrive now, and now the Revolutionary Army is about to board the Holy Land Mary Joa. The 5 old stars with the flat hat were also very angry in their hearts. How dare that guy betray? Does he want to die? The blonde 5 old star frowned. Alas, now is not the time to think so much. Let's think of a way to deal with the Revolutionary 413 Army first. The long-haired 5 old star sighed. Unexpectedly, at this time, Akainu played this trick for them, and they should not have elected Akainu to be the Admiral of the Navy. Those revolutionary troops came just in time, and this time they just wiped out all of them. Taopao Wu Laoxing smiled sensually. Having never seen the background of the world government, and wanting to overthrow the world government, can only be said to be whimsical. This time, let the world have a thorough look at the background of the world government, and let them understand the fate of opposing the world government. Don't be too careless. Since they dare to do it, it already shows that they are sure, and it is better to be careful. The 5 old stars with flat hats are not so optimistic. Dorag, who is not sure, will not shoot. And Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling. If you knew that they would join forces with the Revolutionary Army, you should get rid of them earlier. These 2 guys are also troublesome. The strength of Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling will not be weaker than any of their 5 veteran stars, and they are absolutely super powerful. Coupled with the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the world's most ferocious criminal, Dorag, their side already has 3 top masters. The Revolutionary Army has always been mysterious, and no one knows how much strength it hides. Therefore, Wu Laoxing seems to be calm, but in fact there is still some urgency in his heart. The most important thing is that Akainu's attitude is unclear now. If Akainu also fell to the side of the Revolutionary Army, it would be a huge disaster for the world government. While the 5 old stars are talking, Sengoku and Garp are sitting together now at the new Navy headquarters. Dorag has finally started, Sengoku said, looking at the sea in the distance. Garp was silent. The world government is not so easy to deal with, and now Garp is very worried about Dorag. Aren't you going to the Holy Land, Mary Joa? Garp asked after a long silence, looking at Sengoku. I'm already retired, so I don't care about these idle things. How the Holy Land Mary Joa is now has nothing to do with me. Sengoku shook his head. It's only been 2 years, and now Sengoku's hair is all white, and the years are really hard. What are you thinking now? Do you want Dorag to succeed, or does he fail? Sengoku looked at Garp. Garp had a complicated look on his face. If you can, it would be good to overthrow the world government. The world government has long been rotten, and the Tianlong people are the biggest garbage in the world. Garp said bluntly. Garp has never had a good face for the Tianlong people, and the Tianlong people are indeed the biggest garbage. They are the rice bugs, the worms of the whole world. Sengoku didn't say anything. In fact, he felt the same way. In Sengoku's eyes, those celestial dragons were just as hateful as pirates. However, when he was still the admiral of the navy, he had to protect this group of garbage. If Drago can overthrow the current world government, I'm just afraid that the Revolutionary Army will become the next world government. Sengoku shook his head and said. He also knows what the Revolutionary Army has done. Although most of them are good, there are also some who do things worse than pirates under the guise. Actually, if Dorag wants to overthrow the world government, it depends on whether Hyuga Chen agrees. Chen boy, to be honest, I don't know what Chen boy is thinking. Garp said, looking into the distance. Hyuga Chen joined the navy. In these 24 years, Hyuga Chen has not changed at all, and the years cannot leave a trace on him. To be able to keep the years intact, so that he knows his horror. If Chen really wants to keep the world government, then Drago's Revolutionary Army is definitely not an opponent. Don't think about it so much. We are all half-hearted old guys. We have been eliminated by the times. Don't care about the things of this era. Let's go drink. Garp stood up and pulled Sengoku away. Under the sunlight, the golden light cast a golden glow on the 2 good friends. You, what are you doing? A child in a pink yui-colored kimono with shaved hair on the top of his head, a bun at the back of his head, and a pair of clogs at his feet looked at Chen in horror. Is your name Momonosuke? Chen asked with a sword. No, I'm not called Momonosuke. Kazuki Momonosuke hurriedly shook his head in denial. It doesn't matter, whether your name is Momonosuke or not, you must die today. Chen didn't talk nonsense with him, and killed him with one knife. Momonosuke fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. He didn't understand why the other party wanted to kill him. He obviously didn't know the other party. I came to the world of pirates and didn't kill Momonosuke for nothing. Chen put away the knife. This guy also denied that he was Momonosuke, and Chen knew that this guy was Momonosuke just because of his dress and his wretched appearance. No way, who let you accidentally be seen by me? I can only say that you deserve this disaster. Chen Fei revolving heaven's ship in the sky. Originally, Chen was just looking at the scenery below from the bow of the boat, but I didn't expect to see this sneaky guy like Momonosuke. Yuan-Chen was thinking of finding Momonosuke one day and killing this guy, but he didn't expect to meet him this time. As for the reason for killing him, do you still need a reason to kill Momonosuke? Momonosuke must die. You went down to kill that child. Alvia looked at Chen speechlessly. They thought that something was going on in Chen, but the result was that they killed a child. Although the child just now looked very wretched, and grew up to be more wretched than Kizaru, he was not guilty of death. Chen shrugged and didn't explain. Anyway, this guy Momonosuke must die, and Chen felt very comfortable after killing Momonosuke. Chapter 607 Lineup of the Revolutionary Army. Let's speed up. Don't wait for us to reach the Holy Land Mary Joa. They are all finished, isn't there no fun to watch? Chen controlled the warship and flew towards the Holy Land Mary Joa. In fact, Chen doesn't need to panic at all. Now that the Revolutionary Army and Guy are many, they have not even fought the Holy Land Mary Joa, and the real battle has not yet begun. Quickly rushed to the Holy Land Mary Joa, watching the Revolutionary Army and pirates still attacking the Holy Land Mary Joa, Chen wanted to complain. And I haven't played it yet, which is too bad. So weak and embarrassed to rebel, just go home and farm. Why are the pirates here? Are the Revolutionary Army and the pirates united? Alvia felt a little surprised when the pirates were also attacking the Holy Land Marioa. It should be like this. No wonder the Revolutionary Army dared to fight against the world government. It turned out to be the alliance of Guido and Charlotte Lingling. Chen Fei's warship in the sky was naturally discovered by the Revolutionary Army, pirates and world government soldiers. Guy Duo, Charlotte Lingling, Dorag and others were all nervous at the same time, hoping that Hyuga Chen would never shoot at them. Wu Laoxing came out and looked at the warship flying in the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. You said, will Hyuga Chen help us? Said the blonde 5 old stars. Ha tilde if he can help us, the sun can come out from the west. Daopao Wu Laoxing sneered. In fact, it is also true, Hyuga Chen is watching a play in the sky. However, Chen's attitude made Drago and the others heave a sigh of relief, and then in order to avoid night-long dreams, they directly shot. Can't continue to delay, who knows what will happen, quickly solve the world government. Before Drago and Guy, they didn't shoot themselves, but let their subordinates attack, so they didn't hit the Holy Land Marioa for a long time. Now after taking the shot personally, he will soon hit the Holy Land Mary Joa and gain a firm foothold on the Holy Land Mary Joa. Chen looked at the lineup of the Revolutionary Army below. In addition to Dorag, there were Aokiji and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates standing beside him. Qingzi and Marco, why are they standing with the Revolutionary Army? Chen felt a little surprised when he looked down. Wu Laoxing is very angry whenever he sees Qingzi. Qingzi, this bastard, has become a traitor after leaving the navy. The same is true of the bastard Akainu, who is still rushing towards this side now. Do you have to catch up on this part of the road for a year? And the bastard Kizaru, who can't be contacted, none of these navies are reliable. Qingzi, you actually betrayed the world government and joined the Revolutionary Army. Taopao Wu Laoxing looked at Qingzi badly, and wanted to hack this bastard to death. I have quit the navy and am no longer a member of the world government. Aokiji said lightly. In the original book, after Aokiji left the navy, he hooked up with Blackbeard. As for whether he wanted to kill Blackbeard as an undercover agent, no one knew. Now there is no Blackbeard, and the Blackbeard has been killed by Chen, but the Green Pheasant has hooked up with the Revolutionary Army again. Dorag, what do you mean? What's going on with them? Guy stared at Marco, Diamond Yoja and the others with a bad look. The remnant of Whitebeard killed his subordinate Jack. This hatred is not small, and now he is naturally angry after seeing them. Marco, Diamond Yoja and the others, looking at Guy Duo's eyes are also very uncomfortable. After all, Guy Duo took advantage of the danger and robbed them of their territory. They haven't overcalculated with Guy yet. However, it still focuses on the overall situation. The biggest enemy now is the 5 old stars, the world government. In Dorag's persuasion, the two sides temporarily let go of their grievances, and everything will be said after the world government is destroyed. This also made Drago relieved. If at this time, the two sides are in conflict, then this time it will be a complete failure. Fortunately, both of them are very concerned about the overall situation and can focus on the overall situation. Otherwise, if they really fight, Dorag will definitely have a headache. Now the Revolutionary Army is very strong. This lineup is not bad. Chen looked down and said. At this time, Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling, including their forces, are all classified as part of the Revolutionary Army. This is really strong, and the 5 old stars may not really be able to stop the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army seems to be strong, but the hidden dangers are not small. Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling may not be reliable. Robin looked at the two sides and analyzed. That's right, these two guys are pirates. Pirates generally have little reputation, and it is even possible to stab Dorag and them in the end. Dorag, it's too late for you to surrender now. The 5 old stars in the flat hat stood up and looked at Dorag coldly. Don't talk about meaningless nonsense. I didn't come here on purpose to surrender. Drago said lightly. You don't need to talk to them so much, just do it. Daopao Wu Laoxing irritably pulled out his knife and slashed at the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army. The knife light tore the ground and slashed towards the Revolutionary Army. If this knife stood in the crowd, at least hundreds of people would be killed or injured. Drago couldn't let the sword chi stand in the crowd, and the sword chi was offset by a green sword chi. Looking at this green sword energy, the people present already knew who the other party was. Wu Laoxing said with an ugly face, Chi Wu Hai Eagle Eye. Sure enough, Hawkeye came out of the Revolutionary Army, and he actually stood on the side of the Revolutionary Army. Okay, very good, you are very good. The 5 old men wanted to vomit blood. They gave Chiwahai so many benefits, but in the end, they actually betrayed the world government. No one would like a traitor. I know that your swordsmanship is very good, so I came to ask for advice today. Hawkeye held the black sword and looked at the 5 old stars in the Taoist robe. He didn't join the Revolutionary Army, he just followed the Revolutionary Army to ask the Daopao 5 old stars to teach swordsmanship. Dorag really has 2 brushes, and he can actually invite so many people to deal with the world government with him. Chen looked at Hawkeye in surprise, he really hadn't noticed Hawkeye before. The long-haired 5 old stars clapped their hands, and the pacifist stepped forward and looked at the pacifist. The Revolutionary Army was filled with righteous indignation. They all know that Shang is a cadre of their Revolutionary Army, but he was first transformed by the world government, and even his own thinking disappeared. Dorag looked at Wu Laoxing with a gloomy face. Now Wu Laoxing has a problem with him. Now that the real body of the bear is in it, do they want to attack the bear? Shang is their partner, but now he has become a weapon. If he can't bear to shoot Drago, Shang has sacrificed too much to the Revolutionary Army. If they don't take action, it will be their companions of the Revolutionary Army who will die, and this Dorag cannot allow it. Chapter 608 Battle of Holy Mary Joa begins. Dorag, now the bear is unconscious, let's free him. Ivankov said while looking at Dorag. If it were normal, he would definitely propose to save the bear and find a way to regain his consciousness, but not now. Now is the most critical time. If they hesitate because of this, everything they have prepared will be lost if they are not careful. I know this. Drago's eyes were calm. Give me your hands. With an order from Drago, countless cannonballs were fired at the world government. Although the bear was very important, he couldn't die with the other brothers of the Revolutionary Army. The overall situation was the most important thing. If I release a negative ghost, will they stop fighting? Perona said, looking at the battle that started below. Chen glanced at Perona. If she really used the negative ghost, she could definitely put it in 90% of them. The power of the ghost fruit is very powerful. You better stop doing things, we can just watch the play. Chen flicked the back of her head with his hand. Ah, it hurts. Perona squatted on the deck and looked at Chen angrily. It's a pity that you're not an actor because of your acting skills. I didn't exert any effort at all. Chen Tan spread his hands and said. Humph. I don't care, I'm in pain anyway, you have to comfort me. Perona said unreasonably while sitting on the deck. Chen has no time to pay attention to her now. Looking at the battle below, Chen looked interested. Now the main masters of both sides did not do anything at all, but just used artillery shells to attack, and the entire Holy Land Marioa rumbled. And the Tianlong people of the Holy Land Marijoa have now lost their arrogant appearance before, and they are all shivering and hiding in the secret passage at home. These heavenly dragon people are really trash and have no strength at all. If they are not sheltered by their ancestors, they are really nothing. The Revolutionary Army suffered casualties, and the world government also suffered casualties, but the Revolutionary Army suffered more casualties than the world government, and this was more of the world government's territory. Moreover, the equipment of the world government is much stronger than that of the Revolutionary Army. If it weren't for Akainu's descent now, the Revolutionary Army might be miserable, and it would not be an opponent of the world government at all. So they should thank Chen. If it weren't for Chen's few words, Akainu would not have chosen to betray the world government. If Akainu is here, with the power of the natural devil fruit, a meteor volcano can kill and wound the Revolutionary Army. The natural devil fruit should be one of the best choices for Qing soldiers. Generally, the devil fruit of the natural type can release that kind of super wide range of tricks. Wu Laoxing looked at the Revolutionary Army with a solemn expression. And Drago looked at it and found no trace of the navy at all, and began to be vigilant in his heart. Shouldn't Akainu give him a sneak attack? Thinking that Akainu is quite insidious, it is not impossible, so Drago has been vigilant and prepared for a sudden attack by the navy. However, Drago thought too much, and now Akainu is still rushing towards the Holy Land Marioa on the sea. No, I can't continue like this. Use Conqueror's Haki. Drago shouted hurriedly as he watched the death and injury on his side continue to increase. Guy and Charlotte Lingling nodded and released Conqueror's Haki together. Humph, don't you think that you are the only ones who have Conqueror's Haki? The 5 old stars rose with the same aura. Under the collision of the two momentum, the whole world shook, and then the soldiers on both sides fell one after another under the collision of Conqueror's Haki. Some didn't even just fall, but were shaken to death by Conqueror's Haki. The mighty Conqueror's Haki, tearing open countless openings in the sky, the jet-black cracks are extremely scary. Give it to me. Guy Duo rushed up and collided with the fists of the bald 5 old stars, and the storm generated by the collision blew the surrounding people out. In terms of physical skills, who is this old man afraid of? The bald-headed 5 old star fought Guy back with all his strength, and then skillfully used the 6 naval styles to fight Guy more. Seeing the battle between Guy Duo and the 5 bald old stars, Drago's heart sank. These 5 immortal guys are really powerful. Let me compete with you in swordsmanship. Hawkeye looked at the 5 old stars in the robe. Go away, you're not worthy. The Taopao Wu Laoxing slashed Hawkeye out with a sword, and the powerful force shook Hawkeye's wrist. In terms of swordsmanship alone, Eagle Eye will not be weaker than Daopao 5 old stars. But the strength between swordsmen is not only the collision of swordsmanship, but strength and speed can still determine the outcome. Let's go together. Looking at Hawkeye, who fell into a disadvantage in the first fight, Foil Beasta walked over and said. Hawkeye nodded. Now is not the time to be brave, nor is it the time to be dignified. Although he came to compete with swordsmanship, he also promised Drago to help. The war is really starting now. Aunt Charlotte Lingling is fighting against the current leader of CP0. The previous leader has been killed by Chen. As for the current leader of the CP organization, his strength should not be underestimated. His strength is comparable to that of a general, but he is still a little weaker for Auntie. But now the aunt does not have the soul fruit, so although she is a little weaker, she is not too weak, and the two sides are inextricably fighting. However, Auntie has subordinates, such as her second son Katakuri, who is very powerful, and will deal with the CP0 leader together with Anti. If it were normal times, Katakuri would not dare to interfere in his mother's battle, but now is not the normal time. Now is a critical period, and the ant didn't say anything. It would be better to solve the other party as soon as possible. Aokiji and long-haired 5 old stars fought together. Although they lost a leg, for Aokiji, it was enough to make one leg out of ice. It may have an impact on Chinzi's combat effectiveness, but it is not particularly large, and it can hold on to the long-haired 5 old stars. While Dorag was fighting against the blonde 5 old star and the flat hat 5 old star alone, and he didn't lose the slightest in the battle, it can be seen that Dorag's strength is strong. At this time, the war has officially started. The previous battle was only appetizer 1.1. Now the battle is the real start. In general, the strength of the two sides is almost the same. The world government should be stronger, but that little bit can be ignored. If the navy can be added, the situation must be tilted towards the world government, but now Akainu is the marshal. Under the orders of Akainu, the navy is still entangled with those little pirates at sea. It's a tough fight, and I don't know who will win. Hancock said, looking at the fight below. If no one intervenes, the world government will definitely win, and there is still a powerful character that has not appeared. Chen looked deep into the Holy Land Marieoa. The king of Tianlong people, the strongest boss Yimu has not yet shot. If Yimu shot, the situation will definitely change greatly, and the revolutionary army will definitely be hanged and beaten. Chapter 609 The battle is heating up. I am in the deepest part of the Holy Land Marijoa. Observing this battle, he has no intention of showing up. As a big boss, if he showed up at the beginning, wouldn't it be very shameless? I am as a big boss also has his own style. Of course, he wouldn't say that he was actually afraid of Hyuga Chen. Originally, Yimu was going to make a move to let these stupid mortals see the power of his god, but after seeing Chen coming, Yimu was cowardly. Been seriously wounded by Hyuga Chen, Yimu was particularly afraid of Hyuga Chen, so he should observe first. He is not ready to take action until the critical moment. You two little devils are far from me. The Taopao 5 old stars slashed Hawkeye and Beasta with one knife. If the 5 old stars in Taoist robes are now using their own first-generation Gito, they might be able to get rid of them soon. However, the first-generation Gush had already been snatched away by Chen, and the knives currently used by the Taoist 5 old stars still did not fit him well. 19 Because the first generation of ghosts has been used for hundreds of years, it will inevitably be a little uncomfortable to change a knife. This guy is so strong. Judging from his dress, he should be a samurai from Wano. Beasta's hand trembled slightly, and blood slowly flowed down. The slash of the Taoist 5 old stars is very strong, and the tiger's mouth has been split open by the shock. Hawkeye, who holds the supreme knife in his hand, is no better than Beasta, and the blood on his hand drips on the ground. You two, shouldn't you be afraid? Dao Pao Wu Lao Xing sneered at the two of them, and rushed out like a sharp sword. Be careful, he's going too fast. Beasta held the dual swords, and observation Haki released it. Hawkeye nodded. The speed of the 5 old stars in the robe is indeed very fast, but he and Hyuga Chen have played against each other and have seen faster speeds. Therefore, although the speed of the Taoist 5 old stars is fast, it is still acceptable in his eyes. The 5 old stars of the Taoist robe suddenly appeared behind Beasta, and then the blades slashed towards Beasta. Oops! Beasta's pupils shrank. He had already used observation Haki to capture the figures of the 5 old stars in the Taoist robe, but it was too late. The blade tore his back, the blade was extremely cold, and the pain was severe. Beasta was blown away by a sword, and an extremely terrifying wound appeared on his back. Fix you guys early. Dao Pao Wu Laoxing looked at the blood on the knife, and then slammed it, and the knife became bright, without a trace of blood. Isn't this big bald head hanged by Whitebeard when he was fighting on top? Why is he so powerful now? Although he was beaten by Whitebeard, he was a 5-star, and he also inflicted heavy damage on Whitebeard at that time, but Whitebeard was more resistant to beatings, which made it seem that Whitebeard was unilaterally hanging and bald. Chen explained to Xiatang. The 5 old stars all have combat power that surpasses that of the generals, and the combat power they display now is normal. Of course, the generals are not referring to Chen, but to Aokiji and Kyabu. If you let Chen make a move, then you can really hang all of their 5 old stars with one hand. Although Hawkeye is highly accomplished in swordsmanship, if he really fights, he is barely comparable to a general, and he is weaker than Hawkeye. It is normal for the two to be hanged. The gap in physical quality cannot be made up by swordsmanship, and the 5 old stars in Taoist robes were also outstanding individuals in his era. In his time, the names of the 5 old stars in Dao Pao were definitely louder than Hawkeye's. Hawkeye frowned slightly. Beasta was already injured, and now his combat effectiveness must have been greatly weakened. It seemed that he had to rely on him. Not only is this side at a disadvantage, Drago's disadvantage is even greater. Drago can still play 550 with 2 5 old stars starting with 1 enemy and 2. However, not long after the battle, Drago was at a disadvantage, and it was Sabo, who was taught by Drago himself, to help him, so he didn't lose. Drago is very strong, and one-on-one duels is an advantage, but one-on-two is beyond his capabilities. It's not that Drago wants to be a 1-to-2 match. There is really no manpower. The lineup of the Revolutionary Army is very strong, but the background of the world government is not vegetarian. In addition to the 5 super masters of the 5 old stars, there are also masters of the CP organization, such as Rob Lukey, who has now joined CP0. Now Rob Ludge is in an inextricable fight with Marco, and neither one has the upper hand. And the CP organization also has other members. The elites cultivated by the world government in recent years are no longer in the minority, and the strong ones can be said to be countless. The aunt joined her son to defeat the leader of the CP organization, but it was impossible to kill him. Perhaps if it was the union of Guy and Ant, the leader of the CP organization could be killed. The battle is slowly getting hotter. Now is the most intense time, but the situation seems to be slowly getting out of the control of the Revolutionary Army. Alvia observed the battlefield and said, "Now it is the Revolutionary Army who is at a disadvantage, and the disadvantage of the Revolutionary Army is still increasing step by step. However, it is very rare that a revolutionary army that has developed for more than 20 years can compete with the world government of 800 years. What? The Revolutionary Army is so aggressive, I thought it could smash the world government." Corona looked disappointed. At this moment, Nami suddenly pulled Chen's arm. "Nami, what's the matter with you?" Chen looked at her suspiciously. Nami pointed to the building in the distance, where the dragons lived. "It's boring to watch them fight. Why don't we go to 127 to scavenge the treasure of the Tianlong people?" Nami's eyes changed to Bailey's. Shiraxing also agrees. Nami pulled Shirahoshi over. Bai Xing, on the other hand, nodded in a daze, not knowing if Nami had given her some medicine. She actually agreed with Nami to search for the treasure of the Tianlong people. "What do you need so much money for? Are you spending it?" Chen looked at Nami speechlessly. "Can't I keep it if I don't spend it?" "I won't spend it." "Will you go?" "If you don't, I'll go with Shirahoshi alone." Nami grabbed Shirahoshi's hand and gestured to jump off the boat. "Okay, I'll go with you." Chen walked over and hugged Bai Xing in one hand and Nami in the other, and disappeared on the deck. Although she found a building and walked in, Nami couldn't help screaming at the exquisite and luxurious decoration. Dragon people are really rich. What is this Jinchuriki column made of? Shouldn't it be made of gold? Nami walked over to a Jinchuriki column and looked at it. It was only when Nami came here that she knew what it was like to be resplendent. It was so luxurious. Nami wanted to deduct everything here directly. Ignoring Nami, who was yelling, Chen took Bai Xing's hand and strolled around here. It was indeed luxurious, even more luxurious than the palace on Daughter Island. Chapter 610 Crazy Nami. Beat the Taoist 5 old stars. This place is much more luxurious than the decoration of Dragon Palace City. Bai Xing looked at the decoration of the palace. Their Dragon Palace city is not rich, and the decoration is not as good as 1/10 of the one here. What's the use of decorating so luxuriously? It's glittering, not afraid of dazzling. Chen expressed disdain for these luxurious decorations. These gold silver jewelry and murals are of no value. If you hand these things over to the system will not give him a single exchange point. So these things seem to be very valuable, but in Chen's eyes, they are all waste. However, Nami's eyes lit up, and she used the wind blade to start cutting these Jinchuriki column pieces. When she cut it, it was not all made of gold. There is a crystal Jinchuriki column inside, and the crystal Jinchuriki column is wrapped in gold. These crystals are all natural crystals and are very valuable. Sure enough, there's nothing wrong with coming here. Nami couldn't help smirking while looking at the crystal Jinchuriki column. I think you should buckle the gems on the wall first. Otherwise, if you cut off all the Jinchuriki column pieces, the palace may collapse. Chen said to Nami, who wanted to cut off the second Jinchuriki column. That's right, you put these away for me first. You just collect them for me, these are still mine. Nami pointed to the Jinchuriki column she cut out. Don't worry, I'm not interested in this kind of thing, and I will never embezzle your stuff. Chen Pai pouted. These are not good things, and the girls in the system space don't like them, so Terumi Mei and Hanabi are interested in these crystals. Nami started her own search. She really didn't let anything go, and all the gems on the wall were detained by Nami. Even the hanging paintings were rolled up and taken away, and even the murals wanted to be cut down and taken away, but he gave up because of Chen's objection. Go to the treasury. These are all worthless things you have collected, and only the real good things are in the treasury. Chen brought Shirahoshi and Nami to the treasure house of the Tianlong people. All kinds of gold silver jewelry, all kinds of precious fur cloth, as well as knives and devil fruits. The most common Bailey is not here, probably because he has no value in entering the treasure house. Under Nami's shouting, Chen took all these things into the system space. The girls in the system space looked at these gold and silver jewels that suddenly appeared, and they were no longer surprised. In the system space, this kind of thing has already piled up into mountains, and the real gold mountain silver mountain appears in the system space. There are also all kinds of precious crystals, gems, corals, etc., which are almost countless. Kushina and the others are also surprised how rich this world is, and Chen has collected so many precious items. Okay, let's go. There are other palaces. Chen pulled Nami, who was reluctantly looking at the mural, and left. What a pity. That mural has a history of hundreds of years and is very valuable. You still know that the mural is hundreds of years old. Chen looked at Nami strangely. She could tell. Nami proudly stood up when she heard the words. I have to say that Nami's development is really good, and there are really few girls who can compare to her. Perhaps Shirahoshi is better than Nami. Chen looked down at Bai Xing and thought to himself. Brother Chen, you seem to be thinking about something rude. Bai Xing pouted and looked at Chen. No, I'm not thinking about something rude. Chen denied directly. Liar, I just saw you peeking. Peeking at me. Because he was too shy, Bai Xing lowered his head and his face turned into Yuhi's bright color. Boom. A sword energy slashed open the palace not far away. The entire palace collapsed, and the smile on Nami's face, who was full of joy, disappeared. Damn, who is it? Which bastard made this place like this? My mother, I'm going to kill you. Nami flew up and looked in the direction of the attack. Eat my big wind blade. A huge wind blade formed in the sky, and then slashed towards the Taoist 5 old stars. The huge wind blade made a sound of breaking through the air, and even though it didn't touch the ground was still cut open like tofu. The Taoist 5 old stars, who were pressing Hawkeye and Beasta, felt the sense of crisis coming from behind, and immediately turned around to block the huge wind blade with his sword, and his body was knocked back hundreds of meters. And the huge wind blades suddenly shattered into small wind blades, scratching the body of the 5 old stars in the robe, making him feel the cutting force of the wind. Yuchin used the strengthening fruit to help her strengthen, and Nami's strength should not be underestimated, plus the destructive power of the natural wind fruit, at least it is comparable to the strength of a general. You dare to destroy my finances, you stinky bald head will kill me. Nami was furious. The things in the palace have been regarded by Nami as hers, but they were destroyed by a sword chi of the 5 old stars in the Taoist robe, and Nami was naturally angry. Let you see how powerful my aunt is, a super tornado. Nami controlled the flow of the wind to form a super tornado. The tornado swept towards the Taopao 5 old stars. Of course, there are also unlucky people involved, such as Marco and Lucci who are fighting. Marco is okay, relying on his phoenix fruit, the torn wound healed quickly, but he can hold on. However, Rob Luki was miserable. Under the strong wind, he couldn't escape, and his body was scratched out. This tornado is different from ordinary tornadoes, it is a tornado formed by countless tiny wind blades. So being swept in, every minute and every second is being strangled by the wind blade. Fortunately, Lucci's cat, fruit and leopard form has been awakened now, and he has super recovery ability, plus his own Grandmaster Navy 6th form, using iron blocks and armament hockey can barely save his life. As the target, the 5 old stars of Taoism were naturally swept in. The main reason is that the 5 old stars in Tao Pao killed themselves. If he escaped, he could escape, but he had to fight the tornado. He wanted to use the sword energy to cut the tornado open, but he did not cut the tornado, instead he was swept into it. Under the cutting of the wind, the Taoist 5 old stars could only protect the body and wanted to break free from the tornado, but the powerful spinning force prevented him from getting out. The wind blade hit the 5 old stars of the Taoist robe, making a sound of steel colliding. At this time, the 5 old stars of the Taoist robe could only protect themselves with armament hockey. This is the natural devil fruit, and its powerful destructive power is like the power of nature. Although the natural devil fruit is relatively simple, its destructive power is too strong, otherwise it would not be listed as the strongest devil fruit. Dao Pao Wu Lao Sheng, a master, is also being beaten by hanging. He can't get out of the storm at all, and can only endure the cutting of wind blades. Even though armament hockey has been used to protect himself, the Taoist 5 old stars can still feel the pain, the kind of pain that is like being pricked by thousands of needles. Regardless of whether or not the 5 old stars of Pipe Pao were an unwarranted disaster, he was really unlucky now anyway. Chapter 611 Taoist 5 old stars die. This is what will destroy my finances. Nami snorted coldly. Many people were swept in by the tornado released by Nami, and those with weak strength were swept in, and in an instant there were no bones left. The strong people are struggling inside, waiting for the tornado to stop or become smaller. But this is the tornado released by Nami. As long as she doesn't stop, the tornado will not stop at all. Let me give them another fire. Chen smiled, then shouted, Cadent fire style, majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation. Huge flames covered the tornado, then instantly turned into a fire tornado. The faces of the people who were still alive changed dramatically, and then they struggled desperately to be outside, otherwise they wouldn't be able to hold on to this huge flame for long. Armament hockey can protect them for a while, but not for the rest of their lives. Armament hockey, like physical strength, will be consumed. If armament hockey is depleted, it will take a long break to continue using armament hockey, so their current armament hockey is depleting every moment. The muscles of the Taoist 5 old stars bulged, and then they rushed out of the fire tornado. After breaking free, they immediately moved away to prevent them from being swept in again. Marco and Lucci couldn't break free. During the period, they wanted to enter the eye of the wind. The eye of the wind is a relatively safe place in a tornado, where there is no wind. But the closer they got to the eye, the stronger the storm got, so they found themselves foolish. If they can enter the eye of the wind, do they need to enter the eye of the wind? Getting into the eye of the wind is more difficult than breaking out of a tornado. Just as Marco and Luigi were desperately waiting to die inside, the tornado stopped. Nami stopped the tornado because the 5 old stars of the Taoist robe rushed out, and her goal was to destroy the 5 old stars of the Taoist robe, not Marco and Lucci. The 5 old stars in Taoist robes, Marco and Lucci, were all very embarrassed, and there were extensive burns on their bodies. This is also the early time they came out. If the temperature of the flame continues to rise for a while, and rises to a level beyond magma, it will definitely turn them into ashes. Humph! I won't let you go so easily. Nami snorted coldly, then flew towards the Taoist 5 old stars. The Taoist 5 old stars looked at Nami vigilantly, ignoring his opponents Hawkeye and Beasta. Now in the eyes of Dao Pao Wu Lao Xing, this little girl is more threatening, and the wind and wind fruit ability has not appeared for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years ago, a wind and wind fruit person, and the burning fruit ability teamed up. They could traverse the sea, and their 5 old stars joined forces to kill them. Cut! Dao Pao Wu Lao Xing slashed towards Nami, but when swinging his sword, Dao Pao Wu Lao Xing felt a lot of resistance, the resistance brought by the wind. The realm of wind. The endless wind is wrapping Nami, and now Nami's speed has increased to an incredible level with the help of the wind. And the 5 old stars in Taoist robes feel unable to move an inch under the resistance of the wind. This is the power of the wind and wind fruit. In the realm of wind, the wind is one's own help and the opponent's enemy. Nami instantly appeared behind the 5 old stars in the robe, and the 5 old stars in the robe could also feel that Nami was behind him. But just turning around was extremely difficult for him. This feeling of being the enemy of nature made Dao Pao Wu Lao Xing want to vomit blood, but only through observation haki, he felt that Nami punched him in the head. Dao Pao Wu Lao Xing's head was hit with a big bag, his eyes were slack, and he didn't know if he was concussed by Nami's fist. The body was buried on the ground, and the 5 old stars in the Taoist robe could not get up for a long time, and Nami gave him a fatal attack with this punch. Isn't it? Although Nami's strength is not small, with the blessing of wind and armament haki, she can't take down the 5 old stars of Taoism with one punch, right? Chen looked at the 5 old stars of Taoism on the ground strangely. Isn't this big bald head fake? In fact, the Taoist 5 old stars really weren't pretending, he was really hit with a fatal attack. The matter can be traced back to the period of the Top War, when the 5 old stars in the Taoist robe were punched in the head by the Whitebeard with all their strength. His head was beaten hard by Whitebeard. It was already a big deal for him not to be beaten to death, but he still had sequelae. Now Nami punched the head of the 5 old stars of Taoism, and it really became a key attack. Killed him to death with one punch. Then I'm really good. Nami's face was smug. I'm not dead yet, but if you make a knife, you can definitely kill him. Do you want to kill him? Chen took Bai Xing's hand and crossed the space to Nami's side in one step. Not dead yet. Nami blinked. Seeing the big bald head motionless, Nami thought he was dead, but she was pretending to be dead. Okay, how dare you pretend to be dead to deceive Miss Ben, and watch me kill you? Nami said angrily. At such a time, he would have to apologize for the 5 old stars in Tao Pao. With his self-esteem, how could he possibly pretend to be dead? He really couldn't get up. Nami has a wind blade in her hand. As the wind blade gets sharper and sharper, now the wind blade can cut through steel with a light touch. The 5 old stars in Taoism, who fell to the ground and couldn't get up, were cut off like this, and their heads were cut off without any resistance. The culprit has been killed. Let's hurry up and continue to search for treasures. Nami saw the death of the 5 old stars in the robe, and couldn't wait to pull Chen and Baixing away. The girls on the boat looked at the dead Taoist 5 old stars with sympathy in their eyes. I think this big bald head died very wrongly. Perona said. You're not the only one who feels this way. We feel this way too, because Nami killed you for cutting down a palace. It's nothing to be killed. The key is that there is no resistance. I doubt whether he was killed by releasing water. The women began to complain about the death of the 5 old stars. Hawkeye and Beasta, looking at the 5 Laoxings of Taoism who were killed, didn't know what to say. Just now, they were pressed and beaten by the 5 old stars in the Taoist robe, and they couldn't even lift their heads, especially Beasta, who almost died under the sword of the 5 old stars in the Taoist robe. But the powerful Dao Pao 5 old stars were killed by a young girl like this. Did they live to be a dog at this age? Suddenly, I feel that I can't even compare to a girl, and I have the heart to kill myself by wiping my neck. Fortunately, they are all swordsmen, and their psychology is very strong, and they did not commit suicide because of this. The other 5 old stars saw that the Dao Pao 5 old stars were dead, with a complex look in their eyes. After working together for many years, although they both consider their own interests, they are somewhat affectionate. And they are also afraid that they will also end up as the 5 old stars of Taoism. The longer they live, the more afraid of death in their hearts. Chapter 612 Green Bull is a man of the world government. Bian Mao Wu Laoxing was relieved to see Chen and Nami leave, but fortunately he didn't make another move. And they felt certain that they had lost the great enemy of the Tao Pao 5 old stars. Originally, the Revolutionary Army had been unable to capture the Holy Land Marijoa for a long time, and even fell into a disadvantage. The Revolutionary Army's momentum had begun to decline. However, at this time, the 5 old stars of Taoism were killed, which made their momentum rise and their battles become more courageous. Although the Dao Pao 5 old stars were not killed by their revolutionary army, but as long as the Dao Pao 5 old stars died, it didn't matter who killed them. Unfortunately, there is no way to continue to compete with him in swordsmanship. Hawkeye sighed as he looked at the corpse of the Taoist 5 old stars. Don't sigh, neither of us are his opponents. If we continue to fight, we will be killed by him. We should say that we will save our lives. Beasta began to stop the bleeding and deal with the wound. Because Beasta was weaker than Hawkeye, he was focused on by the Taoist 5 old stars and wanted to deal with him first, and then concentrate on dealing with Hawkeye. So Beasta was seriously injured, but Hawkeye was not injured much. Beasta was also aggrieved. Without Nami's intrusion, Beasta would have turned into the ghost of the Tao-robed 5 old stars within a few minutes, so Beasta was very grateful to Nami. Hawkeye took a look and decided to help Marco first. Now both Marco and Rob Lukey are in a bad state. Unlucky to be swept in by Nami's tornado, countless wounds were torn on his body, and Marco was consuming physical strength to recover from the injury. And Lucci can't do it. Although his recovery ability will become very powerful after his fruit is awakened, it is impossible for him to heal at once if the injury is too heavy. Especially the burns on the body. The body is covered with a large area of scorched black. This is not armament hockey, but scorched. Now is the weakest time for Lucci. Take this opportunity to get rid of him first, otherwise Lucci's recovery will be another big trouble. At this time, Lucci was comparable to the naval admiral's combat power, and no one dared to underestimate him. The battle continued here, and Chen took Shirahoshi and Nami to search for the treasures of the Tianlong people. Sure enough, Tianlong people really have a lot of treasures. Not only Nami is very satisfied, but even Chen is very satisfied. The Tianlong people did not encounter one, and they all went to refuge. Finally, the search is over. When I have time, I want to check how much treasure there is. Don't embezzle it for me. Nami glanced at Chen. What's the use of that thing I want from you? In my eyes, it's garbage, and it's worth embezzling your stuff. Chen pouted in disdain. Then you mean, if this thing is worth embezzling, you'll embezzle it. Of course, the key point is that these things you have collected are worthless, and I don't like it. Chen waved his hand and said. Nami bit Kiba and actually said that the things she collected were disgusting. It was her favorite thing. Damn, I really wanted to bite him. Chen brought Nami and Shirahoshi back to the ship. You guys are back, how's the harvest? Robin asked curiously. Hearing Robin ask her how her harvest was, Nami jumped up and said excitedly, a bumper harvest. I already know that Doflamingo is a rich man. I didn't expect that in front of the Tianlong people, Doflamingo would be very not worth mentioning. Quote. Nami, Doflamingo is also a celestial dragon. Sugar said. Shut up for me, gangster. What did you say, Nami? Are you trying to fight? Sugar clenched her fist and looked at Nami threateningly. After watching the sugar for a while, Nami resolutely confessed, not because she thought she couldn't beat the sugar, but because the sugar was difficult to wrap. If hit head-on, Nami believes that with the speed of Kazekazu, sugar can't even touch her own clothes, Kakuzu. But Sha Tang is very vengeful. Who knows that if she wins this time, she will suddenly come back. With Sha Tang's fruit ability, if she is touched, it will be miserable. It's getting more and more intense, but the Revolutionary Army doesn't seem to be an opponent and is losing step by step. Chen lay on the bow and looked down. A Taoist 5-old star died, but the Revolutionary Army still fell behind. After fighting for such a long time, Akainu and the Navy finally came to the Holy Land. Mary Joa slowly. After seeing Akainu, the world government and the Revolutionary Army stopped tacitly, and the 5 old stars watched Akainu's anger. The 4 of you are left now. Akainu glanced at the 5 old stars, and it seemed that one of them had died. The Revolutionary Army looked at Akainu vigilantly, and Drago's face suddenly became ugly. The arrival of Akainu was a fatal blow to their Revolutionary Army. Even if there is no Kizaru, the Navy still has the combat power of 3 generals, as well as the lieutenant generals of the Navy, and Dorag has a headache. I didn't expect that I would unite with Gai Duo, Charlotte Lingling, and many other strong people, and still be like this bear with the world government. They were already at a disadvantage, but now that the Navy is here, their Revolutionary Army seems to be able to say goodbye. Akainu, do you want to betray the world government? The bald-headed 5 old star asked Akainu angrily. Akainu did not speak, and looked at both the world government and the Revolutionary Army. Although they both lost a lot, the top combat power did not have too many casualties. This time, he seems to have come early. He should have come later, and now he can't find a bargain at all. After a moment of silence, Akainu said, "Our Navy chooses neutrality." Akainu stood by the side with the Navy soldiers, posing a posture of not intervening. Drago raised his brows and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the relationship between the Navy and the world government is not so harmonious. Akainu, it seems that you are really going to betray the world government. The 5 old stars with a flat hat gave Akainu a gloomy look. What is Akainu's idea? Can't they see it? It is clear that he wants to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Green Cow, do it for me. The 5 old stars with a flat hat roared. Green Bull, who was standing behind Akainu, punched Akainu, but he was blocked by Fujitora's sword halfway through. Akainu turned around coldly, fearing for a while. He was really unprepared for what was behind him, and he was almost attacked successfully. As the Green Bull, a member of the world government, Chen was a little surprised at this scene, and the girls were also a little surprised. However, considering that Lu Niu is powerful, but unknown, if he was secretly trained by the world government, it would make sense. Drago looked at the Green Cow, frowned, then looked at Akainu and said, "Let's unite with Akainu." Dorag knew that with the strength of their Revolutionary Army, it was really not easy, or even impossible, to win the world government. Help is needed at this time, and Akainu and the world government have turned against each other. Now is the time to invite him. If Akainu joins forces with him, the world government can definitely be overthrown. But the Revolutionary Army invited the Navy to deal with the world government, which was really dramatic. Chapter 613 Three-Way War. The Revolutionary Army invited the Navy to deal with the Navy's superior, the world government. It suddenly felt a little funny. Alvia shook her head and said, "I didn't expect to see this scene, but I never thought about it before." The Navy and the Revolutionary Army are also enemies. At the beginning, because of the orders of the world government, the Navy continued to destroy the Revolutionary Army and formed a great hatred with the Revolutionary Army. Now Dorag invites Akainu to unite. I wonder if there will be resistance within the Revolutionary Army. Chen also wondered if he could see the internal chaos of the Revolutionary Army, but Chen still underestimated Drago's reputation in the Revolutionary Army. Although the Navy, who had a deep hatred with the Revolutionary Army, was invited, the people of the Revolutionary Army did not say anything. For the people of the Revolutionary Army, the most important thing for them is to overthrow the world government, and the rest are as long as they can bear. Akainu didn't reply to Drago's invitation, but besieged Green Bull with Fujitora. Let's not talk about the rest, let's kill the traitor Green Bull first. All right. In fact, Akainu is a traitor who betrayed the world government, but in the eyes of Akainu, the person who betrayed the Navy, Lu Niu, is a traitor. Akainu has separated the world government and the Navy, and he no longer believes that the Navy is still an organization under the world government. Seeing that Akainu and Fujitora were beating Green Bull, the Vice Admiral and the Marines were dumbfounded. Which side are they going to stand on? Because Akainu has strong control over the Navy in the past 2 years, the Vice Admiral finally discussed it and besieged Green Bull together. Drago glanced over there, and his body suddenly grew larger, turning into a black magic dragon surrounded by black flames. The black magic dragon spewed out a mouthful of flame, the same color as Amaterasu's black flame, burning towards the 5 old stars. Although this flame does not have the inextinguishable properties of Amaterasu, it has a powerful corrosive ability, with a corrosive flame. Humph! The blonde 5 old star snorted coldly, and all the flames were blocked by him. Let's go together. The 5 old stars with the flat hat roared, the muscles on their arms swelled, and they flew into the sky with a moon step, and their fists collided with Dorig's huge body at this time. Then the body of the 5 old star with the flat hat fell like a shooting star, and finally the 5 old star with the blonde hair shot him to catch him. Drago was also knocked back a few hundred meters, and a blood hole was punched in his body, but it healed quickly. It's strong in both strength and defense, and it has a pervert-like recovery ability. It's really tricky. The arms of the 5 old stars with a flat hat trembled. There was no time for him to sigh. Drago carried a powerful force and swooped down towards the soldiers of the world government. Damn, that guy is going to deal with our soldiers. The long-haired 5 old star looked ugly. Don't worry about it, let's attack the Revolutionary Army together. The bald-headed 5 old star sternly charged towards the Revolutionary Army. After rushing in, it is like a tiger entering a flock. One punch and one kick can pierce through the enemy. The 6 naval styles are proficient in use, and even his own unique extension skills are used. Don't look at the bald 5 old stars who are a little fat, but this speed is not like a fat man can play. Every part of the body is turned into a murder weapon, and a slight bump can break people's bones, and they are extremely violent. Stop him! Sabo, the number 2 figure in the Revolutionary Army, shouted with a livid face. Guy looked at the bald 5 old star one more time, and then rushed over to cut off the battle with the bald 5 old star. The collision of his fists set off a strong wind, tearing the ground apart. I'm really excited to see it. Do you want me to go down and have a fight with them? Chen said with great interest. You want to shoot? If you do, then these people will probably be killed as pigs. Tautu chuckled lightly. Even they don't know how strong Chen's strength is, but they all know that Chen has not used all his strength. Drago turned into an evil dragon, and the soldiers of the world government stood and fought, and the entire Holy Land Marioa was shrouded in black flames. Bastard, do you really think I can't deal with you? The blonde 5 old star had an ugly face, and stretched out his hand to shake it in front of him. The entire Holy Land Marioa shook, and a mud giant emerged from the ground and grabbed the raging dragon. The dragon incarnated by Dorag is not small, but the giant is bigger, and it directly staged a battle between giants and dragons. There are also devil fruit powers among the 5 old stars. It seems to be hidden very deeply. It is only revealed now. Chen looked at the blonde 5 old stars lightly. Seeing that he can control the soil, I wonder if it is the soil fruit of the natural system, or the earth fruit. Give me all to die. Watch me bury you all. The ground suddenly cracked, countless people fell, and then the ground closed, and I don't know how many people were buried deep in the ground. The slaughter was continuing, and the besieged Green Bull on the other side couldn't hold on any longer. If it was a heads up, Green Bull might not even be able to fight Akainu. Now 2 people are fighting and beating him, and there is a lieutenant general harassing him next to him. Under the siege, Akainu used magma to pierce his chest, and his body was pierced through a huge hole. Fujitora's gravity fruit restricts Green Bull's movements, and with Akainu's super attacking rockberry fruit, Green Bull is useless even if he is strong. Completely killed under siege. Meteor volcano. After killing the Green Bull, Akainu attacked the world government and the Revolutionary Army together. He never thought about joining forces with anyone, and he wanted to kill them all. The huge magma fist fell from the sky, causing catastrophic damage. Both the Revolutionary Army and the world government suffered heavy casualties and looked at the Navy side with resentment. Akainu joined with the Navy. Whether it was the soldiers of the world government or the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, they all attacked, and the three forces were united. Trapped in a chaotic war, a complete chaotic war, it has been indistinguishable. It is said that the situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. I didn't believe it before, but now I really believe it. Wei Wei said with a long mouth and a big mouth looking at the battle below. Drago looked at the direction of the Navy and sprayed them with a mouthful of magic flame. Since they couldn't win over, and they had to be their enemy at 1.4, then they would hit them hard. Countless navies died under Drago's magic flame, and Akainu's eyes turned red as he watched this scene. Dorag, you die for me. Akainu flew into the sky with a moon step, and the huge magma fist slammed on Dorag's body. The magma fist was about the same size as Drago's body, and it blasted Drago out with one punch, smashing a huge pothole on top of the Holy Land Marioa. Beating the reservoir dog, the 5 old stars with a flat hat turned around and rushed towards Drago, who was smashed on the ground. Return of life. 6 type profound truth, the largest round 6 king spear. The 5 old stars with the flat hat used all their strength to pierce Dorag's body. Fortunately, Dorag was in the form of a dragon at this time, with strong resilience and vitality. Otherwise, this blow will definitely kill Drago. Chapter 614 I am here. The Akainu. When the 5 old stars of the flat hat were playing Dorag, Akainu was very inauthentic, and a big fire shot down the pothole. Fortunately, the blonde 5 old star controlled the mud to form a shield and blocked the magma fist, otherwise the flat hat 5 old star would be out of luck. Damn Akainu. There was a fierce light in the eyes of the 5 old stars with the flat hat. When he was about to deal a fatal blow to Drago, he was distracted. The 5 old stars with the flat hat were going to give Drago the biggest round of the 6 king's spear on his head, but unfortunately because of distraction, he was kicked away by Drago. At this time, Dorag has returned to human form. Although the dragon form has enhanced the body a lot, the target is too big and it is easy to be beaten. Dragon Claw. Drago slammed into the throat of the 5 old stars with all his strength. As long as he could hit his throat, Drag had the confidence to crush his throat and kill him. Observation Hockey. The flat hat 5 old star predicted Drago's attack in advance and avoided the claws that hit his throat. Grabbed it towards the chest 19 of the 5 old stars with a flat hat. The blood splashed, and the flesh and blood of the 5 old stars was caught. Now looking at the position of the heart of the 5 old stars, you can see the broken bones and the beating heart inside. The power was unforgiving, and Drago desperately attacked the Bianhao Wu Laoxing, swapping injuries for injuries, and only wanted to solve the Bianhao Wu Laoxing. The 5 old stars with the flat hat punched Drago in the abdomen. Dorag endured the pain of twisting his intestines together and scratched half of the face of the 5 old stars with the flat hat. Seeing the madman Dorag attacking him so desperately, the 5 old stars with flat hats expressed their fear. Years of comfortable life have almost wiped out the blood of the 5 old stars. Facing such a vicious attack, he has been unable to cope. Just when Drago was about to establish a chance to win and destroy the 5 old stars with a flat hat, he only heard a heavy cold snort, and then came a severe pain in his body. Drago was kicked out. His body traversed half of the Holy Land Marijoa, and he was almost kicked out of the Yuhi soil continent. Leader. Ivankov hurriedly ran over to check the current situation of Drago. Holding Drago up, Drago spit out a mouthful of blood, and half of the bones of his body were broken. He is now incapable of fighting. Drago endured the pain and looked solemnly at a figure in the distance. That is, he kicked him away without even being aware of it. I've been in my place for so long, do you really think I don't exist? Tianlong person Yimu said lightly. His words carried a great deterrent force, and everyone's fighting stopped immediately, all looking at Amam the heavenly dragon. The appearance of this scene is really high. To be honest, I'm a little jealous. Chen looked at Yimu, who was looming in the wind and sand around him. Do you want him to make a thunderous appearance next time? Or come to the foreshadowing of the Sea of Fire and step out from the Sea of Fire? Chen thinks it can be. Yimu glanced at the ship flying in the sky, with fear in his eyes, but looking at the knife in his hand, he felt a little more at ease. Sir Yimu. The 5 old stars hurried over to salute Yimu. Humph. A bunch of trash, even they can't solve it. I said coldly. Even this group of rebels couldn't be solved. I wanted to slash them with a knife, but when he thought of their strength and usefulness, he withdrew his anger. The knife in his hand was swung down at the 5 old stars of the flat hat, and the expression of the 5 old stars of the flat hat changed. Could it be that Lord Yimu wants to kill him? However, this knife did not kill the 5 old stars of the flat hat, but repaired the injury on his body. The 5 old stars with a flat hat were overjoyed when they saw the recovery from the injury. With his injury, if he didn't deal with it quickly, his life would definitely be in danger. You can save the 5 old stars who are about to die from such a serious injury. Could this knife be born with Kiba? Chen groaned in his heart. Of course, this is just a rant. Born Kiba is a knife in Inuyasha, and it is impossible to run into the world of pirates. Chen, that knife seems to be the King of Heaven. Alvia pulled Chen and said. Heavenly King. Chen stared at the knife tightly, and sure enough, the power in it was exactly the same as the energy on the Heavenly King's core. I really want to see now. After losing the core, the king still has some power. Chen said with great interest. The core of the Heavenly King has been taken to the system by Chen for recycling, which means that the Heavenly King will never be complete. The Revolutionary Army, the pirates, and the Navy looked at him with horror in their eyes. The 5 old stars, who were aloof, actually knelt down and saluted this man. He said that this is his place. Is this person a Tianlong person? Everyone can't believe it. In their eyes, the Tianlong people are a group of waste. And this person just now, kicked Drago half crippled with one kick. Drago is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and the person who can fight with the 2 5 old stars is kicked away by the person in front of him. No wonder the Tianlong people are so arrogant. Is it because of him? Drago stood up with the help of Ivankov. Your name is Akainu, right? You led the navy to betray the world government. I am not looking at the Revolutionary Army and the pirates, but at Admiral Akainu. Under Ian's gaze, Akainu felt like a stab at the back, and a sense of unease rose in his heart. Big Spitfire. Feeling uneasy, Akainu made a move. Akainu also understood that it was impossible for the other party to let him go, so he did not hesitate to shoot 917 at Imam, the leader of the Tianlong people. It's too much. Looked at Akainu lightly, and then swung down with a knife, and the sharp blade was filled with the aura of destruction. Akainu's magma fist was cut off, and then the sword light slashed on Akainu's body. Akainu's body began to collapse, and his elementalization seemed to fail. In the end, Akainu's body turned into a mass of blood and immersed in the earth, and everyone was shocked. Akainu, the admiral of the navy, was turned into blood under this knife, so what about them? Guy and Charlotte Lingling looked at each other more often, and the idea of running had already arisen in his heart. This heavenly dragon Lord Yim was simply invincible. The most panicked is the navy, because their Marshal Akainu was killed, and the navy at this time was very confused. Admiral Fujitora, what should we do? The admiral asked Fujitora, wanting to hear Fujitora's opinion. Right now, Fujitora has the highest official position, and of course they have to listen to Fujitora's advice. I'm sorry colleagues, but I'm actually a member of the Revolutionary Army. Fujitora said lightly. The Admiral of the Navy was stunned. The Admiral was actually a member of the Revolutionary Army. Two generals, Green Bull and Fujitora, one was sent by the world government to monitor Akainu, and the other was sent by the Revolutionary Army to be an undercover agent. Now the Navy side doesn't know what to do, and they are in a very embarrassing situation now. Chapter 615 Insidious I want to avenge Akainu-sama. As Akainu's loyal little brother, Doberman roared. The other vice admirals ignored him. Doberman's decision did not represent the Navy, and they looked at the T-Dolphin. The T-Dolphin is a candidate for the Admiral of the Navy, and his strength is strong enough, and he also has a lot of prestige in the Navy. Chibuta glanced at them, then walked behind Fujitora. Under Fujitora's guidance, he also decided to join the Revolutionary Army. Bastard! The vice admirals of the Navy headquarters couldn't help yelling. Everyone, if you have nowhere to go, the Revolutionary Army can take you in. Fujitora said, looking at the Navy. Humph! Huo Shaoshan snorted coldly and joined the Revolutionary Army, which they never thought of. We also have Admiral Hyuga. The flying squirrel pointed to the warship flying in the sky. The flying squirrel's words directly reminded the others. That's right, their navy is not empty. Hyuga-chen is also an admiral, although they almost forgot about Hyuga-chen as an admiral. Our navy is no longer involved in this war, we withdraw. Stockberry said after a moment of thought. Quitting is their best option, and those without a leader are now doomed to be the weakest. What's more, they didn't intend to overthrow the world government, eliminate the Revolutionary Army, or dominate the world with the navy. Those are all Akainu's thoughts. Now that Akainu is dead, they are not willing to participate, mainly because they are not qualified to participate. Hyuga-chan is a general, they also know very well, and they don't care at all. At most, they can only use his name to intimidate others. The Navy began to leave one after another, and neither the world government nor the Revolutionary Army dared to attack them. Hyuga-chen is still watching from the sky. Who knows if they will offend Hyuga-chen? There is no need at this time. Get rid of the Revolutionary Army first. I.M. waved his hand and let the 5 old stars rush up. Gaido and Charlotte Lingling saw the Navy leave and shouted, "We're leaving too." Humph! Is this the place where you can come and leave if you want? The bald-headed 5 old stars snorted coldly. Where is this place? This is the Holy Land Mary Joa, the territory of the world government, and their face. If they are allowed to leave easily, will the face of the world government still be needed? Go of the Navy is because of Hyuga-chen. They don't know what Hyuga-chen means, plus the current Navy has no leader, it doesn't matter if they leave. But how could Gaiduo and Charlotte Lingling let them leave easily? Aokiji and Fujitora attack long-haired Wu Laoxing together. Aoji's ice and Fujitora's gravity make long-haired Wu Laoxing in a hurry. Fujitora's gravity can act now, and it will not be bad to cooperate with anyone, especially when it cooperates with the general-level combat power of Aokiji, it is even more powerful. Because of the strong gravity, the long-haired 5 old stars seem to fall into the quagmire. Many times they were attacks that could be avoided, but they were hit because of gravity. Fortunately, Armament Haki was strong enough, and he was not seriously injured after being hit a few times. Now the long-haired 5 old stars are like the Taoist 5 old stars who have fallen into the realm of wind. They are basically passively beaten, which is very uncomfortable. If this continues, the long-haired 5 old stars will inevitably follow in the footsteps of the Taoist 5 old stars. The bald-headed 5 old stars are still staring at Guy, and the strength of the two is not much different. The flat-capped 5 old stars, who have recovered from their injuries, go to Drago to take revenge. Dorag is in a very bad state now, and it is the right time to take revenge. Although Sabo and Ivankov are not opponents, they are still capable of dragging the 5 old stars with flat hats. There, come and solve the 2 of them. The 5 old stars in the flat hat didn't want to entangle with them at all, so the bear went forward to solve them. The bear appeared behind the 5 old stars with a flat hat. Unlike other pacifists, he was transformed from the bear's body and could use the meatball fruit. Seeing that the 5 old stars in the flat hat let the cocoon bear to deal with them, both Sabo and Ivankov's faces were very ugly. Especially Ivankov, he and Cocoon Bear are good friends, and they have a very good relationship with each other. How could he be willing to take action against the violent Coon Bear at such a time? They don't want to shoot. It doesn't mean violent Coon Bear will not shoot at them. The bear is no longer interesting, and slaps the two of them. The hesitant Ivankov was slapped by the violent Coon Bear, and the blood was sprayed without money. I am watching the battle with irritability on his face. Let these guys fight. How long will they fight? Seimu couldn't help himself, and his body disappeared instantly. In addition, everyone on the field didn't observe him all the time, and they didn't even know that the Tianlong man Yimu disappeared. When Yim reappeared, he was already behind Charlotte Lingling, and stabbed a sword towards Charlotte Lingling's back. Charlotte Lingling felt it. It was already too late, and the sword had pierced into Charlotte Lingling's body that was harder than refined steel. This sword was changed by the King of Heaven, and contained the power of creation and destruction. Charlotte Lingling's body was constantly destroyed, and finally ended up in the same fate as Akainu, turning into a pool of blood. Killing Charlotte Lingling, Im's eyes were fixed on Guy. Figure appeared behind Guy Duo, and then the same sword pierced Guy Duo's body. Poor Guy Duo was killed by a sneak attack from Im's back. Like the previous two, he also turned into blood. This is not because Guy is too weak, nor is Yimu too strong to kill the 4 emperors in seconds. At that time, Guy was fighting against the bald 5 old stars, and Im was using the space movement that was impossible to prevent. Guy reacted more. The sword that the Heavenly King turned into had already pierced into his body, and it could resist the body of the Supreme Sword, but it was still unable to resist the Heavenly King. Not only Guy's, but Charlotte Lingling and Akainu died very wrongly. Akainu did not evade the sword chi of Imam, because he wanted to ignore the sword chi with elementalization. But I didn't expect the elementalization to have no effect, so I was killed in one hit. This guy is really insidious. Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling were killed by a sneak attack. Chen has already labeled Yimu as insidious. The powerful Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling were indeed wrong to die, and Chengdu felt that they were wronged. Yimu killed Guido and Charlotte Lingling. His eyes began to swept to others. As long as anyone dared to reveal a flaw, Yimu promised that he would definitely go over and make up for it. Basically, he would die if he was stabbed by Im, and the death was very ugly, turning into a pool of blood, not even a whole corpse. The two of you will deal with the others and destroy all these pirates, and don't let any of them go. I am instructed to the liberated bald-headed 5 old stars and blonde 5 old stars. Since these pirates dare to come here with the revolutionary army to make a fuss, let's die here together. Chapter 616 One punch to kill the 5 old star with a flat hat. Under the attack of the 5 old stars of the flat hat, Drago could only persevere and was seriously injured. It would be very good not to be killed by the 5 old stars of the flat hat. The moves of the 5 old stars with the flat hat are very ruthless. The moves want Dorag's life. Just now, Dorag almost killed him. With the hatred of the 5 old stars of the flat hat against him, it is strange that he is not cruel. Give me death. After killing you, everything is over. The 5 old stars with a flat hat punched Drago in the head. Touch. Hawkeye's black knife blocked the fist of the 5 old stars with a flat hat. Seeing that he could blow Drago's head with one punch, but was stopped by the bastard Hawkeye, the 5 old stars with a flat hat were angry. Hawkeye, you are courting death. As the king of Chiwahai, he actually attacked the world government, and at the most critical moment, he came out to help Drago to block the blow. The 5 old stars in the flat hat were so angry that they died. Thank you. Drago thanked Hawkeye. At this time, Drago couldn't die. If he died, the entire revolutionary army would be in chaos. He was already on the verge of collapse. If the revolutionary army's morale was unstable when he died, there would only be defeat. Hyuga Chen, I am willing to use all the evil magic fruits collected by the revolutionary army to please you. After taking a deep breath, Dorag shouted loudly. Invite me with a devil fruit. Am I the kind of person who is so easy to invite? Chen pouted in disdain. But first, let's see how many devil fruits he has. If there are many, I don't mind shooting. After speaking, Chen's figure disappeared from the warship. The girls had black lines on their foreheads. After listening to what they said before, they thought that Chen had become a child and didn't want to take action for the devil fruit. I didn't expect that they were thinking too much. In Chen's eyes, the devil fruit is the exchange point. Of course, Chen will not let it go. Of course, if it is 1 or 2 devil fruits, let Drago play by himself. Anyway, there are fewer devil fruits, and Hyuga-chan is not interested in taking action, but presumably with the wealth of the revolutionary army, it should not be too petty. Being too petty is a real loss. Let's talk about how many devil fruits you can take out first. Chen asked while standing in front of Drago. Drago nodded. As long as Hyuga-chen was interested in devil fruit, it would be easy to handle, but if he could not invite Hyuga-chen, the revolutionary army would really be finished. After seeing Chen, the 5 old stars in the flat hat were full of fear, and looked at Hyuga-chen with great vigilance. Hyuga-chen, do you want to intervene too? Lord Wang Yimu of the Tianlong people is here. The 5 old stars with a flat hat threatened Chen. Chen smiled disdainfully. I am, what is I am, not to mention that he was going to kill I am. As the so-called common man is innocent and guilty, the value of the Heavenly King in Yimu's hands is very high, so of course Chen wants to grab it. There is also the space ability used by I am. I don't know if it is his own ability or the devil fruit. However, compared to his own ability, Chen is more inclined to the ability of the devil fruit, so he definitely didn't discuss it. There is no need for any other reason at all, just based on the value of his body, Chen will definitely kill him. Drago pointed to the boat under the Holy Land Marijoa and said, now all the devil fruits are on the boat. Okay, I'll see if it's enough for my price. Chenhua turned into a thunderbolt and flew towards the revolutionary army's ship. Dorag, you're courting death. The 5 old stars with the flat hat have fierce eyes, and now they have to do it. Before Hyuga-chen can take action, kill Dorag first. However, Hawkeye, Marco, Vista and others all came over to protect Drago. They all understood that Drago couldn't die. Now Drago is the backbone, he can't die, everything will be over when he dies. Chen came to Dorag's boat, and then walked into the cabin, looking at the devil fruits piled up in the cabin, his eyes lit up. The number of these devil fruits will not be less than 70, most of which are animal-type devil fruits, and some are superhuman-type devil fruits. This is the devil fruit collected by the revolutionary army after years of hard work and conquering many countries. Chen saw so many devil fruits, and said that this order was a good business, and he could take this order. Putting away the devil fruit, Chen flew back to the Holy Land Marijoa at the top of the Yuhi soil continent. How is it? Drago asked impatiently after seeing Chen's return. Yes, I am very satisfied with your remuneration. Don't worry, leave these stinky fish and rotten shrimp to me. Chen said with satisfaction. If it is recycled to the system, so many devil fruits will be exchanged for at least 1 million points, which is worth more than ancient weapons. How can Chen be dissatisfied? The face of the 5 old stars with the flat hat is gloomy. Has Hyuga-chen reached an agreement with Drago? Now they have to face the big enemy Hyuga-chen. Drago breathed a sigh of relief. No one knew about Hyuga-chen's strength, but Drago knew that it would never be worse than the previous Imam. Do you kill yourself by wiping your neck now, or shall I help you? Chen walked over step by step. Arrogant, do you think you are invincible in the world? Said the 5 old stars with a gloomy face. I am just killing the 3 super powerful Akainu, Gai Duo, and Charlotte Lingling, giving the 5 old stars with a flat hat full confidence. At this time, the 5 old stars of the flat hat believe that Lord Yimu can definitely solve Hyuga-chen. You are very brave. How dare you talk to me like this? It seems that I have to teach you a lesson. Chen's fist was covered with a white mask, and there was a crackling sound around him, and the space seemed to be unable to bear the shock. This is the Gen fruit. Everyone's eyes widened. This is very familiar. It is too familiar. Isn't this the power of the Junjun fruit? Devil fruit that can destroy the world. High energy ahead. Stay far away. Be careful that I cause accidental injury to you. Don't blame me if you are accidentally injured. Chen kindly reminded. A fist was swiped at the 5 old stars with a flat hat. The fist was like a shooting star, and the pupils of the 5 old stars with a flat hat widened. In his mind, he seemed to be the only one left in this world, a fist with endless intimidation approaching him. Boom! The fist hit the flat hat 5 old star, and the power of the shaking fruit tore the earth apart, and the Yuhi soil continent cracked, as if it was about to collapse. The 5 old star with the flat cap that was hit was already dead, and even the cells were all shattered by the power of the shaken fruit, leaving nothing behind. Countless unfortunate people were affected, and the people who were basically affected were all dead, and only the truly powerful people escaped the disaster. This is the sadness of the weak. It was only when it was affected that it was beaten and vanished. Not even a complete corpse was left. The power of the Junjun fruit is really violent, Chen said with satisfaction. He didn't use much force, and shattered the 5 old stars with a flat cap. It was really shattered, and even the cells were shattered. As expected, it is a devil fruit that can destroy the world, and it is not a false name. Chapter 617 The 5 old stars are wiped out. Silence. Chen smashed the 5 old stars with a punch, causing everyone to fall into silence, looking at Chen in horror. Even after Yimu saw it, he couldn't help shaking his heart, holding the king and bowing his head. Originally thought that by relying on the power of the King of Heaven, he would be able to match Hyuga Chen, or even defeat him, but now Im's heart is shaken and he is not confident. Especially the current Heavenly King is not a complete Heavenly King, but lacks the energy core, although the power will not be weakened much, but using the Heavenly King requires him to consume his own strength. If there is a Heavenly King core, even an ordinary person can exert a powerful power by relying on the energy in it. There is no core that provides energy now, and IM must supply the energy consumption of the king himself, which consumes his physical strength and his lifespan. Notice, let our soldiers of the Revolutionary Army withdraw from the Holy Land Mary Joa. Dorag ordered. At this time, those ordinary soldiers can't play the role of changing the situation of the war, and there is no need for them to stay here and die. Ivankov also understood that letting the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army stay here would not do much, so he personally ordered the people of the Revolutionary Army to retreat. Now that this is Chen's home court, it's time for them to retreat. No one wants to die for no apparent reason. In the end, there are not even corpses left. Let's move your muscles and bones. Chen smiled lightly, and in the eyes of Wu Laoxing and Yimu, Hexi's smile was more terrifying than the god of death. The trace disappeared in an instant, and even if they used observation hockey, they couldn't find where Tatsu was. As this space ability, I am suddenly vigilant, and began to use the space fruit ability to detect the strangeness of space. Lord Yimu, he's behind you. The long-haired 5-star reminded Yimu. What? Yimu was shocked when he heard it, and then turned around immediately, and when he turned around, he saw Chen's fists keep expanding in his eyes. Touch. Bang bang. Almost all of the buildings in the Holy Land Mary Joa were smashed by Im's body, with black circles on their eyes, lying motionless among the ruins. The punch stunned him, and blood began to flow out of the beaten left eye, and Im felt that his left eye had been beaten out. You guys have to fight a little bit, don't let me solve it with one move, then I feel very bored. Chen turned to look at the 3-5 old stars and said. Come on together. The bald-headed Wu Laoxing rushed towards Chen, and the blonde Wu Laoxing controlled the earth, forming a huge slap and slapped it towards Chen. Long-haired Wu Laoxing used the moon step to fly in the air, watching Chen vigilantly. He was responsible for staring at Chen closely. As long as Chen showed a flaw, it was when he delivered a fatal blow. The slab formed by the mud that was photographed collapsed uncontrollably. The bald-headed Wu Laoxing covered armament hockey with his fingers, and used his finger gun to hit Chen's head. With a sarcastic smile, Chen stretched out his hand to squeeze the fingers of the bald-headed five-old star, and then broke it with force. There was a click, and then there was a scream like killing a pig. They all said that the fingers were connected to the heart, and now the fingers of the bald five-old stars were broken by Chen. Not only was it broken, but the bones were also crushed by Chen, which made him cry out in agony. The bald Wu Laoxing was sweating coldly on his forehead, his entire right arm was trembling, and his entire face was contorted in pain, making it very ugly. He was ugly before, and now he looks even uglier. He kicked the bald-headed five-old star in the chin, kicked him into the sky, and his chin was shattered by Chen's kick. It's too weak, end your life. Spiral Flash Shuriken. The shuriken formed by the compression of the huge golden light was thrown towards the bald-headed five-old stars in the sky. The Spiral Flash Shuriken has a strong cutting power and can easily cut the sacred tree in the Hokage world in half. Even the sacred tree can be cut, let alone the body of the bald five-old stars. Under the spiral flashing shuriken, it is as fragile as a piece of paper. The bald-headed five-old stars in the sky were cut in half, and their blood turned into blood rain and fell on the land of the Holy Land Mary Joa. The long-haired Wu Laoxing who wanted to rescue the bald-headed Wu Laoxing was also affected. Fortunately, he left quickly, but only had one arm cut off. Tightening was just a few tricks. The flat-capped Wu Laoxing was bombed to death, the mighty Tianlongren Yimu was beaten to death, the bald Wu Laoxing was chopped in two, and the long-haired Wu Laoxing's right arm was broken at the root. Dorag watched this scene and smiled. Originally, those devil fruits, Ivankov proposed to give the people of the Revolutionary Army to eat to increase their combat effectiveness. However, Drago refused at the time. He was just waiting for this time. If he encountered a desperate situation, he could ask Hyuga Chen to help him with the devil fruit. Now the effect is really good. In the blink of an eye, the two five-old stars died, and the Tianlong person Yimu was knocked away without knowing his life or death, and the other two five-old stars who remained would not live too long. Looking at the long-haired Wu Laoxing who was trying to stop the bleeding, Chen kicked out a small pebble on the ground. After the pebble was kicked out, it quickly grew larger and turned into a mountain-like stone. Moreover, the speed of this mountain-sized stone is outrageously fast, which is completely unreasonable. Long-haired Wu Laoxing was directly hit, and was smashed into a muddy flesh by the mountain, and flew out of the planet with the body of the long-haired Wu Laoxing turned into a muddy flesh. Momo fruit is used together with enhanced fruit. A small stone can become so powerful, and he is also sad to kill the long-haired five-old star completely. You have been together for so many years, and now that your brothers are dead, I'll send you over to accompany them. Chen looked at the last five old stars with blonde hair. The mud giant. The five old stars with blonde hair manipulated the soil to form a huge clay giant with a height of over 500 meters, and stepped on towards Chen. It's not surprising that a big guy of this size can sink a small island with 1 foot. The size sometimes determines the strength. But a small body may not necessarily lose to a big one, such as Chen, who punched this clay giant. Complete sheer power, one punch knocks this clay giant to pieces. Before the blonde five old stars could react, Chen who appeared in front of him grabbed his neck, and a khaki devil fruit flew out of his body. When you get the devil fruit, you have no value. Chen threw the blonde five old star into the air, and then made a pistol shape with his right hand and aimed at the blonde five old star in the sky. Electric laser cannon. The flash and the thunder were perfectly intertwined, and then the golden-haired five old stars were penetrated, and the light of flashing electric light flew out of the planet and shattered the meteorites in space. The golden-haired five old stars that were penetrated in the air exploded, and all the five old stars were killed. It's really easy to solve, you guys. But it's not fun to solve it so easily, Chen said softly. A group of people in the Revolutionary Army swallowed. Is this really a person? Can people really be this strong? This question has been circling in their minds. Chapter 618 Hang a Mom. Wu Laoxing was killed by Chen in a group, and then Chen's eyes turned to Yimu, who was useless in the distance. Although Chen's punch used a lot of power, I am not so good at taking that punch. Are you pretending to be dead? Do you think you don't need to be dead by pretending to be dead? Chen said indifferently, looking at the distance. There were slight fluctuations in the space, and Yimu appeared behind Chen, and then stabbed Chen with a knife. When the knife was still an inch away from Chen, he could no longer stab in, as if there was an invisible barrier that blocked his knife. Don't continue to pretend to be dead. Chen turned around and looked at Yimu with a blank expression. Seeing Chen's expressionless face, and looking at the expression of a dead man, Yimu suddenly became angry. The leader of my dignified Tianlong people, you actually looked at me with the eyes of a dead man. Although I know you are amazing, you don't take me seriously. Yimu, the Tianlong man who has always been high above, can't bear it anymore, looking at Chen with two eyes angrily. Your eyes have recovered. Is it the power of the King of Heaven? Chen then looked into Yimu's eyes. The previous punch had already knocked out Yimu's eyes, and now it looks intact, which must have been repaired by the power of the king. After being crippled by Drago, the 5 old stars of the flat hat who are about to die can make him recover, and it is not surprising that his eyes have been repaired. You actually know the King of Heaven. Yimu was shocked. The knife in his hand was transformed from the King of Heaven. This is only clear to him. How did Hyuga Chen know? Of course I know, the core of the king was originally in my hands. Chen said flatly. Hearing Chen talking about the core of the heavenly king, Yimu moved in his heart, with greed in his eyes. If the heavenly king was completely in his hands and surrendered to the heavenly king, he would be able to permanently control the world and gain eternal life. Supplementing life with the power of the king can live forever. Thinking of this, the greed in Yimu's eyes is even more. He must take the core of Tianlong, and his eyes are full of killing intent. Yo, this bit of killing intent is too embarrassing. Don't say that the core of the king is gone now, even if it is still in my hands, can you take it away? Chen's body released an astonishing killing intent. The entire Holy Land Marijoa was pulled into the illusion by Chen's killing intent. Here they saw a sea of corpses and blood, and the suppressed breath made them breathless. Although Chen has always been a salted fish with no goals and dreams, there are not a few people who have killed him. In the world of Hokage, at the age of 10 he killed a mountain of corpses and blood, which made every ninja village terrified. Cold sweat dripped from Im's forehead, and was shrouded in murderous aura. The whole world turned Yuhi-colored, and the air could smell blood. What frightened him the most was Hyuga-chan's eyes, those indifferent eyes that seemed to take human life for nothing. Im couldn't even hold the heavenly king in his hand, and almost fell off, but after living for so many years, wouldn't it be too embarrassing to be dealt with by murderous aura? Ah! Yimu roared wildly, lifted the King of Heaven, and slashed towards Chen. Tang tilde. The King of Heaven was blocked by the first generation of ghosts, and the first generation of ghosts was cut through a small gap. The knife that the king turned into is unimaginably sharp. Even Gai Duo and Charlotte Lingling can pierce through it, but it can be imagined that it is sharp. Not bad. Chen looked at Yimu who broke free from the murderous aura, and there was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Looking at the first generation of ghosts who was cut out, Chen used the ability of the horse charm to repair the first generation of ghosts. Horse charms are healing charms. In addition to healing, they also have the ability to repair and restore damaged items to their complete form. The first generation of ghosts was entangled by armament haki, and then slashed towards Yimu. The speed broke through Yimu's perception, and he could only rely on this instinct to block the knife in front of him. Yimu crossed a gap on the ground, and the heavenly king in his hand was actually broken into a small gap, and even a crack appeared. And Chen's hands are wrapped around armament haki's first generation Onito, and there is nothing at all. The other people in Holy Land Marijoa finally broke free from the illusion formed by the murderous aura released by Chen, with fear in their eyes. Just murderous, can't I bear it? There was a hint of bitterness at the corner of Hawkeye's mouth. Hawkeye originally wanted to challenge Hyuga-Chen again, but now he has given up on this idea. Hawkeye knows that he is not an opponent at all, the gap is too far, and even if he works hard all his life, he will not be able to catch up. This is the first time in Hawkeye's life that he chose to give up, but there is no way anyone who sees such a big gap will choose to give up. Just like an ordinary ant would not provoke a giant dragon, even if it did, the giant Long Yi might not care. Drago watched Hyuga-Chen hang and beat IM, and knew that this time it was stable. I am definitely not Hyuga-Chen's opponent. Others are also wondering, why is Hyuga-Chen so strong? We are all human beings, why are you so strong? Yimu was being beaten by Chen Hang, and he greeted Yimu with punches and kicks, and Yimu even forgot his name. With a kick on Im's face, his nose collapsed instantly, Im's body fell from the air to the ground, and the entire Holy Land Mariao shook. Im's Kiba tooth was also kicked off, but he still held on to the King of Heaven with both hands and did not let go. With the King of Heaven, he could only hope to turn defeat into victory. At this time, the gap that was cut by Chen on Tianwang has been repaired. Tianwang can let others reply, and naturally he can repair himself. Cough cough tilde. Yimu coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, which were also mixed with fragments of internal organs. His right hand was holding the king tightly, and his body was slowly repairing. Yes, you are very resistant, take me another punch. Chen suddenly punched Yimu, and Yimu immediately turned the Heavenly King in his hand into a shield, blocking him in front of him. Boom! The shield that Tianwang has turned into has dense cracks, as if it will shatter with a light touch, but the cracks are disappearing at a speed of 5.3. A weapon that can recover itself is good, and there is no need to worry about being broken. In fact, there is a limit to the self-repair of Tianwang. If Chen punches Tianwang into powder, Tianwang can't repair it, and it will be completely broken. But Chen is impossible to do such a thing, it is not good for him at all. Chen also intends to grab the king and then recycle it to the system. There are already more than 3 million exchange points at this time. This is the treasure of the Tianlong people that was looted today, and the reason why the devil fruit given by Drago was not recovered. If all are recycled, Chen's exchange point can definitely break through the 5 million mark. Although 5 million seems like a lot, he is still a poor man, and he can't afford real good things, so Chen will not miss any opportunity to search for an exchange point. Chapter 619 Im's Death. Hu Kun is amazing. Even the person who bows down to the 5 old stars is not an enemy of unity in front of Hu Kun. Hancock looked at Chen below with a face full of madness. Actually, we have never seen how strong Chen is. Alvia chuckled. Yeah, Chen doesn't seem to have done his best. Robin nodded. Robin, where are you referring to? Khalifa went to Robin and asked. Khalifa and Robin both like to read books. Robin likes to read history books, while Khalifa reads. Just look at the very revealing beauty on the cover. So what Khalifa said must have no good meaning. Robin already knew the meaning of Khalifa's words, so he gave him a big Byakugan directly. Khalifa patted Robin on the shoulder and said, would you like me to teach you some postures to enhance your combat effectiveness? You go teach the others, said Robin, putting the book over his face. You don't have to be shy, Robin, as long as you follow my master's guidance, you will definitely be able to hold on for half an hour longer. Khalifa adjusted her glasses. Robin took the book away, gave Khalifa a contemptuous look, and asked me to hold on for another half an hour. I think you should let yourself hold on for half an hour. You useless woman who can't hold on for even half an hour, and you have the guts to guide me. Shiroi, let's stay away, the topics they talk about are unhealthy. Nami and Vivi took Shiroi away. Bai Xing looked puzzled and didn't understand why he was unhealthy. Bang! Chen kicked Yimu's face again, and everyone watching felt pain in Yimu's face, and suddenly felt that Yimu was also very pitiful. Im shook the stunned head that was kicked, and the anger in his heart could not be contained. He said that hitting people is not a slap in the face, but Hyuga-chan specifically greeted him in the face. Just look at Im's cheeks, it's completely swollen, and it's still a big circle, and it's scary just to look at. I am not using Heavenly King to repair this injury, and repairing the injury will also consume his stamina and even his lifespan, so this kind of injury is irrelevant. The swollen cheeks made him embarrassed, and I am also knew that Hyuga-chan was deliberately humiliating him. Looking at the feet kicking towards his face, I am turned around and entered a different space. He ate the space fruit, so he could create a space of his own, and he could also dodge in this space. This is very similar to Uchiha Obito's Kamui space, but he can't do the same blur as Uchiha Obito. Do you think that if you enter the space, you can hide? You are so naive. Chen smiled disdainfully, and then followed through into Yumu's space. In his own space, I am just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly I felt a pain in the back of my head, and my body flew out. After getting up, I am looked at Hyuga-chan who appeared in his own space with disbelief in his eyes. How could it be? This is his exclusive space, how can outsiders come in? You should be eating the devil fruit of the space department, right? But in terms of space, you don't seem to be as good as me. Chen smiled and looked at Yimu. I knew that Hyuga-chan could teleport in space, but he didn't expect him to invade his own space. This also means that his last harbor, the safest place, is not safe at this time. Let me go out. Your space is too small. When I was thinking wildly, Chen suddenly punched him in the abdomen, and the space made a cracking sound, shattering like a mirror. I was punched out of this space by powerful brute force, and who was punched out of the space, was more than half shattered by the powerful force. Seeing who had been beaten to the chest, the Revolutionary Army side showed an excited smile. However, the excitement on their faces did not last long, and used the King of Heaven to quickly repair his body at the expense of his lifespan. Chen walked out of Yumu's space and looked at Yumu's body struggling to recover as quickly as his naked eyes. He raised his fist again, and a white air pressure envelope enveloped his fist. Looking at the power that ripped apart space, recognized at a glance that it was the ability to shake the fruit. Now that his body has not been completely repaired, if he takes this punch, he will definitely be smashed into pieces, and there will be no life or death. Using space teleportation, a white light shrouded him, and then disappeared instantly. When he left the place, Chen's fist just hit. The Holy Land Mary Joa was shattered in half, and appeared not far behind Chen, spitting out a mouthful of thick blood. I am still injured when using teleport to leave. It takes a little time for to use teleportation and cannot complete teleportation in an instant, which is also his weakness. Fighting with ordinary people may not reveal it, but fighting Chen, it is too obvious. Don't use the space fruit to jump around, space blockade. The surrounding space was frozen by Chen, Yumu's space fruit could not be activated, and he could not break Chen's space blockade at all. Im's face turned ugly and he couldn't use the space fruit, which meant that he couldn't escape Hyuga-chan's attack at all. In the blink of an eye of Yimu, Chen suddenly appeared in front of him. Yimu was startled, and then wanted to step back. Bansho Tenon, universal pull. Chen Qing shouted. Grabbed firmly by gravity, I am not going to step back, but instead, he moved closer to Chen. He grabbed the Heavenly King from Im's hand, and then took out the space fruit he ate. No, return the king to me, return it to me. I roared with a ghastly expression. The King of Heaven is gone, and the space fruit has also been pulled away. I am now losing all hope and all his cards. I've played enough, I don't want to play with you anymore, are you ready to die? Chen asked indifferently, looking at Yimu. No, I don't want to die, I won't die. I yelled like a madman, he couldn't accept it, he was the king of the dragon people, he was the master of the world, he didn't live enough, how could he want to go die? Taiju profound truth, star destruction strike. Chen ignored him, but punched him with a powerful punch, and the punching wind from his fist ripped apart a huge hole in the space. Around Chen's fist, the space began to shatter piece by piece, and before Chen's fist was fully punched out, was torn to pieces by the fist wind and died. After Chen threw his fist, a hole was punched in the space, and the Yuhi soil continent was affected. Half of it sank into the ground, and the Holy Land Mary Joa also sank. The people of the Revolutionary Army who were still watching the battle in the Holy Land Mary Joa were unlucky. Some were killed by the aftermath, and some were hit hard and fell down. The Holy Land Mary Joa sank, and of course they couldn't stand. Fortunately, there is sea water below. Generally speaking, they will not fall to death due to their physical fitness, but those with devil fruit abilities will definitely be miserable. If no one rescues them, they will definitely drown. Chapter 620 Fishman Island that broke out of the sea. The powerful punch made all the girls stunned, and the warship flying in the sky was not affected because of Chen's control. So the girls didn't experience the power of this blow for themselves, but they could see how powerful the Yuhi soil was when they looked at it in an instant. The people watching the battle in the Revolutionary Army were also very unlucky, which was considered a disaster for Chiyu, because the Holy Land Mary Joa was beaten, and they fell directly. The Holy Land Mary Joa is at the top of the Yuhi soil continent, and it is a bit ridiculously high above the sea. Even if there is seawater below, it does not mean that people will not die if they fall on the sea. People in the pirate world have strong physical fitness and may be able to avoid being killed, but broken tendons are unavoidable. It's a little too hard. Chen sighed while standing in the air, sinking half of the Yuhi continent at once. Can this force be too big? Originally, the Yuhi continent was just a circle and strip, and it looked pitiful enough, but now it has been sunk by half. Of course, the waist Tianlong people who were hiding in the Holy Land Mary Joa also died. They died very tragically, and they didn't even know how they died. They were hiding in the underground secret room when they suddenly heard a roaring sound, and there was no more. This is too exaggerated. It took a long time for Robin to react, and he actually sank the Yuhi soil continent. Wouldn't it be possible to reach the New World without going through Fishman Island? By the way, there is also the Fishman Island. The Fishman Island is just below. Now that the Yuhi soil continent has sunk into the sea, what about the Fishman Island? Seeing Chen stepping on the boat, Robin couldn't help but ask, Chen, now that the Yuhi mainland is sinking, what about the Fishman Island? Hearing Robin's words, Bai Xing recovered from the sluggishness of the scene just now, and looked at Chen anxiously. Brother Chen, will there be anything wrong with Fishman Island? Will the father and mother be alright? Bai Xing asked anxiously with tears in his eyes. Don't worry, Fishman Island is fine, and your dream of Fishman Island will soon be fulfilled. Chen patted Bai Xing's head and said. The dream of Fishman Island. Could it be? Shali had already thought about it. If it was the dream of Fishman Island, it would be to bring Fishman Island to the surface and truly live under the sunlight. Charlie looked at the sea, and sure enough the sea was rushing upwards, as if some behemoth was drilling out of the sea. Dorag, Aokiji and others who were salvaged, looked at the sudden big wave, and immediately let their subordinates leave here in a boat. A few minutes later, an island rushed out of the sea, and the mermen and murlocs on the Fishman Island had expressions of horror on their faces. Scared Neptune and Yeheim. However, when they saw the Fishman Island floating on the sea and enjoying the sunshine, some mermaids and fishmen on the Fishman Island shed tears of excitement. Especially Princess Beheim, she was the most excited. Because of Yuchen's influence, Princess Beheim did not die like the original. She has always dreamed that the clansmen are like humans, living under the sun and coexisting peacefully with humans. Let's not talk about whether peaceful coexistence has been achieved, but living under the sun has indeed been achieved. Am I right? Isn't this Fishman Island? Ivankov couldn't believe it, never thinking that there would be a day when he saw Fishman Island on the sea. Ivankov, how about the casualties of our revolutionary army? Drago sat up. At this time, Drago was wrapped in bandages, and he was already dead if he didn't die. It's not clear, but the losses are heavy. Ivankov's face was a little heavy. We sacrificed so many people, but we succeeded in the end, and the world government has vanished, although we didn't destroy it. Drago looked at the sinking Holy Land Marieoa with a smile on his face. The disappearance of the Holy Land Marioa had a great impact. The Chambord Islands were also overturned by the sea because of the sinking of the Holy Land Marioa, completely sinking. However, the sinking of the Chambord Archipelago, a chaotic land full of sin, is not necessarily a bad thing. Then what should we do next? Ivankov looked at Drago and asked. The world government has been overthrown. Is a new regime going to be established? Take it easy for a while. After the injury is a little better, I'll go to Hyuga-chen. Drago shook his head and said. No matter if the Revolutionary Army wants to establish a new regime, there is one person that cannot be avoided, and that is Hyuga-chen. If Hyuga-chen did not agree, the Revolutionary Army would not dare to establish a new regime. Let's leave first. Find a place to treat the injury, Drago said, looking at the scarred man. Hawkeye, Aokiji, Fujitora, Marco and others were all seriously injured, so let's take care of the injuries first and then talk about the rest. Thank you very much this time. Drago thanked Marco and others. It's nothing, we don't want the world government to exist anymore. Marco said with a wave of his hand. Then what are your plans next? Do you want to join us? Drago invited. I'm not interested, we're going to live in seclusion. Marco and the rest of the Whitebeard pirates shook their heads. Drago didn't force it either. Chen didn't care about the Revolutionary Army, and controlled the warship to land on Fishman Island. Bai Xing was relieved when he saw that his father and mother were all right. Neptune and Beheim hurried over. General Hyuga, Fishman Island rushed out of the sea. Did you do it? Odo Heim asked Chen. That's right. I used gravity to pull your Fishman Island to the sea. Chen nodded. Yeheim was excited when he heard the words, and hurriedly saluted Chen. This was the dream of their ancestors, and now it has finally come true on this day. Thank you, General Hyuga. Neptune also saluted. By the way, now I don't know how the war between the Revolutionary Army and the world government is going. Neptune asked. This kind of thing is very important. It determines the future of Fishman Island. The world government has not been defeated. Then their Fishman Island will continue to belong to the world government in the future. If the world government were to die, they would have no choice but to turn to the Revolutionary Army. The world government is gone now. Chen pointed to the disappeared Holy Land Marijoa. Neptune began to think, the world government is gone, where are they going to Fishman Island? Did they rely on pirates for shelter? From the bottom of his heart, Neptune was reluctant to believe in pirates, and it seemed that he had to join the Revolutionary Army. Neptune didn't think about relying on Hyuga-chen for shelter, because he knew very well that Hyuga-chen would not stay on Fishman Island to shelter them. However, Neptune is a very problematic person. He has been thinking of relying on others, relying on the protection of others, and not thinking about developing his own strength. What's the use? Chen and the girls first settled on Fishman Island, and Neptune and Yeheim warmly entertained them. Bai Xing has not seen his father and mother for a long time, and now he is here for a while. Bai Xing is very happy. Naruto God Level System, Chapter 621 to 640. Chapter 621 Chen of Salted Fish Mentality. The Revolutionary Army went to recuperate, and while recuperating, they did not forget to spread the news about the destruction of the world government. In fact, even without their transmission, the news of the destruction of the world government is basically known to the whole world. They are not fools. The Yuhi continent has been destroyed in half, and the Holy Land Marijoa has been completely destroyed, then the world government will definitely be finished. Some people are very happy in this situation, and many people don't want to see the destruction of the world government, but now that the world government has been destroyed, they just want to be useless. The world government is destroyed. Kizaru looked at the newspaper and said to himself. Sure enough, it was right that I didn't go, Akainu is dead. Kizaru sighed inwardly at his own wit. If he really went, he might not be able to escape this disaster. Half of the Yuhi soil continent was destroyed, and even if Kizaru was confident in himself, he couldn't guarantee that he would be fine. Brother Chen is really amazing. The Yuhi continent has been sunk, so I'll choose to live in seclusion in the future. Huang Yuan shook his head and said. He is not going to go back to the Navy either, and the current Navy has already existed in name only and has come to the brink of collapse. The Dragon Palace City, 080 Neptune once again sent away a king. In this short period of time, Neptune has received hundreds of kings, large and small. Of course, Neptune knew that he couldn't have the face to let these kings come to Fishman Island and establish diplomatic relations with their Dragon Palace kingdom. It is estimated that they should come to Chen's face, because they heard that Chen destroyed the world government and let half of the Yuhi soil sink to the bottom of the sea. They naturally wanted to flatter. Even if these kings are not very clear about the strength, they are still very clear about the strength that can destroy half of the Yuhi continent. If they were to destroy their country, it would be absolutely effortless. They wanted to see that Hyuga Chen couldn't see him, so they came here to show Neptune. Neptune was very excited. The respect of these people for him made him a little lost. Fortunately, Princess Beheim pulled Neptune back, who was about to get lost in it. Thinking about it, it is actually Hyuga Chen that people respect, and it has nothing to do with him at all. If he becomes arrogant and domineering because of this, he will definitely provoke many enemies, and the Dragon Palace Kingdom is likely to cease to exist by then. Let's get out of here. It's so annoying. Those kings come here every day to harass them, and I really want to slap them to death. Sugar pouted. Every day, either this king wants to visit, or that king wants to visit, or even multiple kings visit together. I also think these people are annoying. Hancock's face was displeased. Those kings were so ignorant. How could they see Hu-kun if they wanted to? Okay, let's say goodbye to Neptune and leave. Chen also felt that those kings were annoying. He never thought about controlling the world. In comparison, Chen prefers a life like a salted fish, with no dreams and no ideals. If you feel bored in this world, then change the world and continue to be a salted fish. Therefore, those kings who came to find themselves are completely wrong. They should go to the Revolutionary Army to find Dorag. Drago is the one who really has the ambition to control the world. In fact, Chen doesn't understand at all what's good in controlling the world, so he works hard. It is estimated that only a person with a salted fish mentality would think this way. If others knew what Chen was thinking, they would definitely scold him for not being enterprising and wasting such a powerful strength in vain. However, in Chen's view, strength is simply the capital for better enjoyment. Why he worked so hard when he was a child was not just to get the capital to enjoy. Now that he has the strength of the invincible world, he naturally has to learn to enjoy it. This is the life he wants. General Hyuga, won't you stay here for a while? Neptune asked, looking at Chen. To be honest, Neptune really didn't want Chen to leave. He was a natural protective umbrella here. Don't just think about relying on others, only you can rely on yourself. Chen glanced at Neptune, and then left with the girls. He is very disdainful of this guy Neptune. Even his salty fish mentality knows that only by his own efforts can he get a better life. Neptune fell into silence. Princess Behind glanced at him, shook her head and shouted, General Hyuga can come to Fishman Island at any time in the future, and Shirahoshi, remember to come back to see us. I will, Mother. Bai Xing waved his hand and said. Stepping on his Navy-equipped warship, Chen took the girls back to Daughter Island. There is not much to go to now, except for the Island of the End. They have been to other places, and Chen is not interested in the treasure of the Island of the End. Hey, old man Carp, why are you talking to me? Chen asked as he took the phone. Ha 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 ha, I'm not free now. Would you like to have 2 drinks with my old man? How about that? Carp's hearty laughter came. Okay, where are you now? Chen asked Carp. I was in the former naval headquarters, Marin Vando. Chen hung up the phone bug, and then drove towards Marin Vando. It soon came to Marin Vando. Marin Vando did not sink into the sea, but it was very unstable here, and there was no guarantee that it would sink one day. It's not just Carp here, Sengoku is here too. Chen walked off the boat. The girls were not interested, so they stayed on the boat. Chen boy is here. Here is a good wine from Sengoku's collection. Garp greeted him with a smile. Cap is very happy to see you. Is it because your son overthrew the world government? Chen walked to the small table and sat down with his knees crossed. Actually, the world government was overthrown. I am really happy, but this is also your credit. Without your ability with Dorag, it is impossible to overthrow the world government. Garp said. Sengoku was silent, looking at Chen's face with a hesitant expression on his face. Sengoku, you seem to be in trouble, Chen asked, looking at Sengoku. Sengoku hesitated, not knowing what to say, and even Garp said he couldn't stand it any longer. It's up to me, Garp said. Chen boy, you also know that the current navy is already dead in name only. At this time, you need someone with the ability to become a marshal of the navy and bring the navy up. Well, you're right, but what do you see me doing? Do you think I'm the capable man? I tell you, I'm not a marshal. Chen immediately expressed his attitude. What a joke, he lived a very happy life, why should he be a naval marshal? Chen, now only you can lead the navy. Garp's face became serious. He and Sengoku have worked hard for the navy for many years, and they have devoted most of their lives to the navy, so they don't want the navy to be disbanded. At this time, the navy was on the verge of disbanding, so how could Garp and Sengoku sit still? Chapter 622 Dorag comes. Facing the expectant gaze of the two, Chen still shook his head. He would definitely not be a naval marshal, and he didn't know how long he would stay in this world and how he could become a naval marshal. You guys go find someone else. I think it's a good fit for Kyabu. Sengoku and Garp were both speechless. Kizaru's strength is indeed enough, but he is not reliable. Just like now, such a big thing has happened in the navy, and they are all on the verge of disbanding. The Admiral Kizaru still doesn't know where he is. Kazuna definitely can't, and he doesn't know if he betrayed the navy now. He definitely can't. Sengoku shook his head directly and denied Chen's proposal. Kizaru, a swaying person, is not suitable to be a naval marshal at all, not to mention that he has abandoned the navy to run away this time. Then let Garp be. Chen looked at Garp. In fact, Garp is really suitable for this position. In the future, the controller of the world is basically the Revolutionary Army, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army is Dorag. And Garp is the father of Dorag. If Garp becomes the admiral of the navy, then the navy doesn't want anything. Garp pointed to himself, then shook his head quickly. He was also determined not to become a marshal. Just kidding, he's so old now that half of his neck is buried in Lois. Even if he was young, he wouldn't want to be a marshal, or he wouldn't always be a vice admiral. You don't want to be yourself, so don't try to persuade me. Chen Tan said with his hands spread. Yeah, if you really don't want to be an admiral, we won't force it. Garp nodded. Everyone has their own likes and dislikes, and it's no good to be reluctant, and Sengoku can only shake his head helplessly. Sengoku really wanted Chen to become a naval marshal, because his strength was strong enough to support the entire navy. Actually, you should leave this matter to Dorag. Isn't he also a navy before? At least he will find a suitable person to become a naval marshal. Chen said after taking a sip of wine. This wine is good, and it seems that Sengoku has a lot of good things in his collection. Sengoku looked at Garp. He knew that in the future, Drago would basically be in power. Although the world government was destroyed by Chen, Sengoku knew very well that Chen would never become the ruler of the world. If I have time, I'll go talk to Drago. Garp nodded, and that's all that's possible now. Do you still need to chat? You can just tell him not to. If he doesn't obey, you can beat him with a fist, and he will be obedient. Chen said while drinking. That's right, didn't you always educate Dorag like this before? Sengoku said in agreement. After chatting with Garp and the others for a while, Chen boarded the warship and left. Sure enough, he won't become a naval marshal. Maybe he doesn't like the position of the admiral at all. Sengoku sighed as he looked at the warship heading into the distance. This is also expected. When we invited Chen Xiaozi over, we already expected it, didn't we? Carp sat down and continued drinking. Don't drink any more. Go back. Otherwise, the crane will kill us soon, and both of us will suffer. Sengoku kicked Carp and walked towards the distance. Sengoku, you bastard don't know how to clean up. Carp cursed angrily, looking at the wine bottle on the table. Sengoku didn't hear it at all, walked faster, drank my good wine. Do you want me to clean up? Sengoku and Cap, the two old men, what are you doing with you? The girls asked curiously. Please let me be the admiral of the navy. You must know what the situation in the navy is now. The strongest are the lieutenant generals who support the scene. Chen said to the girls. The lieutenant general's combat effectiveness is not weak, but not particularly strong. Fortunately, Guy Duo and Charlotte Lingling have died now, and their pirate group has also been destroyed by the 5 old stars. Otherwise, the current navy is even more difficult. Then did you agree? Taotu asked. Do you still need to ask this? Taotu, don't you understand his character? He definitely won't agree, Robin said. It's just a naval marshal. Even if the husband Kun wants to control the world, it's just a matter of words. Hancock said proudly. His husband Kun is so powerful, Hancock is very proud. Husband Kun, concubine will serve you tonight. Hancock looked at Chen and said. Chen kissed Hancock, and the two hugged each other. After Robin and the other girls saw this scene, they were slightly jealous. Although they are all Chen's women, jealousy is inevitable. Although the girls are good sisters on the surface, they are all competing in private. But it is also divided into groups, such as Hancock, Margaret, Khalifa and other women are a group. Of course, Hancock has the final say. And Alvia and Robin must be intimate, and Peach Rabbit is to win over Monet and the others. Chen is also very aware of the private fights between the girls, but he is also happy to see them fight openly and secretly. Especially as the object of their open and secret struggles, Chen felt a sense of accomplishment. Returning to Daughter Island, Chen continued to live a life like a salted fish here, and half a month passed in a blink of an eye. In the past 2 weeks, the Revolutionary Army has almost cultivated, and no one dared to provoke the Revolutionary Army when they were weak. Today, Drago took a small boat and headed for Daughter Island in the Windless Belt. He went to Daughter Island, naturally for the next thing. Drago also has his own ambitions, he wants to control the world. However, Chen was someone he couldn't get around, so he was going to ask Chen's opinion now. Of course, Drago didn't leave empty-handed, and he still had a dozen devil fruits on his body, which was considered a welcome gift. This meeting ceremony is not a small one. Drago was able to collect these more than a dozen devil fruits in half a month, but it took a lot of effort. This time, Dorag came alone, and none of the others brought him. Tatsu, who is enjoying the life that a salted fish should enjoy on Daughter Island, receives a report that Drago is visiting. I didn't expect it to be half a month, and Drago couldn't sit still. Chen stood up. He knew that Drago would come here. Without his permission, Drago would definitely not dare to declare without permission to replace the world government to control the world. This is Hyuga Chen's strength, so powerful that he can affect the world without even moving. The reason why the Navy suffered heavy losses, but the pirates who have hatred with the Navy still dare not take this opportunity to destroy the Navy, is because of Chen. They didn't dare to target the Navy, they were afraid that they would provoke Hyuga Chen and destroy half of the Yuhi continent. This is no joke. The Yuhi Earth continent revolved around the planet, and half of the Yuhi Earth continent sank, which means that Hyuga Chen's move affected half the planet's distance. Chapter 623 It's rude. Husband Kun, do you want to see that guy Dorag? Hancock nestled in Chen's arms, like a kitten, a seductive kitten. Bai Xing looked at Hancock with envy in her eyes. When she was a child, she often stayed in brother Chen's arms, which was very warm and comfortable. But now that he has grown up, Bai Xing is a little shy in his heart. He clearly yearns for it, but because of his shyness, he can't stay in Brother Chen's arms like Hancock. People came all the way, I think I should meet. Taotu grabbed Hancock's arm and pulled Hancock up. Chen, hurry up, don't make people wait, Taotu said while dragging Hancock. In fact, Taotu couldn't stand Hancock's crookedness in Chen's arms, and was a little jealous, but he couldn't find a reason to drag Hancock up. Now there is just a reason. Taotu naturally seized the opportunity and pulled Hancock out of Chen's arms. And Taotu's actions were unanimously appreciated by Robin and other women. Don't fight, I'm going to see Drago. Before Chen walked out, he did not forget to instruct the girls. Don't worry, I'll watch them and definitely won't fight. Alvia flipped her hair and said with a smile. Seeing Alvia's courteous demeanor, Taotu and Hancock stopped pulling and looked at Alvia with an unhappy expression. And Alvia ignored the unhappiness on their faces and looked at them with a smile on her face. The atmosphere became slightly solemn, and the sugary eyes sitting next to the grapes squinted, with an expression of watching a good show. What she likes to watch is this kind of play. If the fight is better, then she can go to Heckin to report it. Report their private fights and let Chen take care of them at that time. The little girl, Shatang, is very bad. Not to mention the affairs of the girls, Chen had already come to the seaside and saw the boat of Dorag. When he came to his boat, Dorag was standing on the bow, still wearing an army green kabuto cap coat. I'm here, you must be clear, Drago said looking at Chen. Yes, I know what you are here for. Chen took the chair next to him and sat down. Since you know it, I'll just say it straight. I want the Revolutionary Army to replace the world government and become the new controller of the world. Dorag said. He wants the Revolutionary Army to control the world, in addition to some ambitions of his own, but also for the sake of the people of this world. If a new regime is not established as soon as possible, the world may be in turmoil, with countries attacking each other. This must be done as soon as possible, because at this time the contradictions between countries are beginning to increase day by day. In the past, there was a world government to mediate in the middle. Although the world government is corrupt, it has also done many things that are conducive to world peace. Actually, whether your revolutionary army should replace the world government seems to have nothing to do with me. Chen said lightly. Drago didn't speak, but took out a bag and handed it to Chen. These are some small greetings, Drago said to Chen. Chen opened the bag curiously, and saw that there were devil fruits inside, and it was initially estimated that there would be more than a dozen. I didn't expect Drago to be very good at doing things, and I also knew that I couldn't do it empty-handed. It seems that it really has a future. No wonder the Revolutionary Army has been developed to such a degree. I know Carp very well. You are Carp's son. Really? What are you doing with so many things? Don't do this next time, Chen said while putting it away. The corners of Dorag's mouth twitched. If Chen's strength was not too strong, he really wanted to punch him. After receiving the gift, Chen's face showed a smile, no longer indifferent and indifferent before, so that Drago realized what reality was. It's totally fine for the Revolutionary Army to replace the world government. Your Revolutionary Army is the embodiment of justice. If anyone dares to disagree, I will never spare him, Chen patted his chest and assured. While the corners of Drago's mouth twitched, he also put down his worries, but Hyuga Chen is really unscrupulous. It was not salty or bland before, and it was obviously very impatient. And after he took out the gift he had prepared, his attitude changed drastically. Those who didn't know it thought that Chen and him had a good relationship. At this time, Dorag thought, if the world government had spent a lot of devil fruits asking him to take action, would the entire army be wiped out now? Would it be the Revolutionary Army? With Hyuga Chen's unscrupulous personality, it's entirely possible, and Drago secretly felt lucky. If the world government gives him enough benefits, Hyuga Chen will definitely turn around and deal with their Revolutionary Army. I think you're quite busy, go and do your own thing. Chen took the gift from Drago, then turned and left. Drago glanced at Chen silently. No matter what, now he has got what he wanted. As long as Hugo-chan does not object to the Revolutionary Army becoming the next world government, then the others will not object either, and of course it is useless for them to object. Drago came to ask Hugo-chan's opinion. That's because Hugo-chan's strength is strong. As for the others, Drago doesn't need to care. The 4 emperors have completely disappeared, the navy has no leader, and even a marshal cannot be elected. The Revolutionary Army is the biggest force on the sea. When Chen returned to the Daughter Island Palace, seeing the scene where the atmosphere was obviously not right, it was no surprise. Although this kind of scene is not staged every day, but at least a few times a month, Chen is used to it. Come back so soon. There was a hint of disappointment in Sha Tang's eyes. If Chen can come back later, maybe they will be able to fight. Sha Tang's character is similar to Kushina and Hanabi. I'm afraid the world will not be chaotic. If Chen knew what Sha Tang was thinking, he would definitely give her a hard lesson, but Sha Tang is more skinny. No matter how many times he was taught, he would not change it. Chen didn't know why Sha Tang was disappointed, and he didn't ask too much, but took out the devil fruit that Drago gave. Dorag is very good at doing things. These devil fruits are 2.2 given by Dorag. There are more than a dozen devil fruits, which is quite a lot, and most of them are superhuman devil fruits. Tina felt that she gave too little, so she should give him a hard blow. Tina shook her head and said, "Forget it. I have a good relationship with Garp. There is no need to extort him. Not to mention whether he replaces the world government has nothing to do with me, these things are for nothing." In fact, even if Dorag doesn't come and directly replace the world government, Chen will not do anything to him, and Chen has no ambition to control the world, not to mention that he is ready to leave this world. It's just that Drago chose to be on the safe side, and before Chen sank half of the Yuhi continent, it really frightened Drago. Therefore, Dorag had to visit Chen and only dare to establish a new world government after obtaining Chen's consent. Chapter 624 Ready to Leave. After Dorag began to act, the whole world began to change blood, and the countries that disobeyed were also suppressed by Dorag. At this time, it is natural to show might's skills, otherwise, it is impossible to dominate the world by benevolence alone. It took half a year to suppress various countries in the world, which is why most countries chose to join the Revolutionary Army. If all the countries in the world rebelled against the Revolutionary Army, it would take several years for the Revolutionary Army to be suppressed. Just as Drago stabilized the newly established world government, Karp came to him. "Dorag, what are you going to do with the navy?" Karp asked Dorag. When Drago heard the words, he frowned and fell into contemplation. Of course, he wanted to bring back the navy, and the peace on the sea could not be without the navy. Even if the current navy is disbanded, he will build a new navy. "I'm talking to you. What are you thinking about?" Karp punched Drago in the head bluntly. The severe pain stimulated his senses, and Drago looked at Karp with a suffocated face and was beaten by his own father. What else could he do? "I don't know what my father wants to do with 10. Dorag must also consider Karp's opinion, and he also understands his father's feelings for the navy. "I also know that you, boy, want to conquer the navy, but it's not impossible. You now understand the dilemma of the navy." Drago was silent. Karp was right. He just wanted to conquer the navy. After all, if he re-established the team, he didn't know how much it would cost. However, Drago didn't know what his father meant. For his own father, Drago still had a lot of guilt in his heart. So as long as Karp doesn't ask too much, Drago will satisfy. "I can make the decision to let the navy rely on the Revolutionary Army in the future, but you have to find a way to change the current situation of the navy, and don't bring the navy down to me," Karp said, picking his nose. Drago didn't even think about it. He agreed directly, because for him, there are only advantages and no disadvantages, and it would be stupid not to agree. "And Luffy, this bastard, what are you going to do?" When Garp was about to leave, he suddenly thought of Luffy. "Let him go out on the sea. This is his dream too, isn't it? As a qualified father, he will not break his child's dream," Dorag said. Carp squeezed a tic-tac-toe on his forehead, turned around and punched Drago against the wall, unable to pull it out. Are you accusing me of not letting you leave the Navy in the first place? Carp growled. Drago was stunned, he really didn't mean it in his heart. I haven't seen anything about you, Luffy, and you actually said that you are a qualified father, Carp snorted coldly, and then slammed the door away. Drago struggled to get down from the wall, and a human-shaped mark appeared on the solid wall. Fortunately, the walls were strong, otherwise Drago would probably have flown out. If other people saw him being beaten, would he still need his face? This is also Dorig's sturdy body. If it was someone else, he might have been killed by Garp. Maybe he was trained since he was a child. Garp is so violent to his grandson Luffy, let alone his son. Dorag must have been beaten a lot as a child. The New World government has been established. I wonder if it will be overthrown again after a few hundred years. Chen threw the newspaper aside. This is also a reincarnation that no one can escape. With the passage of time, the world government established by Drago will also decay. Don't litter. Shatang glared at Chen angrily, then picked it up and threw it into the trash can beside him. Today's sugar is very diligent, of course not because she wants to be so diligent, but because this is a punishment for her. Because Shatang committed another death today and was punished by the girls for cleaning, Shatang protested for a long time, and was finally suppressed. I'm going to leave with you. Chen stood up and looked at the girls and said. Leave? Where are you going? Robin looked at Chen suspiciously. You'll know this when the time comes, but after we leave, I'm afraid we won't come back. Chen said to them. I won't come back if I don't come back. Anyway, husband Kun, wherever you go, my concubine will go. Hancock leaned on Chen's body. Chen is ready to leave this world at this time, and he is a little bored in this world, so he will continue to be a salted fish in another world. Let the girls pack their things. Chen took the girls onto the warship, and then headed for the kingdom of Alabasta. Because she won't be back in the future, Wei Wei wants to say goodbye to her father. She didn't stay long in the kingdom of Alabasta. After saying goodbye to her father, Wei Wei and Chen went to Fishman Island together. Since he is leaving, Bai Xing also has to tell his parents. After leaving from Fishman Island, Chen put Yuhi's white star in his arms. Bai Xing was very reluctant to part with her parents, but she was even more reluctant to part with Chen, so she naturally wanted to leave with Chen. Chen, let's go to Malin Fando. I want to tell my sister. Taotu said to Chen. Yeah, I'm going to see Carp too. Chen controlled the warship to the former Marine headquarters Marine Fando. Yo, I didn't expect Chen Boy to come here, what a rare visitor. Said Garp, who was fishing with Sengoku. Now Carp has nothing to do and is a life of nothing to do all day, and Carp himself enjoys this kind of life in his heart. You're here for something, right? You don't think you'll come to see me, the old man. 120 inches Carp said. I'm here to say goodbye to you this time, Carp. Chen jumped off the warship and said with a smile. Taotu went to Lieutenant General Crane, and all the girls stayed on the boat. Farewell. Where are you going? Carp looked at Chen with a puzzled look on his face. The world is so big, and where is Chen going to need to say goodbye to him? Go to other places, very far away, you may not come back in the future. Chen sat down and said with a smile. Far away. I would like to know, Chen, where did you come from? Sengoku asked curiously. It was not that the Navy did not investigate Chen, but the information was basically blank, and it was completely unclear where Chen came from. I said I came from another world, Sengoku, do you believe it? Chen asked with a chuckle. Sengoku was silent for a while, then nodded and said, I believe. Although it sounds a bit unbelievable, Chen's strength and various abilities completely broke their common sense. Because if Tatsu was from another world, then maybe everything would work, so Sengoku believed Tatsu. Garp scratched his head. When he first saw Chen, he was on a desert island in the Windless Belt, and he didn't know any basic information about the world. Thinking like this, it is indeed possible that he came from other worlds, and he should have encountered him not long after he came to this world. Chapter 625 Hokage Girls vs. Pirate Girls. Chen looked at the two of them in surprise. Originally Chen thought they would not believe it and thought he was joking. I didn't expect Carp and Sengoku to accept the news that he was from another world so easily. Since you believe it, you should also know that I am leaving this world and going to other worlds now. Other worlds really exist, I can't believe it. Sengoku shook his head. Then we may not really see each other, and now we must have a good drink. Carp put away the fishing rod. Because after fishing for a long time, Carp didn't catch a single fish, and he was impatient, but he was just competing with Sengoku, so he reluctantly fished here. Now it's time to find an excuse to get out. Carp went to get the wine. Sengoku put the fish he caught on the grill. You can't just drink, at least have some snacks. Looking at the two people who were downed, Chen shook his head, and then asked he to take care of them. He looked at Chen and said, Chen, if you treat Taotu badly, I will. Crane suddenly found that she didn't seem to have any clues. Don't worry, I won't treat Taotu bad. Goodbye. Chen waved his hand, and then returned to the warship with Taotu. Crane looked at the two drunk old men with a little anger on his face. After they woke up, he must clean up the two of them properly. The warship slowly moved forward, and suddenly a dark cave appeared in front of it, and then the warship slowly drove into it and disappeared. Chen leaves this world. It is estimated that many people will be excited, such as Drago. He should be the most excited person. In this world, in the eyes of Drago, Chen is an uncontrolled object, which is the most hated by those in power. However, this person is outrageously strong, and Drago can't do the same, because with Hyuga-chan's strength, even the strength of the entire world can't help him. So if he knew that Chen had left, Drago would definitely be the happiest one, but Drago doesn't know yet. I believe he will know soon. But all of this has nothing to do with Chen. When I came to the system space, the girls in the pirate world looked at all this with curiosity. It was like a fairyland. It was really beautiful. This is also the effect of Makoto and other female decorations. In the past, it was not as beautiful as it is now. It's so beautiful here. There is actually an empty island. Nami couldn't help shouting while looking at the giant island floating in the air. Come to the floating island, Hancock and other girls in the pirate world, and see the girls in the Hokage world such as Makoto and Kushina. First, they were stunned for a while, and then they became hostile to each other. In fact, both sides knew each other's existence. Chen and they both said it, but this was the first time they met. The first time they met, it was obvious that the relationship between the two sides was very unfriendly. Hancock and Alvia, who had a bad relationship before, looked at each other and decided to join forces first. Sister, is this the legendary scum? Hanabi's voice interrupted the silence. Chen, who was pointed at, was furious. Hanabi just needed to clean up, and Chen came to Hanabi in an instant. How dare you say I'm a scum? Go with me and be punished obediently. Chen dragged Hanabi's ear and left. Sister, help. Hanabi asked for help from Hinata, but what he got was Hinata's helpless expression. You are new here, so please be obedient to me in the future. Kushina said with her arms crossed. I think so too. Newcomers should be taught by concubines. Otsutsuki Kagaya nodded. Makoto smiled and said nothing. Tsunade held his head high, gave them a glimpse of what it means to be big, and prepared to give them a mental blow. However, the women in the pirate world are very good. Although Tsunade is indeed proud, Hancock and the others do not lose much. The beauties of the two worlds stood together. Hancock and the others were taller, and they looked down at Kushina and the others, as if they were superior in aura. Shuiheim held her forehead speechlessly. It seemed like a fight was about to start. Humph. Hancock hummed softly. Kushina frowned, and then asked unhappily, what are you humming? The concubine is just humming. What can you do to me? If you have the ability, you can fight with the concubine. Hancock raised his head proudly. Kushina's violent temper. How can he bear it? Just hit him. Am I still afraid that you will fail? Okay, let's fight, whoever doesn't dare is a puppy, Kushina said irritably, clenching his fists. Come on. Hancock's long legs kicked towards Kushina. Kushina waved his hand to block Hancock's kick, then punched Hancock in the abdomen, and Hancock, who was hurriedly defending, was knocked out. Feeling a little pain in the hand blocking the attack, Hancock became dignified. This woman's strength is really strong. In fact, Kushina and Hancock really fight, and Hancock is really not Kushina's opponent. Maybe there is still a competition in physical skills, but if you add other aspects, Kushina, who has all the means, will definitely be able to defeat Hancock, and it will be easily defeated. Kushina is a real Six Paths peak combat power. After entering the Six Paths mode, the girls in the pirate world will join together, and it is impossible for Kushina to be a match for one person. How? Are you afraid? Beg for mercy if you are afraid, and I will accept you as my little sister. Kushina looked at Hancock proudly. HMPH. You're dreaming, Hancock said angrily. How could her pride make her beg for mercy? Not to mention that the battle has just begun, and who will lose and who will win is still unknown. Then I'll let you know today what it means to respect seniors. Kushina fought Hancock again. Fortunately, both of them still pay attention to their proportions and did not make heavy moves. Do you think we want to go up and help? Shatang looked eager to try, obviously thinking that the trouble was not big enough. If you're not afraid that Chen will teach you a lesson, then you can do it. In my opinion, Hancock may be cold this time. We mourn for her. Robin covered his mouth and smiled. I think we should support Hancock in a friendly way. I don't think Hancock is an opponent. Alvia said. I think so too. After all, if Hancock loses, we will lose our face. Tautu drew his knife and rushed over. Is this really good? Won't it cause bigger things? Ain said while holding his forehead. Want more people to bully less people? I'll help you, mistress. Enko shouted. Originally, Enko still felt itchy. Now sending an opponent, Enko is very happy. It was only a battle between 2 people before, but now the battle has escalated to a battle between 4 people. I hope they won't be taught a lesson. Kushina, I'll give you a moment of silence in advance. Makoto folded his hands and said with a smile. No matter how you look at it, you seem to be gloating. Terumi May said, looking at Makoto. No, Kushina and I are good sisters, how can we gloat? Makoto denied immediately. Tsunade pouted, good sisters, you are plastic sisters. Chapter 626 Cross again. Chen educated Hanabi and walked back with the aggrieved Hanabi, and saw that Kushina and Hancock were fighting, followed by Tautu and Anko. Hanabi, whose grievances were about to burst into tears, suddenly put away all the grievances in his heart, and his eyes began to roll as he watched the 4 people who were fighting. Chen, look at their disobedient private fights. If you don't teach them a good lesson, wouldn't they be going to heaven? Hanabi said, pulling down Chen's sleeves. Don't talk, they should teach you a lesson, but I think you need to clean up. Do you want me to clean up you again? Chen glared at Hanabi who wanted to pick something up. Hanabi's mouth pursed, her heart sighed. Stop for me. Chen walked over and separated the 4 girls who were fighting. Immediately, the 4 girls lowered their heads, as if they had done something wrong. Who picked it up first? Chen asked while looking at the girls. The girls of the Hokage world pointed to Kushina without hesitation, while the girls of the pirate world pointed to Hancock without hesitation. The 2 deeply felt that what was the betrayal from their teammates, and sure enough, they couldn't believe such things as teammates. Very good. Come with me the 2 of you. Chen took Kushina with one hand and Hancock with the other, and then the figure disappeared and appeared in the distant castle. Seeing that you 2 are so discordant, I'll let you 2 know what friendship in arms is. Chen threw the 2 girls on the bed with an evil smile on his face. The next thing need not be described in words. In short, Kushina and Hancock can only lie together weakly. Now that it's all right, The two girls don't fight anymore. Makoto walks into the room and looks at them with a smile. Humph. Did you come to see me joking? Kushina snorted as she looked at Makoto who came in. No, I'm here to take care of you, Kushina. How could you misunderstand me like that? Makoto looked sad. I don't believe you are so kind. Kushina tilted her head and pouted. Hancock is a little shy. She is not familiar with Makoto, and now Makoto sees her powerless. Hancock is a little shy. The girls from the two worlds didn't get along very well at first, but after half a month of contact, the relationship improved a lot. In particular, Hanabi and Shatang are very close and have a very good relationship. Of course, because the two people got together to cause trouble, they were also taught a lot. Chen is in the system space, and is not in a hurry to travel through other worlds, but accompanies the girls in the system space for a period of time. 2 months later, Chen is going to go to another world, first pull out the system panel, and then look at his exchange point. More than 7 million exchange points. This is the harvest of Chen in the world of pirates. This harvest is definitely not small, much stronger than in the world of Hokage. And Chen still has 23 lottery chances, but Chen didn't move, and all of them stayed, ready to wait for 100 consecutive draws in the future. Chen, do you want to choose the world yourself, or use the previous random crossing? Shui Haim asked Chen. If you choose the world directly, it may be more expensive, and random crossing is full of uncertainty. Looking at the system panel, it takes 10 million exchange points to travel through the Dragon Ball world. Chen doesn't have that many exchange points, not to mention that even if there are so many exchange points, Chen will not travel to the Dragon Ball world. The combat effectiveness of Dragon Ball world is too strong, so don't go with a small body like Chen. Looking at the Marvel world below, I can't go to this. The Marvel world is very chaotic, who knows what's going on inside. Look further down, the prehistoric world. Chen feels that forget it, this is more exaggerated than the above. Do you want to be an ant in the prehistoric world? Chen likes to be a salted fish, but to be a salted fish, you must ensure your own strength. Without strength, you can't even be a salted fish. What's more, even if he really wanted to go, there was no exchange point. Shui Haim, will random crossing travel to the Great Wilderness? Chen asked Shui Haim. If suddenly a random crossing, suddenly crossing the flood, it would be miserable if someone shot him to death, Chen must ask clearly. No, random crossing is based on your strength. Using random crossing, you can only cross to a world without danger. Shui Haim said. This sounds good, but there is no pressure and no motivation. Unless you want to be a salted fish all your life, you should never use random crossing all the time. But Chen doesn't care about this. He has no ambition to dominate the heavens and the world. There is no need to take risks. There is no need to go all out. What's more, he is now a salted fish, and it is not that he can't turn over. There is the most expensive ability in the system mall, which can also be drawn through lottery, and that ability is invincible. As long as invincible is drawn, any world can be pushed flat. Although it is difficult to obtain, it may take tens of billions of years, or even hundreds of billions of years, but it does not matter. Chen is immortal, he has this time, he can wait. Do you want to cross now? Shui Haim asked. I haven't spoken to them yet, and after I have spoken to them, I will pass through. Looking at the girls who were doing barbecue, Chen walked over and told them that they were going to other worlds. Maybe they might not be able to come in to see them for a while. After all, when arriving in a new world, Chen also needs to understand the situation of that world first, so he is very busy and may not have time to enter the system space. Chen, wait a minute. Makoto suddenly stopped Chen, who was about to travel. Huh? Chen looked at Makoto suspiciously and asked, Makoto, what else do you do? I won't come to this world in the future. Go and catch some big fish first. Remember to catch more, Makoto said. Chen knows that the big fish that Makoto is talking about is the Sea King, but he has already caught a lot of them before, and there should be a lot of reproduction in the system space, right? Do you still need to continue to catch them? Chen didn't know that most of those Sea Kings were killed by Kushina and Kagaya when they were sparring. Okay. It didn't take much effort anyway, and Chen agreed. Leave the system space, come to the pirate world again, and then use the space teleport to come to the windless zone. Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull. A large number of Sea Kings were sucked into the sea in the system space by gravity. After Chen felt that it was almost the same, he returned to the system space. Smelling the aroma of the barbecue made by Makoto and the others, Chen said that it would not be too late to travel after a meal. After eating a meal, Chen summoned the system panel, and then clicked on Random Crossing, and 1 million exchange points were deducted in an instant. Chen looked at the number on the exchange point reduced by 1 million, and felt a little distressed. I hope the next world will be rich enough. If you go to an ordinary everyday world, you will definitely die. Stepping into the space cave opened in front, without any gap in Chen, crossed the dark space cave and came to another world. Look at the sand under your feet, and look at the desolation around you. Where is this place? I've crossed into the desert. Chen constantly looked around. It was really desolate, not even a grass on the ground. 3 Grim Reaper. Chapter 627 Grim Reaper World. Virtual Circle. Which world is this place? Chen frowned and looked around. What caught his eye was a desert. But this world is definitely not an ordinary world. Although I don't know which world this is, Chen has already determined that this is not an ordinary everyday world. Because Chen feels the energy that permeates the air. There is movement ahead. Chen's figure disappeared instantly. Looking at the huge figure in front of him, there is a big hole in the body, like a witch's dress, and the long nose. This shape is very familiar. Is this the lower-level Daxu Jillian? At this moment, Kilian, who found Chen, slammed towards Chen, wanting to devour Chen's flesh and blood. Kilian has no IQ. He doesn't know why there are humans in the virtual circle, but he just wants to devour Chen. This kind of stuff is still dead. The sword light flashed, and Kilian was instantly cut into 2 pieces, and then his body turned into a high-concentration spiritual child, which began to slowly dissipate. At this moment, he already knew which world this was, and he came to the virtual circle of the world of death. Looking at the slowly dissipating spiritual suns, Chen opened his hands and used God Eater to swallow all these spiritual suns into his body. After the spirit sun entered the body, it did not conflict with the chakra in Chen's body, but entered his own soul. But I really want to know, what do I belong to in this world? Chen chuckled. He has Zanpakuto, but has a human body, so I don't know if it belongs to Reaper or Quincy. Theory: human beings cannot see the state of the soul and the god of death, but this is no obstacle to Chen. His Tensegan is the embodiment of the ultimate, and the soul can also be seen. After absorbing a lot of spiritual power, Chen felt the changes in his soul, and the spiritual pressure, which is the energy of death, was generated in his soul. Chen's soul is very powerful, and after using God Devourer, it absorbs the spirits of the entire virtual circle like a whale swallow. The spiritual pressure began to increase continuously, and soon reached a level comparable to that of the captain, and it continued to grow, and the spirits of the entire virtual circle rushed towards him. Because Chen absorbed the spiritual sun, the virtual circles in the virtual circle began to vibrate. Whether it was Vastord or the ordinary virtual, they were extremely irritable. Vastord was okay, but those ordinary ghosts who were not as good as Kilian were all angry, and the spiritual child was their food, and now they can't even eat. After maintaining this state for an hour, Chen stopped just now. The powerful and terrifying spiritual pressure on his body, if released at will, can make the ground sink. At this moment, I don't know how strong my spiritual pressure is. In this death god world, even if it is not the strongest, at least it can be ranked in the top 5. And to reach this level, it took Chen just over an hour to speak out and scare people to death. But even so, Chen still felt a little slow. Although the spirits in the virtual circle were very thick, they were far worse than the spirits gathered in the virtual circle. Sometimes plundering is the shortcut, and Chen is going to hunt down some ghosts, and then devour their spiritual power. While walking, he began to compress and purify the spiritual pressure in his body. Although he had already purified it when he used God Devourer, Chen felt that it was not enough. When seeking quantitative improvement, quality must not be abandoned. Sometimes quality is more important than quantity. Perhaps now his Reiatsu, even the old man Yamamoto, may not be comparable to him, but in terms of quality, it is at most the captain level of Gotei 13. What is in the virtual circle is too much, and soon Chen encounters a group of virtuals, but he doesn't pay attention to them. This kind of ordinary virtual, powerful virtual and giant virtual are not seen at all. They are the real miscellaneous soldiers, and Kiryan is the miscellaneous soldier in the big virtual. If it didn't reach the level of Killian, Chen didn't look down on it. Even if it was Killian, Chen didn't look down on it. As long as they didn't meet a group of Killian, those Killian who acted alone, Chen would not pay attention to them. What Chen is looking for now is Yachukas. It is better to have Vastord. With Chen's strength, he is instantly killed when he encounters Vastor. Maybe it would be a little troublesome to use spiritual pressure to deal with Vastord, but Chen not only has spiritual pressure, but also has endless chakras in his body, as well as strong physical skills. But don't say it's Vastod. After 2 days of searching, Chen found an Achukas, which is the one in front of him. You, a human, actually appeared here, ha ha ha. I can feel the spiritual power in your body. As long as I eat you, I can become Vastord. Achukas looked at Chen with endless greed in his eyes. There was a voice in his heart telling him that as long as he was swallowed, he could become Vastord, the figure standing at the top of the virtual circle. Basically, every Achukas dreams of being able to become Vastord, and only by becoming Vastord can he reach the real peak. Eat me. You are very courageous, but you just don't know if you have the strength. Chen looked at this guy with disdain. Achukas is very powerful. Even a captain-level person will have a headache when he sees Achukas, and even a weaker captain may be killed by Achukas. Achukas' strength is comparable to that of the captain of the Gotei 13th team, while Vastord's strength surpasses that of the captain, and of course he is far worse than the old man Yamamoto. I ask you, who is the ruler of the virtual circle now? Is it Aizen or Balagang? Chen asked this Achukas. If the ruler is Aizen, it means that Aizen has defected and the plot has already begun. What is Aizen? Now the ruler of the virtual circle is Emperor Balagan. Achukas said disdainfully. He had never heard of Aizen at all. Forget it. I won't get any information if I ask you, so let's just kill it. Chen knew that this guy didn't know much about it. If you want to know what time it is now, you still have to go to the soul world or the present world. In the virtual circle, it is really impossible to know what period, but it is certain that Aizen has not defected. Arrogant. Hearing that he was going to kill him, Achukas was furious, and he didn't know how many Kiryan died in his hands. Even the god of death who came to conquer the virtual circle was eaten by him. It was because he ate a vice-captain level death god that he evolved from Kiryan to the current Achukas. You are a little human, and you want to kill me too. Achukas was inexhaustible, and human beings were synonymous with weakness in his eyes. Have you been to this world? Chen suddenly realized that he was not useless. Of course, just a few days ago, I was in this world. That's great. Chen instantly appeared in front of him, holding his body with one hand, and then began to read his memory. After reading the memory, Chen killed him easily, and his spiritual power was swallowed by Chen after his death. Chapter 628 Tia Halibel. It turns out that it's still early. I'm afraid there are still hundreds of years before the plot begins. After checking the memory of that Achukas, Chen said to himself. The outside world is still in the ancient period, and it is still very early to enter the era of modern high-rise buildings, and it is impossible to have hundreds of years. At this time, it is estimated that Aizen has not yet become the vice-captain of the 5th Division. Let's continue to hunt down those ghosts. Chen used the ring to disappear in an instant. Ringing is a virtual shunpo, similar to Death God's shunpo and Quincy's flying scythe feat, both of which move in an instant, but the virtual ringing belongs to space ability. This is what Chen got when he used the Devourer to devour that Achukas, not only the ringing, but also the super speed regeneration and steel skin, virtual flash and virtual bullet. In addition to the virtual hole that has no virtual, it can be said that he is virtual now, because the ability that can be used by virtual can basically be used by Chen. Chen hunts and kills Shu very quickly, basically one knife at a time. There is movement over there. Is it a battle between Shu and Shu? Halibal, go to hell. A Yachuka's claws grab towards Halibal's head. As long as it hits it all at once, even if it has overspeed regeneration, it will definitely be killed. On the opposite side, Achukas looked cruel. Basically, most of the virtuals were for evolution, and Achukas came to hunt Haribel for evolution. Chen has seen this scene a lot, and the battle between virtuals is being staged every moment. In fact, if all the virtuals are assembled, and then attack the corpse soul world, it is absolutely impossible to beat the corpse soul world. However, if there is no old man Yamamoto, and the Zero team members do not show up, perhaps the world of corpses and souls can be leveled. In addition to the super standard combat power, the strength of the virtual circle is stronger than that of the soul world. Killian, who can compete with the vice captain, is everywhere here, just cannon fodder. Is she Haribel? Chen looked at the other Achukas who was attacked in surprise. The current Haribel, still Achukas, was beaten by the opposite Achukas. Despicable guy, he actually chose to attack. Halibal was furious. This bastard actually took advantage of her not to be injured, otherwise she would never be pressed and beaten. Humph. What is despicable? We are all for evolution. Achukas was not ashamed at all. What about sneak attacks? In this world, the winner is the king after all. In order to become Vastord, he can do whatever he wants. To make yourself stronger by killing others, you are really despicable. Haribel said angrily. Ha ha ha, I seem to hear a big joke. Are you really fake? I really don't know how you became Achukas. Achukas on the opposite side laughed wantonly. You don't like the power you get from killing others, but I like it very much. Why don't you give me your power? Achukas rushed up again. Facing the attack, Haribel could only defend herself in embarrassment. She was injured before, and even if the virtual superspeed regeneration, she could not recover quickly. In addition, this Achukas is desperately trying to create scars for her, and she is almost in a desperate situation at this time. If nothing else, the chance of her being swallowed by this Achukas is definitely over 99%. The future 30th blade, is it going to die now? Chen sat not far away and watched this scene. Forget it, I'll save your life. After all, it's the first character in the original book I've ever seen. Chenhua appeared between the two of them as a ray of light. Seeing Chen who suddenly appeared here, both Haribel and that Achukas were shocked. Who are you, death or human? Achukas asked Chen vigilantly. Why are you asking so many questions? You just need to know that you are going to die. Chen gave him an indifferent look. That look was like looking at an ant, and Achukas was angered at once, looking at Chen's eyes full of killing intent. Don't show this kind of weak murderous aura in front of me, and Achukas, it's not bad. Chen's hand shone with light, and then the golden light pierced through Achukas' head, representing emptiness shattered mask. Looking at the dead Achukas, Chen devoured his spiritual power without hesitation and turned him into his own spiritual pressure. Seeing Chen kill Achukas with one blow, Haribel immediately took a few steps back and looked at Chen vigilantly. She still doesn't know whether the opponent is an enemy or a friend, and the opponent killed Achukas with such a move, she had to guard against it. It's just that defense is useless. If Chen really wants to kill her, it's just a matter of moving his fingers. Achukas, who makes the captain feel dignified, is as vulnerable as a child in Chen's eyes. Your name is Tia Haribel? Chen asked while looking at the other party. With her current appearance, Chen really couldn't recognize her. At this time, she wasn't broken-faced, not even Vastord, so it was hard to recognize her. If he hadn't heard her name, Chen wouldn't have known that she was Harabel. Yeah, do you know me? Harabel nodded, the vigilance in her eyes still undiminished. Chen glanced at her, said nothing, turned and left. Harabel looked at Chen who was leaving, and couldn't help stunned for a moment, stood there thinking for a long time, and then followed. What are you doing with me? Chen turned his head and raised his brows. You saved me, I want to repay you. Harabel said seriously. She is different from those ordinary virtuals, who only see killing in their eyes, and Harabel is an outlier, she does not like to kill other virtuals to devour their power. I don't know how Harabel became Vastord in the future. It doesn't mean that there is only one way to become Vastord. But swallowing the same kind to become Vastord is the most convenient way, otherwise, you can only choose to slowly absorb the spirits to improve your strength. If you choose to absorb the spiritual child, the speed will be too slow, and it will take countless years of accumulation. 3.1. I'm just doing it smoothly, you don't seem to repay me by following me. You are more like a burden. After he finished speaking, he walked forward. He had to stay here for a while. The density of spiritual suns here is higher than that of the soul world, which is suitable for raising his spiritual pressure. If you go to the soul realm, then there is no way to raise the spiritual pressure so unscrupulously, unless Chen wants to be the enemy of the soul realm. However, Chen will not be idle. Going to be the enemy of soul realm is not because he is afraid of soul realm. All the combat power of soul realm, plus the Zero team tied together, is not Chen's opponent. Harabel remained silent, still following. In any case, it was the other party who saved her, otherwise she would have to die today, and Harabel was a person who would repay her kindness. So she followed Chen silently from behind. As long as Chen needed help, she would help even if she tried her best. Chapter 629. Draw the Collapsing Jade. You follow me, are you not afraid that I will kill you one day? Chen turned around and looked at Harabel who had been following him. Harabel shook her head, her life was saved by the other party, if she really wanted to kill her, it would just be returning her life. It feels like you're quite special. Chen looked at Achuka's corpse and threw it in front of Harabel. Huh, Harabel looked at Chen suspiciously. Swallow him. By the way, tell me where Achuka's is. Harabel looked tangled, she didn't want to devour others' power to strengthen herself. This world is dominated by the weak. If you don't work hard and you die, no one will look at you. Chen glanced at her and said. Harabel was silent for a while, and then devoured this Achuka's. The powerful power filled her body. No wonder other virtuals chose to devour other virtuals. This increase in strength was too tempting. This is the first time that Harabel has devoured other ghosts. No, it should be said that it is the first time that she has devoured other ghosts since she became Achuka's. Back then, when she was still Killian, even when she was an ordinary virtual, she didn't know if she had swallowed other virtuals. At that time, her memory was very vague, and she acted purely by instinct. Do you know the location of the other Achuka's 22? Chen asked Harabel. Chen has been looking for Yachukas for several days, but only 5 Yachukas have been found in the past few days, including Harabel and the one swallowed by her. There are a lot of phantoms, especially Killian. There are countless Killians in the Great Void Forest. Chen stayed there for a while and killed hundreds of Killians, but it still feels far worse than Chuka's. Achuka's is acting alone, and his whereabouts are uncertain. I don't know very well. Harabel shook his head and said. Achuka's is different from Killian, and Killian can still get together, but Achuka's can't. Because Achuka's wants to become Vastord, he must devour other Achukas, so generally Achukas will act alone. As for their whereabouts, they are generally very unstable, always thinking about hunting other Achukas. It seems that it is really not easy to find these Daxu. Chen felt a little troublesome. The god of death in the soul world, if he came to the virtual circle, he would only hope that he would not meet Dashu, and Chen was worried that he could not touch Dashu. It would be great if there was a virtual bait, and it might be able to attract a lot of virtual bait, but unfortunately Chen does not have that kind of thing. Look for it slowly. I'm not in a hurry. Chen took Halibal on the road to find Daxu. It seems that it is fortunate that Halibal has not been driven away, because she can still chat with her. The virtual circle is really too dull. The incomparably desolate desert. If there is no one to chat with, it can suffocate people. Throw 2 achukas at Haribel's side and let her devour them. Haribel was stunned. Why did she give her the achukas she had finally found? Hurry up and swallow it. After you become Vastord, I will swallow you again. It is estimated that the effect should be better. Hearing that, Haribel fell silent, and then silently devoured the 2 achukas. Even if Chen said that he would swallow her up after she became Vastord, Haribel didn't have the slightest thought to resist. Since his life was saved by him, it doesn't matter if he is swallowed up in the future, it is regarded as a repayment. After all, he can continue to live because of himself. A week later, after swallowing more than a dozen achukas, Haribel finally completed the evolution and became a Vastord. After becoming Vastord, Haribel didn't show a happy expression. She walked in front of Chen and closed her eyes, waiting to be swallowed. After a long time, Halibal opened her eyes and looked at Shang Chen suspiciously. Isn't he going to devour himself? Go to the Great Void Forest. Chen walked towards the Great Void Forest. Haribel hesitated for a while, then followed. After hesitating for a long time, Haribel asked Chen, why don't you devour me? I think you are still valuable. Chen Di looked at the blue-black light gem in his hand. This gem is not an ordinary thing, it can be said to be the most pervert thing in the world of death, called collapsing jade. That's right, this is the collapsing jade, but it is not the collapsing jade produced by the combination of Aizen and Urahara Kazuki. This collapsing jade was drawn by Chen Lottery. In the past, because of boredom, Chen conducted 3 lottery draws, and for the first time got the Daquan, which is better than nothing, which is not a good thing. Even if you don't get it, Chen can still get it in the Soul realm. The second draw, we got Zanpakuto, who has unlimited development potential, a shallow fight. A shallow fight is a Zanpakuto that has not yet performed Shikai, and its owner instills his own spirit and belief, thus becoming the only Zanpakuto. Just like the Ryujin Jaka of Old Man Yamamoto, it was also called Shallow Strike before Shikai, and the same is true for other people's knives. Chen is looking forward to whether he can get his own Zanpakuto. Although he has 2 Zanpakuto in his hand, Ryujin Jaka and Jinghua Shuiyu, they are rewarded by the system. Although they are all their own, they have different meanings. And in the third lottery draw, Chen got Bengyu, and Bengyu is really pervert. Even for Chen now, it is still a very coveted thing. Yuanchen was still thinking that when Aizen made Bengyu perfectly, he would grab Bengyu. I just didn't expect to get the collapse jade all of a sudden. Looking at the Bengyu in his hand, Chen was thinking about how to use it. Bengyu has self-awareness, it's just a foreign object, it's better to turn Bengyu into my own ability. Chen thought secretly. Rinnegan God Eater. 173 inches. Chen's eyes twinkled, and he used God Eater with all his strength. In the past, it was very easy for Chen to use devouring God on people or things, but this time Chen felt resistance. Don't want to be devoured by me. But it's up to you. Bengyu's weak self-consciousness could not resist Chen at all, and soon Bengyu's flickering light disappeared, turning into an ordinary gem. After swallowing and absorbing Bengyu's ability, Chen felt that his body seemed to have broken the limit and was rapidly increasing. Bengyu can break the limit, and Chen's body has already reached the limit, and now swallowing Bengyu to get the ability of Bengyu, Chen's body has evolved directly. Feeling the breath on Chen's body, Haribel immediately backed away. The strong breath made her breathless. Not only is his body evolving, but his soul, chakra, and reiatsu in his body are evolving and strengthening together. After a long time, Chen withdrew his aura and opened his eyes. He felt that his Tensagen pupil power had also transformed. Chen's current strength is completely different from his previous strength. This is the biggest change that occurred after Chen broke through the 6 paths level in the Hokage world. As long as the ability reaches the limit, or the life is threatened, it can endlessly evolve towards the next dimension. This is one of the abilities of Benyu. But now Benyu's ability has become Chen's own innate ability. With this ability, there may be no bottleneck in the future. Chapter 630 Vastord. In the Great Void Forest, one Killian roared, and then swallowed the other Killians, and then began to change. Have swallowed hundreds of Killians and finally evolved into Achukas. It takes so much Killian to evolve into Achukas, no wonder there are very few Achukas in the virtual circle. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Achukas roared frantically at Chen. After evolving into Achukas, he already has a stronger intelligence, and is no longer Killian, who used to have a low IQ. Achukas rushed towards Chen, but before he could get close to Chen, he was kicked out by Haribel who was standing beside Chen. Feeling the pressure of the upper class, Achukas looked at Halibel. She should be Vastord, there was absolutely nothing wrong. What do you want to do? Achukas asked cautiously. You stay here first. Chen glanced at him lightly, and the cage formed by thunder and lightning imprisoned him. Chen then continued to capture the more potential Killians and cultivated them into Achukas. Does Lord Chen want to create Vastord? Halibel asked curiously. That's right, I'm going to make Vastord myself. Chen said to Halibel, who had become a broken face next to him. Benyu has disappeared, but Chen has now obtained all of Benyu's abilities, which can also help Halibel break the boundary between void and death. Do you think this kind of thing can trap me? Achukas, who was imprisoned, bombarded the lightning cage with virtual flash. His attack broke through the thunder cage, but did not cause any damage to the thunder at all. Be honest, or I'll kill you. Haribel's spiritual pressure pressed towards Achukas, who was imprisoned. Achukas knelt down suddenly and looked at Haribel in fear. Are you a god of death or a ghost? Achukas could feel Halibel's emptiness, but now he looked at Halibel like those gods of death. The broken face is actually the death of the phantom. The mask is broken to reveal the face of the human being, and the knife is sealed by the spiritual core, which can be returned to the blade. Halibel had a cold expression on his face, ignoring him at all, quietly watching Chen manipulate those Killians to devour each other. After a month of effort, Chen created 25 Achukas, and the entire Great Void Forest had a lot less void. Now you devour each other, only the winner will survive. Chen sat on the throne formed by ice blocks in midair, looking at them and said lightly. Why should we listen to you, everyone? Let's go and kill him. Are you at his mercy? One of the Achukas shouted. Noisy. A flash of light pierced through the head of that Achukas, and the rest of Achukas felt tight, and then devoured that Achukas. 2 hours later, I hope to see that only one of you is alive, otherwise die for me. Chen said lightly. What else can Achukas do in it? They can only fight and devour each other. 2 hours later, there were only 2 Varstodes left in it, and yes, 2 Varstodes were born. The 2 Vastords looked at each other, and then used Wang Shu's flash together. This is an enhanced version of the virtual flash, which is very powerful. Their attack target is Chen in the sky. Conquer him, Queen of the King. Haribel instantly entered the form of returning to the blade, very similar to Shikai, the god of death, but his aura was much stronger than that. Bankai of Captain Death may not be as good as Halibel's return blade. The powerful spiritual pressure rushes into the sky, and the entire emptiness of the Great Void Forest is trembling. King John Cannon cut out 2 golden yellow spiritual powers, and collided with the flashes of Wang Shu released by 2 Vastords. Boom! The earth was trembling, and the powerful spiritual pressure crushed those Killian, and the power of the collision swept the entire Great Void Forest. Everything around him was destroyed, and Kirian in the Great Void Forest had suffered from blood mold for 8 lifetimes, and almost all of the affected people died. What? The 2 Vastords were horrified. Their strongest blow was actually blocked. Let's run. The 2 Vastords ran away separately, trapping their lightning cage, which they had ignored. This thunder and lightning cage, perhaps when they were still Achukas, could trap them so that they could not break free, but after becoming Vastord, it was easier to leave. After breaking through the cage, Vastord ran wildly into the distance, not because he didn't want to use the ring, but because he couldn't use it. If they could use Ring Zhuan, they wouldn't have been trapped in the cage formed by lightning before and couldn't get out, and the space here had been blocked by Chen. Harabel stared indifferently at the two fleeing fellows, and used the sound to catch up with them in an instant. Go back to me. Halibal slashed back a Vastord with a sword, and then used a ringing turn to appear beside the other Vastor, and slashed back with the same sword. The body was torn open by Harabel's sword, but it healed quickly under the super speed regeneration. But the two Vastords were terrified. You two are so bold, how dare you attack me? Chen walked towards them step by step. Looking at Chen's defenseless appearance, the two Vastoids dare not do anything. Even if their subordinates are so powerful, then this man will definitely be even more powerful. We surrender. The two Wastroads immediately surrendered. In the imaginary circle, the weak and the strong eat the best, and surrender is not too humiliating. Although they have become powerful Vastord, their strength is not as good as others, so they can only surrender. I don't need your submission, but I'd really like to see if the current Vastord can enhance my spiritual pressure. Chen grabbed a Varstord and devoured it, almost scaring the other Varstord. Devouring a Vastord, but the added Reiatsu to him is almost negligible. Even if Chen is not sensitive, he cannot feel the growth. Vastord, who surpassed the captain's level, stood at the top of the peak, and couldn't add much Reiatsu to him at all. Mainly because after he devoured Bengyu before, his spiritual pressure skyrocketed wildly. It is estimated that the spiritual pressure and spiritual power of the spiritual king, which is the basis of everything, may not be comparable to Chen. Moreover, Chen's spiritual pressure is still growing slowly. As long as Chen's heart has a desire to become stronger, and now he doesn't need to practice at all, his strength will gradually increase. Feeling that there was not much growth, Chen lost interest in the Vastord in front of him. Since it can't grow, then this Vastor is useless, so let's just kill it. Stretching out his hand and pinching it, Wastrode instantly turned into a ball of spiritual power. Chen wanted to kill him by raising his hand. Chapter 631 Maojawali. 8,000 streams. After Vastor died, the rich and pure spiritual power left behind was directly thrown by Chen to Halibal. Thank you, Lord Chen. Harabel absorbed this group of spiritual energy and strengthened her own spiritual pressure. Halibal, I'm going to leave the virtual circle and go to the Soul Realm. Chen said to Halibal. Then I'll go with Lord Chen. Harabel said, although the Soul Realm is very dangerous, since Lord Chen is going, of course her subordinates will follow. Although Chen didn't say to take her as his subordinate, Harabel had already regarded herself as Chen's subordinate. Forget it, you should stay in the virtual circle. As you are, going to the Soul Realm will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Chen waved his hand and said. But what if you are in danger, Lord Chen? Halibal asked anxiously. If I am in danger, then you won't be able to help you much, just stay here. No one in the virtual circle can threaten you now. Chen waved his hand and said. Harabel fell silent. Chen stretched out his hand and touched Halibal's forehead, and a mark disappeared in a flash. I will come to see you in the future. You can contact me if you have anything. As long as you call me in your heart, I can feel it. Chen said to Halibal. After all, during this time in the virtual circle, Halibal was basically with him, and Chen still had some feelings for her. That mark is the space mark, allowing Chen to find her at any time, and it is the power of Chen's pupil technique, Gao Tianyuan. Gao Tianyuan is Chen's Tenseigan pupil technique, which can nullify any attack and negative state. Chen uses a transcription seal to seal on Halibal's forehead. After doing all this, Chen used Yomatsu Hirasaka to open the passageway from the virtual circle to the Soul Realm. Harabel watched Chen leave silently, and only took back her eyes when the hole opened by Yomatsu Hirasaka disappeared. Looking at the great void forest, her eyes gradually became sharper. She felt that her strength was not enough. Lord Chen thought that she was a burden and did not take her with her. Harabel is ready to increase her strength, and when her strength is sufficient in the future, she will go to the Soul Realm to find Lord Chen. So Haribel started what he did before Chen, grabbed Killian, first cultivated into Achukas, then cultivated into Vastord, and then devoured it. In the past, Halibel didn't like to devour other people's power to enhance her own power, but now Halibel has changed. Anyone can always change. Chen came to the Soul World through Yomatsu Hirasaka, without causing the slightest movement. Is this the Liuhun Street? Chen looked at the dilapidated scene and knew in his heart that this was definitely not Xiao Lingting. Saraiti is the god of death, a place where powerful people live, while Ryujin Street is where ordinary souls live. Liuhun Street is divided into 80 areas in total, of which the first area is relatively rich, and the further you go, the poorer and more chaotic. Zaraki Kenpachi grew up fighting in the 80th district. Chen didn't know which area he was in now, but it was definitely not the area in front of him. I found out, are you traveling in trouble? Murderous aura came from behind, covering Chen's body. Chen turned around, looked at the woman who exuded a murderous aura, and said lightly, it's not a good habit to spy on others. You are Mao Zhawali? Chen asked uncertainly, looking at the woman opposite. My name is Unoka Yakiryu. Bachenliu. Chen was shocked. Could it be that she has not yet become the captain of the 4th Division? Then he crossed too early. Traveling through Hokage and pirates, the plot was more than 20 years earlier, and when it came to the world of death, it was hundreds of years earlier, specifically hundreds of years earlier, and this Chen is not clear. Just when Chen was thinking about this, Ujua Bachenliu pulled out his sword and slashed towards Chen. The murderous aura merged with the light of the sword and turned into a large net that shrouded Chen. Fuck me, I'll do it as soon as I come up. Chen took 2 steps back, avoiding all the attacks of Ujua. Sure enough, you can silently invade the corpse soul world, you still have 2 strokes. Ujua Yachenliu's eyes stared sharply at Chen. Don't look at the fact that Ujua is very gentle in the future, but he is an unprecedented villain in the soul world. He claims to be the master of all schools and swordsmanship in the world. Learned the Tao from Kirin Temple Tenshiro. Of course, he learned Taoism at the beginning, not to save people, but to fight better. Ujua has the strongest swordsmanship in the Death God world. After missing a single hit, the sword light in the sky continued to slash towards Chen. Hey Flashy, Chen said disdainfully, looking at Ujua Yachenliu. Ujua Bachenliu heard the words, her eyes became colder, and the strength in her hands increased. Chen held the Tiankong cloud sword made from the glittering fruit in his hand, and easily blocked all the slashes of Ujua. No matter how she attacked, she was easily blocked. You are very strong. Ujua took a few steps back, looking at Chen with a smile in her eyes, but the murderous aura on her body was even stronger. She was very excited, and being able to meet an opponent was the most exciting thing in her opinion. Sure enough, it was the right time to come to Liuhun Street this time. Swords. What's the point of defending all the time? Ujua said to Chen. As long as you can defeat me, I will help you hide the matter of your unauthorized invasion of the corpse soul world. That's what you said. Chen looked at Ujua with a chuckle, and then the figure disappeared. Ujihua's pupils shrank, trying to find Chen's figure, but suddenly there was a pain in her body, and when she looked down, a knife mark spread from her neck to her abdomen. Vulnerable. Chen's voice came from behind her. Ujua fell to the ground with confusion in her eyes, killing her with a single sword. Hey, actually, I don't want to hurt you so badly, but my strength has suddenly increased too much, and I can't fully grasp the strength now. You know, it's hard to be a master if you step on the ants all the time without being crushed to death. Chen said helplessly. It wasn't that he was pretending to be coercive. Originally, he wasn't going to be aggressive. After all, Chen has always been kinder to beautiful women. However, because of the devouring collapse jade, the strength has grown too much, and now he has not yet perfectly controlled the surge of power. So Yuanchen just wanted to hurt her, but he didn't expect that the sword would be severely injured, and she almost died. Am I an ant? Ujihua's murderous aura disappeared, replaced by a bitter smile on her face. Being killed by a single sword was a huge blow to her. Back then, Yamamoto Yuanliu Saiju couldn't defeat her so easily. Old man Yamamoto's swordsmanship is also very strong. He is known as the ghost of the sword. His swordsmanship is definitely not worse than Unohana, and maybe even stronger. After all, old man Yamamoto sealed the big boss of Yuhabak. Chapter 632 Pick Up a Baby. Looking at Maujawali, who fell to the ground, a green chakra appeared in Chen's hand, and the chakra was full of strong vitality. When chakra entered the body of Ujawa, her injuries began to heal quickly, and it only took a moment for her to recover, and there were no scars left. You won't kill me. Ujawa looked at Chen in surprise. She didn't expect that the other party would not kill her. She knew that the other party was someone who invaded the Soul realm, so the other party should kill her to silence her. There's no way. I'm kind and soft-hearted towards women, especially beautiful women. Sometimes I sigh my kindness myself. Chen looked helpless. I'm pretty. Ujawa was stunned for a moment. To be honest, Chen was the first person to praise her beauty. It's not that other people are blind and can't see how beautiful Ujihua is, but she is not the gentle she will be in the future. If you praise her for her beauty, what if she is regarded as molesting and then hacked to death? The captain of the Gote 13th team basically knew the character of Ujawa, and his favorite hobby was fighting, so when he saw her, he walked around, for fear of being stopped. The vice captain of the 11th division has been cut down several times by her, even her own vice captain, let alone them. I want to know where this is. Chen asked her. This is the 79th district of Liuhun Street. Ujawa stood up and said. You don't have any evil spirit on your body, you look much better than before. Chen said after looking at Ujawa Yachinliu. Previously, Ujawa Yachinliu was shrouded in astonishing evil spirits and bloody yuhi-colored murderous auras, giving people the feeling that they were like evil ghosts, very terrifying. Really, Ujawa Yakiryu's face gave a slight yuhi, but he couldn't tell if he didn't look carefully. Of course. Why are you dancing with knives and guns, and making yourself angry? I think flower arrangements are more suitable for you. You called me Ujawali before, right? Then I'll be called Ujawali from now on. I won't say anything about you. Ujawa Yachinliu. No, it should be called Uno no Hana Lai now. After retracting the sword, he turned around and used Shunpo to leave. Why are you walking so fast? I want to ask you something. However, at this time, Uzuru Hanalai had already gone far. Forget it, let's inquire about the corpse soul world first here. Chen did not rush to leave Liuhun Street. Liuhun Street is very chaotic, there are looters everywhere, and Chen has already killed many guys who came to seek death. Another looking for death. Chen looked at the fallen guy and said coldly. Perhaps it was the reason why Chen was dressed luxuriously. They thought that Chen was very wealthy, so they all came to rob Chen. These people who came to die, Chen naturally sent them all to die. Wow 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 tilde. Hearing the cry of a baby, Chen looked curiously at the forest not far away, and walked over to see an abandoned baby. It's normal to throw away babies, because they can't afford to raise them. There is a shortage of food here, and naturally they don't want to eat more with one mouth. And it's good to discard. Some even choose to eat it, which is very cruel, but this is how it is here. It is not as good as the refugee area. Seemingly aware of Chen's arrival, the baby stopped crying and stared at Chen with his eyes fixed on him. What are you staring at me for? You're not expecting me to save you, are you? The baby is still staring at Chen with wide eyes. Because of crying, the eyes are watery and pure. Today, I'm going to be kind and help you. Being stared at, Chen saw that the baby was cute and picked her up. As soon as he picked her up, he was pissed all over. Chen was also quite speechless. Seeing her smile, Chengdu wanted to throw her away. Are you hungry? The baby blinked, then nodded, looking very smart. When she was hungry, she could only feed her. Chen's hand appeared a porridge constructed from a spiritual child overnight, and then fed it to the baby. By the way, Usually came to Liuhun Street. Shouldn't she meet Zaragi Kenpachi this time? But now she seems to have left. Chen thought while feeding the baby porridge. Because of his appearance, it seems that Zengi Kenpachi will not be able to meet Usually. And just as Chen was thinking about Zengi Kenpachi, he saw a young man with cocked hair and a vicious appearance approaching, and he looked at him with crazy fighting intent. Could this guy be Zakagi Kenpachi? Isn't he in the 80th district? Why did he come to the 79th district? Chen said secretly in his heart. You bastard, come and fight with me. Zaragi Kenpachi pointed at Chen with his sword. Because he didn't meet Maojawali, there was no scar on his face. He looked better than before, but his eyes were very fierce. I'm not interested, go find someone else. Chen glanced at the guy lightly, then left with the baby in his arms. Whether the other party is Zengi Kenpachi seems to have nothing to do with him, and if it is really Zengi Kenpachi, Chen is even more reluctant to get involved with him. Zaraki Kenpachi is very similar to Might Guy. Think about Kakashi, who was targeted by Might Guy. If he is targeted by this fighting maniac, he may entangle and fight with you in the future. So Chen is not willing to entangle with this kind of stubborn guy. Chen wants to leave, but Zaraki Kenpachi disagrees. His intuition tells him that the person in front of him is very strong. But it doesn't matter, he just likes to challenge the strong. Even if he is killed in the fight, Zakagi Kenpachi will never regret it. The sword in his hand slashed towards Chen, and the huge spiritual pressure shredded the surrounding trees. Zengi Kenpachi's spiritual pressure was very strong and terrifyingly strong. However, when he was slashing past, Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly restrained some strength. If he killed someone all at once, wouldn't he be missing an opponent? However, Kenpachi Zaraki really thinks of himself too highly. The sword he cut down could not touch Chen at all, and was blocked by an invisible force. You have to think clearly. I won't be merciful if I make a move, and you may die with one move. Chen turned his head and looked at Kenpachi Zakagi with a cruel smile on his face. Zengmu Janpachi didn't speak, and slashed towards Chen's neck with a sword, and there were not many harsh words. However, Zengi Kenpachi is indeed a ruthless character. Those who can survive in the 80th district are ruthless characters, and he is a ruthless character among the ruthless characters. Looking at the rushing Zaraki Kenpachi, Chen took out the shallow beating drawn by the lottery, and then slashed Zanaki Kenpachi out with one knife. Then he ignored him, and Chen left directly. He had a good impression of Zakagi Kenpachi, so he showed mercy to him, and this sword should not kill him. After Chen left for a long time, Kenpachi Zengaki, who had fallen on the ground, got up, touched the long scar on his left face, and laughed loudly. I will definitely defeat you. Zaragi Kenpachi carried his sword towards the distance, and he wanted to find someone to fight again. This guy's ability to fight is definitely on par with Soren's. No matter how many injuries, it can't affect him. Even he is more eager for others to fight him and leave wounds on him. I don't know if he is a masochist. Chapter 633 and Aizen are neighbors. Speaking of which, this baby can't be Kaolu Bachinliu, right? Chen looked at the baby sleeping with his eyes closed in his arms. Looking at her pink Yuhi-colored hair, it's really possible that it's Kusaka Yakiryu. Regardless of whether she is Kaolu Bachinliu, let's call her Kaolu Bachinliu in the future. At the registration office of the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts, Chen appeared here holding the grass deer Bachinliu. Of course, he came here to study at the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts. Although the lottery got all the ghosts, but the Zanpakuto got a shallow fight, Chen didn't know how to shikai at all. Even Chen can't even know swordsmanship, and there is no way to communicate with Zanpakuto, so naturally he can't perform shikai. You're here to sign up too. With a baby. The god of death at the sign-up office looked at Chen with a strange face. Chen was the first person who came to sign up with a baby. What? Can't it? Yes, as long as you can pass the test, you can enter the Junyang Spiritual Arts Academy to study, said the death god at the registration office. The test is to test the spiritual pressure. As long as the spiritual pressure is passed, you can become a student of the Zhenyang Spiritual Art Institute. This kind of ordinary test is naturally not difficult for Chen. Release a little spiritual pressure, pass the test in an instant, and become a new student of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. The god of death at the registration office also respected Chen. Although Chen only released a trace of spiritual pressure, the terrifying spiritual pressure was stronger than them. This was a genius. They were just ordinary members of the Gotei 13th team. For this kind of genius, who was likely to become the captain in the future, naturally they had to curry favor in advance. Following the instructions of the god of death, Chen came to the True Spiritual Art Institute, left Liuhun Street and stepped into the Serai Tea, which was like coming to two different worlds. One is a poor slum, and now looking at the luxurious Serai Tea, it is completely two extremes. I'll arrange a dormitory for you first, said the god of death, who took Yinshan to Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, and arranged a separate dormitory for Chen, or a 3-bedroom, 1-hall dormitory. Different people have different arrangements. Those who are relatively ordinary students, of course, live in ordinary dormitories, and geniuses naturally have different treatment. Although the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy said that they are treated equally, the actual situation is different. No matter where they are treated differently. Chen walked around the room. It was not bad, everything was ready. It seemed that the True Central Academy of Spiritual Arts was really good. Dong dong dong. Hearing the knock on the door, Chen put down Ba Qinliu, who was sleeping in his arms, and walked to the door to open it. With short brown hair, black-rimmed glasses, brown eyes, and a gentle smile on his face, a man who looked very friendly was standing in front of the door. Hello, you are new here. I am also a freshman this year. My name is Aizen Sosuke. I live next to you. Please give me more advice in the future, Aizen said with a smile. Aizen and I have become neighbors. Chen was speechless, but he didn't expect that Aizen also entered the True Central Spiritual Arts Institute now, and he was also a neighbor. It turned out to be a neighbor. I'm lucky to meet you. My name is Hyuga Chen. You can call me Chen in the future. You will need to take care of me in the future. Chen had a bright smile on his face. Chen invited Aizen in, and Aizen looked at the sleeping grass deer Yachinliu next to her with a look of astonishment. Chen, is she your daughter? Aizen asked suspiciously. No, it's the baby I picked up on Liuhun Street. It turns out that, Chen, you are really kind-hearted. It's not easy to get along in Liuhun Street. You can still carry a baby. I admire it. Lan Ran looked admirable. Looking at his sincere look, I don't know if he really admires or fakes. Hey, it's not that I can't get along in Liuhun Street, and I'm bullied everywhere, so I have no choice but to come to the Zhenyang Spiritual Art Institute to eat. Chen said with a miserable look. Lan Ran smiled. He didn't believe a word in his heart. He was also from Liuhun Street, and he knew that Liuhun Street was not easy to get along with. But it is definitely not an ordinary person who can be assigned here. This kind of person will not be able to get along in Liuhun Street. Aizen didn't believe it. Hey, I came out of Liuhun Street too. I know it's not easy in Liuhun Street. Now that we come to the True Spiritual Art Institute, we will support each other. Aizen said with a sigh. The two of them sat here and sighed, revealing an air of hypocrisy. However, these two people, all of them are movie emperors, can never be seen by ordinary people. Aizen sat here for a while, then got up and said goodbye to Chen and left. The main purpose of his coming here is to see his neighbors and win over him by the way. After all, he doesn't know what the situation of the True Central Spiritual Arts Academy is, but he has inquired about it, and it seems that the formation of gangs is serious. So in order not to be bullied, we must first win over someone and then talk about it. All right. In fact, with Aizen's huge spiritual pressure, who is his opponent at the True Spiritual Art Institute, but Aizen likes to hide, and his strength will not be revealed if he can. After Aizen left, Chen smiled, and actually became a student in the same class as Aizen and was a neighbor, and now they are having fun. Wow wow. Hearing the cry, Chen's mouth twitched. Why did he cry again? Are you hungry? A few days later, the school began to organize classes, and those with unusual talents were all divided into one class. When they came to the class, those who came early were instantly attracted to Chen, not only because Chen was handsome, but mainly because he was holding a baby. What's the matter with you? Why did you come to class with a baby? Do you consider this place your home? Chen suddenly became unhappy. Who am I bringing to class? Is it in your way? Didn't you see that the teacher didn't say anything? Hey Mei, don't mind your own business, do you know? Chen pushed the black girl in front of him away. Sifeng Yuanyi was furious, staring at Chen with burning anger eyes. What do you call me? Chen turned his head and glanced at her, then said, did I call something wrong? Don't you think you look black? Sifeng Yuanyi really wanted to tear up the man in front of him. He looks handsome, but why is his mouth so poisonous? I have brown skin, not black. Sifeng Yuanyi roared angrily. Sifeng Yuanyi and Halibal have brown skin, but Sifeng Yuanyi 2.1 has a darker skin, similar to Azabuyi. I don't care. Anyway, in my eyes, you just look black. I don't know if your house is short of water, tisk tisk. Chen found a place to sit down and looked at her mockingly. Sitting in front of Chen, turned around and said in a low voice, Chen, I have inquired, this woman is from the Sifeng Yuan family, one of the 4 nobles, be careful. A member of the Sifeng Yuan family. Chen was stunned, could this woman be Sifeng Yuanyi? Looking at her carefully, except that her hair is short, like a tomboy, and her face is relatively immature, it is indeed Sifeng Yuanyi. What happened to the people of the Sifeng Yuan family? Are the people of the Sifeng Yuan family awesome? Can she still beat me? Chen glanced at the Sifeng Yuan knight and said arrogantly. Chapter 634 Angry Sifeng Yuan Knight 1. What did you say? Tell me again. Sifeng Yuanyi clenched his fist, as if he really wanted to hit someone. The teacher on the podium had a gloomy face, but this class was either a genius or a nobleman, and he was not easy to manage. You ask me to say it again and again, who do you think you are? Chen gave her a disdainful look, annoyed that she had a brain hemorrhage. Yike, forget it. The teacher is going to be angry. Urahara Kazuki reminded, at the same time he admired Chen very much. This person is really tough, and even the Sifeng Yuanyi dared to provoke her. The person who provoked her last time has been sent to the 4th division for emergency treatment. I wish this man could live. Urahara Kazuki gave Chen a moment of silence in advance. Humph. Yi snorted coldly, then sat beside Chen, becoming Chen's tablemate. Please, what are you doing sitting here? I want a beautiful girl to sit at the same table, you know a little bit about yourself, okay? Am I not a beautiful woman? Yi was so angry that she was going to die. Apart from looking a little darker, what point was she not a beauty? 22 Yes, Yi is indeed a beautiful woman, and she is tall and looks extra sexy. Okay, if you two argue again, don't blame me for asking you to go out. The teacher on the podium slapped the table and said angrily. These students don't seem to care about him. In fact, this is indeed the case. This is a genius class, and the people in it are very arrogant. How can they look down on him as a teacher? Hyuga-chan, it's fine for you to bring the baby, but you have to make sure she doesn't cry or make trouble, or don't blame me for kicking you out. The teacher reminded in advance. Understood, stop talking. Chen waved his hand and said impatiently. Recently, his temper has been a little bad, and it's all about Kalubakion. Now Chen knows that it's really not easy to take care of a baby. The teacher who was attacked was even more gloomy, but did not continue to say anything, but started his own teaching all theoretical classes. It's about ghosts. This Chen has no interest at all. After telling Kaluba Liu not to cry, he lay down on the table and started to sleep. In fact, there are not many people in this class who are listening to the class, only Aizen and Kuchiki Kengjun are listening seriously. Kuchiki Kengjun is Kuchiki Byakuya's father, but Kuchiki Byakuya hasn't been born yet. In fact, seeing Saifeng Yuanyei and Aizen in the same class now, Chen was very surprised. In the original book, it is unclear whether they are in the same class, but now they are students of the same class. Saifeng Yuan looked at Chen, who was sleeping at night, labeled him as not doing a proper job, and then also lay down on the table to sleep. The knowledge that the teacher taught, in fact, Saifeng Yuanyei has already learned it, and she came here just like gilding. Chen lay on the ground for a while, and was woken up by Kaolu Bachenliu's cries, and the teacher on the podium had a black line on one end. Hyuga Chen, you get me out. Cut tilde go out and go out. Chen hugged Kaolu Bachenliu, left the classroom, and returned to his residence. Actually, Chen wanted Shadow Clone to take care of Kaolu Bachenliu, but this little guy didn't know what to do. As long as Chen used Shadow Clone to take care of her, she would cry a lot. Forget it, let Shadow Clone go to class instead of me in the future, Chen said while teasing Yachenliu. Just when it was about to eat lunch, there was a knock on the door again. Could it be that guy Aizen? But when I opened the door, it was not Aizen, but Saifeng Yuanyei. Chen frowned, then asked, how did you know that I live here? Aizen told you. According to Chen's guess, Aizen must have told Saifeng Yuanyei. After all, Aizen also knew where he lived in the entire class. Stop talking nonsense, I'm here to teach you a lesson. Saifeng Yuanyei punched Chen. Bang! The door was closed by Chen, and Saifeng Yuanyei's fist hit the door. It felt as if his hand was hitting the extremely hard steel. It really hurts. Damn, what is this door made of? Why is it so hard? Saifeng Yuanyei squatted on the ground and said while covering his fist. In fact, it's not that the door is hard. This door is only made of wood, but it is covered with armament hockey, so of course it is extremely hard. And it's still a colorless armament hockey. Saifeng Yuanyei can't see it at all. Damn, you open the door for me. If you have the ability to open the door, I must make you look good. Saifeng Yuanyei angrily roared. When did she suffer from this kind of anger? As the eldest lady of the Saifeng Yuan family, she has always bullied others, and this is the first time she has suffered a loss. I'm in a bad mood right now, so hurry up and leave, or believe it or not, I'll punch you to death. Chen opened the door and said something, then closed the door. Come on, I'll see how you beat me to death, come and beat me. Saifeng Yuanyei, who was very angry at first, was even more angry now. Hey, originally, I didn't want to hit women, especially beautiful women. You are barely beautiful, but if you ask me to hit you, then I can only satisfy your wish. Chen again opened the door. You, what are you doing? Saifeng Yuan took a few steps back at night. Chen clenched his fists, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then punched Saifeng Yuanyei's eyes. After the fight, Chen immediately closed the door. Feeling the pain, Saifeng Yuanyei was stunned in place, and she was actually beaten. You bastard, you definitely don't have a girlfriend, Saifeng Yuanyei said while biting Kiba. Hehe tilde you don't have to worry about it, my wife has a lot. Chen's proud voice came from the room. Saifeng Yuan left in a huff at night, she has written down this hatred, and if there is a chance in the future, she will definitely take revenge back. Seeing Saifeng Yuanyei from the window, Chen also ignored it. If this little girl doesn't leave, he will definitely do Saifeng Yuanyei, let her know not to provoke men, especially men who are in a bad mood. Chen looked at the grass deer Bachenliu, this is not the way. I don't know if spiritual power can make her grow up faster. Chen looked at Kaolu Bachenliu, ready to give it a try. The incomparably pure spiritual power enveloped Kaolu Bachenliu, and then slowly began to pour into her body. After passively absorbing Chen's spiritual power, Kaolu Yachenliu radiated light, but it did not change in the slightest. It doesn't work. Then there is only another way. Chen's hands were full of brilliance. 10 years passed in an instant, and Kaolu Bachenliu's body gradually grew larger. Sure enough, it still depends on time. Chen nodded in satisfaction. Kalu Bachanliu looked at Chen and kept his eyes fixed on Chen. Although his body grew bigger, it didn't mean that Kalu Bachanliu's mind also grew up with him. But even so, it is definitely better than when he was a baby before. At least Chen doesn't need to work so hard. Chapter 635 Have a Daughter. Dad. Kalu Bachanliu looked at Chen for a long time, then tilted his head and called out, Dad. Chen was stunned for a moment, and then said to Kalu Bachanliu, Don't yell, I'm not your father, will you ask my brother to know in the future? Kalu Bachanliu nodded, then continued to shout, Dad. No matter how many times Chen taught her, she couldn't change her name to Chen's father, and Chen also felt tired. Since she called her father, let her call it. But when he thinks that he has a daughter, it seems to be very good. Although he has many women, he does not even have a single descendant. However, Chen doesn't really mind. For him who is immortal, it doesn't matter if he has descendants or not. Now there is an extra daughter, although this daughter is not biological. Kalu Bachanliu stood up and walked upright and trembling, as if he might fall to the ground at any time. However, the learning speed is very fast. After just walking a few steps, he can quickly run smoothly on the ground, grabbing Chen's clothes and laying on Chen's body, like a little monkey. Chen looked at the grass deer Bachanliu crawling around, and put on a dress for the grass deer Bachanliu. Kalu Bachanliu is petite and probably won't grow much in the future, so he grabbed Chen's hair and tugged it. For the past few days, Chen has been staying at home to teach Kalu Bachanliu some knowledge, and Kalu Bachanliu quickly accepted some basic common sense. Now some basic common sense, she already knew Akatsuki. Dad, that elder sister is here again. Kalu Bachanliu pointed out the window, and Saifeng Yuan Yi walked over angrily. Open the door, hurry up and open the door for me, you are so courageous, you dare to skip class these days. Saifeng Yuan Yi shouted loudly. What does it matter to you if I don't skip class? Chen opened the door and said, originally he wanted Shadow Clone to take the class instead of him, but because he taught Kusaka Yakiryu, Chen suddenly forgot. When Saifeng Yuan saw the door open at night, she was surprised. She originally thought that she was going to eat another closed door today, but she did not expect to open the door for her. I'll go first. This guy finally opened the door, and Saifeng Yuan Yi decided to squeeze in first, so that he would not close the door after a while. This is it. Saifeng Yuan Yi suddenly saw Kalu Bachanliu, and couldn't help but be stunned. Is this the baby from before? How did it grow so fast? Hello, Sister Hey, I'm Dad's daughter Kalu Bachanliu. Bachanliu introduced himself. Saifeng Yuan Yi's face turned black. Originally she was black, but now she was as black as coal, and she actually called her black sister. Didn't you say she picked it up? What do you call your father? Could it be your own? Can't you be called Dad if you pick it up? Besides, what does Bachanliu call me? What's your business? Chen said while holding Bachanliu. Forget it, I'm here to tell you that you've been skipping classes for the past few days. If you don't go again, the academy will expel you. Saifeng Yuan Yi said. Oh right, let me tell you by the way, I'm the squad leader now, do you want to listen to me in the future? Saifeng Yuan Yi said with his head held high. Chen glanced at a certain part of her, showing disgust. Although he was tall and had long legs, some places were really small. The disgust in Chen's eyes, of course, could not be concealed from Saifeng Yuan Yi, who followed her gaze to his chest, and then angered. Damn bastard, you big pervert, how dare you peek at me? Yi took 2 steps back and looked at Chen with the eyes of pervert. Now Yi is not so carefree, she is still very shy now. No, I'm looking at it openly. Lust is the nature of a man. I won't deny it if you say I'm luscious, but you really don't have much to look at. Chen shook his head. Would you like me to help you develop it? It's free, and I'll never charge you for it, how about it? Chen asked kindly. Who told you to develop? See how I teach you. Yi raised his leg and kicked towards Chen. So cruel. Chen grabbed her ankle with one hand. Yi's face suddenly became solemn, This guy's strength is very strong. Yi started training since he was a child, and he is best at white fights and shunpo. The so-called white fight is the fight with bare hands, which is the so-called physical art. And her kick, which used 70% of the strength, was easily taken, and she didn't move at all. This guy who made her hate Kiba Itch was definitely stronger than her. Are you really from Liuhun Street? Yi asked suspiciously. It's not that the people born in Liuhun Street are not talented, but compared to the big family, they are generally inferior, especially when they just entered the school. Saifeng Yuan Yi has been training since he was a child, and with the support of his own resources, he can't compare to the other in terms of strength. Don't you know that the most important thing in this world is talent? I'm the kind of genius that is unique, and your strength is too small. Chen looked indifferent. Why don't you let me go quickly? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Saifeng Yuan Yi roared shyly, Yuhi. It's strange that you can see Yuhi on your face. Yi's face sank. Is this saying that she is dark again? Sister, can you be my mother? Kaolu Bachenliu asked while biting his fingers. Being your mother. Yi looked at Kaolu Bachenliu's cute face, and Yi felt that his heart was about to melt. But after looking at the abominable Chen, he immediately shook his head. If he became the mother of Bachenliu, wouldn't he be a pair with this abominable guy? No, absolutely not. Yi Tingchen was so angry that she actually punched her a few days ago, and actually hit a woman, and Yi Tingchen despised her to death. Bachenliu, if you want to find your mother, you have to find a good-looking one. Look at her, can you get it? Chen Yu said to Bachenliu earnestly. Yi was about to die of anger. He pointed at Chen with his finger and couldn't even utter a word. How could this person be so angry? Don't you know that you are a girl? Do you want to let yourself go? It's just too rude. At this time, Yi had forgotten his usual behavior of being a man more than a man. Actually, I think this elder sister is very beautiful. It's just a little dark, not very gentle, and the rest is fine. Ba Qinliu said while biting his fingers. Yi looked at Ba Qinliu speechlessly. Was she complimenting her? How could she not feel like it? I won't tell you. Remember to come to class, otherwise after being expelled, you can only go back to Seoul Street. Yi reminded, then turned to leave. She felt that if she continued to stay here, she would definitely be pissed off. Prayers should not fall into my hands, or I want you to look good. Yi said to himself. Yi turned to look at Chen again, took his hateful smile to heart, and then used Shunpo, and the figure disappeared instantly. Chapter 636 Old Man Yamamoto is here, what does it matter to me? Early the next morning, Chen brought Bachenliu to the classroom, and he was greeted by two pairs of unkind eyes. One pair belonged to the little girl Yi, and the other pair belonged to the teacher on the podium. Chen didn't come for several days for no reason. The teacher was of course angry. He thought it was disrespect to him. Isn't this the baby? How did it grow so fast? Urahara Kazuki said in surprise. Aizen glanced at it, and in the eyes that were blocked by the lens, a glimmer of light flashed, and then disappeared in an instant. However, his gaze still did not escape Guo Chen's, and Chen glanced at him without paying too much attention. If Aizen really set his eyes on Bachenliu's body, Chen would definitely make him turn into a corpse before he grew up. If Aizen doesn't take the initiative to provoke him, Chen will not deliberately target him, but if he provokes himself, then he can't blame him for attacking Aizen. Sister Hey. After seeing Yi, Ba Qinliu showed a surprised smile on his face. But Yi was not in such a good mood, and said angrily, call me Yi sister from now on. Okay, Sister Hey. Ba Qinliu nodded and said. Lying on the table at night, both the father and daughter made her very angry, and she no longer wanted to talk to them. Ha 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 ha, black sister. Urahara Kazuki, who was sitting in the back row, suddenly burst out laughing. This smile angered Safenjin Yuichi, who was lying on the table, and Yuichi stood up abruptly, looking at Kazuki Urahara with a gloomy face. You laugh so happily, is it really funny? Yi asked coldly. Urahara Kazuki's laughter came to an abrupt end, and he lowered his head silently. The furious Yaiki is not easy to mess with, silence is golden. Humph. Do you think I'll let you go if you don't answer? Yi walked over and punched Kazuki Urahara out of the classroom, causing a big hole in the classroom. However, the teacher is very dissatisfied. What is it like to fight here, especially today? Captain Yamamoto is coming. Quiet me all. Today, Captain Yamamoto will bring the captains of the various divisions to inspect. You all be honest with me. And Yi, you can fill the hole for me. The teacher slapped the table and said. Yi stood up unhappily, and then said to Urahara Kazuki, who had already walked back, the teacher asked you to fill this hole for me, or I want you to look good. What else could Urahara Kazuki do? He worked hard to repair the big hole in the classroom. Today is a very important day. The teacher pointed to the row of swords above, all of the same style. These swords are also known to Chen. This is Zanpakudo shallow play. These are the prototypes of Zanpakudo, and I will send them to you now. I hope you can use them well. If you can have your own Zanpakudo, it is not impossible for you to become captains in the future. The teacher on the podium spoke earnestly to the students below. Because this is an elite class, Zanpakudo is given out, and other ordinary classes are rented to them. Aizen looked at Zanpakudo with excitement on his face. Even he couldn't help but be excited. This is Zanpakudo. If Shikai can do it, he can greatly enhance his own strength. Today, the captain will bring the captains to inspect, and it is also to select good seedlings to observe. If you are attracted, your future achievements will definitely exceed the teacher's. Take a good grasp of it. The teacher reminded the people below. People from aristocratic backgrounds don't have any superfluous expressions. It doesn't really matter to them, they already have their own plans. For example, Kuchiki Kangchun, he will definitely enter the 6th team, and another example is Sifun Yuanyei, he will definitely enter the 2nd team, because the 2nd team has always been in charge of the Sifun Yuan family. However, people from Liuhun Street want the captain to value them more, and then cultivate them. Even if they can't become the captain in the future, it would be good to have a 3rd seat or something. One by one Zanpakudo, Chen handed over Zanpakudo to Bachanliu. Chen already had a Zanpakudo shallow play, no need at all. Bachanliu was holding the knife was taller than her, but he was quite happy with the knife. Hey, do you have any plans in the future? Yi patted Chen and asked. What's your plan? Chen glanced at Yi in confusion. I mean after graduation, which team are you going to join? Do you want to go to the 2nd team? I've only just entered school now, and I'm still 6 years away from graduation. I'm so anxious to think about what this is for. For us, 6 years pass by in the blink of an eye. You don't even have your own plans, right? Yi looked at Chen with contempt. Of course there is. After I graduate, I will return to Liuhun Street and go there to be a local tyrant, and I will be at ease. Chen said with a smile. What? Are you going to return to Seoul Street after graduation? Aren't you wasting your talent? Yi was a little angry. What I wasted is my talent, what's your business? Don't meddle in your own business, don't talk to me, it will affect my sleep. Chen lay on the table and quickly fell asleep. Bachanliu blinked, then fell asleep on Chen's back. In the afternoon, Captain Yamamoto brought the captains of each division to Chen's class, because the people in this class are basically the backbone of the future Gotei 13 team. So as the captain, he naturally wants to come here to see, understand the situation of these people, and see if they are worth cultivating. Don't sleep, Captain Yamamoto is here. Yi pushed Chen and said. There is no one in the whole Seoul world who is not afraid of Yamamoto Yuanyugai Shigekuni. Old man Yamamoto is here. Do you want me to say hello to him? Don't bother me. Silence. The atmosphere in the entire class immediately fell silent. Yamamoto Yuanyugai Shigekuni's face was gloomy, and the captains of each division looked at Chen with sympathy. This guy is really bold. You idiot, no one can save you this time. Yi said, covering his head. Dad, That old grandfather's face is so fierce. Ba Chenliu tugged at Yanshin's clothes. Chen raised his head. The old man Yamamoto was angry. He was indeed very fierce, but you can't scare my daughter. What are you looking at, old man? You scared my daughter, you know. Believe it or not, I'll let you lie down. Okay, very good, you are very good. The old man Yamamoto held a cane, and the strong momentum exuded from his body, which made people suffocate. Old man Chan, this is a school, they can't bear this kind of momentum. Jingle Chunshui said quickly. If Yamamoto Genryu Saiju Shigekuni is allowed to break out the spiritual pressure, these people are afraid that they will be crushed to death by the spiritual pressure. HMPH. This old man has his own measure, and I don't need you to remind me. The old man Yamamoto snorted heavily. Okay, but these are good seedlings, you can take it easy. Jingle Chunshui said helplessly. He is the apprentice of the old man Yamamoto. He knows the character of the old man Yamamoto. At most, he can only shock this daring fellow, and it will not be very good. Chapter 637. You also hooked up with Captain Unohana. Yuan Luzai, this time, let's just forget about it. Ujawali said suddenly. Yamamoto Yuanliu Saijokuni gave Ujawali a surprised look, and then said solemnly, then give you a face, and dare to disrespect me in the future, it won't be so simple. Dad, would you like her to be my mother? Yachenliu, who was lying on Chen's back, pointed at Ujawali and said. Hearing Bachenliu's words, those captains looked at Chen with sympathy again. They had just offended the captain, and now they have the most unprovocable evil spirits. This guy is really finished. Young man, after you die, I will definitely put a bunch of flowers on your grave. Jinglekan, Shui said sympathetically. This little girl, do you want to see a woman and let her be her mother? Yi secretly bit Kiba beside him. Before, this little girl said that she would be her mother, and it's only been a day. Just changed people, this has become too fast. Yi didn't know why, but she felt a little uncomfortable. As for why she was upset, she didn't know. What's your name? Ujawali was not angry, but showed a gentle smile uncharacteristically. The smile is very gentle, but everyone who sees it is horrified. This evil spirit can also laugh. Incredible. Even the old man Yamamoto was surprised. My name is Kaolu Bachenliu. Bachenliu said with narrowed eyes. Bachenliu. Maojawali glanced at Chen with an inexplicable look in his eyes. Others couldn't help but glance at Kaolu Bachenliu, the name Bachenliu, but Ujawali's previous name, but for some unknown reason, the name was suddenly changed a few days ago. Does the name change have anything to do with this little girl? Yukataki, do you think this man will have an affair with Captain Ujawa? Jingle Chunshui whispered in the ear of his friend Yukataki Shuru. If you don't want to die, it's best not to talk nonsense, otherwise even Genryu Sai teacher won't be able to save you. Shiro Yukataki reminded. I understand. Jingle Chunshui hurriedly closed his mouth, but he had already decided in his heart that this man had something to do with Ujawali. Even Jingle Chunshui thought that the little girl was probably the child of Captain Unohana and that man, otherwise why would Captain Unohana speak for the man before? Would you like to join the 11th team? If you join, you will be the next vice captain, or even the captain's position, and it is not impossible for you to be given up. Ujawali said. Ujawali said this because she knew Chen's strength, and of course there were other reasons. But in the eyes of other people, this means something different, and the eyes looking at the two of them are full of ambiguous. If you want to become the captain, you have to ask the old man. Captain Unoka can't make a decision without authorization, said the old man Yamamoto. This old man is really unpleasant. Jingle Chunshui whispered. However, Yamamoto just heard his words, turned his head and gave him a cold look, making Jingle Chunshui shut his mouth instantly. Forget it, I'm not interested in joining the 11th division. I think the medical team is more suitable for me. My dream since childhood was to be a doctor who saves lives and heals the wounded. Chen Shun said nonsense. However, Chen felt that the fourth team was indeed more suitable for him. After all, the fourth team could mix, and it was nothing at all. The old man Yamamoto took the people away, but the people in the class couldn't help but look at Shang Chen, and Chen let them look at him calmly. Okay, I didn't expect you to hook up with Captain Ujua. Yi patted Chen's shoulder, but felt a little awkward. It's okay, I always rely on my looks to eat, Chen said lightly. I heard that Captain Ujihua's temper is not very good. I think you should stay away. Otherwise, I am afraid that she will be hacked to death one day. Yi reminded. No, I think my mother is very good, said Yachinliu. Why did you still call your mother? Did they agree? Yi squeezed Bachinliu's baby's fat little face with his hands. Dad, she bullied me, hurry up and beat her for me. Bachinliu said with a puffed face. Humph, didn't you say you wanted me to be a mother? But I have found something better. Bachinliu stabbed a knife in Yi's heart. I didn't expect that Chen is really unusual. I can't imagine that I can know a captain-level big man. Lan Ran turned around and looked at Shang Chen with a smile. I just met by chance, maybe I was attracted by my handsome face, alas. I'm so helpless to look so handsome, Chen said with emotion. The corners of Lan Ran's mouth twitched, and Yi couldn't help pouting. You don't really want to be a little white face, do you? Yes, my dream is to become a great little white face. If you work hard in the future, maybe I will give you a chance to take care of me. Chen patted Yi on the shoulder, as if I was optimistic about you. Go away, I won't take care of you even if you kill me, you shameless bastard. Yi said angrily. Okay, don't disturb me, I still want to sleep. Chen lay on the table and quickly fell asleep. Hey, why did you fall asleep? If you don't study hard, how will you graduate in the future? Yi pushed Chen a bit. I'm ready to be a little white face, just rely on my face, and I'm still learning a fart. You really don't want to make progress, you blinded your talent, and really want to punch you to death. Yi said angrily. I don't understand, what's your business if I don't think ahead? Don't bother me. What I'm learning now is that kind of basics, such as some weak broken and bound ways. Chen has already learned all the ghost ways, and he doesn't need to listen at all. Now he wants to know how to communicate with Zanpakuto. After class, he will go to the library first, hoping to get some methods. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year passed, and Chen still didn't know anything about how to communicate with Zanpakuto. The teacher didn't explain the Tao at all, and the records in the library were only half understood and completely useless. Why don't you go and ask Ujiwali? Chen closed the book and put it aside. It's completely unclear now, and Chen is already a little impatient. Looking at you, you seem to be very irritable. If you need any help, even if you tell me, I will do my best to help you. Yi came over and put his arms around Chen's shoulders. Why are you again? Why are you here again? Don't you like reading books? Chen glanced at Yi who was sitting next to him. Humph, I originally brought some delicious food. Since you don't welcome it, let's forget it. Welcome, who said it's not welcome? Chen saw the bento box in her hand, and immediately grabbed the bento box. On the other side, the bored Yakiryu was lying on his stomach, and he immediately came over when he smelled the fragrance. Chapter 638 Communication Zanpakuto. Not bad. This bento tastes very good. Are you looking for me for something? Chen and Yachinliu nodded in satisfaction. What can I ask you for? Can you help me? Yi gave him an unhappy look. Then why did you invite me to eat lunch? I don't believe you would be so kind. Chen looked at Yi suspiciously. Sure enough, even if I feed the dog, I can't treat you to it. Yi laughed angrily. Yeah, Sister Yi seems to be angry. Yachinliu said, looking at Yi who left angrily. It's okay, you don't need to worry about her. According to my estimation, her anger will disappear tomorrow. Anyway, she is angry every day. I'll take you to find Ujiwali. Chen took Bachinliu's hand and left the library. Yi, who was sulking not far away, saw Chen and Ba Qinliu leave the library, stood there hesitating for a moment, and then followed. Chen and Ya Qinliu didn't pay attention to the little tail behind them, and walked towards the 4th Division. That's right, Uno Hanalei has now become the captain of the 4th Division, but she took the initiative to switch to the captain of the 4th Division, and let the captains talk about it. It feels that the current Uzuru Hana is completely different from the previous time. This is not their illusion, but a real sense of the huge change in Usher. In the past, they didn't dare to get close to the surroundings of Ujawali, because the evil spirit was too strong. Now that the suffocating energy has disappeared, and there is still a gentle smile on his face, it is a big change. Damn, it's actually going to the 4th Division. Yi Yi, who followed behind, stomped his feet with a look of anger. No, what does it have to do with me when he goes to the 4th Division? Why should I be angry? Yi Yi patted his head. Hey, what about the people? Why are they gone? Yi Yi looked over again and found that there were no figures in sight. It's behind you, Chen said lightly. Oh, Yi nodded a little, then turned around. After seeing Chen and Ba Qinliu, his face suddenly stiffened. Yi Yi quickly waved his hands and said, I didn't follow you on purpose. Well, I know you didn't follow me on purpose, you were following me specifically, didn't you? That's right. After midnight, he was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, Who said I was following you specifically? I'm not, I just came to the 4th Division to treat the injury, is it in your way? No, since we are all going to the 4th Division, why don't we go together? Chen invited. Humph, since you have made a sincere request, I will accept it with reluctance. Yi Yi Tsunere said. Yo, I didn't expect you to be quite a Tsunere. Chen said with a smile, and Ba Qinliu also covered his mouth and smiled secretly. You, who are you talking about Tsunere? I'm not Tsunere, Yi Yi stammered. Hey, you two wait for me. Yi Yi immediately chased after him. When they came to the 4th team, the members of the 4th team immediately let Chen and the others in. Chen, you are actually here, it's really rare. After seeing Chen, Mao Zhawali showed a gentle smile. And me, the petite Ba Qinliu jumped up and said. Yi Yi pouted, and the smile of Mao Zhawali was obviously very gentle, but Yi Yi felt uncomfortable. Chen, you came to me, what should be the matter? Mao Zhawali asked. Chen felt a little embarrassed, he did have something to look for, but he was thick-skinned, and the embarrassment soon disappeared without a trace. Actually, I want to know about Zanpakudo's Shikai. Tatsuya said to Uno Hanaritsu. Zanpakudo is the power obtained through dialogue with one's own mind. By knowing Akatsuki Zanpakudo's name, it can be liberated. It takes a long period of communication with Zanpakudo to be able to Shikai. Uanohana said softly. This is not something that can be explained in 1 or 2 sentences. This is a note I have always recorded. You can take a look at it first. If there is something you don't understand, you can come to me at any time. It turns out that you are not so reluctant to make progress. Yi Yi looked at Chen in surprise. Chen's strength is very strong. If we have time, we can fight again. Ujawali looked at Chen and said. At that time, although she did not perform Bankai and did not exert all her strength, she was defeated if she lost. And with just one move, he easily defeated her. It is precisely because of this that Mao Zhawali treats Chen differently. Of course, this is only part of the reason, and the other part is when Chen praised her for her beauty. For hundreds of years, Chen was the only person who said she was beautiful, and it was because of this that Ujawali had a special feeling for Chen. It was a good impression. After all, although Ujawali at that time liked to fight, she was also a woman, and she also liked to hear others say she was beautiful. Chen looked at Ujawali's notes and began to ponder. If you want to complete Zanpakudo's Shikai, you have to rely on yourself, and other people's experience is always someone else's. After staying in the 4th Division for a while, as soon as Chen and Yi left, Ba Qinliu stayed in the 4th Division. Chen, do you prefer gentle women? On the way, Yi Yi couldn't help asking Chen. No, I like beautiful women. As long as they are beautiful women, I like them. For example, if you look good, do you want to be my woman? Chenko said flowerily. Go to hell, I don't want to be your woman. Yi's cheeks turned Yuhi-colored, and even her skin couldn't hide the Yuhi cloud on her face. I heard that women are duplicitous creatures, aren't they? Yi glared at Chen, then used Shunpo to leave quickly. I didn't expect Yi, this little wildcat, to be shy. Chen chuckled, and then returned to the dormitory of the True Central Spiritual Art Institute. Now that Tatsuya got the notes of Uno Hanaritsu, you can try to communicate with Zanpakuto. After returning home, Chen carefully read Ujiwali's notes, then understood the meaning, and then turned the things in these notes into his own. Understanding about 3.9, Chen took Zanpakuto out, and then set up a barrier in the room, and then sat on the tatami with Zanpakuto flat in front of him. The so-called one's own Zanpakuto is constructed with one's own soul, and through the communication and resonance with Zanpakuto, one obtains the power hidden in the depths of the heart. Chen closed his eyes, forgot everything, and entered a state of emptiness. In the state of emptiness, Chen's perception was magnified to the limit, and every bit of it escaped Chen's perception. Zanpakuto in front of him was no longer a knife in Chen's mind, but a mass of souls, and Chen began to communicate with Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto's shallow hit suddenly floated up, while Chen's eyes were closed, and the fluctuations in his body gradually began to synchronize with Zanpakuto. The floating Zanpakuto vibrated, and then flashed a dazzling brilliance. Chapter 639 Kasuga Yi-chang is a sword spirit. In the white space, Chen stood here, and the surroundings were all white. As this Zanpakuto's space. Chen looked around, it was extremely quiet, and he couldn't see any other color except white. Chen walked around here, looking at the place, but it was all white, and it seemed that there was nothing to look at. While walking, Chen noticed a little girl squatting in front of him and walked over involuntarily. Are you the sword spirit of Zanpakuto? Chen asked the little girl with cream hair. The sword spirit of Zanpakuto, that is, the materialization of Zanpakuto, the person who appeared in this Zanpakuto space in front of him could only be Zanpakuto himself. Zanpakuto is not an ordinary knife. Each Zanpakuto has its own soul, mind, character. Don't think it is just a weapon. Ryujin Jaka and Jinghua Shuiyu, which Chen had won in a lottery, the Zanpakuto that was won in this lottery is no different from the Zanpakuto created by Wang Yu. So this knife also has its own soul, mind, and character, and this little girl is probably Zanpakuto herself. Are you finally here, Chen? The little girl stood up, then turned to look at Chen. After seeing the little girl, Chen opened his mouth in surprise and couldn't help asking, are you Kasuga Yi-chang? A white dress, a delicate and unparalleled face, pale skin that is pitiful, with 2 black bows tied on her head, her creamy hair is extraordinarily soft, and she is holding a black rabbit doll in her hand. Haruhi Yi-chang. The little girl tilted her head. I don't have a name. My existence is created by your soul. Since you call me Kasuga Yi-chang, let's call it Kasuga Yi-chang from now on. No sister hates the sky is not a sister. There is a sister who hates the younger sister is not a sky. Chen did not expect that his Zanpakuto sword spirit was actually Kasuga Yi-chang, but Chen was very happy. Zanpakuto built with his soul, its blade spirit was the reason why Changmei was. Chen squatted down, pinched Chang's cheeks with both hands, and couldn't help saying, it's really cute. Chang stretched out his small hand, then opened Chen's hand at once. Tsunere hummed softly, and turned his head away. Chang, can you tell me Zanpakuto's real name? Chen asked while touching Chang's smooth hair. In the face of Chen's head touching killing, although Chang enjoyed it very much in his heart, because of his shyness, he showed a very disgusting look on his face. Chang is created by Chen's soul memory, which is basically the same as Kasuga Yi-chang's character in the Sky of Fate. Seeing Chang's appearance as Tsunere, Chen smiled and said, Chang, you don't seem to be frank. No, Chang said succinctly without the slightest expression. Okay, if you don't have it, You won't have it. You can always bribe you with snacks. Chen took out a pile of biscuits and potato chips. After seeing the snacks, Chang's eyes fluctuated, and then put away all the snacks. The gun of destruction. Chang said 4 words, then took the potato chips and ate it like a little hamster, his mouth full. No one is fighting with you. Can't you be more elegant? Elegant girls are more attractive. Chen said with a smile. No road race. Chang looked impatient, but when he was eating, he began to become more elegant, with a typical dislike of integrity. Suddenly, Chang put the snacks in his hand aside, looked at Chen and asked, You're going out, right? Chang's mood suddenly became lost, and her body exuded an aura of loneliness. In this white space, she was the only one who existed. Although Chang likes being in a house, it doesn't mean that she can endure this kind of loneliness. Chen, can you come in to see me often in the future? Chang looked at Chen with expectant eyes, and at this moment she did not hide her expectations. No. Chang Wenyan lowered his head, tears rolling in his eyes, but he kept it from falling. But although I won't come to see you often, I can make you materialize and leave this Zanpakuto space. Chen said with a smile. Chang Wenyan raised his head suddenly, with a hint of surprise on his face, and then he was angry. He clenched his small fist and slammed it on Chen's head, knocking Chen out. But after knocking Chen out, Chang felt distressed again, and immediately ran over and asked, Are you alright? I feel that something is wrong, it's still a very serious matter. Chen said while lying on the ground. Chang walked away in disgust, and seeing his appearance, Chang knew nothing was wrong. I'm still waiting for you to comfort me. How did you go? Chen got up from the ground. Stop chattering. Chang picked up the snacks next to him, eating potato chips piece by piece, without even looking at Chen. Chen left the system space and looked at Zanpakuto who had changed in front of him. Originally, the shallow strike was very ordinary, but now the blade and scabbard have turned black, which is opposite to the white color of Zanpakuto space. There are gorgeous patterns on the body of the knife, and the handle of the knife has become longer. Compared with the previous shallow punching shape, it looks much better. Is Shikai the spear of destruction? Chen didn't look at Zanpakuto too much. His mind sank into Zanpakuto, and then with a powerful soul force, he brought out the Kasuga Yi Chang inside. Different from Muramasa's materialization, Tatsuya brought out the Kasuga Yi Chang inside. The materialization of Zanpakuto will not affect the Shikai and Bankai of Zanpakuto, and the current Chen will not be Bankai. 547 Kasuga Yi Chang felt a little excited after seeing Chen, although it was only a few seconds, but Chang felt like a century had passed. He stretched out his hand and slammed into Chen's body, burying his head in his arms, feeling the warm breath. Chen was a little stunned, and reached out to hug Chang's weak body. Chang looks a little sick, but of course she just looks. She is Chen's Zanpakuto now, and she can also use Zanpakuto's Shikai. After a long time, Chang slowed down and jumped off Chen's body with a look of disgust on his face. Humph! Did you not take a bath? Why do you have a strange smell on your body? Chen sniffed at himself. Where is there any peculiar smell? Bang bang bang. When I heard the knock on the door, I remembered that Chen basically already knew who the other party was. It was definitely Yi Yi. After opening the door, Yi Yi walked in, but as soon as she walked in, she felt a hostile gaze focused on her. This hostile gaze was of course Chang's. Seeing Yi Yi, the opposite sex, came in, Chang's gaze became unkind. Yi Yi looked at Chang in a white dress, and couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be Chen, the bastard Jinwu Zhangjiao? This little girl doesn't look like she's more than 16 years old, doesn't she? To start with a girl, this guy is really scum. Yi Yi looked at Chen with contempt, and looked at Chen inexplicably. Chapter 640 Tit for Dome and Yi Yi. Who are you? Why did you step into my house? Kasuga Yi Chang looked at Yaiki badly. Your home. Isn't this Chen's place? When did it become your home? Yi Yi said unhappily. Chang's eyes were not friendly, and Yi Yi was also not in a very beautiful mood. The two women exchanged their gazes, and they could even see electric currents flickering. It's a scumbag to even let the undeveloped little girl go. Yi Yi glanced at Chen with contempt, and by the way, he despised Haruhi Yi Chong. Although Chong has a delicate face, Shang is completely a horse in front of Pingchuan, an absolute princess of peace. Chong is extremely angry. What can I do when I am young, and I don't eat your rice? Why do you despise me? I want to duel with you. Chong looked at Yi Yi with a cold face. Duel with me? Yi Yi smiled, then said, I won't bully my little sister. Yi Yi also deliberately added accents to the small characters, which made Chong even more angry, and flames burst out from his eyes, which was so irritating. Destroy it. The gun of destruction. The black rabbit doll in Chong's hand turned into a pitch-black spear. The spear was comparable to Chong's, and the powerful spiritual pressure shattered the walls of the room. And the long spear exudes an aura of destruction, which makes people feel a palpitating heart. Yi Yi looked at Chong in surprise, and then his expression gradually became solemn. This is Shikai of Zanpakuto. It's just that this girl's Zanpakuto is actually a rabbit doll, which is really strange. Yi Yi didn't know that Chong was the materialization of Zanpakuto. There is no such concept yet. Kuchiki Shanghai is still studying at the True Central Spiritual Art Institute. I'm still afraid that you won't be a little girl. Yi Yi looked at Chong, but still didn't take it too seriously. Because Chong revealed a feeling of weakness all over her body, anyone who saw Chong would feel that she was weak. However, Chong is actually very strong, and she can not only liberate Chen's Zanpakuto, but also use some of Chen's abilities, such as Ghost, Ringing, and Wang Shu's Flash. As long as the death god of Chenhui still has the power of emptiness, Chong can use it, and Chong's spiritual pressure is very strong. After all, it was created by Chen's soul, and all the spiritual pressure was released, which may be more terrifying than old man Yamamoto. So if a fight really broke out, the seemingly weak Chong could instantly kill Yi Yi, and she wouldn't even have a chance to make a move. Okay, give me some peace of mind. Chen Zai Chong and Yi Yi tapped on the head. If it weren't for the walls of this room, which had been reinforced by Chen, they would probably have been collapsed by Chong's spiritual pressure. Chen is eccentric. Chong rubbed his forehead, and Shikai who disarmed the spear of destruction, the spear of destruction that exuded a terrifying aura, turned into a black rabbit doll again. Yi Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This little girl's spiritual pressure is really strong, and she is definitely talented. This is my sister Kasuga Yechong. Don't provoke her, or I will collect your corpse. Chen reminded Yi Yi. No, being stabbed by the spear of destruction, the body will collapse and destroy, and even the body will not be left. Chong said faintly. And while talking, he looked at Yaiki, as if he really wanted to shoot her. Yi Yi's body trembled and looked at Chong seriously. She didn't think Chong was joking, and looking at her, it didn't seem like she was joking. Zanpakuto's abilities are full of oddities, and there's no shortage of some pervert abilities. It seems that this little girl is still very dangerous. Chen, you didn't go to school for another day. I asked for a leave for you. If you don't go tomorrow, you will be in trouble. Yi Yi said. She came to Chen, but also for this matter. Chen was stunned. He didn't stay in the Zanpakuto space for a long time. Is the flow of time different? It is indeed possible that this is the case. I still have class. Chong said while eating potato chips. What's this? It smells so good. Yi Yi asked, looking at the potato chips in Chong's hand. Now the world is still in ancient times, but there is no such thing as potato chips. These snacks are all created by Chen using Yin-Yang Dun. Yin-Yang escape is indeed very powerful. As long as it is not that kind of particularly awesome props, it can basically be created. Humph. What are you looking at? I won't give you any food. Chong turned his head, turned his back, and ate potato chips silently. Chen, bring me an ice cream. 2 ice creams appeared in Chen's hands. One was handed to Chong and the other to Yi Yi. Yi Yi looked at the ice cream and was a little curious. She had never seen this kind of thing before. Taste it, it's cool, it's a mixture of cream and fruit, it's very delicious. Yi Yi stayed here for a while and then left, and specifically told Chen not to forget to go to class tomorrow. Early the next morning, Chen packed up, took Zanpakuto to the class, followed by a listless Kasuga Yi-chang. Kasuga Yi-chang originally wanted to sleep at home, but thinking of the fox spirit from yesterday, his drowsiness suddenly disappeared, and he was clamoring for Hecken to come to class. Coming to the class, everyone in the class was surprised when they saw Chen and Kasuga Yi-chang behind him. But when Chen was seated, Kasuga Yi-chang looked at Yaiki. "What do you see me doing?" Yi Yi asked involuntarily. "Get out of the way, I want to sit here." Chang pointed to Yi Yi's position. "Hey Tilda, why should I step aside? I just won't let me, what can you do to me?" Yi Yi and Chang became more energetic, and the two were tit for tat. Chen patted his head and said, "Chang, let's go to the back." "No, you are not allowed to go," Yi Yi said. "I'm going to sit here," Chang said stubbornly. "Looks like Chen, you're in trouble." Aizen put a smile on her face, raised her glasses with her hand, and glanced at Chen's Zanpakuto out of the corner of her eyes. Zanpakuto is no longer the ordinary shape of the original shallow play, which means that Chen is likely to liberate Zanpakuto. The people in the class, it is estimated that only Aizen found it. Perhaps Urahara Kazuki also found out. At Chen's Zanpakuto, Aizen particularly wanted to know what the other party's Zanpakuto was capable of. However, Aizen would not inquire about it. Just like the ninjas in the Hokage world, they would not inquire about the others' ninjutsu, and the people in the world of Reaper would not inquire about other people's Zanpakuto abilities at will. This is also a taboo. Even good friends will not reveal their Zanpakuto abilities unless the relationship is particularly good. Chen ignored Lan Ran's gaze. Watching the scene of the two women splashing with fire, Chen pressed one hand with one hand and forcibly suppressed them. Carrying the two women to the last row, they put the tables together, one sitting on each side, Chen sitting in the middle. "Do you have any comments now?" Chen asked both of them. The two women shook their heads and lay on the table. On the surface, they seemed to be in harmony, but in the dark, their eyes were still exchanged.